Suche traveled to a supernatural world where ferocious beasts were rampant, and became a last-place teacher in a supernatural high school who was about to be eliminated. Fortunately, I got the famous teacher system when the situation started to collapse. Breaking delusion. The host can detect supernatural powers, skills, and even the flaws of all things. Evolution. The host can obtain corresponding rewards while improving the opponent's strength and evolving abilities. So, Lao Dang, I have the natural F-level ability, weak electricity. No, you have the SSS ability, purple divine thunder. Teacher, I have the F-level ability of the reinforcement system, greedy mole. No, you have the SSS ability, heaven devouring Taurei. Brother Che, I have a special F-level ability, bad luck constitution. No, you have an SSS-level ability, words come true. Many years later, several sequence empresses appeared one after another, killing all the ferocious beasts and leading the human race to the peak. At the global celebration meeting, several female emperors were asked about the secret of their achievements. The empresses gave the same answer at the same time. My master is Suche. Chapter 1 Deep Blue. Fill me up. Thanks. Chapter 1 Deep Blue. Fill me up. Thanks. The zombie glanced at the author's brain, then walked away cursing. After 2.5 years of hard work, I only awakened the D-level supernatural power of the strengthening system Chen Kuan Chicken. I am destined to be a crude warrior. I envy the noble nature awakeners so much. What's the use of being noble? Zhang Yueshi and Zhang Yueli have awakened the F-level natural ability, but no teacher is willing to accept them as disciples. After all, this is related to the admission rate, and the admission rate is particularly important for the promotion of teachers. That's hard to say. After all, their aunt is Director Zhang Lianyue, who possesses a class of psychic ability. It's possible that someone would choose to accept a disciple just to please Director Zhang. Dasha Alliance, Pengchang, the #1 high school for special abilities. In the second half of the second year of high school, students' superpowers awaken. I was a pig killer in my last life, and I am a teacher in this life. In the teacher team just below the awakening platform, after spending several hours repeatedly confirming that he had really put it on, Suche couldn't help but sigh. I thought this was just a joke from the ancients, but I didn't expect it to come true for me. In his previous life, he inherited his father's butcher shop after dropping out of high school, and lived a very comfortable life. Only drink Evian water and don't lick the cap of yogurt, buy Luckin coffee at full price and never go to KFC on Thursdays. You have to buy couriers that don't include shipping, and you don't even need coupons to order takeout. As for why I wear it? The reason is very simple: the enchanting red light district, a cigarette after the fact, flashing red and green lights, an out-of-control dump truck. None of this is important, they are all stories about the butcher in my previous life. What matters is the present. As the last place teacher in the first high school of special abilities, if I fail to complete the task of recruiting disciples today, there is no need to wait until the martial arts exam is over in half a year. I am afraid that I will be asked to wait for the job and enter the talent pool on the spot. This is the blue planet where everyone's superpowers have been awakened and ferocious beasts are wreaking havoc. If I lose my identity as a teacher, I will be unable to move forward. Moreover, in his memory, it seemed that this teacher's identity was bought by his cheap father with great difficulty. Now, please invite teacher Suche to come on stage and select students. According to school rules, each teacher must select at least 3 disciples to form a martial arts exam sprint class. In addition, there is no upper limit to the number of disciples. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Suche's thoughts. Suche glanced sideways, and immediately saw a stunning face. She has a standard oval face, a straight and delicate nose, bright red lips, and delicate lip corners. Of course, compared to her figure and appearance, the most eye-catching thing is her pair of eyes that sparkle like stars. This person is none other than the Dean of Studies of the First High School of Special Abilities, Zhang Lianyue, while Suche was looking at the other person. Zhang Lianyue happened to look over there as well. As the two looked at each other, Suche felt a buzzing sound in his head as if he was hit by a hammer, and he felt a little dizzy. Is this a psychic? Although the dizziness lasted only for a moment, it still caused cold sweat to seep out of Suche's forehead. Although he was also an awakened person with special abilities, he had just entered the first level of the third stage, while Zhang Lianyue was already at the 9th level of the third stage. In addition, Zhang Lianyue is a noble A-level awakener of spiritual power, while he is only a C-level awakener of strengthening power, commonly known as a crude warrior, whether in terms of personal level, supernatural power level, or social status. She is far inferior to Zhang Lianyue. Teacher Suche, please come on stage and select students immediately. Seeing Suche staring at her, Jiang Lianyue's tone became much colder and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. Normally, she was accustomed to Suche's gaze and would not have any emotional fluctuations, but today is different. My two nieces, who have always had excellent academic performance, have only awakened F-level natural talents. If nothing unexpected happens, the probability of the two being chosen by the teacher is very low, even close to zero. But if no teacher is willing to accept them as disciples, the two of them will have no choice but to take the literary examination in their senior year of high school. Even if you have excellent results in the liberal arts exam, you can still engage in the 6 arts such as spiritual plant technician or pharmacist. However, the status of these professions is far different from that of combat personnel of the same level. No problem. Gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, Suche immediately stood up and walked towards the awakening platform resolutely. I have made up my mind that I will keep my job as a teacher no matter what. At worst, we can just choose 3 people and pick the best from among the cripples. Although I am the last teacher to be selected and elites above level C cannot be selected, can't D-level awakeners be selected? Hiss. However, when Suche arrived at the awakening platform, he immediately took a breath of cold air and was stunned. I'm going to school early. These people are really dogs. The huge awakening platform was packed with people, but there was not even a single D-level awakener with superpowers. Looking around, all they saw were E-level and F-level awakened people with green and white bracelets. No, even if there is a D-level awakened person with special abilities, it will be fine. If you don't choose an apprentice, you will definitely be optimized out. But if you choose an E-level awakener, the final admission rate will definitely not meet the requirements, and if it does not meet the requirements, you will also be dismissed. This is simply the difference between suicide and chronic suicide. Realizing this, Suche fell silent. Why hasn't Suche made his choice yet? Is he not satisfied? He's not looking for a D-level or higher awakened person, is he? No way? No way? I don't know if Suche is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Why would he choose an awakened person with D-level or above? It's good enough that he can choose an E-level one. Ha, the last place teacher chooses the last place student. Isn't this a perfect match? In fact, if you ask me, it doesn't matter whether Suche chooses or not. It's just the difference between being fired earlier or later. Seeing Suche standing in a daze on the awakening platform, the teachers immediately burst into undisguised laughter. The school leadership did not make any statement regarding the disrespectful behavior of the teachers in the audience. Obviously, Suche's status in the first special ability high school is very low among the leadership team. Only Jiang Lianyue showed an unhappy look, and it was obvious that she was very disdainful of such behavior. On the awakening stage, faced with the sarcasm and ridicule from his colleagues, Suche simply ignored them because at this moment, he simply couldn't think about so much. The most important thing right now is to select at least 3 disciples. No, you must select 3 disciples. Bite. This was the sound of Suche imitating the system startup, but unfortunately there was no response. Well, if nothing works, just pick a few at random. Suche was completely desperate and had almost accepted his fate. However, at this moment, a clear and pleasant electronic sound suddenly came to Suche's ears. Ding! The aura of the extraterritorial demon has been detected. The master system has awakened. Host information monitoring completed. Master teacher system loading. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the master teacher system. The moment the electronic sound ended, Suche raised his head suddenly, and a strange light suddenly burst out in his pupils. Deep blue. Fill it up for me. Thank you. Chapter 22 Great Skills. Breaking Delusion and Evolution. Chapter 22 Great Skills. Breaking Delusion and Evolution, the first high school of supernatural powers, awakening platform. Deep blue. Give me some. Suche muttered to himself, with the corners of his mouth twisted into a Nike shape. However, he was only handsome for 3 seconds before the corners of his mouth drooped again, and the system did not respond at all. Stop joking, introduce the function. Suche felt a little panicked. Ding! Keywords detected. The master teacher system functions are as follows. Breaking delusion. The host can detect supernatural powers, skills, and even the flaws of all things. Evolution. The host can obtain corresponding rewards while improving the opponent's strength and evolving abilities. Other functions are yet to be unlocked. Please explore them on your own. Break delusion. Evolve. Carefully savoring the 2 major skills that come with the system. Suche's eyes gradually brightened. IT is worthy of being called the master teacher system. This breaking delusion is simply a magical skill specially customized for teachers. IT can detect superpowers, skills, and even defects in all things. This is such a bug, since the ferocious beasts began wreaking havoc on Blue Star, all the supernatural skills and even the methods of cultivation have been explored step by countless teachers, but after so many years, the psychics are still in the stage of trial and error in their own development and research on skills. Advanced skills are better, as they don't change too often, but low-level skills, especially the basic supernatural breathing method that can be practiced by everyone, have now been updated to the 8th generation. If we could detect the flaws in all things, then our cultivation speed would definitely be doubled with half the effort. Not only that, evolution is extremely suitable for me. My original responsibility is to guide students to make progress, and now there are rewards for their progress, which is simply an extra bonus. Teacher Suche, please choose your apprentice as soon as possible. If you still don't make a choice within 10 minutes, it will be regarded as a forfeit. Seeing Suche standing there in a daze, Zhang Lianyue thought he was hit by the other teachers, and after hesitating for a moment, she reminded him. Thank you, Director Jiang, for the reminder. Hearing this, Suche turned around and smiled slightly, and out of nowhere he felt a little more favorable towards Zhang Lianyue. Zhang Lianyue's eyes narrowed, and a strange feeling immediately arose in her heart. Having awakened her psychic powers, she is very sensitive to this aspect. It had only been a few minutes, but she felt like Suche had become a different person. Strange. Zhang Lianyue frowned slightly and looked at Suche in confusion, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Awakening platform. Teacher, choose me, choose me. I have awakened an E-class power of the strengthening system Golden Horned Bull, which has a huge bonus to strength. But in terms of strength, I am not inferior to D-class at all. Teacher Suche, please choose me. Although I have awakened an E-level ability, I have awakened a noble natural ability. Everyone, get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. Teacher Suche, I have awakened the E-level supernatural power of the strengthening system Little Green Snake, but I am a coquettish person. Although it is true that Suche is the last-ranked teacher, he can still be selected to take part in the high school martial arts exam. What's more, they only awaken E-level and F-level superpowers, so there's no point in being picky. It's good enough that someone wants them, but no one wants to give up as long as there is a chance to become a combat sequence member. There were still quite a few students left on the awakening stage, and almost all of them rushed towards Suche and tried their best to recommend themselves. Some show off their arm muscles, some show off their soft chest flesh. In short, they try every possible means. Compared with these students, the three figures on the awakening platform seemed so out of place. Two of them are short-haired beautiful girls from the second dimension who look very similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. The most obvious difference in appearance is that one of them has passionate purple hair, while the other has pure white hair. They are Zhang Lianyue's two nieces. The elder one has purple-red hair, Zhang Yueli, and the younger one has white hair, Zhang Yueshi. Although the two men could not hide their disappointment on their faces, they never followed the crowd and stepped forward to recommend themselves. The remaining girl had shoulder-length hair and stood in the corner of the crowd with her head down. Although the face cannot be seen clearly, the tall figure and shiny white skin are still eye-catching. Look, it seems that the Zhang sisters and Yi Xuanyue are the only ones who are too embarrassed to ask Suche for help. The Zhang family is one of the 6 great families in Weiqing after all, so it's normal that they can't lose face, but Yi Xuanyue's family is very ordinary, right? It seems that her parents are only middle-level managers of the Pengcheng branch of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. You have to fight for the opportunity yourself. If the three of them don't fight for it, then you can't blame others. Amid the discussion among the teachers below the stage, the process of recruiting apprentices continued, but Suche never made a choice, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. What should I do? Each one has more flaws than the last, and none of them has potential. Suche was really anxious this time. During this time, he had almost completed the entire exploration using breaking delusion, but the feedback we got was very unsatisfactory. All I can say is that it's really worth it for these students to awaken E-level and F-level superpowers. Without good seedlings, it won't work even if you cheat. After checking the last student in front of him, Suche felt despair again, but at this moment, he discovered that there were 3 people in the distance who he had not checked. I just don't believe there isn't a single good seedling. Gritting his teeth, Suche gathered his strength and activated Break the Delusion Again. Name: Zhang Yueli. Level: First level, second level superpower, natural F level superpower, weak electricity exercise, long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. Defects: 1. The body contains a powerful SSS-level supernatural power, purple thunder. Due to the serious conflict between the characteristics of the technique and the body's constitution, long-term practice has caused damage to the meridians. 2. Plan 1. Secondary development of evolutionary abilities, specific optimization plan. 2. Name: Zhang Yueshi. Level: First level, second level superpower, natural F level superpower, weak ice exercise, long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. Defects: 1. The body contains a powerful SSS level supernatural power ice barrier. Due to the serious conflict between the characteristics of the technique and the body's constitution, long-term practice has caused damage to the meridians. 2. Plan 1. Secondary development of evolutionary abilities, specific optimization plan. 2. Hiss. 2 SSS-level superpower seedlings. Boom! 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 Suche's heart couldn't help but beat faster. It is true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are both born gems. Calm down, there's one last one. Suppressing his inner throbbing, Suche used Break Delusion on the last person next second. Name: Yi Shuangyue. Level 1 superpower, enhanced F level superpower, greedy mole exercise, basic supernatural breathing method. 8th set. Defects: 1. He has a powerful SSS level supernatural power, the heaven swallowing Taodai, in his body, but due to a severe lack of energy from eating, he is unable to exert his full strength. 2. Plan 1. Secondary development of evolutionary abilities, specific optimization plan, taking in large amounts of blood food. 2. Call, taking a deep breath, Suche no longer hesitated and spoke in a resounding voice: I have decided to accept Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue as my disciples. Chapter 3, Recruiting Disciples. 3 Hidden SSS Levels. Chapter 3, Recruiting Disciples. 3 Hidden SSS Levels. I have decided to accept Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue as my disciples. Suche's voice was so clear that it resounded throughout the entire awakening scene. These words seemed to carry some magical power. In an instant, the originally noisy scene became silent. At this moment, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of silence, the discussion suddenly exploded and the uproar was like boiling water. What? Suche actually chose Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue as his disciples? He. Is he crazy? Oh my god. Could it be that he knows he will be eliminated sooner or later, so he just gives up? If I remember correctly, Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue all have awakened F-level abilities, right? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. I'm afraid anyone with a normal mind would screen the awakened E-level students from top to bottom. What is he doing this for? Because of Suche's incredible operation, the entire awakening scene instantly became a mess. Not only the teachers and students, but even the leadership who had always been on the outside were shocked by Suche's actions. Although there are only E-level awakeners and F-level awakeners left on the field, what does it mean to select 3 F-level awakeners with special abilities in succession? Isn't this nonsense? At this moment, someone in the student team suddenly said, "No way, you really got it right. There is actually someone who chooses to take the Zhang sisters as apprentices just to please Director Zhang." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like pressing the pause button, and the noisy scene became quiet again. But soon there was another wave of discussion, and this time the uproar was far greater than the previous one. I see. Suche must have felt that he would be eliminated sooner or later. Instead of that, he might as well choose the 2 Zhang sisters to please Director Zhang. I never thought that Suche, who usually looks honest, would dare to pursue Director Zhang in a high-profile manner. He really has a good plan. Damn it! Everyone knows that Director Zhang has a very good relationship with his 2 nieces. Suche is just trying to please him. This is definitely planned by him. Probably because it involved the goddess Zhang Lianyue. Many teachers at the scene even started cursing, and their curses were extremely harsh. When things got to this point, the school leadership finally couldn't sit still anymore. Suche, are you crazy? Selecting an apprentice is no joke. You have to think carefully before making a decision. Vice Principal Lei Ming immediately slammed the table and stood up with a sound like thunder. He could not hide his disappointment as he watched Su Che make such a foolish choice for his children's love. After all, ever since the military examination was established in the era of universal superpower awakening, there has never been a precedent of an F-level superpower student successfully entering university. Although all students in the sprint classes can enjoy additional school resources, but resources are limited. Except for the first month, the school will distribute resources based on the ranking of the sprint classes. Not only the first special ability high school does this, almost all high schools in Dacia do this, and since Su Che chose these 3 disciples, they will definitely rank at the bottom in the sprint class test 1 month later. 3 F-level talents plus the least resources in the school, in his opinion. In the military exam half a year later, Su Che's class's admission rate would definitely not meet the standard, which would be the same as giving up. Principal Lei, I am serious. I am determined to accept Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue as my disciples. Su Che turned and looked at the hot-tempered vice president in his memory. His expression was extremely firm without any wavering. Joke, there are 3 good potential SSS-level superpowers right in front of me. How could I give up? Today, no one can stop me from recruiting disciples, not even Jesus. You are absolutely hopeless. Seeing that Su Che ignored his good intentions, Lei Ming was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and arcs of electricity appeared fatally around his fists. After glaring at Su Che with eyes wide open, he could only snort helplessly and looked at Jingjiang Lianyuet. Director Jiang, since teacher Su Che has made up his mind, please record it in the book. Once recorded in the book, it is set in stone. Unless there are special circumstances, the master-disciple relationship will remain bound until the end of the martial arts exam. Since Su Che insisted on doing so, he was too lazy to persuade him anymore. Director Jiang. Seeing that Director Jiang did not respond, the thunder suddenly increased by octaves, and the teachers and students around him covered their ears with painful expressions. Okay, Principal Lei, I got it. It was not until this moment that Jiang Lianyue's eyelashes trembled and she reacted, but he was obviously a little uneasy and was not recorded in the book for a long time. His gaze turned uncontrollably towards Su Che on the stage, and the hint of curiosity in his eyes turned into a strong sense of weirdness. Before this, his impression of Su Che was just that of a teacher with not very good teaching results. But she didn't expect that Su Che was willing to accept Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi as his disciples in order to please her. Relying on my family background and conditions, there are many people pursuing me in school, but no one can do this like Su Che. This made her feel very confused. She is now very conflicted about whether or not she should be recorded. Once you put it down, you really can't change it. At this moment, Su Che naturally had no idea what Jiang Lianyue was thinking. Seeing that Jiang Lianyue was slow to write down the details, he was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks and wanted to jump up. Heaven and earth can bear witness, the sun and the moon can prove that I really want to accept Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi and Yi Shuangyue as my disciples. After waiting for a few more seconds, Su Che finally couldn't help but speak. Director Jiang, I am serious. Please record it now. Because he was too anxious, Su Che's voice seemed a little urgent, but in Jiang Lianyue's view, these behaviors were simply expressions of determination. Damn it, those who lick the dog will die. A dog licks a dog, and in the end he is left with nothing. Many male teachers in the audience were so angry when they saw this scene that they wanted to tear Su Che's mouth into pieces right now. Among the teachers, there was a man with a feminine temperament and outstanding appearance. He looked at Su Che deeply, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Teacher Su Che, I need to ask you one more time, are you sure you want to accept Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue as your disciples? As if she had made some kind of decision, Jiang Lianyue asked again. I do. Before Jiang Lianyue could finish her words, Su Che nodded abruptly. Please record it in the book quickly. Director Jiang, please. Su Che was extremely anxious. Okay, I've got this in mind. From now on, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue will automatically become your disciples until the end of the high school martial arts exam. This time, Jiang Lianyue finally wrote it down and added, Su Che, do you still need to choose another disciple? No, I only choose these 3. Before Jiang Lianyue could even finish her words, Su Che suddenly shook his head to refuse. Good. After taking another deep look at Su Che, Jiang Lianyue returned to her normal state. I declare that the second-year superpower awakening ceremony is now over. At the same time, Suche turned around and looked at Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue, with a slight smile on his lips. Quick, call master. Chapter 4. What you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Chapter 4. What you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. At the scene of the superpower awakening, the crowd dispersed quickly. Zhang Lianyue also took a deep look at the awakening platform and then turned and left. As the Dean of Studies, she still has a lot of things to deal with soon. Only Suche, Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue were left on the huge awakening platform. However, the expressions of the four people were different at this moment. Needless to say, Suche's face was filled with excitement, as if he had found some treasure. Yi Xuanyue was still standing in the corner feeling a little embarrassed, but she looked at Suche more often. The two sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked at Suche with complicated expressions, with strangeness and doubt in their eyes, as well as a hint of subtle emotion. Even though they acted very strong today, Suche never took the initiative to introduce themselves to them when he accepted them as his disciples, as if he didn't care at all. But after all, they are just students who have just turned 18. How could I not feel disappointed when I saw others awaken C-level or even B-level supernatural powers, but I only awakened F-level supernatural powers? But as children of a big family, they can only bury this loss deep in their hearts, and Suche's choice today undoubtedly injected a glimmer of warmth into their cold hearts, but it's only a trace. Lao Dang. I advise you that if you want to pursue my aunt in this way, it's impossible. Purple-haired Zhang Yueli took a step forward and looked at Suche carefully. Although you look okay, your strength is too weak. My aunt will soon break through to the 4th level and become an extraordinary genius teacher. Once she breaks through, there is a great chance that she will be transferred to the #1 supernatural university in Daxia. You must be very aware of the value of Daxia's #1 University of Supernatural Powers. It is the highest level institution in the entire Daxia. Almost all the teachers there work in important departments of Daxia. The gap between you is too big. As soon as Zhang Yueli finished speaking, the white-haired Zhang Yueshi was not to be outdone, but his tone was much weaker, and his voice was a little playful. Actually, you're quite handsome, and you look like a good match for me. Ahem. Zhang Yueli glared at Zhang Yueshi in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yueshi stuck out his tongue, and then changed the subject. But your strength is too weak. You can't even rank among the people pursuing my aunt. You know Lu Bo, the teacher who ranks first in your grade? His family is also one of the 6 great families in Weicheng. He also pursued my aunt, but my aunt didn't agree. Get to the point. Zhang Yueli glared at Zhang Yueshi again. The point is, Zhang Yueshi was stunned and blinked hard. Huh? What's the point? Go play in the mud. Zhang Yueli pushed Zhang Yueshi away and looked directly at Suche. The point is, we two sisters are very grateful that you chose us as your disciples, but if you want us to help you pursue your aunt, that is absolutely impossible. Yes, absolutely impossible. Zhang Yueshi also waved his fist fiercely and repeated. Suche's mouth slowly opened, his eyes gradually widened, and his facial expression was very interesting. What is going on? Isn't this a misunderstanding? Although Zhang Lianyue was indeed pretty, and he did have impulses, bah. What the hell? Although Zhang Lianyue is pretty, I wouldn't risk my entire career to lick her. No. Suche shook his head. Actually, I saw that you have amazing bones and spiritual energy that has broken through the sky. You must be martial arts geniuses. That's why I decided to accept you as my disciples. Although Suche was telling the truth, it seemed extremely pale at the moment. Sure enough, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were immediately amused by these words. Are you trying to say that we are not F-level talents? Are you trying to say that we are actually SSS-level talents? The two sisters spoke one after another, like two big fists hitting Suche in the face, completely leaving him speechless. No, you are using my words. Suche's eyebrows were twitching wildly, as if a mouthful of blood was swirling wildly in his throat. His behavior further confirmed the thoughts of the two sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi. Actually, no matter what, we two sisters have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not even be qualified to take the martial arts exam. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yueli sighed. Don't worry, we will ask the most powerful elders in the family to teach you. Even if it is impossible for you to enter the first supernatural university in Daxia, we will do our best to get you into the second one, and we will not let you be fired for this. Without waiting for Suche's reaction, he immediately grabbed Zhang Yueshi's arm and said, Let's go. In just a few seconds, the two of them had walked a long way away from the awakening platform. "Sis, where are we going?" "Nonsense, of course I'm going home." "Are you stupid?" Jiang Yueshi held his forehead helplessly, but this is the direction of the cafeteria. Jiang Yueli was suddenly stunned, his face flushed with embarrassment, and then he turned around without saying a word. "Ahem, sister, that's the direction of the library, shut up." Alas, what a sin. Looking at the gradually receding figures of the two sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, Suche sighed helplessly. Dealing with this pair of funny guys, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, he really didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Being misunderstood is fine, but being prevented from teaching is troublesome. What I have awakened is the master-teacher system. If I don't have students to guide me, wouldn't it be a waste of my awakening? But he knew that this matter could not be rushed and had to be considered over the long term. Besides, he does not have any other options at the moment. "Your name is Yi Xuanyue, right?" After calming down, Suche forced a smile and looked at Yi Xuanyue. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi cannot be relied on for the time being, so he can only place his hopes on Yi Xuanyue. "Hello, Teacher Su." Yi Xuanyue is very polite and has a nice voice. You can tell at first glance that she is well educated and has the air of a lady from a noble family, but Suche still read deep down in his eyes. Suche smiled and said, "Are you curious about why I accepted you as my apprentice?" Yi Xuanyue nodded slightly. She was indeed very curious about why Suche accepted her as his disciple. After all, her family background is not as good as that of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi sisters, and she does not have a beautiful aunt who was the dean of studies. The only advantage may be this figure in appearance, etc. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Yi Xuanyue's mind. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something terrible, the look in his eyes when he looked at Suche changed. Immediately, she quietly took half a step back and pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands, as if trying her best to cover her proud white legs. However, just when she was extremely nervous, Suche suddenly spoke without any warning. "Since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth." Actually, in the drawn-out tone, Suche suddenly lowered his voice. "In fact, what you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent." Chapter 5, Double Evolution of Superpowers. Explosive Increase in Strength. Chapter 5, Double Evolution of Superpowers. Explosive Increase in Strength, Awakening Platform. In fact, what you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Suche looked at Yi Xuanyue very seriously. While Yi Xuanyue was stunned for a moment, the tension and vigilance in her eyes slowly faded away, replaced by a look of weirdness. At the same time, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Suche. If she remembered correctly, these words were first spoken by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Such a lame excuse is not something a normal person would come up with. To be precise, what you awakened is not the F-level ability Greedy Mole, but the SSS ability Heaven-Devouring Glutton. Suche naturally understood the abnormality in Yi Xuanyue's eyes, and immediately told her the information he had found out. "Oh, I see." Yi Xuanyue nodded slightly, without any fluctuation in her expression. Suche's mouth twitched. "Dexia people don't lie to Dexia people. You have to believe me." This time, Yi Xuanyue did not answer immediately, but looked at Suche deeply for several times and nodded seriously. "Okay, I believe it." "You really believe it, real?" "A liar swallows 1,000 needles." Yi Xuanyue moved her mouth for a long time, but in the end, no sound came out. Suche's face darkened. It seemed like there were crows flying in the sky, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Oh, I knew you wouldn't believe it." Suche lowered his head and sighed quietly, but his expression, which should have been anxious, was surprisingly calm. When he looked up again, a trace of light flashed across his eyes, and his words were full of confidence. "Let me ask you, have you been feeling hungry every morning since you entered your second year of high school, and has this feeling of hunger become stronger as time goes by?" Boom! Suche's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a scorching thunder in Yi Xuanyue's ears. The muscles all over the body tensed instantly, and a layer of fine and dense hair quickly stood up between the neck. In just a few seconds, cold sweat oozed out of my back, and I immediately felt a chill down my spine. How do you know?" Yi Xuanyue's expression changed drastically, and she looked at Suche as if he was a monster. Because it is difficult to talk about. She is the only one in the world who knows the secret, even the parents knew nothing about it." Suche smiled slightly and did not answer directly, but continued, "At first you can still hold on, but then you have to use snacks to fill your stomach, and then snacks can no longer satisfy you. If I'm not mistaken, in the days leading up to the awakening ceremony, you'll even wake up hungry several times a night." And your desire for all kinds of meat will become more and more intense. At this point, Suche's voice suddenly rose. Is what I said correct? Thump thump thump, Yi Xuanyue took 3 steps back, her pupils shrank into needlepoints in an instant, and her eyes were full of fear. To her horror, Suche actually guessed everything right. You, how did you know that? Yi Xuanyue was so shocked that she could only subconsciously repeat what she had said before. Just like Suche said, ever since she entered her second year of high school, she would feel extremely hungry in the early morning every day. At first she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just due to her growth, but later on, something went wrong. Every day she would be hungrier than the day before. What frightened her the most was that she actually became interested in meat, especially the meat of exotic animals. This made her, who had been educated as a lady since childhood, believe that she must be sick, and she didn't dare to tell her parents that all of this situation has troubled her for a long time, and it can even be said to be the deepest secret she has buried in her heart. But now, her deepest secret has been completely exposed to the sun by Suche. The corners of her mouth moved, and Yi Xuanyue said with difficulty, "You are right." Hearing this, Suche grinned, his eyes flickering. "What did you call me?" Yi Xuanyue lowered her head. "Teacher Suche." Although she was nominally Suche's apprentice, she, like Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, actually looked down on Suche. After all, Suche's reputation as the last-place teacher was well known in the school, at least in their second year of high school. But at this moment, Suche's image in her heart quietly underwent a huge change. "Teacher." Yi Xuanyue suddenly bit her lip tightly. "I want to know how to cure my disease." Since Suche could see what was wrong with her, she believed there must be a solution. Madness. Suche's words were earth-shattering. "This is not a disease at all." "It's not a disease?" "But..." Yi Xuanyue obviously didn't react. "Of course not." Suche said in a serious tone, "I've already said that what you awakened is not the F-level ability Greedy Mole, but the SSS ability Heaven Devouring Taoye. And how terrifying is the energy required to awaken Heaven Devouring Taoye? If ordinary people want to obtain energy, they can only absorb the energy between heaven and earth through various breathing methods. However, as an SSS superpower devouring the heavens, you can increase your energy by devouring. Of course, you will feel hungry. If you continue to follow your inner instinct and eat continuously, although you are far from awakening the Heaven Devouring Taoye, you will at least awaken an A-level ability. Suche shook his head in disappointment. "You suppressed your inner desires too much, which is why you only awaken F-level abilities." Hearing this, Yi Xuanyue's expression completely froze, and she looked like a wind-eroded sculpture. Suche's words had such a huge impact on her that she couldn't react for a while. "Forget it. Since you call me teacher, I will be a good person and wait for me." After saying this, Suche left in a hurry and came back a few minutes later carrying a cloth bag. "Teacher Suche, this is..." With a bang, Suche slammed the bag to the ground. "The best quality in the cafeteria is this third-grade, low-grade ironthorn ferocious pig leg. I specifically asked for it to be medium rare and ate it. Trust me." Suche opened the cloth bag and handed over the still steaming pig leggy. Gulp. Seeing the pig leg that was bigger than her face and covered in blood, Yi Xuanyue licked her lips. Subconsciously, Corizon told her that she would never eat such food, but her physical desire made her want to eat it raw right now. "Eat it. You must be very hungry. It's delicious. It's true." Suche's eyes were full of hope as he patiently persuaded her, and he looked even more excited than Yi Xuanyue. Gulp. Finally, after swallowing countless mouthfuls of saliva, Yi Xuanyue finally seemed to have made up her mind. The slender hands took the fierce pig leg, turned around, gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. It smells so good." Seeing this scene, Suche's eyes lit up. 3 minutes later. Boom, 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 Yi Xuanyue's aura suddenly surged, and his physical strength also rose rapidly. At the same time, a system voice suddenly rang in Suche's ears. "Ding, Yi Xuanyue's F-level ability Greedy Mole has successfully evolved into a C-level ability Bloodthirsty Violent Bear. Ding, Yi Xuanyue's cultivation has been upgraded from the first level of the first stage to the third level of the first stage. The system is judging, the conditions for reward issuance are met. The first reward will be doubled. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the apprentice's superpowers. The original C-level superpower Thorn Snake has evolved into a B-level superpower Gorgeous Python. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully improving the disciple's cultivation. The third level, first level, has been upgraded to the third level, Third level. Chapter 6 has an extra reward? Bind with a close friend, Chapter 6 has an extra reward? Bind with a close friend, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive auras that were more than 10 times more powerful than Yi Xuanyue's suddenly burst out from Suche's body. Suche couldn't help but groan, and violent power ran rampant through his meridians. After more than 10 seconds, the force gradually weakened and returned to calm, but this power did not disappear, but was completely integrated into the meridians of the whole body. Is this the third level, third stage? Clenching his fists and feeling the overwhelming energy throughout his body, Suche couldn't help but curl his lips. You have to know that I was only at the third level, first grade before, but now I have jumped to the third level, third grade, in just a blink of an eye. All in all, this is at least equivalent to half a year of hard practice. The prerequisite is that the training resources provided by the school must also be taken into account. The supernatural beings in the Blue Star world can be divided into levels 1 to 9 according to their strength, and each level is divided into 9 levels. I and their Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities, the principal with the highest cultivation level is only at the 4th level of extraordinary cultivation. On Blue Star, only those who have extraordinary powers can be considered to have truly entered the realm of the Master. Once he becomes extraordinary, all the David City families, mercenary corps, and even the military will extend olive branches to him. If the person is young and has potential, even the top families in the main base city will personally invite him. If the principal was not too old and had no hope of promotion, he probably would not have come to Pengcheng to be the principal. After all, there are 6 Acropolis cities like Pengcheng, but there is only one main base city. The reason why extraordinary abilities are so precious is precisely because it is extremely difficult for people with special abilities to advance, and it becomes increasingly difficult the higher you advance. It's posted this time. Suche pursed his lips, his heartbeat gradually speeding up. What excites him more than improving his cultivation is the evolution of his superpowers. The Blue Star official classifies superpowers into 9 levels from F to SSS. The higher the level, the greater the potential of the superpowers and the faster the cultivation speed. Now that it has evolved from a C-level ability Thorny Snake to a B-level ability Rocky Python, the speed of cultivation has at least increased several times. If I continue to practice at the previous speed, I don't know how long it will take to achieve the extraordinary level, but now, with the help of the system, becoming extraordinary may. No, it's not a dream at all. Maybe it's even faster than Jiang Lianyue, who was at the 3rd level in 9th stage Agudong, unable to help but swallow his saliva. Suche looked at Yi Xuanyue. Even without the system prompt, he could roughly judge Yi Xuanyue's current level of strength, first level triple. Even though it's only an improvement from level 1 to level 3, it doesn't seem like a high improvement. But you have to know that Yi Xuanyue only spent about 5 minutes eating the fierce pig-legged. I wonder how many people will be envious when I tell others about this efficiency. Of course, the reason why the improvement was so fast this time was mainly because Yi Xuanyue had suppressed her physical desires for too long. If another fierce pig leg came along, the improvement in strength would definitely not be so exaggerated, but being able to improve one's strength simply by eating, this talent is terrifying enough. Generally, students who have just awakened their special powers in the second half of their sophomore year are mostly at the 1st level after awakening. Of course, some children from big families may be stronger. For example, the 2 sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi have reached the 2nd level of the 1st stage because of their practice of the family secret long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. It can be triple at the 1st level. At least a genius who has awakened B-level supernatural powers or above can achieve this. There are nearly 1,000 students in the 2nd grade of Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities, but only a few of them have awakened B-level talents. In other words, judging from realm alone, Yi Xuanyue has firmly entered the 1st echelon. On my strength, feeling the surging energy in her body, Yi Xuanyue belatedly realized it and exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. She could feel that her strength was more than 3 times stronger than before. Based on the knowledge in the books, she quickly determined that her strength had reached the 3rd level of the 1st stage. This immediately made her feel confused. Doesn't the book say that it is very difficult to improve supernatural powers? Doesn't the book also say that it takes at least several months of hard training for an awakened superpower to advance from the 1st level, 1st layer to the 3rd level, 1st layer? How can I skip a grade just by eating a pig's leg? And my superpowers. Yi Xuanyue's mind moved, and her heart beat faster immediately, and blood rushed to her limbs and bones frantically. In a very short period of time, the meridians throughout the body expanded by nearly twice as much. A blood-red silhouette faintly appeared in the pupils. It was the bloodthirsty bear. she had a strong feeling that her attack and defense capabilities had been greatly improved, compared to before. She felt that she could easily defeat her previous self. Could it be, at this moment? It was as if lightning flashed through Yi Xuanyue's mind. Inspiration surged up like bubbles, and she figured out everything in an instant. Teacher, could it be that yes, your current ability has evolved into a sea-level ability, bloodthirsty violent bear? Suche nodded heavily. When your physical fitness reaches the standard, with my assistance, you can completely unlock the SSS talent heaven-devouring Taoye. Boom! 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 Yi Xuanyue felt her heart beating wildly and her breathing became a little rapid. Her family background is far less favorable than that of the Jiang sisters. It can only be considered a well-off family, and her parents are just senior employees in a pharmaceutical company. Ever since she awakened her F-rank ability greedy mole, she has accepted the fact that she can only take the liberal arts exam in her senior year of high school, but since Suche appeared, the situation has reversed in 2 levels in an instant. Not only did her strength increase dramatically to the 3rd level of the first order, but her abilities also evolved to the sea level. More importantly, in the future, the superpower can evolve into the legendary SSS-level heaven-swallowing Taoye. It can be said that her fate was completely changed because of Suche. Thank you, Teacher Suche. Yi Xuanyue suddenly lowered her head, put her hands together, and bowed deeply to Suche. That if she had had a little doubt about Suche before and now, this trace of doubt has completely disappeared. At this moment, she accepted and acknowledged from the bottom of her heart that Suche was her teacher. Okay. Suche did not refuse and had a big smile on his face. This is the disciple etiquette, the highest level of etiquette for a disciple to express gratitude. At this moment, the system sounded again. Ding! It is detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host exceeds 60. The personal binding function has been unlocked. Currently, the number of people that can be bound is x3. The number of people that can be bound will increase with the host's strength. After binding with a mentor, the rewards from the mentor's upgrade will have an additional bonus. The mentor's daily upgrade will be returned to the host, with a chance of triggering a critical hit. Ding! Detected a person who can be bound to the disciple Yi Xuanyue. Do you want to start the binding? Once the binding starts, it cannot be changed. Any extra rewards? Suche was stunned for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then a light flashed across his eyes. Bind. 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 Chapter 7, Breaking the Delusion. Continue to exert your strength. 3rd level medium quality Luoying grass. Chapter 7, Breaking the Delusion. Continue to exert your strength. 3rd level medium quality Luoying grass. Pengchang, Unit 1, Building 13, Tiantanjuan Community. After the 2nd year superpower awakening ceremony, all students and teachers have a half-day holiday. After saying goodbye to Yi Xuanyue, Suche found his home mansion according to his memory, looking at the 33-story building. In front of him, with a distance of no more than 50 meters between the 2 buildings, Suche's mouth twitched. As far as I can remember, my mansion is in Unit 1, Building 13, Room 3302, a large flat of 82.3 square meters. This is not a joke, but a real luxury house that costs tens of millions of dasha coins. This is because the concrete material used to build this high-rise building is mixed with special alloys, which is enough to withstand the attacks of flying beasts below the 4th level. During the era when vicious beasts wreaked havoc on Blue Star, they occupied most of the land and homes of mankind. The original social system completely fell apart, and most of the small countries were completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts. Only superpowers such as China, America, and Russia have remained relatively intact. After years of development and migration, the surviving humans eventually formed an alliance of 5 major countries. They are the Great Xia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Island Nations Alliance. In addition to their respective main base cities, the 5 major alliances have a total of 23 acropolises. All the surviving humans on Blue Planet currently live in these 23 acropolises and 5 major base cities. The strongest Dasha Alliance has 6 acropolises, while the weakest Island Nation Alliance has only 3 acropolises. Pengchang is one of the 6 David cities of the Dasha Alliance. The entire Pengchang has a population of nearly 200 million. With so many people crowded in a small city, land resources are naturally extremely tight. A low-rise residence like Suche's, which is only 33 stories high, can already be considered a villa. Exhaling deeply, Suche quickly began to climb the stairs. Yes, even though their house is in a villa area, there is no elevator, there is no way. Acropolis is not like the base city, and electricity resources are extremely precious. If you want to live in a community with an elevator, you have to buy a house in Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs, but a house in Yunlong Mountain cannot be bought just by having money. It is the gathering place for Pengcheng's top families and senior officials. Of course, climbing stairs is not a difficult task. In this era, everyone can awaken their special abilities, and the physical fitness of the entire population has greatly improved. Even if you awaken the lowest level F-level talent, it is very easy to climb 33 floors in one breath. Just as Suche was climbing the stairs silently, several gray-haired uncles came up beside him. Every old man would cast a strange look at Su Che when he passed him, and those looks were clearly full of contempt. "Oh, I'm looked down upon by the old man." Suche shook his head and smiled, then tensed all his muscles and mobilized his supernatural powers to act on his legs. Next second, with a whoosh sound, Suche immediately turned into a shadow and dived upwards, 10 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors, 33 floors. After rushing to the 33rd floor, Suche subconsciously glanced at his watch and found that only 1 minute had passed. My physical fitness has indeed improved a lot. Suche's eyes suddenly lit up. Before, it would take him 2 or 3 minutes to climb to the 33rd floor at full speed. Now it only takes 1 minute, and that was without using full strength as before. Judging from the speed alone, physical fitness has increased 2 or 3 times. Sure enough, my success is all due to my unremitting hard work. Suche raised the corners of his mouth. Knock, knock, knock. After calming down, Suche knocked on the door of room 3302. Feeling a little nervous, there are no winter and summer vacations at the Special Ability High School, and the school has special dormitories for counselors. Therefore, he could not go home several times a year. This is his second or third trip home this year. Here it comes. Along with a rough voice and the sound of the floor shaking, the specially made alloy door was pulled open, and a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes squeezed out from the crack of the door. "Who is it, son?" When the man saw Suche, he immediately showed a look of surprise on his face. He took 2 steps forward and hugged Suche tightly. "Son, you miss your dad so much." Suche's face immediately darkened, and he looked around quickly. "Put me down." "No." "Put me down." "No." "Su Dachuan." "I'll pay you back, Shu Daoshan." Su Dachuan's body trembled reflexively and he quickly let go. "Don't recite it, don't recite it." "I'll let it go, I'll let it go, isn't that okay?" "Don't scare me with what your mother said." After a pause, Su Dachuan slapped his head and said, "You must be hungry. I'll get you something delicious, your favorite noodles with soybean paste. Wait for me." After saying that, Su Dachuan rushed to the kitchen in a hurry. Suche walked into the house with his lips pursed in silence, and was stunned for a moment. My eyes were immediately attracted by the clean family portrait on the entrance hall. His eyes swept past Su Dachuan on the left and himself in the middle, and looked at the short-haired intellectual woman on the far right. The woman looked very pretty when she smiled. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and her eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Suche's, but unlike Suche, the woman's eyes are blue. That's right, this is his mother, Su Yenxiu. His mother passed away due to serious illness when he was 7 years old. Silently straightening the family portrait, Suche looked towards the kitchen, seeing Su Dachuan, a grown man, cutting vegetables with great skill. "My eyes couldn't help but tear up. Since my mother passed away, my father quit his glamorous job as a teacher and took on the responsibility of taking care of me alone. It was not until I grew up that I started the spiritual plant business. Because he is an honest and fair person, he has made a lot of money over the years, but after earning so much money, apart from buying this house, I spent the rest on developing myself. He consumed countless medicines from Harbin Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6, but he was able to advance to the 3rd level supernatural power before the age of 26. Later, he spent a lot of money to get connections to get himself into Pengcheng's No. 1 high school for special abilities as a teacher. It can be said that Su Dachuan devoted almost his entire life to himself. Here it comes. Here it comes, delicious noodles with soybean paste. Eat them while they're hot. Soon, a bowl of delicious noodles with soybean paste appeared on the table. After taking the bowl and chopsticks and taking a light bite, Suche pursed his lips in silence, then he gobbled it up like a whirlwind, and in a few minutes, the big bowl of noodles with soybean paste was finished. "Thank you, Dad." Standing up and saying this, Suche fled back to his room and slammed the door. A simple bowl of noodles with soybean paste made him completely accept Su Dachuan. Outside the door, only Su Dachuan was left with a look of astonishment on his face. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Su Dachuan finally came to his senses, picked up the dishes and walked into the kitchen silently. At the moment the kitchen door closed, tears silently rolled down from the corners of my eyes. Oh, the sandstorm is really strong today. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Suche got up early. Today is the first day of school, and he has to go to the logistics department early to collect training resources. When I opened the door, I found that breakfast had already been prepared on the table. Suche smiled knowingly, but his eyes were attracted by a pot of spiritual plant on the dining table that looked like a green ivy. But what is shocking is that the leaves of this spiritual plant are covered with black spots. As soon as the mind moves, breaking delusion is immediately activated. Name Radix Radiata level, level 3, mid-level effects. Brewing tea with the rhizomes can slightly improve the efficiency of supernatural power cultivation, and is one of the main ingredients for making third-level energy potions. Defects: severe lack of light hours leads to the breeding of aphids and leaf lesions. Solution: exposed to sunlight for 8 hours. Cumulatively. Chapter 8 School starts. Receive class training resources. Chapter 8 School starts. Receive class training resources. Taiyan Tanjiwan community, at home. Hiss. He can even see the shortcomings of spiritual plants. Looking at the illusory light screen in front of him, Suche's mouth curled up. Although breaking delusion has already explained that it is possible to check the flaws of all things, but when he truly experienced it, he realized how abnormal this ability was. As the son of a large spiritual plant grower, it can be said that Suche grew up among spiritual plants since childhood. The level classification of spiritual plants is similar to that of people with special abilities. The lowest level is often the lower grade of the first level, and the highest level is naturally the upper grade of the ninth level. However, ninth-order spiritual plants can already be considered holy medicines. I heard that all of them have become spirits, and low-end growers like their family will never be able to get in touch with them in their lifetime. The most expensive spiritual plant they sell is only the third-grade top-quality spiritual plant. Not even the fourth-grade spiritual plants above the fourth level will undergo a qualitative change, and their prices are more than 10 times that of the third level. Their family doesn't even have a person with extraordinary powers, so they can't handle such a business at all. But the spiritual plant business below the third level is not so easy to do. The process of a spiritual plant seed growing from its growth stage to maturity is extremely complicated. Moreover, each spiritual plant has different growth habits and must be treated differently. If you are not careful, the seedlings will die in front of you. Even if you finally make it to maturity, you can't take it lightly. Diseases like aphids, melanosis, wilt, and so on began to appear. In general, the damage rate of spiritual plants is very high, and it is difficult to revive them once they get sick. The third grade, mid-quality Luoyang grass in front of him was worth at least 10,000 dasha coins, which was equivalent to his monthly salary. But if you can see the flaws, son, you got up so early. I've already prepared breakfast for you. Try it and see if it's cold. Su Dachuan's voice suddenly interrupted Suche's thoughts. Not cold, just right. Suche picked up the egg pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, but his eyes were looking at the radish on the table. What's going on? Su Dachuan glanced at the radish and his face immediately wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Hey, don't mention it. It was such a good third-grade middle-grade Luoyang grass. The seller had already paid the deposit and was ready to deliver it tomorrow. I didn't expect it to suddenly become ill. I lost a lot of money. When talking about losing money, Su Dachuan kept sighing as if he was about to cry in the next second. Oh. Suche chewed the omelet with a thoughtful expression. After stuffing the omelet into his mouth in no time and checking the time, Suche stood up and said, I have something else to do at school. I'll leave first. He picked up his coat and opened the door. Just before leaving, he turned back to look at Su Dachuan. Well, this Luoyang grass is almost dying anyway, maybe getting some more sun can help. With the sound of a door closing, the stunned Su Dachuan was the only one left in the room. Sunbathing? This is a radix radiata, not a sunflower. Su Dachuan muttered a few words, obviously not agreeing with what Suche said. He has been engaged in spiritual plant cultivation for so many years, and he knows how to cultivate spiritual plants better than anyone else. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, Su Dachuan silently took the firefly grass into the sunlight. Since he can't be saved, there's no harm in giving it a try. I'll wait for the kid to come back next time and humiliate him. I'm so smart. Hey! Pengchang, the #1 high school for special abilities logistics department. When Suche arrived, there were already several people lined up in front. There are 18 martial arts exam sprint classes this year, which means there will be 18 teachers. Today is the first day of school, and every teacher of the sprint class must come to receive 1 month's worth of class practice resources. As for why it is 1 month, it is because after 1 month the resources will be distributed according to the ranking of the sprint classes. During this month, every teacher's task is to improve students' abilities to the best of their ability. All this is for the military examination half a year later. Everything is focused on improving students' abilities. Everything depends on strength, of course. Every teacher will do their best. Students are not only the face of teachers in public, but also an important basis for teachers' promotion. Teachers' salary, status, resources, etc. are all linked to their teaching ability. Some teachers with strong teaching abilities and high undergraduate admission rates in their classes are promoted very, very quickly. For example, Zhang Lianyue was promoted to director because the undergraduate admission rate of her impact class exceeded 80% for 2 consecutive years. I'm Su Che, and I'm here to collect the training resources for this month's sprint class. Su Che arrived relatively early and was at the front of the line in less than 5 minutes. Hearing the name Su Che, the administrator in charge of distributing resources in the logistics department was obviously startled, and then stared at Su Che strangely. The news of Su Che's amazing feat yesterday spread throughout the school that day, and even he, the logistics manager, heard about it. In order to show his love, Director Zhang took the initiative to choose 2 girls from the Zhang family who had awakened F-level superpowers as his apprentices. This kind of outrageous behavior is simply not something a normal person would do. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Che asked knowingly, inside with a hint of melancholy in his heart. After this incident, it seems that I have become completely famous in the school, but the problem is that I have no way to explain it at all. I am really like a dumb person eating bitter herbs and can't express my pain in words. No, nothing. The administrator chuckled and glanced at the list. Your class number is 18, which means class 18. There are 3 people in the class, namely Yi Shuangyue, Zhang Yueli, and Zhang Yueshi. Is that okay? Class 18? Su Che's mouth twitched. No problem. Okay, here are 9 portions of first-level energy potion, 3 first-level identity tokens for the library, and 3 first-level gravity room 10-hour training cards. Please keep them. Soon, the administrator packed the resources into a backpack and handed it to Su Che. Thanks. Taking the backpack, Su Che couldn't help but smacking his lips. As expected, the resources the school distributed the first time were pitifully small. Apart from the identity token used to select breathing methods and combat skills, the first-level energy potion itself is not expensive, but this person was given 3. There is also a first-level gravity room, which costs 10 hours per person per month, which on average is less than 20 minutes a day. It's so stingy. Of course, Su Che also understood what the school meant. After all, school resources are limited. So this month we will focus on screening good talents and training them. Although this was his first time leading a sprint class, he had more or less understood it. It's the second month. The resources obtained by the top-ranked sprint class are often more than 10 times that of the last-ranked sprint class. And that's per capita. Alas, as expected, everything depends on strength. Sighing secretly in his heart, Su Che put on his backpack and turned to leave. He already had a plan in mind on how to improve Yi Shuangyue. However, before he took a few steps, a teasing voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, isn't this the most affectionate teacher Su Che from Pengcheng's #1 high school for supernatural powers? Ha ha. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Share your dog-licking experience with us? Chapter 9 Young Master Lu Bo's Lackey Long Outyan. Chapter 9 Young Master Lu Bo's Lackey Long Outyan, the first specialty high school, logistics department. Hey, isn't this the most affectionate teacher Su Che from Pengcheng's #1 high school for supernatural powers? Ha ha. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Share your dog-licking experience with us? A teasing voice suddenly sounded beside Su Che's ears. Feeling the undisguised sarcasm in the tone, Su Che frowned, stopped, and looked back. I saw 3 young men walking towards me not far away. One of them had a second-level teacher's medal on his chest, and the other 2 had first-level teacher's medals. The 3 were vaguely led by a young man with the second-class teacher medal, and the voice came from this young man that he has sparse eyebrows, small eyes, a pointed chin, and high, pointed cheekbones. Seeing the iconic appearance of the young man who spoke, Su Che's mind suddenly emerged with memories of this person. Long Outyan. Su Che looked a little strange. That's right. The young man whose appearance is unworthy of society is actually named Long Outyan. Although his name sounds very domineering, he is actually a lackey who is best at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He often bullies new teachers who have no background by relying on the fact that their boss is a star teacher, Lu Bo. Obviously, this naturally includes Su Che, whose teaching performance has always been at the bottom. Su-che, why don't you say anything? Are you embarrassed or don't want to share? Are you still shy? Long Outyen walked closer to Su-che. Although he was a head shorter than Su-che, he still put his hands in his pockets and stared at Su-che with his head tilted, putting on a lot of airs. The two younger brothers behind him also skillfully came and stood behind Su-che, blocking Su-che's retreat route. Not only teachers from the second-year sprint class were present to receive the resources, but also teachers from the first-year training class and the third-year liberal arts exam class. But when everyone saw this scene, they all lowered their heads silently, obviously not wanting to get involved in this mess. In terms of strength, many people are stronger than Long Outyen, but who can blame Lu Bo, one of the 6 major families in Weicheng, for standing behind Long Outyen? What do you want? Taking in the surrounding environment, Su-che narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grim voice, with a flash of coldness in his eyes. As the memories came back to him, he felt disgusted with Long Outyen as a physiological reaction. What do I want to do? Long Outyen was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Su-che carefully and laughed as if he had heard a joke. Ah, you actually asked me what I wanted to do? Oh my god, did you hear that? He actually asked me what I wanted to do? Long Outyen held his stomach and laughed so hard that snot bubbles almost popped out of his nose. Ha 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 ha. Long Outyen's 2 younger brothers also laughed and looked at Su-che with eyes full of pity. The laughter lasted for about 10 seconds. Long Outyen stopped smiling and his voice suddenly turned cold. Su-che, don't play dumb in front of me. You know exactly what I'm going to do. Hand it over as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment. Su-che's voice was unremarkable. You want to take away half of my teaching resources for this month? As far as he could remember, a big part of the reason why his original body's teaching performance was always at the bottom of the class was because of Long Outyen. Not only the teaching resources, but even half of the cultivation resources distributed by teachers must be given to Long Outyen. Under such a vicious cycle, the original body was not only lagging behind in teaching, but also had difficulty improving its own strength. The original body did look for the school several times, but each time they made an excuse that they were investigating. After being depressed for a long time, learning that he might be fired finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Half? No no no. Long Outyen sneered and shook his head. I was going to give you half, but it's a pity that you chased after Director Jiang when you could chase after anyone else. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Director Jiang is not someone you can chase after. At this point, Long Outyen's voice gradually became more excited, and the last sentence sounded like a roar. Don't you know that young Master Lu Bo is pursuing Director Jiang? Are you trying to steal young Master Lu Bo's woman? Young Master Lu Bo is very generous, but I can't swallow this. After saying that, Long Outyen straightened his chest, as if mentioning Lu Bo would make him very honored. Hearing this, Su-che grinned. Ha, what a good dog. These words seemed to have some magical power, and the whole scene seemed to be muted instantly. Everyone froze, even the logistics manager stopped moving his hands. Expressions of astonishment, shock, and disbelief gradually appeared on everyone's face. No one expected that Su-che, who had always been submissive, would dare to say this in public. Damn it! What did you say? Long Outyen's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. A bootlicker hates it most when others call him a bootlicker, and a lackey also hates it most when others call him a lackey. Su-che's words were like a sharp knife that stabbed him in the back, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. I said a good dog doesn't block the road, get lost. Su-che's dark pupils shrank into vertical pupils in an instant, with the faint reflection of a python emerging in them. Because he was too excited, his momentum dissipated quietly. He couldn't decide what kind of person Su-che was in the past, but now he is definitely not a person who would swallow his anger. Being stared at by Su-che from above, Long Outyen's whole body trembled suddenly and his scalp went numb. For a moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. After a few seconds, this feeling slowly disappeared. This must be an illusion. This must be an illusion. Long Outyen couldn't help swallowing and kept comforting himself. Although Su-che and himself both have awakened C-level enhancement abilities, but Su-che was only at the first level of the 3rd stage, which was 2 levels lower than his 3rd level. This wave of advantage is mine. After thinking this through, Long Outyen felt relieved. Su-che, how dare you talk to me like that? Are you looking for death? It's not too late to ask for my forgiveness now. Otherwise, I guarantee you will regret it. Oh? Su-che's eyes flickered. What do I need to do to make you forgive me? Seeing Su Che showing signs of surrender, Long Outyen no longer had any doubts in his heart and sneered, "It's very simple. First, hand over the resources in your backpack to me obediently, and you have to pay it every month. You will be fired sooner or later anyway, so it's useless to ask for resources. Also, you actually dared to insult me just now. I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel down in front of me and slap yourself 10 times, no, 20 times. If you can do this, I will consider forgiving you." After listening carefully to Long Outyen's words, Su Che nodded, "I understand. I'll learn from you." "What the hell do you understand? Why don't you kneel down and apologize?" Long Outyen raised his chin up to a 45-degree angle and looked up at the sky, his expression full of arrogance. The onlookers all lowered their heads as if they couldn't bear to watch any longer, as if they had already determined Su Che's fate. Su Che said quietly, "I understand. Everything in this world is determined by strength." Long Outyen's brows suddenly wrinkled into a lump, and he looked unhappy. "What are you dithering about?" However, before he could finish his words, he felt dizzy. By the time I could see clearly, a slap was rapidly enlarged in front of my eyes with the sound of breaking through the air. Next second, with a crisp pop sound, Long Outyen immediately flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Chapter 10, Crush. Eat and take away everything and walk away. Chapter 10, Crush. Eat and take away everything and walk away. Logistics department. Everyone was frozen in place as if they were under a spell. All the surging gazes were instantly focused on Su Che. A gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard at the scene. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. No matter if it is the teacher of the second-year high school sprint class, the first-year high school training class, or the third-year high school liberal arts class, everyone stared at each other with eyes wide open. Some of the expressions are so exaggerated that the eyeballs may fall out of their sockets at any time. Some people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking they had seen it wrong. Everyone's expressions and movements were different, but the shock on their faces was extremely similar. I didn't see it wrong, Su Che. Was it Su Che who took action just now? Well, you read it right. Long Outyen was indeed knocked out. Crazy. Crazy. Su Che is completely crazy. Is he really going to throw in the towel because he will be fired sooner or later? How stupid. Offending Long Outyen is more troublesome than offending Lu Bo. This guy is a complete villain. Su Che is in trouble. Go call the director quickly. Something big is going to happen. After the shock, there was chaos at the scene, and everyone thought Su Che was in trouble, but no one noticed one detail, that was Su Che's attack just now, and Long Outyen didn't react at all. Su Che, how dare you attack Teacher Long? You're done. Su Che, you're done. It's no use kneeling down and apologizing now. The two Long Outyen brothers behind Su Che suddenly couldn't speak clearly. The two were completely shocked by the scene where Su Che suddenly slapped Long Outyen. They were closest to Su Che and should have seen it most clearly, but just now, the two of them didn't even see the trajectory of Su Che's movements clearly. They just felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Long Outyen had already fallen to the ground. Noisy. Su Che didn't want to pay any attention to these two cannon fodders who didn't even have names. His cold eyes showed a faint light. The two of them were just teachers in the first-year high school training class, and their cultivation level was only around the 8th or 9th level of the second stage. Just being glanced at by Su Che, who was already at the 3rd level of the 3rd stage, made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his blood seemed to freeze. Cough. Ugh. At this moment, on the marble floor a few meters away, Long Outyen covered his mouth and started coughing violently. In just a few seconds, a sharp white tooth covered with thick blood was spit out on the ground. Long Outyen slowly stood up, his face almost distorted. The right cheek was swollen and a large red handprint was clearly visible, clearer than a pork poke. Not only the cheeks, but also the already narrow right eye was squeezed into a slit due to the swollen cheeks. Overall, the right face looks like a plus version of the left face. Su Che, you should hiss. Long Outyen was about to lose his temper in a rage, but he gasped in pain and his cheeks trembled. However, compared with the burning pain in his cheek, the damage to his face made him feel even more uncomfortable. He never thought that Su Che, whom he usually easily controlled, would dare to launch a sneak attack on him. He usually picked on powerless teachers and never failed. Now that Su Che has humiliated him, if he doesn't get it back, he will have no chance in the future. Enduring the pain on his cheek, Long Outyen slowly stretched his neck, his only good eye revealing a sinister light. You dare to attack me, no one can save me today, bang. This time, without waiting for Long Outyen to finish his words, he slapped him on the left cheek again. Obviously, Long Outyen didn't react again. With a crisp sound, Long Outyen drew an arc again and fell heavily to the ground, and the landing point happened to coincide with the last time a few feels comfortable. Suche, who had been a Virgo in both of his lives, felt secretly happy. It's numb, completely numb. Everyone at the scene was numb. At this moment, almost everyone at the scene had question marks on their faces. In a way? Another slap? What's going on? But this time, everyone was not only surprised by Suche's behavior, what is even more confusing is why Long Outyen didn't hide. It looks like he's deliberately stretching his neck waiting to be slapped. Isn't this too cooperative? Most people were very puzzled, but some teachers in the high school sprint class were shocked, as if they had noticed something. It's not that Long Outyen didn't want to hide, but he simply couldn't react. Ahem. You. Ahem. Ugh. Long Outyen stood up again, and soon spat out another white tooth with a click. Correspondingly, the left cheek was also swollen and the left eye was squeezed into a slit, but Suche frowned severely. He keenly discovered that the height of the swelling on Long Outyen's left and right cheeks was somewhat inconsistent. My hands are itchy, and Suche feels like there are ants crawling in his heart. Ah. You should be addicted. Long Outyen, whose words had leaked out, became completely furious and completely lost his mind. There was no time to think about why Suche could hurt him twice in AROW.AT this moment. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to teach Suche a lesson. Boom. With the help of supernatural powers, Long Outyen's third-level third-layer cultivation exploded. Sea-level enhanced ability Ironthorn Fierce Pig? Suche retracted break delusion, his face looked strange and his voice rose. What I am best at is killing pigs. Bang! The battle was over quickly. Long Outyen, who rushed forward with all his strength, was blown away again by Suche, but this time, Suche did not give Long Outyen any chance to breathe. You said 20 slaps just now, and now there are 18 slaps left. Stepping on Long Outyen's chest, Suche grinned and attacked left and right. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds like firecrackers came one after another. This was accompanied by Suche's whispers. Hey, the left side is a little higher. Alas, the right side is higher again. Bang! After the 18th crisp sound, both cheeks finally swelled to the same height, because it's already so swollen that it can't get any more swollen. Huh, feel good. Suche felt comfortable, but Long Outyen's eyes rolled back and he was completely motionless. Is this the suppression of C-level superpowers by B-level superpowers? Looking down at Long Outyen, who had completely lost the ability to resist, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Suche's eyes. Although he and Long Outyen are both at the third level, third stage, but the level of his supernatural powers meant that he didn't have to put in any effort in fighting Long Outyen. He even had a feeling that he could beat 3 people like Long Outyen. Oh, there's one more thing. Suche seemed to suddenly remember something and walked slowly towards the logistics department. The teachers who were queuing made way. What's wrong, Teacher Suche? The attitude of the logistics department administrator changed drastically, and his expression became much more enthusiastic than before. As expected, everything depends on strength. Suche laughed at himself, and then pointed at Long Outyen. Has Mr. Long's teaching resources not been collected yet? He's injured, so I'll collect them for him. The scene fell silent, the atmosphere became tense, and many people couldn't help but twitch their lips. You were such a nice person for helping people get teaching resources. Teacher Suche, this. The administrator looked embarrassed. Suche's eyes narrowed. No problem. These are Teacher Long's teaching resources for this month. Take them. Sensing the vague evil aura from Suche, the administrator quickly packed the things into bags, carrying a backpack that was obviously several times heavier than his own. Suche grinned. That I thank you on behalf of Teacher Long. After saying that, he turned and left. Amid everyone's strange gazes, he stepped past Long Outyen and walked away very naturally. Chapter 11 Text Messages from Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Chapter 11 Text Messages from Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The first special ability high school, teaching building, the westernmost corner of the 33rd floor. How realistic. Seeing the classroom in front of him that was obviously converted from a storage room, Suche couldn't help but twitch his lips. The paint on the words, Grade 2, Class 18, on the main door of the classroom hadn't even dried yet. Forget it, just bear with it for a month. After a month, No one will look down on Class 18 anymore. After experiencing the Long Outyan incident, he had already understood something in his mind. Although this is a school, it is more realistic than society and it all depends on your ability. Instead of getting angry and complaining about injustice, it is better to show your strength and win everyone's respect. With a creaky sound, Suche pushed the door open and walked into the classroom. Although the classroom is not large, it seems quite spacious because there are only 3 tables and chairs. The 3 tables and chairs were engraved with the names of Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue, who were the only 3 students in Class 18. I wonder if the Zhang sisters will come today. Seeing the names on the tables and chairs, Suche couldn't help but think of what the 2 sisters said before they left yesterday, and shook his head. Although the Zhang family is one of the 6 great families in Acropolis and is rich and powerful, they can definitely find a great private teacher, but the problem was that he didn't believe that anyone except himself could see the potential of the 2 Zhang sisters. Even if he could see the potential, he certainly couldn't help the 2 sisters evolve a second or even a third time, as far as I can remember. Although there have been precedents of secondary evolution of superpowers on Blue Star, the number was extremely limited. Based on the little experience available, the secondary evolution of superpowers is rare and the patterns are extremely difficult to predict. Some evolve when they are in life or death situations, some evolve while they are practicing, and some even evolve suddenly while they are sleeping. But these examples of secondary evolution are all abilities below level A. Moreover, it can only evolve once in a lifetime, and each evolution of the ability can only increase 1 level. Therefore, without my help, the Zhang sisters might have been F-level talents for their entire lives. Oh, my head hurts. Suche held his forehead with both hands, looking helpless. She knew that the 2 sisters definitely didn't trust her now, but he was confident that with Yi Xuanyue's example, the 2 would definitely believe it. Yi Xuanyue's improvement not only allowed him to be promoted from the first level of the 3rd stage to the 3rd level of the 3rd stage. He even evolved his C-level ability into a B-level ability, transforming himself into someone who could suppress Long Outyan with just a wave of his hand. Although Long Outyan's strength was only average among the 2nd-level teachers, this was just the beginning. If the 2 sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi improved at the same time under their guidance, then becoming a 3rd-level teacher is not a dream. Of course, the premise of all this is that the Zhang sisters come to class. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the vibration of his watch disrupted Suche's thoughts. It was 2 text messages. Seeing the 2 senders, Suche's heart tightened and he immediately had a bad feeling. Really, after opening the text message, Suche's face suddenly turned dark. Zhang Yueli, Lao Dang, something happened at home. I decided to take a month-long vacation, that's it. By looking at the text message, Suche's mind suddenly appeared the image of purple-haired Zhang Yueli speaking arrogantly. Bit your lips and open the second one. Zhang Yueshi, handsome guy, my family found a retired 3rd-level teacher for me and my sister. We will practice in seclusion at home this month. Don't worry, we will work hard to get into college. Carat Omega Carat, really. Suche's eyes immediately turned dark. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. If I were still the same weakling as before. The actions of the 2 sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are indeed very heartwarming, but the problem is that I'm hard now. Tell me about this matter. Just when Suche was feeling helpless, the classroom door creaked again. Yi Xuanyue, wearing a white long dress and with an elegant temperament, pushed the door open and walked in. Her slender neck and long, white, shiny legs make her look like a noble swan. Good morning, teacher. Seeing Suche coming to the classroom early, Yi Xuanyue's eyebrows immediately curved into crescents. Although they had only met for 1 day, she already trusted Suche very much. So early? Suche collected his thoughts and forced a smile. The students in the high school sprint class did not have morning self-study and classes officially started at 9 in the morning. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, more than an hour earlier. I got up early and didn't have much to do at home, so Yi Xuanyue looked a little embarrassed, as if she was very ashamed. Suche frowned and slapped his head quickly. Are you hungry again? The SSS superpower heaven-devouring Taodia lurks in Yi Xuanyue's body, and the energy required to fully awaken it is too great. I had been suppressing my instincts before and I was able to control them, but yesterday I ate a ferocious pig leg and I was completely spoiled. How could I suppress it now? Yi Xuanyue blushed slightly and lowered her head silently. In the past, she would only wake up because of hunger, but after eating the pork leg yesterday, she was so hungry that she couldn't sleep the whole night, but she didn't want to disturb Suche, so she could only hold on until now. It's all my fault. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria so you can eat first and then go to class. Suche didn't say anything and dragged Yixuan Yue to the cafeteria, the second canteen of the school. There are two cafeterias in the first special ability high school. The first canteen only provides basic nutritious meals, which are provided free of charge to both students and teachers. The second canteen is a high-end canteen, which serves a variety of food. Of course, the most valuable food is the blood of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts contain special energy in their bodies, which can quickly replenish the physical strength of the psychic. However, everything in this cafeteria has to be paid for. However, as a teacher at the first special ability high school, you can enjoy half-price service. Don't underestimate the half price. It is much more cost-effective than buying it outside. It is one of the benefits of being a teacher. Master, do you have any more fierce pig legs? 3, no, 5. Sure. Medium rare. Sure. Also, another 10 pounds of golden horned iron rhinoceros meat, yes, also medium rare. At the beast blood food window, Suche began to place his order. It was still early, so there were not many people in the second cafeteria, but Suche's move still attracted the attention of many people. It's because Suche wanted too much blood food. It's morning now, who can eat so much blood food? You'll be stuffed to death. Isn't that Suche, the teacher of the high school sprint class? Why does he need so much blood food? I don't know. I heard that this kid accepted 2 F-level students with special abilities in order to please Director Jiang. Did he regret it and start overreading to the point of killing himself? Who knows? I want to see how he eats so much blood food. The chef in the cafeteria is very skillful. Suche didn't have to wait too long before the blood food was processed. As everyone watched, Suche held the pig leg in both hands and the iron rhino meat in his mouth, and walked to Yixuan Yue, who was a little fidgety, and grinned. Eat it. If it's not enough, we can add more. Chapter 12, Library. Extreme Compression Breathing Method, Chapter 12, Library. Extreme Compression Breathing Method. The second canteen Gudong, seeing the 5 fierce pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhino meat in front of him, Yixuan Yue couldn't help swallowing. Are these all mine? Actually, I'm not that hungry. Gurgle. However, before she could finish her words, her stomach started to protest. A blush suddenly appeared on Yixuan Yue's fair cheeks. This is all yours. I'm full. Suche smiled and pushed the medium rare pig leg and iron rhino meat forward. Eat it quickly. Yixuan Yue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. She very elegantly took out a corner of a square handkerchief from her chest and folded it over her collar. Then she began to share the food with a knife and fork. During this time, he even kept looking around, seeming very embarrassed. Suche frowned slightly but soon relaxed again and spoke patiently. You have to understand that no matter in school or in society, other people's opinions are not important. What matters is your ability. As long as you are strong enough, no matter what you do, others will explain it for you. If you don't have enough strength, even if you do everything perfectly, people will still find fault with you. After a pause, Suche asked again, do you understand? Yixuan Yue was startled, and the action of chewing the pig leg suddenly stopped, and there seemed to be some understanding in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yixuan Yue nodded seriously. Thank you, teacher. I think I understand. After saying this, Yixuan Yue's entire aura seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Okay. Suche nodded with satisfaction. Yixuan Yue put down her knife and fork and pursed her lips. Teacher, then I will officially start. The speed may be a little fast. Hey, what are you talking about? I, your teacher, have seen all kinds of storms. Suche waved his hand nonchalantly. However, the next second, Suche's pupils widened like copper bells. He clearly saw that one of the ferocious pig legs didn't even last more than 30 seconds. 3 minutes and 3 seconds later. Teacher, I'm done eating, let's go. Yixuan Yue carefully picked up the handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Teacher? Teacher, I'm done, teacher, oh. Suche nodded woodenly, his eyes looking at the empty plate blankly. I was careless and didn't dodge. He guessed that Yixuan Yue, who possessed the talent of the heaven-devouring Taotai, would eat very quickly, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. If he had encountered such a person during the military training period, he would probably have called the police. Exhaling deeply, Suche suppressed his inner throbbing and said, let's go. I'll take you to the library. Soon, the two disappeared into the second cafeteria one after the other. After the two left, the entire cafeteria fell into deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, someone finally spoke in a low voice. Am I dazzled? Those beast blood foods were not eaten by Su-che, but by that dignified girl? It seems like they have been in the cafeteria for no more than 10 minutes. They've finished eating already? It wasn't 10 minutes, it was no more than 5 minutes from the time they got the food to the time they left. Library, although the name sounds retro, there is not a single book in the library. The entire library is a semi-spherical building. The interior of the building is divided into 3 floors, with the ground floor space being the largest and the top floor space being the smallest. All the breathing techniques and fighting skills in it exist in virtual form. In the age of ferocious beasts, this is the only way to better preserve human wealth. Ding! Level 2 identity token detected. Identity, Level 2 Teacher Su-che, allowed to enter. Ding! Level 1 token detected. Identity, Yi Xuanyue, a fresh graduate of the martial arts exam, allowed to enter. In front of the library, after 2 blue virtual light screens swept across Su-che and Yi Xuanyue in succession, the door of the circular building slowly opened. Su-che walked in first, followed closely by Yi Xuanyue. After hearing 2 swish sounds, the 2 of them immediately appeared in a classroom-sized room. The 4 walls of the room were covered with simulated bookshelves and books. Welcome to the first floor of the library. This floor is open to all martial arts exam graduates and teachers. There are 3 books on breathing techniques and a total of 369 combat skills of different categories. You can choose any of them. Please note that you can only choose one of each breathing technique and combat skill. The voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded in the room. Teacher, how should I choose? Yi Xuanyue subconsciously looked at Su-che. Let's take a look at the most important breathing method first. Su-che smiled bitterly. For a high school that is ranked among the top in Pengcheng, there are only 3 breathing methods for students to choose from. It has to be said that this is a bit too pitiful, but there is no way around it. After all, breathing method is the foundation of cultivation and is too important. It is already good enough that Pengcheng No. 1 High School for Special Abilities can provide ordinary students with 3 choices. Any book on breathing techniques in the outside world would be priced sky high, and there would be no demand for them. Check out 3 books on breathing techniques. As Su-che finished speaking, 3 light screens immediately appeared in the room. Small Zhoutian breathing method, level, middle grade of yellow rank, created by Grandmaster Taimu of the 6th rank education department based on ancient books. It allows the supernatural power to sink into the dantian and flow into the meridians. If you practice it to the top level, the supernatural power can be continuous. 9 apertures breathing technique, level, middle grade yellow rank, created by Gui, the master of Dxia's first supernatural university. 9 apertures are the ultimate, and if you practice it to the top level, the supernatural power storage capacity can be increased up to 9 times. Extreme compression breathing method, level, lower Xian rank, the creator of this method is unknown. This breathing method can continuously compress the supernatural power to the limit and burst out a powerful force. Note, this method has some flaws. If you continue to squeeze your potential from time to time when practicing, it is very easy to overdraw your body. Choose carefully. Xian level lower grade. Su-che was shocked that he didn't expect that there was also a lower grade Xian level breathing method on the first floor. Even the best book on the second floor of the library is the Xian level middle grade breathing method, which is the one he is practicing now. The breathing methods can be divided into 4 levels according to their preciousness, namely, heaven, earth, black and yellow, and each level is further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, the extreme compression. Breathing method is even 2 levels higher than the other 2 books, so there is no need to consider it at all. Of course, however, Su-che soon discovered the notes for extreme compression breathing method. It is very easy to overdraw your body by squeezing out your potential. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Su-che's eyes. No wonder this book extreme compression breathing method was placed on the first layer. It turns out it has defects. Generally speaking, human potential is limited. Once it is squeezed out, the qi and blood will be overdrawn, resulting in serious illness at the very least and sudden death at the worst. But Su-che's eyes suddenly lit up frighteningly. For ordinary people, potential is indeed limited, but for Yi Xuanyue, what she needs most is to develop her potential. One man's meat may be another man's poison. This book extreme compression breathing method is simply the perfect choice. Boom! 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 Thinking of this, Su-che's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he almost didn't hesitate. Just choose this book extreme compression breathing method. Chapter 13 Suche's Conjecture, Promotion to the Upper Grade Shen Level Breathing Method. Chapter 13 Suche's Conjecture, Promotion to the Upper Grade Shen Level Breathing Method, the first floor of the library. I choose this book, Extreme Compression Breathing Method. Almost as soon as Suche finished speaking, Yi Xuanyue made the decision without any hesitation. Please confirm. The other two breathing methods in the light curtain instantly turned into light spots and dissipated, leaving only the extreme compression breathing method shining. Sure. Yi Xuanyue from the martial arts exam sprint class has confirmed that she has chosen the extreme compression breathing method. She has registered and her permissions have been enabled. She can go to the virtual space to study at any time. Neither Suche nor Yi Xuanyue were surprised by the voice of the intelligent optical computer. All the information in the library exists in the virtual space, so naturally it can only be studied in the virtual space. Go ahead and pick out your fighting skills. We'll learn together later. Suche had a smile on his face, and he was obviously very satisfied with Yi Xuanyue's trust in him. Yi Xuanyue nodded. Check the martial arts introduction. Swish, swish, swish. The light curtains on the surrounding walls were instantly filled with the names of martial arts. A total of 369 martial arts books were arranged so densely that it was dazzling. The Wave Chasing Fist, level, lower yellow rank. The Heavenly Body Tempering Technique, level, middle grade yellow rank. Wind and Thunder Spear Technique, level, middle grade yellow rank. Looking at the dazzling array of different combat skills in front of her, Yi Xuanyue subconsciously looked towards Suche. Suche understood. Select the 3 highest grade fist and kick fighting skills. The intelligent optical computer was extremely fast, and 3 combat skills appeared in the center of the screen in less than a second. Starry Sky Splitting Fist, level, lower grade of Shen rank. Thunderous Kick, level, upper grade yellow rank. Flame Dragon Breaking Sky Palm, level, upper grade yellow rank. As soon as the 3 books of fist and kick skills appeared, Suche's attention was instantly attracted to the star-splitting Sky Fist, familiar lower grade Shen level. However, with the experience from last time, this time he looked directly at the end of the combat technique introduction, and indeed there was a line of small words and note. The power of the technique is greatly reduced due to the lack of some of the techniques, so choose carefully. Really? Seeing this line of small words, Suche did not look surprised. If it was a complete lower grade Shen level combat skill, it would be impossible to be on the first floor. The power has been greatly reduced. Suche lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Soon he made up his mind and said, let's choose this book, Star-Splitting Skyfist. Since Breaking Delusion can examine the flaws of all things and provide solutions, then combat skills can naturally do the same. Why not just complete the missing parts of the technique? I choose this book, Star-Splitting Skyfist. Yi Xuanyue didn't ask any more questions and made a decision quickly. After the intelligent optical computer confirmed it, the surrounding light screen suddenly dimmed and a light gate lit up. The virtual space room is in front. Go there and study first. When you're done, come find me in the classroom. I'll be waiting for you there. After giving Yi Xuanyue some instructions, Suche immediately left the room and left the library. Just now, the fighting skill, Star-Splitting Skyfist, gave him some inspiration, and now he wants to verify something. The teaching building has 33 floors. A grade 2, class 18, classroom, call. Taking a deep breath, Suche used all his strength to mobilize his supernatural powers, and then silently chanted "Break the Delusion" in his heart. The next second, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment he saw the light curtain, Suche's face lit up with joy. Success. Name, Suche level, level 3 superpower, strengthening B-level superpower. Magnificent Python exercise, Galaxy Breathing Method. Combat skill, Pajun Fist. Flaws. 1. There are 123 errors in the technique, resulting in low efficiency in absorbing supernatural powers. 2. There are 216 errors in the operation of combat skills, resulting in low efficiency of power conversion. 3. Plan 1. Optimize the breathing method. Considering the host's strength, 23 places can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is 2. Optimize the skills. Considering the host's strength, 37 areas can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is, hiss. Suche immediately took a breath of cold air. He is currently practicing mid-level Shen level skills and combat techniques, yet there are still so many mistakes. This is simply outrageous. If it was a lower grade yellow level technique, wouldn't there be thousands of mistakes? Shaking his head, Suche did not continue to dwell on this issue. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the specific optimization plan. Although the system gave a very detailed optimization plan, it was definitely unrealistic to achieve complete optimization given his strength at the third level. This is easy to understand. The principle of tumor surgery is not difficult, but why does no one dare to let interns perform the operation? Because the intern's micromanagement level is far from enough. At this moment, the solutions marked by the system are all within his ability to complete. Try the technique first. Following the plan given by the system, Suche quickly and carefully controlled the supernatural power to flow through the meridians throughout his body. Some routes pass through the original meridians, but there are also many places that are completely different from before. This is the solution provided by the system. If Suche's actions at this moment were seen by others, they would definitely be considered crazy. The meridians are the most important part of a superpower. Controlling the energy flowing around? If you're not careful, you'll become a cripple. This is why breathing techniques are so important. Suche's actions at this moment can be said to have completely overturned existing cognition. Time passes by every second. Before he knew it, Suche had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for nearly 2 hours, but there was no sign of fatigue on Suche's face, and his expression was faintly excited. 21, 22, 23, the moment when the last error is corrected. Boom, Suche's whole body shook, and his body seemed to turn into a black hole in an instant. With every breath, the energy in the air madly poured into the whole body. This phenomenon lasted for about a minute. A minute later, the classroom returned to calm. A few seconds later, Suche suddenly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I feel like I can break through to the third level of the third stage at any time. That's not all. My ability absorption efficiency is at least twice as fast as before. At the same time, the system's electronic voice came. Repair completed. Galaxy breathing method has been upgraded to the top level of Shen level. It's incredible. Suche's eyes widened, and his breathing became a little rapid. Shen level superior breathing method. You should know that even on the third floor of the library, there is only one top grade Shen level breathing method. The third level is accessible only to level 3 teachers and directors. Even though it's just the difference between high quality and mid quality products, the price can be dozens of times more. But now, he was promoted to the upper level of Shen level after only fixing 23 errors. This is a huge profit. If all the more than 100 errors are fixed, wouldn't that mean this book Galaxy breathing technique may even be promoted to a earth level or even heaven level technique? Gurgle. Thinking of this, Suche suddenly felt his throat go dry and couldn't help swallowing. It took several minutes to calm down a little. However, just as Suche calmed down and was about to imitate the original to repair his fighting skills, there was suddenly a noisy sound outside the classroom. Then, the classroom door was kicked open. Where's Suche? Get out! Chapter 14, the so-called double standard. Director Song came to question the culprit. Chapter 14, the so-called double standard. Director Song came to question the culprit. With a loud clang, the classroom door, which was already in disrepair, fell off and hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suche narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had noticed the other party's actions long before the man kicked the door. Ever since his supernatural power was upgraded to B-level Rongrong Python, his perception has improved a lot. Especially after the Galaxy breathing method was upgraded, the improvement in perception became more and more obvious. Suche, you are really here. A sharp and piercing voice like a broken gong sounded. Who are you? Suche's brows suddenly wrinkled into a lump. Although the person in front of him wore a second-level teacher's medal on his chest, his face was wrapped in layer upon layer of thick gauze, which was tighter than a mummy's head. You asked me who I am. You actually forgot who I am. It's all your fault that I'm like this. Seeing Suche's reaction, the man with the gauze wrapped around his head reacted greatly, and his whole body was obviously trembling. Look at me, I am Long Outyen. Long Outyen, blinking twice, Suche looked at it carefully with a strange look, and then burst out laughing. Long Outyen blushed instantly. You are still laughing? No, I'm not laughing. Suche covered his mouth and made a clucking sound. You are obviously laughing. No way. I've received professional training and normally I don't laugh. Suche tried hard to hold back his laughter, but soon broke out again, unless I really can't help it. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Suche. Long Outyen's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth. The logistics department told me that you took away all the teaching resources for our class for a month. Give them back to me. Today he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I had planned to take advantage of the time to collect resources to do something like Su Che, and get some cultivation resources as usual, but he never expected that after hunting geese all day, he would be pecked in the eye by a goose. Not only did he not get any resources, but he also lost the resources of his own class. His class is large with 20 students. Without these resources, how can he teach? Not only did we lose resources, we also lost face. It was like losing both the wife and the army. Resources? What resources? What are you talking about? Su Che didn't blush or breathe heavily, and he blinked his big innocent eyes. Stop pretending. Everyone saw you taking away our class's training resources in my name. Lan Outyan's tone gradually became agitated. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me. Why, you still want to hit me? Su Che's eyes turned cold, and his pupils shrank into vertical pupils in an instant before returning to normal. Previously, his third-level third-layer cultivation was enough to crush Long Outyan, not to mention that he might break through to the third-level fourth-layer cultivation at any time. Long Outyan took a half-step back reflexively, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although I don't know why Su Che's strength suddenly became so strong, but the battle in the morning made him realize that he was no match for Su Che at all. But soon, a hint of conspiracy suddenly flashed in Long Outyan's narrow eyes. Su Che, are you really not going to return the resources to me? Su Che didn't even look at Long Outyan, and said coldly, that's right, I never thought of returning it to you. After saying this, he silently added the second half of the sentence in his heart, not just this month. If he doesn't take revenge, he won't be able to think straight. He has already made plans. Not only this month, but he will gladly accept Long Outyan's class resources every month in the future. Ha 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 ha. Well, you said it yourself. Hearing this answer, Long Outyan's voice suddenly became excited, and he immediately turned around and looked outside the classroom and said respectfully, Director Song, you heard it all. Su Che disregarded the school's rules and regulations, openly injured his colleagues and snatched away teaching resources. This has a bad influence. Please ask the school to deal with Su Che, this black sheep, immediately. Push. 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 In the empty corridor, footsteps could be clearly heard. Soon, an old man with gray hair, black-framed round glasses and a third-level teacher's badge on his chest slowly walked into the classroom. Su Che quietly took 2 steps back as if facing a formidable enemy, and a layer of fine and dense hair quickly stood up on his neck. Before this, he had no idea that there was another person in the corridor. It is obvious that the other party's cultivation is far beyond his current level. Su Che. As a teacher, you actually injured your colleague and took away his resources in broad daylight. Your behavior is no different from robbery. Hurry up and hand over Teacher Long's teaching resources and apologize to Teacher Long. The man came into the room without mercy, and his powerful skills instantly made the air freeze. Director Song. When Su Che saw the person clearly, his heart sank suddenly. Songjia is the director of the school who was in charge of school spirit and discipline. Although he has been stuck at the 9th level of the 3rd stage for more than 10 years with no hope of advancement, he is already considered one of the top fighters in the school, but Su Che had a very bad impression of this person. After the original body encountered Long Outyan robbing resources many times, he went to find Songjia, but Songjia always evaded the issue by claiming it was an investigation. Now it turned out that Long Outyan was robbed, and the other party showed up at his door in less than one morning. This double standard is so obvious. Su Che. Didn't you hear me? I'm saying this one last time. Hand over Mr. Long's teaching resources and apologize to him. Songjia's voice suddenly became louder, sounding a little annoyed. Su Che's expression was grim. Songjia's behavior is no different from being tortured into confessing. If he had not reached the peak of the 3rd level, he would have been shocked by now. Su Che sneered, Director Song is very busy, and he came really quickly this time. Songjia's expression gradually turned cold. As a veteran who had worked in school for half his life, he naturally understood the sarcasm in Su Che's tone. This made him, who was usually so high and mighty, feel deeply offended, and his tone was clearly impatient. How dare you? What do you, a 2nd-level teacher, know? I'm going to ask you a question right now. Will you hand it in or not? Answer me. Su Che nodded. I can hand it over. Songjia's expression softened slightly. A smug smile appeared on Long Outyan's face, but Su Che quickly changed the subject. The prerequisite is that Long Outyan returns the resources he robbed before to me first. Without waiting for the two to react, Su Che immediately looked at Long Outyan and told him everything. After deducting your teaching resources this month, you still have to give me a total of 240,000 dasha coins in cultivation resources, plus interest and rounding, so you only need to give me 300,000 huasha coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Su Che. Are you crazy about money? Why don't you just go and rob? Lan Outyan's cheeks trembled. Although he had robbed Su Che of a lot of resources, the total amount did not exceed 100,000 Chinese yuan. When did it become 300,000? Songja pushed his glasses and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He didn't expect that Su Che, who had always been honest, would become so difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Che deeply, and then spoke coldly as if he had made up his mind. Let's put things in order. We'll talk about your matter later. Let's deal with the current issue first. Return the resources to Teacher Long first. At this point, he simply stopped pretending and let it go. Even if Su Che's strength reached the 3rd level, he didn't take it seriously. Su Che's father was just a small businessman doing spiritual plant business, but Long Outyan is different, because behind him stands Lu Bo, the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng. There is no need to consider who should be helped and who should not be helped. Su Che shook his head. We finally waited until Director Song was free, so let's solve it all at once. I said let's solve the current problem first, don't you understand? Do you agree or not? Songja's patience was clearly running out, and his already astonishing momentum rose again, overwhelming Su Che to the point where he couldn't breathe. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Che still shook his head firmly. I disagree. Good. 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 Songja's face was filled with anger. Since you don't obey my discipline, I can only teach you a lesson. After saying this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and his whole body's momentum pressed towards Su Che. At this critical moment, a breathtaking voice suddenly exploded in the classroom. Stop. Chapter 15, Scandal Heroine Jiang Lianyue comes to support. Chapter 15, Scandal Heroine Jiang Lianyue comes to support. Stop. Along with a sharp shout, a graceful figure appeared in the classroom at an extremely fast speed. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, and her eyes seemed to contain stars. It's Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, why are you here? When Songja saw that the person coming was Jiang Lianyue, his face froze and he forced a smile. Although he is a veteran principal in the school, he has no advantage over Jiang Lianyue. In terms of strength, Jiang Lianyue is at the same level as him, 9th level of the 3rd rank, but the difference is that Jiang Lianyue is very young and has a great hope of breaking through to the 4th level. In terms of potential, she is more than 8 streets ahead of him. In terms of background, behind Jiang Lianyue stands the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng. In terms of overall strength, the Jiang family is slightly better than the Lu family. Jiang Lianyue did not answer Songja's question directly, but glanced around and finally landed on Su Che. After taking a few glances at Su Che and making sure that he was fine, he spoke calmly. Director Song, I just happened to pass by, but I just saw you trying to attack a 2nd level teacher. What's going on? Songja twitched his eyebrows quickly. He couldn't help but recall the scene where Su Che accepted Jiang Lianyue's 2 F-level supernatural nieces as his disciples in public. Passing by, this is the 33rd floor. Who would pass by here for no reason? No matter how you look at it, this seems like support for Su Che. I am. Songja cleared his throat and said, Director Jiang misunderstood. I was just enforcing the school rules. Teacher Su Che beat up Teacher Long Outyan in public and snatched away teaching resources. This is a serious violation of the school's rules and regulations. Not only that, he still refused to return it despite my persuasion, so I decided to give him a small punishment. Su Che's eyes were cold. A small punishment. If his strength had not reached the peak of the 3rd level, he would have been injured before Jiang Lianyue called for a stop. Su Che injured Teacher Long and took away teaching resources? Jiang Lianyue frowned. How is this possible? He was well aware of the strength of the teachers in the school. Although Long Outyan's strength was not high, he was only at the 3rd level, 3rd grade, but he was not someone that Su Che, who was at the 3rd level, could defeat and injure. How is that impossible? Director Jiang, look, it's me who's calling you. Long Outyan stepped forward and pointed at his head, which was wrapped like a mummy, with a shrill voice. Who are you? It was not until then that Jiang Lianyue noticed the tightly wrapped man. I am Long Outyan. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's expression became strange, with the corners of her delicate lips slightly curled up, and it was obvious that she was suppressing a smile. Long Outyan's face turned completely black. Director Jiang, the facts are clear. Su Che violated discipline and refused to correct his mistakes. As the person in charge of school style and discipline, I should punish him. Is that okay? Even though Songjia was dissatisfied in his heart, he still patiently explained to Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Lianyue could not deny it but looked at Su Che. Teacher Su Che, is that so? Looking at the heroine in his dog-licking scandal, Su Che felt a sense of familiarity for no reason. Director Jiang, Long Outyan has repeatedly robbed my resources before, and Director Song's investigation has not yielded any results. I can only give him a taste of his own medicine. And I've already made it very clear to Director Song that as long as Long Outyan returns the resources he robbed before, which is equivalent to 310,000 Great Xia coins, I will return the resources in full. As soon as Su Che finished speaking, Long Outyan blushed. Su Che, you really want money like crazy. It was 300,000 just now, how come it has become 310,000 now? Su Che pointed to the broken door on the ground without blushing or breathing heavily. You kicked the door of our classroom in. 10,000 is not expensive. What kind of broken door costs 10,000 yuan? You can buy 100 of these broken doors with 10,000 yuan. The door is not worth much, but I just painted it. The labor cost plus, that's enough. Songjia interrupted Su Che with an angry shout. I told you to deal with your problem later, didn't you understand? I'll give you one last chance, right now, wait. Jiang Lianyue interrupted Songjia with a cold voice. Director Song, is what Su Che just said true? Director Jiang. Songjia's face did not look good. Is it true? Jiang Lianyue's voice was not loud, but her tone was intimidating without her being angry. Songjia's expression suddenly changed. It's true, but I'm still investigating his affairs, one thing at a time. I see. Jiang Lianyue understood and looked at Su Che again. Teacher Su Che, even if Teacher Long Outyan repeatedly robs you of your resources, you can't ask for too much. How can a small classroom door be worth 10,000 daxia coins? Hearing this, Long Outyan smiled again, and Songjia breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, Jiang Lianyue turned around and looked at Long Outyan again. How about this? I'll make the decision. You just need to give Teacher Su Che 300,000 Great Xia coins. The smile on Long Outyan's face froze inch by inch, and he almost wanted to dig his ears to make sure if there was something wrong with his hearing. I came here to call for an explanation, but in the end I ended up losing $300,000, pursing his dry lips. Long Outyan looked at Songjia for help. Songjia gritted his teeth, his voice clearly filled with dissatisfaction. Director Jiang, I think the way you handled it is inappropriate. I think these two things cannot be mixed up. Su Che's words are completely unconfirmed and need further investigation. Oh? Director Song has something against my handling of the matter? Jiang Lianyue's eyes flickered. Why don't we go see Principal Lei Ming together and let Principal Lei make the decision? When Songjia heard the name Lei Ming, his face suddenly changed. Principal Lei Ming is straightforward and has a hot temper. If this matter were to be reported to Principal Lei Ming, he would definitely be in trouble. After thinking for a moment, Songjia smiled awkwardly. No, I think Director Zhang's way of handling it is very good. Let's do it this way. Boom. Although Songjia's voice was not loud, it sounded as terrifying as thunder to Long Outyan's ears. Director Song. Long Outyan immediately became anxious. Director Song, this is completely contrary to what we agreed on. Shut up. Songjia glared at Long Outyan fiercely. It's settled. Long Outyan opened his mouth and felt numb. My monthly salary is just over 10,000 daxia coins, including the benefits collected from students' parents. The total amount was less than 15,000 yuan. After deducting the expenses for food and drink and cultivation, I didn't save much money. Asking him to pay Su Che 300,000 daxia coins would be worse than asking him to die. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Long Outyan's mind, and an idea quickly arose in his mind. As soon as this thought appeared, it quickly expanded and swirled in my mind, eventually occupying my entire mind. The next moment, Long Outyan suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Che. Su Che, do you dare to bet with me? Chapter 16 Sprint Class Ranking. A bet of 600,000 Great Xia coins. Chapter 16 Sprint Class Ranking. A bet of 600,000 Great Xia coins. Pengcheng's number 1 middle school for special abilities. The door fell to the ground of Class 18, Grade 2. Su Che, do you dare to bet with me? After realizing that he had to pay 300,000 daxia coins, Long Outyan looked at Su Che and spoke without warning. Just now, he suddenly thought of a perfect solution. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue and Song Jia both looked at Long Outyan in confusion, obviously not knowing what he was talking about. No gambling. Suche shook his head without hesitation. Based on his understanding of idiots like Long Outyan, he must be up to something bad. No gambling? Long Outyan's face froze. He had never expected Suche to play by his own rules. He blurted out in a hurry, "Let's bet on the ranking of the sprint class in a month. If your class ranking is higher than mine, I will not only give you 300,000 great xia coins with both hands, but also apologize to you in public. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Suche still shook his head. "No gambling." "Why? Don't you want 300,000 daxia coins?" Long Outyan was completely anxious. Suche hit the nail on the head. 300,000 great xia coins are what you owe me. Why should I gamble with you? Long Outyan was stunned before. He wanted to provoke Suche to agree to bet on the ranking, and then openly refused to pay the 300,000. Although it is not known whether Suche has accumulated strength for a long time or has been hiding his strength, why he suddenly jumped to the third level of the third stage, but Suche's 3 disciples are genuine F-level talents. Their strength is there. It would be great if they could improve 1 level in a month. Among his disciples this time, there is 1 promising candidate with C-level talent in strengthening and 2 with D-level talent in nature. Even if he just practices casually, he will definitely be able to crush Suche's 3 disciples in a month, guaranteed to win. But I never expected that Suche would not take the bait at all. Just when Long Outyan was at a loss, Suche suddenly spoke. "Actually, you can gamble. If you win, I won't take the 300,000 great xia coins. But if you lose, I'll take the 600,000 great xia coins plus an apology every time you see me. How about that?" When saying this, Suche looked normal, but his heart was pounding. "The reason why I didn't agree just now was to maximize my benefits." Long Outyan was plotting against him, but he was also plotting against Long Outyan. A month later? It is unknown whether Yishuangyue's ability will evolve again by then. It is very possible to improve the cultivation level of the 3rd level of the first stage to the 6th level of the first stage, guaranteed to win. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue and Song Jia immediately looked at Suche, their eyes changing from puzzlement to surprise. Jiang Lianyue's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. 600,000. Long Outyan cried out in shock, feeling like his heart was about to stop. Although he never thought he would lose, the bet of 600,000 still made him consider the consequences. If he lost, there were only 2 ways to get the 600,000. One is to apply for a loan from Daxia Bank in the capacity of a teacher. The second is to go to the black market and try the drugs yourself. The first type requires you to pay back the money. The second type does not require you to pay back the money, but you will get your life. If you don't want to gamble, forget it. By the way, you have to give me 300,000 great xia coins within a month. Seeing that Long Outyan was still hesitating, Suche continued to add fuel to the fire. "Okay, I promise you, 600,000 is 600,000. After pondering for a moment and seeing no possibility of losing, Long Outyan finally gritted his teeth and stomped his feet and agreed. "Good." Suche immediately turned around and looked at Jiang Lianyue and Song Jia. "I would like to ask the 2 directors to witness this bet." Jiang Lianyue and Song Jia both looked extremely strange. I had a vague feeling that Suche seemed a little impatient. Long Outyan's brows were furrowed into a knot. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Humph, since both of you have reached an agreement, let's do it. I have something else to do." With a cold snort, Song Jia flicked his sleeves and left without looking back. Long Outyan also looked at Suche with resentment and followed closely behind. Soon, Suche and Jiang Lianyue were the only ones left in the classroom. "Thank you, Director Jiang," Suche said sincerely. If Jiang Lianyue hadn't arrived in time, he would have suffered a loss today. "I just happened to pass by." Jiang Lianyue pursed her lips and corrected, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Suche rolled his eyes, thinking that she was worthy of being Jiang Yueli's aunt, very arrogant. After 2 seconds of silence, Jiang Lianyue looked at Suche with a complicated expression. "You shouldn't have bet with Long Outyan. There are students in his class who have awakened C-level talents, and they have the kind of breathing method passed down from their families. The probability of you winning," although the words were not finished, the meaning was very clear. "Director Jiang doesn't believe me?" Suche raised his eyebrows. Jiang Lianyue said nothing. The silence was deafening. "Okay." Suche grinned. but I have confidence in myself, I believe in my own strength. I see. Zhang Lianyue nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will find time to teach Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi. I have something else to do. Goodbye. Swoosh, Suche only felt his eyes flash before Zhang Lianyue appeared at the door of the classroom. I watched them grow up. Thank you, Suche. After saying this, his figure quickly disappeared. Looking at the direction where Zhang Lianyue left, Suche had a thoughtful expression. Next second, Suche's voice suddenly turned cold. Who's outside? Come out. After Zhang Lianyue left, he immediately noticed someone outside the door. Teacher, it's me. Accompanied by a crisp voice, Yi Xuanyue appeared in the classroom. Why are you here? Have you finished learning the ultimate compression breathing method and the starry sky splitting fist? When Suche saw Yi Xuanyue, he was very surprised. Why Yi Xuanyue nodded. Yes, I have finished learning. Suche took a breath. Originally, according to his estimation, even if the information was transmitted directly via the optical computer, it would take at least 1 day to learn these 2 lower grade Shin level skills, but it's been less than a morning and this level of understanding is really a treasure. Teacher, I heard everything you said just now. Yi Xuanyue suddenly looked at Suche seriously. Don't worry, I will practice hard and will not let the teacher lose. As he spoke, his first-order third-level cultivation level automatically revealed itself, and it was even more obviously stronger than yesterday. Good. 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 Feeling Yi Xuanyue's aura, Suche suddenly felt relieved and laughed heartily. I feel relieved with your words. Yi Xuanyue had just advanced to the 3rd level of the first stage yesterday, and she had improved so much just by eating the blood of a ferocious beast in the morning. With such a terrifying talent, what else does he have to be afraid of? And this is just the talent of the supernatural power itself. If you add the breathing method and combat record, thinking of this, Suche coughed lightly and said, show me both the breathing method and the fighting skills at the same time. Following Yi Xuanyue's demonstration, Suche immediately activated Break Delusion name, Yi Xuanyue level, 1st level triple superpower, strengthening C-level superpower bloodthirsty violent bear extreme compression breathing method combat skill, star-splitting skyfist, defects. 1. The body contains the powerful SSS-level supernatural power of Tian Tian Tao Tai, but due to the severe lack of energy from eating, it is difficult to exert its strength. 2. The technique has serious flaws. When practicing, you can't keep squeezing out your potential regularly, which can easily overdraw your body. 3. The lack of some combat skills has greatly reduced the power. Plan 1. Secondary development of evolutionary abilities, specific optimization plan, large amounts of high-level blood food. 2. Correct the breathing method, specific plan. 3. Complete combat skills, specific plan. Chapter 17, The Avatar is What We Want. Reverse optimization of the extreme compression breathing method. Chapter 17, The Avatar is What We Want. Reverse optimization of the extreme compression breathing method. I see, looking at the illusory light curtain in front of him that only he could see, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Suche's eyes. It turns out that the defects displayed under breaking delusion are graded. For those with obvious serious flaws like extreme compression breathing method and star-splitting skyfist, the biggest flaws and solutions will be displayed first. Hey, that makes things much easier. Looking at the solution to the extreme compression breathing method, Suche's mouth curled up. As the saying goes, finding the right answer is hard, but it is very easy to find the right answer based on the wrong answer. This is the case with this extreme compression breathing method. Knowing how to make up for your shortcomings also means that you can magnify them infinitely. Isn't the shortcoming of extreme compression breathing method that it squeezes potential? Then squeeze it to the fullest. What I want is Avatar. Suppressing his inner throbbing thoughts, Suche immediately took out a pen and paper and reverse optimized according to the system plan. This optimization took more than half an hour, during which time beads of sweat continued to seep out of his forehead. Finally, after an hour, Suche let out a sigh of relief. He was already sweating profusely. A reverse optimization was much more difficult than he had imagined, but it was finally completed. After completing the reverse optimization, Suche did not stop and soon set his sights on star-splitting skyfist. Compared with the reverse operation of extreme compression breathing method, completing star-splitting skyfist is particularly simple. Less than half an hour later, Suche suddenly looked up with shining eyes. Mission accomplished. Through his efforts, the completed star-splitting skyfist was successfully upgraded to the middle level of the Xian grade. Although the extreme compression breathing method has not been upgraded, the frequency of squeezing potential has changed from occasional to once a day, which is simply perfect. This is the technique in fighting skills I modified for you. Remember to destroy it after reading it. If you have any questions about your training, feel free to tell me. Su Che was in a very good mood and handed the sorted out key points to Yi Xuanyue with a smile. Okay, teacher, I understand. Yi Xuanyue took it solemnly without any questioning. Su Che nodded with satisfaction. In addition to this breathing method in fighting skills, the most important thing is the daily blood and food intake I told you to take. I believe you also feel that you have improved compared to yesterday. You must strictly follow my requirements. In a month, I guarantee that you will be reborn, clear. Yi Xuanyue said firmly, and quickly added, I will never let the teacher lose. Gurgle. Just as Su Che was showing his emotion and deep affection between master and disciple, a slightly awkward voice sounded, gurgle gurgle. Yi Xuanyue's internal organs continued to protest, and her pink neck turned red with shame. Hey! Look at me, I forgot it's already time for dinner. Su Che slapped his head immediately. Let's go eat, remember what you told us, be yourself, don't care about other people's eyes. Yi Xuanyue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. She hummed lightly and turned around and fled away, looking at Yi Xuanyue's receding back. Su Che's mouth slowly curled up. Long out yin, 600,000 great xia coins, I want it. The second canteen. Today is the first day of school. Everyone who has been to school knows that this day is the most carefree day for students. At the beginning of the month, add 2 chicken legs. How can we eat it without chicken legs? At the end of the month, can I have a bite of instant noodles? Therefore, the second canteen with higher consumption was very crowded today, and there was even a rare sign of queuing. Things didn't return to normal until after the peak period, but there were still quite a few people sitting in the cafeteria. Just at this moment, a dignified and elegant figure in a white dress walked in from the entrance of the second cafeteria. This person is Yi Xuanyue. Yi Xuanyue glanced around and soon fixed her eyes on the blood food window. He paused, then walked towards the window resolutely. Yi Xuanyue's appearance instantly attracted the attention of a large number of students. As one of the most beautiful girls in the school, Yi Xuanyue is well known in the school and many people know her. When she was in the first year of high school, there were even more people chasing after her than the two sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, but all that happened in the past. After Yi Xuanyue awakened her F-level talent for enhancement, she no longer had any suitors around her. As the saying goes, like father and son, like son, for the sake of the genes of future generations, no one is willing to marry a person with the lowest level of abilities, no matter how good looking he is. The reason why she is attracting attention now, in fact, it was because she was one of the 3 disciples of the last place teacher Su Che. Look, she is Yi Xuanyue. I heard that she was accepted as a disciple by the last place teacher Su Che at the high school awakening ceremony yesterday. You should know that she is an F-level talent. You're so lucky to be accepted as a disciple even though you have an F-level talent. When I was a sophomore in high school, no teacher wanted me even though I had an E-level talent. I had to endure another year in high school to take the liberal arts exam. It's just a matter of luck. You just didn't need a good teacher like Su Che. Otherwise, with your E-level talent, you would be the best in Su Che's class. You're right, it's true. I heard that in order to please Director Jiang, Su Che took in 2 other apprentices, 2 sisters from the Jiang family, who also have F-level talents. Although they both have F-level talents, I feel that Yi Xuanyue is more like a bonus compared to the 2 sisters of the Jiang family. Ha ha ha. The discussions around them were not concealed at all and reached Yi Xuanyue's ears clearly. Yi Xuanyue shrank her head out of habit, but he suddenly remembered what Su Che said, and he quickly recovered and walked to the blood food window. Master, 5 fierce pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhino meat, all cooked rare, dine in, thank you. Girl, are you sure? Are you sure you can finish it? You can't return the order after you place it. The master chef popped his head out and looked at Yi Xuanyue curiously. According to his experience, Yi Xuanyue had a good figure and decent manners, and she didn't look like someone who could eat so much meat. Sure. Okay, wait a moment. The chef responded and immediately started to work, muttering to himself, strange, we haven't seen such a big order in the past 10 days or half a month. What happened today? 10 minutes later, with the help of the master chef, 5 pig legs and 10 kilograms of iron rhino meat were neatly placed on the dining table. Compared with other people's dining tables, Yi Xuanyue's dining table at this moment was like a small mountain. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes in the cafeteria instantly focused on the table in front of Yi Xuanyue. Many people's eyes widened and rounded, with expressions of disbelief frozen on their faces. The amount of meat on Yi Xuanyue's table was at least enough for a dinner for 10 people. Hiss, what is she going to do? Is she going to eat it herself? What are you thinking? Looking at her body, she'd be lucky if she could eat 2 kilograms of iron rhino meat. That's right. If she can really finish it, I will write the words Wang Zhong upside down. Feeling the burning gazes of everyone present, Yi Xuanyue couldn't help but pursed her lips, but soon, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She elegantly pulled out the scarf and folded it around her neckline. The next moment, sweep away everything in whirlwind. 5 minutes later, she left in a graceful manner amid everyone's astonished gazes, leaving behind only a slender and noble figure. Chapter 18 Another Breakthrough. Level 3, Level 4, Chapter 18 Another Breakthrough. Level 3, Level 4, the second canteen. The huge second cafeteria became silent and eerily quiet after Yi Xuanyue left. At this moment, even a pin drop could be heard. After a few seconds of silence, the scene went into a complete uproar. The scene was in chaos. She. Is she Yi Xuanyue? Is she the Yi Xuanyue I know? Am I dreaming? I am dreaming. It doesn't hurt even if I pinch myself. What do you think? Fuck it. You pinched me, of course it doesn't hurt. Get lost. You read it right, that's Yi Xuanyue herself. Yi Xuanyue ate the blood food that can only be digested by 10 adult men, and finished it? And this eating speed. Brudong, it can even be applied for the Guinness World Record of Daxia, right? Did she get upset? I was in the same class with her in the first year of high school and the first half of the semester. She used to eat very elegantly. Needless to say, it must be because of the awakening of F-level supernatural powers. Maybe it's also because the teacher is Su Che, the last one. Big news. Did you take pictures? Post them on the forum quickly. Remember to use a small account and don't use the school network. Quick! Compared to the morning, the number of people in the cafeteria at noon is many times more. Therefore, what Yi Xuanyue did in the second cafeteria immediately spread throughout the forum at the fastest speed. Posts after posts made it to the front page thanks to this gimmick, not to mention anything else. The main reason is that Yi Xuanyue's image as a dignified lady is in stark contrast to her behavior. Big event at the beginning of the school year. Yi Xuanyue, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the 2nd grade, showed up in the second cafeteria and ate a lot. Her appetite is amazing. The former goddess Yi Xuanyue was stimulated by the awakening of her F-level talent, and her temperament seems to have changed drastically. Destroy 5 fierce pig legs within 5 minutes. Medium rare. Turning grief and anger into appetite? The former goddess Yi Xuanyue seems to have completely lost confidence in the martial arts exam. It is said that she is very dissatisfied with her teacher Su Che. Gradually, the titles of the posts became more magical. At first, some people didn't believe that this was Yi Xuanyue. After all, Yi Xuanyue is quite famous in school because of her looks. In the eyes of most people, Yi Xuanyue is a very ladylike image. How could he be so rude as to eat the blood of a ferocious beast, and eat so much of it? But as more parties involved came forward to tell their stories, the credibility of this matter became higher and higher. Finally, with the emergence of several clear photos, the matter was finally settled. This is indeed Yi Xuanyue herself. School dormitory. Many students were checking their phones during lunch break, and soon someone exclaimed a hiss, "Did you see that? I heard that Yi Xuanyue seemed to be upset. She ate a lot of blood food from fierce beasts in front of many people in the second cafeteria today. Is she crazy? How long will it take for her to digest all the blood of ferocious beasts? Doesn't she need to train anymore? Don't tell me, if I were her, I wouldn't train either. I already have an F-level talent, but my teacher is still Su Che, who is at the bottom of the list. I will definitely fail the martial arts exam. What's the point of training? Perhaps because everyone was excited about the first day of school, news about Yi Shuangyue spread throughout the school in a very short time. Soon, not only the students but also the teachers in the school learned the news. In this regard, the teachers immediately thought of one person. A teacher who was extremely famous in these 2 days, the last place teacher. That's right, it's Su Che. The heat of Su Che's public attempt to curry favor with director Zhang Lianyue to accept him as his disciple has not yet died down, and 2 more major events have occurred today. The first thing is that Su Che actually fought with Long Outyan when he was collecting resources from the logistics department. To be precise, it was not a fight, but Su Che unilaterally beat Long Outyan. Not only did he slap him in the face, he even snatched away Long Outyan's teaching resources. It doesn't matter who Long Outyan is. What matters is that standing behind him is Lu Bo, who is the son of the Lu family in Pengcheng. When beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Just when everyone thought that Su Che was definitely going to be in trouble this time, the second big thing happened. Long Outyan and director Song Zhu went to find Su Che to question him, but they were stopped by director Zhang Lianyue. Finally, witnessed by director Song and director Jiang, Su Che and Long Outyan will bet on the ranking of the sprint class. If Su Che wins, Long Outyan will have to pay a full 600,000 dasha coins and apologize. If Long Outyan wins, the 300,000 dasha coins he owes for stealing Su Che's resources will be written off. Although this bet seemed to be very favorable to Su Che, the teachers still thought that Su Che was crazy. Yet he, Su Che, can hide his strength and look for opportunities to defeat Long Outyan and take revenge. But this is a gamble on the sprint class ranking. Everyone knows that Su Che's class has 3 students with F-level talents. Could it be that these 3 F-level talented students also hid their abilities? Could they have evolved their abilities a second time? Therefore, most teachers are very pessimistic about Su Che, especially at this moment. Hearing the rumors about Yi Shuangyue's mental breakdown and overeating, it was even more certain that Su Che would lose. Su Che is still too young. He actually dares to compete with Long Outyan for the sprint class ranking. Doesn't he know that there is a C-level awakener in Long Outyan's class? I think he is just too greedy and wants to get the 600,000 Great Xia coins, but he doesn't even think about whether it is so easy to get these 600,000 Great Xia coins. That's right. If I had Director Zhang's support, I would definitely only ask for the 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan is more than enough. People are always greedy and never satisfied. Don't tell me, even though Su Che is a bootlicker, he actually licked the right place. Director Jiang actually helped him. I think Su Che is not simple. He has always been at the 3rd level, 1st stage, and now he has suddenly become the 3rd level, 3rd stage. He must have been hiding his cultivation before. Su Che was not aware of the discussion among his colleagues. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. He was too lazy to pay attention to the cannon fodder who didn't even have a name. At this moment, he was instructing Yi Shuangyue in practicing extreme compression breathing method and star-splitting sky fist. Yi Shuangyue's comprehension is undoubtedly excellent. After being taught a few times, Yi Shuangyue was already able to practice on her own. Even so, it was already evening, even in the martial arts exam cram school. There is no such thing as evening self-study. People with special abilities develop their potential all day long, so it is very necessary for them to combine work and rest. After instructing Yi Shuangyue to take in blood and food and practice as required, the two said goodbye. This marks the end of the day's teaching. Yi Shuangyue went home after school, while Su Che returned to the single dormitory provided by the school. The conditions in the single dormitory are limited. There is no space for anything other than a bed and a table. However, each person has a room, so the privacy is pretty good. Night falls. Su Che sat cross-legged and practiced the galaxy breathing technique to absorb supernatural powers, but soon his brows furrowed. Although the galaxy breathing technique was already at the top level of the Xian rank, he felt that his cultivation was still improving too slowly. The cultivation level that can reach the peak of the 3rd level and reach a breakthrough at any time is always just a little bit away, but at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly came from my ear. Ding! The cultivation level of the disciple Yi Shuangyue has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 times the return. Cultivation is being returned, next second. Boom! Su Che's cultivation instantly broke through to the 3rd level, 4th layer. Chapter 19. Hey! I suddenly want to practice more. Chapter 19. Hey! I suddenly want to practice more. That night, Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. In an inconspicuous single dormitory squeak, along with the wailing of the iron bed, Su Che's cultivation level from level 3 to level 3 instantly broke through to level 4. at the moment of breakthrough, Suche's energy flowed uncontrollably like a turbocharger, filling every inch of his meridians. This continued for a few seconds before I slowly regained my composure and felt warm all over, as if every cell in my body had received a massage. The next second, Suche suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils quickly shrank into needlepoints and then returned to normal. Hiss, is this a breakthrough? After confirming that he had indeed broken through to the third level, fourth layer, Suche showed joy on his face. You have to know that yesterday he was just the last one in the third level, first level, but at this moment he was promoted to the third stage, fourth level. Although the third level and fourth level were nothing special, they could only hover in the middle among the second level divisions. But the key point is that only one day has passed. His improvement in this day is equivalent to others' several years of hard practice. This is too exaggerated. All he had done was to guide Yi Xuanyue in the secondary evolution of her supernatural powers and complete her skills. As expected, every effort is rewarded. My hard work has not been in vain. This is what I deserve. Feeling that his strength was several times stronger than before, Suche was overwhelmed with excitement. This is just guidance for Yi Xuanyue alone. Not if he continued to guide the two sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, then breaking through to the fourth level of transcendence would not be a dream at all. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, if I continue to accept a few more SSS talented disciples, stop. Suche shook his head and forced himself to retract his scattered thoughts. If you want to continue looking for talented young people, you have to teach at a university, such as the Great Xia University of Supernatural Powers. But if you want to teach in a university, especially the #1 university in Daxia for supernatural powers, you have to be at least a fourth level extraordinary person, which is still too far away now. My most important goal at the moment is to break through to the fourth level of transcendence first. Thinking of this, Suche looked deeply at the stars outside the window, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Superb. I, Suche, am here. Pengcheng Yujinjuan community outside the Third Ring Road. The community has only 66 floors and is considered a good residence for the working class. Room 3601, 36th floor. Although the house is only 40 square meters, it still has 2 bedrooms and a living room. At this moment, in a slightly smaller room, Yi Xuanyue had just finished his training. Although the lights were not on in the room to save electricity, her eyes were frighteningly bright. My strength. Feeling that her body was much stronger than yesterday, Yi Xuanyue couldn't help swallowing. She had just broken through to the third level of the first order yesterday, and with the help of dietary supplements and the extreme compression breathing method, she felt that her strength had increased a lot after just one day. At this rate, she even felt that she could break through to the fourth level of the first order in a few days. Realizing this, Yi Xuanyue couldn't help but rub her temples with her white fingers, feeling that her 3 views were suffering further shock. Doesn't the book say that the average level of martial arts students every year is only the 4th level of the first rank? And this is the case if they don't slack off for half a year. But when it comes to me, the first stage 4th level doesn't seem to be difficult at all. It's as easy as sprinkling water. After thinking about it, Suche's figure slowly emerged in Yi Xuanyue's mind, and a hint of enlightenment rose in her eyes. She understood that all this was thanks to Suche. If Suche wasn't there, she would still be an F-level talent, still be at the first level, and still be at the bottom. Teacher Suche has given so much for me. I will never let Teacher Suche lose in a month. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanyue's eyes became firm as if she had made some kind of decision. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and held her breath to continue practicing the extreme compression breathing method. At the same time, IT was in a single dormitory of Pengcheng #1 Specialty High School, more than 10 kilometers away from her. A handsome guy who had already fallen asleep heard the system prompts. Ding! It has detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host has increased. Ding! The cultivation level of the disciple Yi Xuanyue has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. At the foot of the first ring Yunlong Mountain, there is the Jiang family's single-family villa. Although it was late at night, the Jiang family villa was brightly lit inside and outside. For Pengcheng, where electricity resources are scarce, this is undoubtedly a symbol of wealth. In the training room on the first floor of the villa, 2 slender figures in tight training clothes were sitting cross-legged. One of them had striking purple hair, and the other had pure white hair. The 2 people were the sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. What is noteworthy is that at this moment, the hair on their foreheads has been soaked with sweat, and their eyelashes are trembling slightly, and it is obvious that their physical strength has reached the limit. Not bad. It seems that you 2 are performing better than I thought. You are still practicing at this point. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in their ears. Hearing the sound, they opened their eyes instantly and looked back in surprise. Aunt. The person who came was Jiang Lianyue, and Jiang Yueshi jumped up and rushed towards Jiang Lianyue, blinking his eyes. Aunt, why did you come home so suddenly today without telling me in advance? In order to break through to the fourth level of transcendence as soon as possible, Jiang Lianyue usually eats and lives in school and never wastes a moment of time. Of course I came to see if you two little guys were slacking off. Jiang Lianyue held Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli's heads with both hands and rubbed them vigorously, but I am very satisfied with your performance. That's right, the teacher said we were very serious. Jiang Yueshi closed his eyes in enjoyment. Jiang Yueli turned her head away proudly, of course. After a pause, Jiang Lianyue continued, I came to see you today, but I suddenly remembered something. Soon, Jiang Lianyue told the whole story of the grudge between Su Che and Long Outyan, as well as the BET took more than 5 minutes. Su Che is your teacher no matter what. Without him, you wouldn't even be qualified to take the martial arts exam, so I hope you can help him. Of course, the decision is up to you. I just mentioned it casually. If you have any questions about the family's long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method, feel free to ask me. It's still early, I have to go back to school to practice. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Lianyue patted their heads lovingly and left with a smile. This time, Jiang Yueli did not hide. The atmosphere fell into silence until Jiang Lianyue disappeared from the training room. After being lost in thought for a moment, Jiang Yueli suddenly took a deep breath and sat cross-legged again. Jiang Yueshi looked puzzled. Sister, what are you doing? What are you doing? Practice. Jiang Yueli said unhappily without even raising his eyelids. Oh, you want to help teacher Su Che, right? Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up instantly. No, I just want to practice more. Yes. You just want to help teacher Su Che. I don't even know you. Shut up. I won't close it. I won't close it. 3, 2, sister, I was wrong. Please put the dumbbells down first, why don't you leave? Hey, I suddenly want to practice more. Chapter 20 I am different, my success is all due to my own efforts. Chapter 20 I am different, my success is all due to my own efforts. A new day begins with the crowing of a rooster, heralding the dawn in the east. The first supernatural high school, Class 2, 10, of senior high school is currently holding a unique mobilization meeting. 20 students with different appearances but all full of energy looked straight ahead with slightly strange expressions. The person standing in front of them at this moment was Long Outyan, but at this moment, Long Outyan still had the bandage on his head, which made him look a little funny. This immediately caused Long Outyan to lose a lot of his dignity. Long Outyan obviously noticed the subtle changes in the student's expression, and his third level cultivation burst out and instantly swept the entire classroom. Even though he looked miserable, all his injuries were concentrated on his face, and his cultivation had not declined much. With the full force bursting out, the air in the classroom became a little condensed. In an instant, the expressions of all the students in the audience changed drastically, their faces turned red and their breathing became rapid. Only the 3 people standing in the front were in a better situation, but that was only relative. Snort. Seeing that the heat was almost right, Long Outyan snorted coldly and said something unexpected happened yesterday, so our class mobilization meeting was not held until today. Let me be frank, in my class, strength is the most important thing. If anyone's cultivation level does not meet the requirements, I'm sorry, but I will immediately expel you from the class, so as to avoid a bad apple spoiling the whole barrel and lowering our class's admission rate. Do you understand? Understood. Someone at the scene responded in a low voice. Haven't you eaten yet? Speak louder. I can't hear you, clear. Louder. I understand. I understand. I understand. Okay. I understand. Long Outyan finally managed to smile and immediately took out his backpack and threw it to the boy in the front. Pan Hong, these are our class's training resources for this month. You will be given priority to use them all. The rest will be given to Zhang Lei and Xie. Pan Hong is the strongest in the class with C-level talent, while Zhang Lei and Xie are the best among those with D-level talent. After taking the backpack and finding it full of first-level energy potions, Pan Hong's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I will definitely practice seriously. In the sprint class rankings in a month, I will definitely make the class rank among the best. Zhang Lei and Xie followed suit. We too. Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie were happy, but the other students looked extremely unhappy. Although these three people have the best talents, what will they do with all the resources given to them? What are you looking at? If your cultivation speed can reach my requirements, then you will have all the resources. Although Long Outyan's tone seemed to be very domineering, he was actually very weak inside. He simply couldn't afford the training resources for 20 people for a month. Even after emptying all his savings, he could barely support Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie. Fortunately, only 3 student representatives need to be selected to rank in the sprint class. Otherwise, he might really have to take out a loan. It can be said that he has put everything on the line for the sprint class ranking 1 month later. If I win, I can still live a carefree life in the future, but if you lose, thinking of this, Long Outyan shook his head vigorously, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Oh, how could I lose? How can I lose when a flying dragon hits my face? At the same time, the same time that Long Outyan was holding a mobilization meeting in class 18 of grade 2, Suche had just answered the questions that Yi Xuanyue had about practicing the star-splitting skyfist. Xiao Yizi, there is no problem with your training of martial arts and combat skills. You just need to practice step by step and eat according to the requirements for this month. You don't need to come to the classroom so often in the future. Looking at the sun that had just risen outside, Suche couldn't help but yawn. Even though he could go without sleep for a week with his physical condition, he was still not used to getting up too early. Teacher. Yi Xuanyue immediately became anxious. Did I do something wrong? No, you misunderstood. Suche smiled and waved his hand. I said you don't have to come to the classroom because you have a better place to go now. After that, he took out a transparent card from his backpack and handed it to Yi Xuanyue. You should go here from now on. It will help you improve your strength faster. First level gravity room training card? Yi Xuanyue recognized the card immediately, but her pretty brows quickly frowned. But there are only 10 hours on the card. The gravity room can indeed speed up the improvement of strength, but the time is too short. On average, it's less than 20 minutes a day. How could I stay that long? Hearing this, Suche did not explain, but directly opened the backpack and threw it to Yi Xuanyue. What if I add these? Yi Xuanyue looked over subconsciously, and when she saw the items in the backpack, she immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god! Why are there so many gravity room training cards?" The backpack in front of him was filled with training cards for the gravity room. Suche chuckled. These are enough for you to practice for more than 20 days. Don't worry, they are all sponsored by kind people. The so-called kind-hearted person is naturally Long Outyan, who has 20 students. Yi Xuanyue wanted to say something but was interrupted by Suche's wave. Listen to me, the more you improve your strength, the better it will be for me. Today, no, go now. He meant it completely. The first level gravity chamber had little effect on him, but it brought great improvement to Yi Xuanyue. That if Yi Xuanyue improves a little bit every day, it is equivalent to several days or even months of hard practice on his part. After a moment of silence, Yi Xuanyue nodded solemnly with moved eyes. I understand, teacher. That evening, in the single dormitory, just as Suche finished his training and was about to go to sleep, he suddenly heard a system voice. Ding! It is detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host has increased. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the personal disciple Yi Xuanyue has broken through from the 3rd level of the 1st stage to the 4th level of the 1st stage. Triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. It was not until the abundant energy filled his whole body that Suche's pupils dilated. Wow, this is another breakthrough. Although he knew that Yi Xuanyue had great potential, he did not expect her to progress so quickly. He broke through from level 1 to level 1, level 4, just 2 days after school started. This is faster than riding a rocket, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. SSS talent plus food supplement plus extreme compression breathing method plus gravity training room, with so many buffs stacked together, even a pig can fly to the sky, not to mention Yi Xuanyue, who has such a high level of comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Suche couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, genius is 1% talent plus 99% perspiration, but that 1% talent is the most important, even more important than the 99% perspiration. But after sighing for only 2 seconds, Suche quickly grinned. But I'm different, my success is all due to my own efforts. Next second. Ding, the cultivation level of the disciple Yi Xuanyue has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Chapter 21, for the monthly test. The martial arts exam sprint class is ready. Chapter 21, for the monthly test. The martial arts exam sprint class is ready. Pengcheng's number 1 middle school for special abilities. After 2 days of rest at the start of school, all the martial arts exam sprint classes are back on track. Each sprint class is practicing intensively under the guidance of the teacher, all for the martial arts exam half a year later. Slogans with the countdown of 180 days were also hung in the most conspicuous positions in each classroom. Of course, the martial arts exam half a year later is still a bit far away for students. The most important thing facing all sprint classes is the ranking of the sprint classes 1 month later. This is not only about the honor of each class and teacher, but also about their future cultivation resources. Therefore, each sprint class is more challenging than the other. What? The class next door starts at 8 o'clock? Okay, our class starts at 7 o'clock. What? The class next door has an extended class after school? Okay, our class will have an evening study session. What? The class next door still has homework after evening self-study? Okay, our class will do extra practice via video at night. What? The class next door has shortened their lunch break to half an hour. Okay, our class will pack up all their meals and cancel their lunch break. The so-called 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, not to mention that there are 18 classes of martial arts exam sprint classes. This is simply like 18 immortals crossing the sea, killing all the scattered bears. However, while each class was madly competing against each other, there was one class that stood out. That is Su Che's class 18 of senior 2. Other classes opened their doors at 6 a.m. for morning self-study, but the door of class 18 was closed. Other classes packed their meals at noon and went to study in the morning, but the door of class 18 was closed. After dinner, other classes went to evening self-study, but the door of class 18 remained closed. This goes on for 1 day, this went on for 2 days, this went on for 3 days, this happens every day. In just 1 week, most of the teachers in the sprint classes became more depressed than each other. But looking at Su Che, on the other hand, he looked full of energy, and his face looked like it was coated with wax. At first, no one noticed Su Che's class 18 because it was on the top floor, the 33rd floor, but such abnormal behavior could not be concealed and soon spread among the teacher community. Discussions about Su Che can be seen everywhere in major offices and group chats. You may not know this, but my dormitory is on the same floor as Su Che's. One time, I went back to get something at noon, and guess what? Su Che had just gotten up and washed up. That's nothing. I've been observing for the past few days. The lights in class 18's classroom haven't been on for many days. The cleaning lady didn't even know there was a classroom on the top floor. Even if he accepted 3 students with F-level abilities, he can't be so irresponsible. Such a teacher is simply unethical. Besides, didn't he make a bet with Long Out Yen? I understand Su Che quite well. I heard that the 2 sisters of the Jiang family have both taken a long vacation, and there is only one F-level reinforcement talent, Yi Xuanyue, left in his class. He probably felt that he could not win the bet, so he gave up. Yes, speaking of Yi Xuanyue, I feel like I haven't seen her for many days. It seems that the last time the students said that Yi Xuanyue overate and lost confidence in the martial arts exam, it must be true. I originally thought that Su Che's teaching quality would improve after he reached the 3rd level, and there was still a glimmer of hope that he could defeat Long Outyen. Now it seems that I was overthinking. Obviously, although everyone's opinions are slightly different, the conclusions they ultimately reach are similar. That is, there is something wrong with Su Che and Yi Xuanyue's mentality, and they will definitely lose the bet with Long Outyen in a few weeks. The essence of human beings is a repeater. Humans are born to love gossip, and even those with special abilities are no exception. With the blessing of the name Su Che, his abnormal behavior soon spread throughout the school. The Sunsets training building, inside a training room exclusively for a level 3 teacher. The entire practice room is as big as a tiered classroom. There are all kinds of precision testing instruments and cold weapons, and in the very center, there stands a spherical cylinder as big as a yurt. This is the only 3rd level gravity room in the first supernatural high school, even at half price. It is still very expensive and most families simply cannot afford it. Crack. Shie. With the sound of a cabin door opening, Zhang Lianyue, sweating profusely, walked out. There was a gleam in her eyes and the corners of her pretty lips were slightly upturned, as if something good had happened. My cultivation has improved a bit. I have a feeling that I should be able to break through to the 4th level of transcendence before or after the martial arts exam. Zhang Lianyue couldn't help but pursed her lips, her heart filled with excitement. She is 26 this year. If she can break through to the 4th level of transcendence at the age of 26, then it will be almost certain that she will be transferred to the #1 supernatural university in Daxia. It's still early anyway, so let's continue practicing for a while. Zhang Lianyue took out her cell phone to check the time and was about to continue practicing, but at this moment, his eyes were attracted by a name in the group chat notification. Without hesitation, Zhang Lianyue clicked in immediately after. A few seconds, the beautiful eyebrows were visibly wrinkled into a pimple. Have you heard? Su Che doesn't even go to class now. It seems that he hides in the dormitory and sleeps every day. I heard that too. It seems that except for the first 2 days of school, the doors of their classrooms have never been opened, and no students have come. The last one is the last one, it's just like mud that can't be helped up the wall. As she watched, Zhang Lianyue couldn't help but shook her head, unable to hide her disappointment. As for why she felt this way, she couldn't explain. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lianyue took a deep look at the third-order gravity room, then put on her clothes and left while dialing the phone. Brother, from today on I will go back home and teach Yueli and Yueshi every night. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lianyue looked towards the single dormitory with a cold look. Su Che, this is the last time I will help you. Evening, the arc of the setting sun gradually blurred and the sky grew darker, but the classroom of grade 2-1 was still brightly lit. Class 2-1 of senior high school is located on the most convenient floor of the teaching building, and the classroom is also the largest and most fully equipped. This is because Class 1 of grade 2 is a key class for the martial arts exam sprint class, and the few B-level awakeners in this grade 2 are all in this class. In addition to the above, there is another very important reason, that is, the teacher of the grade 2-1 spring class is Lu Bo, the son of the Lu family, one of the 6 great families. Uncle Lu, help me keep an eye on them. Anyone who doesn't meet the standard won't be allowed to leave today. Lu Bo turned around and gave an order, then lay down in the specially installed rest area and started fiddling with his cell phone. Okay, master. The gray-robed old man behind him responded and took over the teaching task very skillfully. Judging from his proficiency, it was obviously not his first time. Lu Bo is tall and handsome, but he gives people a feminine feeling lying comfortably on the lazy sofa. He soon saw all kinds of rumors about Su Che. Lu Bo glanced at it briefly and quickly turned away, with a hint of disdain on his lips. He's just a crude warrior who is not presentable. Chapter 22: A Hundredfold Return. Breakthrough to Level 3, Level 5, Chapter 22: A Hundredfold Return. Breakthrough to Level 3, Level 5. Su Che has been in a good mood recently. After his strength improved, his waist and legs no longer felt sore, and he could climb 100 floors in one breath without any effort. Of course, he had heard a little about the rumors that were spreading around the school, but for him, the impact of these remarks was minimal. The rumors simply said that he had given up and refused to attend classes, and that his apprentice had also given up on himself, but in fact, these days, Yishuanyue's strength has been increasing rapidly. This can be seen from Su Che's own cultivation. Almost every night, he fell asleep to the clear and pleasant system prompt sounds. He had just broken through to the 3rd level, 4th level a few days after school started, and was now not far from breaking through to the 3rd level, 5th level. If advancing to the 3rd level, 5th layer is likened to filling a bucket of water, then his bucket is already 60% full. Don't underestimate this 60%. If he relies on his own hard practice, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. The 3rd level of cultivation is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels of cultivation improve relatively quickly, but when one reaches the middle 3rd level, the difficulty of improving one's cultivation suddenly increases many times. As for the last 3 levels, the lowest 7 levels are equivalent to the sum of the 1st to 6th levels, and the final 8th and 9th levels are even more outrageous. This is why so many people are stuck at the 3rd level, 9th layer throughout their lives. If the speed at which Su Che's cultivation level was improving were to be exposed, it would surely cause a sensation across the country and attract the covetousness of countless people. And so, the days passed one by one. The time is getting closer and closer to the first monthly test of the martial arts examination class. An ordinary night. As usual, Su Che sat cross-legged on the iron bed and practiced the galaxy breathing method. It's not that he cares about this tiny improvement. Compared with the cultivation level returned by Yi Xuanyue, this improvement is nothing. It's just because my strength has increased too quickly recently, and it's hard to control it without regular training. Ha! I can finally display my full strength. After more than half an hour, Suche let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. Before this, he had never thought that one day he would worry about his strength increasing too quickly. In order to perfectly control his cultivation, it took him several days to succeed. However, not long after Suche breathed a sigh of relief, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Yi Xuanyue has broken through from the 4th level of the first stage to the 5th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. The system voice just fell. A force powerful enough to split mountains and rocks instantly surged into his body and flowed to Suche's limbs and bones, causing his breathing to become rapid. The energy that had been as docile as a sheep suddenly became violent. The surging energy continuously accelerated the flushing of the meridians, causing the meridians to expand rapidly at an extremely violent speed. Suche groaned softly, and a burning pain filled his entire chest, causing his teeth to clench tightly together. Although it is painful, the effect is very obvious. Suche's restrained aura surged again as his meridians expanded. 3rd order quadruple critical point, level 3, 5th level. It was not until he broke through to the 5th level of the 3rd stage that the madly infused energy finally calmed down. After a few seconds, nothing seemed to have happened, as if nothing was different from before, but Suche knew that everything that just happened was true. Return 100-fold. Feeling the violent energy flowing through his body, Suche didn't know whether to laugh or see or why. Yi Xuanyue's breakthrough was within his expectations. Although the effect of the 3rd level blood food will gradually weaken, he estimates that he should have a breakthrough in the next few days. In fact, this is indeed the case. Yi Xuanyue successfully broke through to the 5th level of the first stage, but what he never expected was that the system actually gave him a 100-fold return. This instantly pushed him from the upper middle level of the 3rd stage and 4th level to the 3rd stage and 5th level, level 3, 5th stage. He is definitely ranked among the top among the 2nd level teachers. Such a terrifying speed of improvement made him a little panicked, but soon, Suche raised the corner of his mouth. What are you thinking? I've worked so hard, this is what I deserve. The next day, in the classroom of grade 2, 10.20 students in training uniforms were sitting cross-legged and practicing breathing techniques. On the stage, Long Outyan's eyes were constantly scanning back and forth. After so many days, the wounds on Long Outyan's face have long since healed, but the damage to his heart has never healed these days. Whenever he thought of Suche's face, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. If he was not unable to defeat Suche at all now, he would have taken revenge. Long At this moment, he was looking forward to the arrival of the monthly test so that he could severely humiliate Suche. Boom. Just as Long Outyan was thinking, a strong aura in the classroom instantly attracted his attention. Looking over subconsciously, Long Outyan's expression lit up with joy. Pan Hong, you have made another breakthrough. The astonishing momentum in the classroom just now came from Pan Hong. Yes, teacher. My cultivation has just broken through to the 4th level of the first stage. Pan Hong's voice could not conceal his excitement, because he had been practicing the family secret technique since he was young. After awakening his C-level supernatural power, he had already reached the 2nd level of the first stage. With his talent, it would have been good enough for him to break through to the 3rd level of the first order within a month. But with Long Outyan's unlimited tutoring and the full class resources pouring in, he actually broke through 2 levels in 1 month. With this level of cultivation, one can even compete with geniuses who have awakened B-level talents. Okay. Long Outyan laughed heartily. His mood instantly became extremely good, and he felt that even luck was on his side. With Pan Hong's first order 4th level cultivation, it would be difficult for him to lose in the sprint class's monthly test, but the surprises are far from over. Boom, boom. Shortly after Pan Hong made a breakthrough, 2 more powerful auras burst out. Although he is not as powerful as Pan Hong, he is also at the 2nd level of the first stage. Teacher, I successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the first stage. Teacher, I have also successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the first stage. Zhang Lei and Xie spoke one after another, their eyes filled with unstoppable excitement. Although they had only broken through to the 2nd level of the first stage, which was still far behind Pan Hong, they were already very satisfied. If Long Outyan hadn't given all the class resources to Pan Hong first and then to the 2 of them, with their talent, it is impossible for them to break through so quickly. There is still a lot of time before the monthly test, and their strength will definitely be further improved by then. Ha 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 ha. Great, great, great. Long Outyan's smile became more and more wanton. He said the word good 3 times in a row, and his lips trembled with excitement. After a moment, he suppressed his inner throbbing and looked out the window, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. Suche, what can you do to defeat me? Chapter 23 Monthly Test Countdown. Earn some extra money. Chapter 23 Monthly Test Countdown. Earn some extra money. The years pass by so quickly, and it seems like a blink of an eye. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Blink of an eye. It has been almost a month since the start of school. There are only 3 days left until the sprint test for the martial arts exam. In 3 days, the first monthly test will be here. In the last few days, the atmosphere in the entire second grade has become increasingly tense. Along with the tense atmosphere, there are also various gossips and rumors. For example, Class 2, 5, and Class 2, 6, had a fight due to a verbal dispute. Another example is that a student in Class 2, 15, was expelled from school for disobeying discipline. There was also a student in Class 2, 3, of senior high school who was rushed to the hospital because he worked too hard and overdrawn his potential, and so on and so forth. Of course, the most eye-catching news is the news about Long Outyan and Suche. The bet between the two had been brewing for a month and had attracted the attention of almost all the teachers and students in the school just in these last few days. A shocking news came from Long Outyan's class. That is, someone in Long Outyan's class actually broke through to the 4th level of the first stage. I don't know who spread the news, but it was confirmed in a very short time. As soon as the news was confirmed, it spread quickly among the teachers and students in the school like snowflakes. A teacher-exclusive chat group, with dozens of people in the group. Level 1, Level 4, wow. So amazing? I remember there was only one little genius with C-level talent in their class. How come he's practicing so fast? Yes, even if that C-level talent student has been practicing the family breathing method since childhood and awakened his talent to the first level, second level, this is equivalent to improving 2 levels in 1 month. How did Long Outyan do it? Hey, you don't know this, right? I also heard from Class 2, 9, that Long Outyan's Class 2, 10, poured all their resources into the C-level talent student. Except for the 2 students who awakened D-level talents, no one else made a breakthrough. Hiss. Long Outyan is too cruel. This is completely a waste of resources. What's the point? The final martial arts exam depends on the admission rate. You don't understand this, right? Long Outyan is doing this for the monthly test in a few days. Have you forgotten that the rule for the monthly test is that the class selects 3 representatives? Long Outyan is making reasonable use of the rules. No, he's too stable, isn't he? Is it necessary to be like this when competing with Suche? I really can't think of any reason why Suche can win. At this moment, someone suddenly said it seems Suche is completely anxious. Some people saw that the class of grade 2, 18, suddenly opened in the past 2 days, and Suche was often seen instructing Yishuan Yue. However, everyone scoffed at this news. TSK, now you think about it and work hard, but what did you do before? You're just lying to yourself. No, it's better to sharpen your sword before the battle. Maybe Suche doesn't want to lose too badly. To be fair, a rational analysis is a very difficult one for a student who has awakened an F-level talent, even with the support of resources, to advance 1 level a month, not to mention wasting more than half a month. Even if Yishuan Yue practices frantically in the last few days, she can only solidify the first level of the first order at most. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were at the first level, second level after awakening their family breathing method, it was very difficult for them to break through to the first level, third level within a month due to their talent. Even if they broke through, Suche's class was no match for Long Outyan's class. Hurry up and analyze calmly. Someone has already opened a betting on the dark web. The odds for Long Outyan have dropped to 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. If you don't place a bet now, you won't even make any pocket money. As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat suddenly became quiet. Then, you must be joking. As teachers, how can we take the lead in participating in such activities? That's right. I, Lu, am putting this on record. I will never separate myself from prostitution, gambling, and drugs in my life. I will never reconcile with you. So what? Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? Where is the bottom line? Where is the link? I launched a vote, long press to open the link. After the link was sent to the group, there was no more sound. On Blue Star, the dark web is a branch of the virtual network. Due to its anonymity and other characteristics, it is widely praised by people with special abilities. Opening the market and acting as a banker is just a very inconspicuous little function of the dark web. Trading of various skills, medicines, magical weapons, etc., drug testing, hiring, assassination, auctions, etc. Can be said that there is nothing the dark web cannot do, except what you can't think of. However, most of these functions are only available to those above the 4th level. After everyone clicked on the link, they saw the odds of Long Out Yin and Suche at a glance. Long Out Yin's odds of winning are 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, but Suche's odds are an astonishing 1:5. There is no third option. It is very simple, crude and direct, with the odds of 1 minute and 1.2 seconds for Long Out Yin. Subtitles are constantly scrolling and the betting amounts are not small. Beating the mother-in-law after drinking. Bet 20,000 Dasha coins. Level 8 Gale. Bet 10,000 Great Xia coins. Add V to see the secret recipe of crab patty. Bet 20,000 Dasha coins. But with Suche's odds of 1:5, only a few subtitles flashed by alone, and the amount was pitifully small. Yin Shuang Ying. Bet 1,000 Dasha coins. Turkey flavored rice crackers. Bet 1,000 Dasha coins. Fire dance relocation grave. Bet 1,000 Dasha coins. The reason why the amount is 1,000 is because the minimum bet amount is 1,000 Dasha coins. In contrast, there is one ID that stands out. Pengcheng Wu Yanzu. Bet 50,000 Dasha coins. The exaggerated amount instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. 50,000 Great Xia coins. This amount of money is considered a big bet even if you bet on Long Out Yin to win, not to mention betting on Suche to win. With odds of 1:5, if Suche wins, he will get 300,000 Dasha coins including principal and interest. Of course, the premise of all this is Suche must win. In the classroom of grade 2, 18, Buzz Suche suddenly received a text message on his phone. Your savings card with the last number 9527 spent 50,000 Dasha coins on, and the available balance is 4,386 Dasha coins. Dasha Bank. Seeing the content of the text message, Suche couldn't help but smacking his lips. These 50,000 Great Xia coins are all his savings. Teacher, what are you busy with? At this moment, Yi Shuangyue on the side suddenly asked curiously. Since the training time in the gravity room had been used up, Yi Shuangyue had been receiving instruction in the classroom in the last few days. Oh, nothing. Suche put down his phone, and an irrepressible smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I'll make a little extra money. At the same time, Yulong Mountain in the southern suburbs, Zhang family villa inside the training room on the first floor. Crack. Crack. Along with the sounds of 2 hatches opening, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi slowly walked out of the first-level gravity room one after another. Although their expressions were different, there was the same sparkle in their eyes. The cultivation fluctuations emitted by the two were clearly at the 3rd level of the first stage. Old Deng, I'm sure you'll be very surprised to see our cultivation levels. Zhang Yueli looked far into the direction of the first special ability high school. Handsome boy, you didn't expect that it was us 2 sisters who saved you from the dire situation. A hint of pride appeared on Zhang Yueshi's face. Chapter 24 Focus on the martial arts arena. The monthly test begins. Chapter 24 Focus on the martial arts arena. The monthly test begins. The scorching sun hangs in the sky, casting a warmth that is no less than that of NACO, the first supernatural high school martial arts arena. In the huge training ground, there were already many teachers and students standing densely. The dense crowd almost surrounded the central awakening platform. The momentum was comparable to the scene of the awakening of the high school students' superpowers a month ago, and even had a slight advantage in terms of the number of people, because today is the first monthly test for the high school martial arts exam sprint class. As the first test of the martial arts exam sprint class, the school attaches great importance to this test. In addition to the grade director Jiang Lianyue personally presiding over the meeting, Vice Principal Lei Ming was also invited to take charge. Such a high-level event naturally attracted the attention of teachers and students throughout the school, and almost all those who had no classes came to watch. In addition to the activity itself being attractive, there is also a large number of people who come just to watch the fun. The bet between Suche and Long Out Yin became known to everyone this month, and there were even betting odds on the dark web. Many people who had secretly placed bets on Long Out Yin wanted to come and witness with their own eyes the pocket money coming in. Although there were 18 classes gathered tightly around the awakening stage, it looked disorganized, but in fact, the location of the class is very important. The camp occupying the best position is undoubtedly Class 2-1 of senior high school. Standing at the front of Class 2-1, the handsome Lu Bo immediately attracted a lot of attention. A man with good looks, a teacher in a key class, the son of the Lu family, and a B-level natural ability user. Each label makes his image more majestic. Look, that's Mr. Lu Bo, the teacher of the key class of grade 2-1, a genius who has awakened the natural B-level supernatural power. Oh my god. He is handsome, has a good family background, and is very talented. How can there be such a perfect man? The champion of this monthly test must be Mr. Lu Bo's class. Several students who have awakened B-level talents are all in this class. The other classes are no match for them at all. Lu Bo remained unmoved by the praise from the onlookers. From childhood to adulthood, he has heard too many compliments and has long been numb to them. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on a beautiful figure on the high platform opposite the awakening platform. This beautiful figure is Zhang Lianyue. As if sensing something, Zhang Lianyue quickly looked over. Lu Bo's face lit up with joy, and he soon revealed a smile that he thought was gentle and elegant. However, Zhang Lianyue just glanced at him indifferently, then quickly frowned and turned away. Lu Bo's smile gradually faded into embarrassment, and after a few seconds his eyes turned cold. A humph, isn't it just the 3rd level, 9th level? Sooner or later, I will make you submit to me. Right in the center of the crowd. Pan Hong, Xiai, Zheng Lei, this time the class ranking depends on the three of you. Go to the stage and relax and give full play to your best strength. Don't let me down. Even though the three of them were already very powerful, Long Outyin still couldn't help but give orders. Understood. The three said in unison, with confidence in their eyes. We will defeat Class 18 badly. Pan Hong quickly added he already knew clearly about the feud between his teacher and Su Che. Hearing this, Long Outyin's smile suddenly became much brighter. Okay? With your words, the teacher is relieved. With a smile on his face, Long Outyin subconsciously looked towards an inconspicuous corner of the crowd with the corners of his lips raised. Su Che. You want to beat me? You're still far away. An inconspicuous corner in the crowd. You two are finally here. Turning his head to look at the two sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi behind him, Su Che breathed a sigh of relief. If the sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi had not come, he would not even be able to gather 3 students for the test. My aunt forced me to come. Zhang Yueli turned his head with a proud look on his face. My aunt didn't say that. We came here on our own initiative. Zhang Yueshi exposed it without mercy. Zhang Yueli's face turned dark and he reached out to pinch Zhang Yueshi. Zhang Yueshi saw that the salad was full, and without even looking at it, he dodged to the side and whispered in Su Che's ear, we have both broken through to the 3rd level of the first stage. We are here to help you this time. Su Che's eyes flashed and he looked at the two sisters carefully. Before this, he never expected the two of them to be able to break through, and just thought that they were still at the 2nd level of the first stage. Now that the two sisters have broken through to the 3rd level of the first order, it's like a cat and mouse game for me. I'm sure to win. After a pause, Su Che looked at the two of them meaningfully. Thank you very much. The time soon came to 10 o'clock. On the high platform directly opposite the awakening platform. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, Lei Ming, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, immediately stood up, glanced around with a sharp gaze, and spoke in a voice like a loud bell. Everyone, today is the first monthly test for our First Ability High School's martial arts exam sprint class. I don't think I need to say much about the importance of this monthly test. What I want to say is, the path of cultivation consumes a lot of resources. If you want to obtain enough resources, you must demonstrate the corresponding ability. This is an eternal truth, and it is also the principle that my First Ability High School adheres to. Especially this year. I can tell you clearly that although our #1 supernatural high school is among the best in Pengcheng, it is nothing compared to the 6 major cities of Daxia, and it is even worse than the high schools in the base city. At this point, the thundering voice paused, and then suddenly raised an octave. In order to cope with this increasingly severe situation, the school committee has decided that the school's resources will be further concentrated on the top. In other words, the top 6 of the 18 sprint classes in this martial arts exam can get an additional 50% of the training quota. The last 6 classes will have their quota reduced by 50%. When these words were spoken, it was like dropping a bombshell into a calm lake. The teachers and students in the martial arts exam sprint class were blown to pieces, with burnt bones and burnt flesh. The resources of the bottom 6 classes are much less than those of the top 6. Once the new rules came out, the top-ranked classes were happy, but the bottom 6 classes had absolutely no chance of survival. For a moment, the eyes of teachers and students in each class changed, and they looked at each other with strong hostility. No one wants to be ranked in the bottom 6, and no one wants to be a stepping stone or wedding dress for others' success. Taking in everyone's expressions, Lei Ming nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, I'll leave it to you now. Let's start according to the procedure. I see. Jiang Lianyue was wearing an indigo robe today, and she looked extremely fresh and refined. He glanced meaningfully at an inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena, and then spoke calmly. The rules for this monthly test are the same as in previous years. Each class will select 3 representatives to take the test. Level 1 gets 1 point, Level 2 gets 2 points, Level 3 gets 3 points, and so on. The final ranking will be based on the points. Those with the same points will be judged based on their realm level. The teachers did not look surprised, and it was obvious that they were very clear about the rules of the monthly test. The monthly test will begin in the order of Class 1 to Class 18. Now please invite the representatives of Class 2, 1, to the awakening platform for the test. As soon as Jiang Lianyue finished speaking, the first monthly test of the martial arts exam sprint class officially began. Chapter 25, The Strength of the Key Class, 3 first-level 4th-level players. Chapter 25, The Strength of the Key Class, 3 first-level 4th-level players, martial arts arena. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Jiang Lianyue finished speaking, all eyes in the room were focused on Class 2, 1. Of course, most people's attention was unconsciously attracted by Lu Bo's extraordinary temperament. Feeling the gazes from all around, Lu Bo raised his head slightly with a confident look on his face. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, the 3 of you go up on stage for the test, yes. 3 students from Class 1, Grade 2, quickly stepped out, all with confident looks in their eyes. When the 3 of them stood together, their temperament immediately surpassed that of the other students around them. These 3 were the geniuses who awakened their B-level talents during the awakening ceremony in their second year of high school. They were the absolute top students in the class. The 3 of them saluted Lu Bo and then walked up to the awakening platform one after another. A sphere emitting blue light is suspended in the air above the center of the awakening platform. This is the core of the intelligent optical computer. The intelligent optical computer has rich core functions. It can not only detect talent level, but also strength. I'll go first. Zhao Jun, who was obviously bigger than the other 2, took a deep breath and walked to the bottom of the intelligent optical computer core first. The next moment, the core of the intelligent optical computer cast a blue light curtain that enveloped Zhao Jun. During this period, it can be clearly seen that the brightness of the light curtain is increasing step by step, gradually changing from dim to bright. When the brightness reached a certain level and there was no more change, the intelligent optical computer core suddenly made a sound. A test completed. First level 4th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level 5th level, 50%. Hearing the voice of the intelligent optical computer, Lu Bo's mouth curled up slowly and imperceptibly. Hiss. The teachers and students watching at the scene all gasped. Level 1, 4th level. Even a genius who awakens a B-level supernatural power will be at the 3rd level of the first order when he awakens. But it is even more difficult to upgrade from the 3rd level of the first order to the 4th level of the first order than to break through from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the first order. What is even more surprising is that Zhao Jun's cultivation level is only 50% away from breaking through the 5th level of the first stage. This is amazing. However, that was not the only thing that shocked everyone. As Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan entered the core of the intelligent optical computer one after another, the voice of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the martial arts arena. A test completed. First level 4th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level 5th level, 45%. Test completed. First level 4th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level 5th level, 40%. Although Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan's progress in breaking through the 5th level is far slower than Zhao Jun's, they are also at the 4th level of the first level. 3 First order 4th level. The shock brought more than tripled. There was a brief silence for a few seconds, and then a buzzing sound was heard. Oh my god. 3 first order 4th level people. All three of them broke through one after another within a month. Isn't this too amazing? He is definitely a genius, but isn't the most important teacher Lu Bo? He is worthy of being the teacher of the key class. It's a sure thing. Once this result comes out, Class 1 of Senior 2 will definitely be ranked first. There's no way anyone can compete with them. Such an explosive result completely impressed the spectators. Even the teachers of other classes in the martial arts exam sprint class shook their heads and smiled bitterly. As soon as the results came out, they knew that the first place had been booked, and they had no power to resist. The most talented students in the school plus the best resources in the school, what can they compare with? Ha ha. Not bad. Very good. If you can maintain this training speed, you may even be able to enter Dacia's #1 supernatural university through the martial arts exam. On the high platform, Vice Principal Lei Ming's thunderous voice rang out. After praising Lu Bo for a while, he looked at him with satisfaction. Teacher Lu Bo, you have made a great contribution. Principal Xia Lei, this is what I should do. Lu Bo spoke modestly, but his head was held high and the curve of his mouth gradually widened. Obviously, he was very pleased with the praise from Vice President Lei Ming. For a moment, almost everyone looked at Lu Bo with envy, but in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Suche smacked his lips without taking it seriously. 3 first-level, fourth-level people? They are indeed impressive, but that's just how it is. It shouldn't be difficult to challenge for the first place. After seeing Yi Xuanyue's talent, he looked at other people without any ripples in his heart. That is to say, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi did not practice with him this month, otherwise the first place would definitely be his. The 3 representatives of Class 2, 1, are all at the first level, fourth level. Each of them has 4 points, totaling 12 points. They are currently ranked first. Now, please invite the representatives of Class 2, 2, to the awakening platform for the test. As Zhang Lianyue's cold voice sounded, the test continued. Soon, 3 student representatives from Class 2 of senior high school came up. Test completed. First level, third level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, fourth level, 40%. Test completed. First level, third level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, fourth level, 30%. Test completed. First level, third level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, fourth level, 30%. 3 people are at the first level, third level, and each has 3 points, totaling 9 points. Although it cannot be compared with Class 2, 1, of senior high school, it is equally good. It can be seen from the class numbers that the strength of Class 2, 2, of senior high school is theoretically only slightly worse than that of Class 1, 1, but this also created a problem. That is, as the class numbers get larger, the strength of the student representatives also decreases step by step. Test completed. First level, third level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, fourth level, 40%. Test completed. First level, second level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, third level, 80%. Test completed. First level, second level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, third level, 50%. In Class 2, 2, 333 scored a total of 9 points, but in Class 2, 3, it became 332, scoring 8 points. After that, it's 223 which equals 7 points, and 222 which equals 6 points. Although the ranking order is not strictly based on class numbers, it is almost the same. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became gloomy, and the enthusiasm of the onlookers, teachers and students, also cooled rapidly. Now, please invite the representatives of Class 10 of Senior 2 to go to the awakening platform for the test. At this moment, Zhang Lianyue's voice made many people present suddenly brighten up. Isn't Class 10 of Senior 2 the class of Long Outyan? You know, many people at the scene came for the bet between Long Outyan and Suche, and many people placed bets on the dark web. Long Outyan's class test suddenly made the atmosphere hot. Oh? The interesting part is finally here. Lu Bo, who was extremely bored, looked at Long Outyan with interest, his expression full of teasing. Although others said that Long Outyan was his lackey, he had no feelings for Long Outyan. It's finally my turn. Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Long Outyan couldn't help but licking his lips. He glanced at Suche in the corner provocatively, and opened his mouth silently, his lips forming the following words: "You're doomed." Turning around, Long Outyan said confidently, "Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, Xia Yi, the three of you come on stage for the test, yes. Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xia Yi rushed to the awakening platform without any hesitation. Soon, the voices of the intelligent optical computers sounded one after another. Test completed. First level, fourth level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, fifth level, 10%. Test completed. First level, second level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, third level, 55%. Test completed. First level, second level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, third level, 50%. Chapter 26. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi appear. First level, third level, Chapter 26. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi appear. First level, third level, awakening platform. The results of Class 10, Grade 2, led by Long Outyan, were soon released. IT is exactly the same as the news circulated on the internet before. One person is at level 1, level 4, 2 people are at level 1, level 2. The final result is, there are 3 representatives from Class 10 of Senior 2, one of whom is at the 4th level of the first stage, and 2 of whom are at the 2nd level of the first stage. 4, 2, and 2 total 8 points. If they have the same points, they are currently ranked 6th according to their realm level. Zhang Lianyue's voice completely put the final nail in the coffin for the performance of Class 10 of Senior 2. At this moment, no one noticed that a hint of worry flashed across Zhang Lianyue's eyes when she announced the results. His eyes once again inadvertently glanced at a corner of the training ground. Although there are still 8 classes that have not taken the test, this ranking is not accurate, but it is almost a foregone conclusion. If the last 8 classes were strong, they would not be assigned to the last place. Senior 2, 10, class has made it into the top 6 in this month's test, so it should be a safe bet. Wow! There really is 1 first-order 4th level student and 2 first-order 2nd level students. Moreover, 2 of them are not far from breaking through to the 3rd level. Apart from Class 1, Class 10 is the second class to have a first-order 4th level student. They've already made it to 6th place, and the top 6 is almost guaranteed. I don't know how Su Che won. Did he bet that Long Outyan's class would lag behind? If so, he obviously lost the bet. Su Che lost well. If he lost, I won. It's easy to make some pocket money. I regret that I bet too little. I only bet 10,000 daxia coins and made a small profit of less than 1,000 yuan. TSK, you guys are too conservative to achieve anything great. I invested a full 20,000 great xia coins, twice. Regarding the bet between Su Che and Long Outyan, most people are optimistic about Long Outyan's side. As soon as Long Outyan's class ranking was announced, the comments at the scene became even more one-sided. Even though Su Che's class hadn't started the test yet, everyone at the scene had already imagined the ending. Long Outyan is far ahead of Su Che in the sprint class ranking. It's that simple, on the high platform. Looking at Pan Hong, who was at the 4th level of the first stage, and then glancing at the beaming Long Outyan beside him, Lei Ming's thick brows were almost twisted into a knot, and there was a hint of displeasure on his face. As the vice president, he has full control over every move that happens in the school. He had heard a little about the feud between Long Outyan and Su Che, and also knew about the bet between them. However, he did not interfere with the bet between the two, because he had always encouraged teachers to compete in this way. What he was unhappy about at the moment was that Long Outyan actually provided all his resources to the 3 best students in order to win, which was obviously not worth playing. Lei Ming opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out. And no matter what, Long Outyan's behavior did not violate any rules, it's just that such a victory was somewhat unfair. Snort. In the end, Lei Ming just snorted coldly and closed his eyes to rest, inside the martial arts arena. Oh! It really is the 4th level of the first order. It seems that he has good talent. Compared to the boring bet between Long Outyan and Su Che, Lu Bo was obviously more interested in Pan Hong, who was at the 4th level of the first stage on the stage. After taking a closer look, Lu Bo's eyes flickered and he had an idea in his mind: talents like this must come to my class. At the same time, Long Outyan, who was in the central position, did not notice Lu Bo's gaze at all, and did not know that his beloved disciple had been targeted by someone. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of impacting the class ranking and couldn't extricate himself. For 6th. Ranked 6th. This is ranked 6th, the top 6 can get an additional 50% of the cultivation share, which is a pleasant surprise for him. If there weren't so many people watching around, he would probably have jumped up in excitement. After a month of hard times, he finally doesn't have to tighten his belt anymore. How can he not be excited? Thinking of Suche's miserable defeat later, the excitement in his heart became even stronger. Double happiness. It's really double happiness. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Long Out-yin looked at Suche again with a provocative gaze. This time, he slowly stretched out his arm, raised his thumb, and then pushed it down hard. A universal gesture is worth 1,000 words. If Long Out-yin was still concealing himself just now it is almost equivalent to attacking him face to face. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Suche in the corner. They may tease, joke, feel sorry for, pity, or gloat over others' misfortune. Among all the looks, there was also a hint of worry from the higher-up platform. In short, at this moment, Suche has been labeled a loser in the eyes of most people. Oh, you think I'm doomed to fail? Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Suche curled the corners of his mouth and seemed to be indifferent. He selectively ignored Long Out-yin's provocation. He was not panicked at all and even felt a little expectant. He was looking forward to seeing everyone's reaction when Yi Xuanyue displayed her 5th level of cultivation. He believed that as long as he defeated Long Out-yin in the class ranking, everyone will definitely make up a story of sleeping on brushwood and tasting golf for themselves and spread it widely. As the saying goes, once I enter the pass, there will be great scholars to help me debate. At this moment, all he had to do was wait. Awakening platform, the test is still going on. It was pretty much as everyone expected. The level of the classes that came out later was much lower than the previous classes. The points are all hovering around 6 points. As class 18 was about to appear, the sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked a little nervous. They looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Although both of them worked very hard and broke through to the 3rd level of the first order in a month. They already had 6 points in total, but Long Out-yin's class scored a full 8 points. Yi Xuanyue successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the first stage and accumulated 2 points to tie the game. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at the dignified, elegant, and harmless Yi Xuanyue behind them, and shook their heads subconsciously. Both of them have F-level talents, but they were able to break through only with the help of unlimited resources and the family breathing method. Without these conditions, how could Yi Xuanyue break through to the 2nd level of the first stage? The rest of the class tested very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, only class 18 of Senior 2 was left without taking the test. After realizing this, the spirits of the teachers and students at the scene seemed to be restored a little. Now, please invite the representatives of class 18 of Senior 2 to come to the awakening platform for the test. Jiang Lianyue's voice sounded as expected, but if you listen carefully you can hear obvious emotional fluctuations. It seems that we will be the last to appear. Suche was not panicked at all, and even smiled at the two sisters. Zhang Yueli, Zhang Yueshi, you two go up, don't be nervous. Zhang Yueli walked onto the stage with a serious expression and said nothing, while Zhang Yueshi followed closely with a deep sigh. Soon, two voices rang out from the intelligent optical computer. Test completed. 1st level, 3rd level cultivation. Progress of breaking through 1st level, 4th level, 55%. Test completed. 1st level, 3rd level cultivation. Progress of breaking through 1st level, 4th level, 55%. Chapter 27, A Thunderclap. Yi Xuanyue reaches the 5th level of the 1st rank. Chapter 27, A Thunderclap. Yi Xuanyue reaches the 5th level of the 1st rank. The empty awakening platform with the voice of the intelligent optical computer echoed clearly throughout the entire training ground. Zhang Yueli, level 1, 3rd level, Zhang Yueshi, level 1, 3rd level. It was no secret that the Zhang family had an inherited breathing method. Everyone knew that after the two of them awakened, they would reach the 2nd level of the first stage, but the problem is that breaking through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level is much more difficult than breaking through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. Most of the students in the sprint class had E-level or even D-level talents, but they hadn't even broken through to the 2nd level. What's more, the Zhang sisters have both awakened F-level talents. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? Almost as soon as the test results were announced, the scene began to buzz with discussion. Level 1, 3rd level? Although this strength is not the best, it can be considered among the best, right? Is this training speed really an F-level talent? Have you forgotten that the Zhang sisters took a full month's vacation? Now it seems that they should have hired a famous teacher to train them at home. Moreover, with the financial resources of the Zhang family, they can provide unlimited resources. Tisk, it's great to be rich. Even if it's a 1st level energy potion, an unlimited supply is not something that most families can afford. These two are really lucky, otherwise it would be impossible for them to break through within a month. At this moment, a teacher in the martial arts exam sprint class suddenly slapped his head. Anyway, the Zhang sisters are both at the third level of the first order, so the question is there a chance that Su Che will win this bet? However, this statement was immediately refuted. Win? Overthinking? Long Outyan's class currently has 8 points, and Su Che's class currently has 6 points. If they want to win, they have to break through to the third level of the first stage. But Yi Xuanyue has been playing slack for a month. How could she possibly break through to the third level of the first stage? That's right. Even if Yi Xuanyue hadn't been playing badly for the past month, even if she had unlimited resources, it would be impossible for her to break through from the first level to the third level. In the end, Su Che still has no hope of winning. It's obvious, although everyone was secretly surprised by the strength of the Zhang sisters, no one still believed that Su Che could win. This time the result is the sum of the scores of the 3 people, and if there is even one shortcoming, it will not work, and Yi Xuanyue is obviously the weak link on the high platform. Your 2 little ones are pretty good. Although they have the resources, their F-level talents can achieve this, but it is more due to their personal efforts. Lei Ming smiled as he looked at Zhang Lianyue beside him and stroked his hard stubble. If you can keep up this momentum, there is still a glimmer of hope for you to pass the martial arts exam and be admitted to the undergraduate program. Thank you, Principal Lei, for the compliments. Zhang Lianyue thanked him politely, but there was no sign of happiness on her face. On the one hand, she knew that Principal Lei was comforting her. There was no precedent in history of an F-level talent being admitted to an undergraduate program. On the other hand, it's because Zhang Lianyue looked at Su Che standing beside the awakening platform and sighed inwardly. I can only help you up to this point. Inside the martial arts arena. Level 1, Level 3. It seems Zhang Lianyue has put in a lot of effort. Lu Bo's eyes swept across the Zhang sisters who hurriedly left the awakening platform, and then swept across Zhang Lianyue on the high platform, and his brows slowly twisted into a shape. Although Zhang Lianyue had no interest in him, he never gave up. According to him, Zhang Lianyue would go home after school this month to give Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi special lessons. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are Su Che's disciples, so isn't Zhang Lianyue's action equivalent to helping Su Che? This immediately made him feel a little irritated. Even though he knew there was no possibility for Zhang Lianyue and Su Che to be together, he still wasn't happy about the two of them having any contact with each other. However, when Lu Bo thought about Su Che losing to his younger brother Long Outyan, he suddenly felt much better. Humph, he is just a clown after all, he is not worthy of being on the stage. What Lu Bo didn't know at the moment was that his lackey Long Outyan almost broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, luckily I was smart, otherwise I might have really flipped over. Long Outyan's clenched palms quietly loosened, and his slightly rapidly beating heart slowly calmed down. After hearing that Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were at the third level of the first stage, he almost subconsciously held his breath. At that moment, he suddenly felt a very strong feeling: the ranking of my class is in danger. It was not until he heard the discussions around him that he realized he was worrying too much. So what if Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are both at the third level of the first rank? As long as Yi Xuanyue fails to break through to the third level of the first order, he will be invincible. After figuring this out, the corners of Long Outyan's drooping eyes straightened up again, and he immediately felt that he was fine again. With his hands behind his back, he held his head high, his chin slightly raised and tilted 45 degrees to look at the sky. 2 words were written all over his face: invincible. A lot seems to be happening at this time. In fact, all this happened in a very short period of time. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi had just finished the test and walked down the awakening platform. Lao dang, we tried our best. Walking down from the awakening platform, Zhang Yueli had a serious expression, clenched his teeth, and forced a few words out of his mouth. Although she had only awakened an F-level talent, she was still very proud of it. Now she couldn't help Su Che, which made her feel uncomfortable. Well, if we weren't F-level talents, maybe, Zhang Yueshi's face was full of regret. He moved his mouth for a long time, but in the end he couldn't say the second half of the sentence. Now that the tests have been completed, it's too late to say anything. Just when the two were extremely disappointed, Su Che smiled and shook his head. No, on the contrary, you did a great job and really helped me a lot. Originally, he estimated that Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were both at the second level of the first stage. Calculated in this way, the final score should be 9 points, just enough to beat Long Outyan, but now Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are both at the third level of the first stage including Yi Xuanyue. The total points are 533, a total of 11 points, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi looked up at Su-che at the same time, with doubts flashing in their eyes, although he didn't say anything. His expression said it all. "You'll know in a moment." Su-che smiled mysteriously and did not answer but turned to look at Yi Xuanyue. "Little Yi, it's your turn to perform." "Okay, teacher." Yi Xuanyue nodded gracefully and stepped onto the awakening platform very calmly. Soon, the blue light curtain cast by the intelligent optical computer enveloped Yi Xuanyue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Strangely, this time the intelligent optical brain seemed to be a little slow in responding, and no results came out for several seconds. What's even stranger is that the brightness of the blue light curtain is far greater than any previous time. This is. Lei Ming on the high platform suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils full of disbelief. If he remembered correctly, this brightness represented. The next moment, the sound of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the martial arts arena. A test completed. First level, 5th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 6th level, 30%. Chapter 28, Counterattack. Ranked second in the class in the monthly test. Chapter 28, Counterattack. Ranked second in the class in the monthly test. Test completed. First level, 5th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 6th level, 30%. The smart optical computer is not loud, but at this moment, it sounded like a scorching thunder in everyone's ears. The scene became eerily quiet, and even the air seemed to freeze. The entire martial arts arena was like a still figure painting at this moment, and everyone's face was filled with shock. After a few seconds of silence, Lei Ming's huge body almost jumped up on the spot, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Level 1, 5th stage. It really is level 1, 5th stage. Lei Ming's brows twitched violently, his eyes fixed on Yi Xuanyue on the awakening platform, and his breathing gradually became heavier. As the vice president, he knew the testing process of the awakening platform very well. The brightness of the intelligent optical computer just now instantly reminded him of the 5th level of the first stage, but he could not believe it at that time. After all, over the years, no student in the martial arts examination class of the first ability high school has been able to reach the 5th level of the first stage in the first monthly test, not to mention their number 1 high school of special abilities. Even looking at Pengcheng as a whole, only the children of large families who have awakened A-level talents can possibly break through to the 5th level of the first stage within a month. However, is it so easy for a genius who awakens A-level talent to appear? But at this moment, the judgment of the intelligent optical computer forced him to believe. Humans may make mistakes on this kind of issue, but intelligent optical computers never will. That's why he behaved so exaggeratedly. If he remembered correctly, Yi Xuanyue was just a student with F-level talent in the awakening and strengthening department. First level, 5th level? Jiang Lianyue, standing by, covered her beautiful red lips and surprise, confusion, astonishment, and other emotions all surged into her heart at once, causing her to completely lose the ability to control her facial expressions. His eyes were fixed on Yi Xuanyue on the awakening stage, and his heart was already filled with turmoil, because she had been paying attention to Su-che the whole time. She was much more shocked than Lei Ming at this moment, not to mention the 5th level of the first stage. In her expectation, it would be good enough if Yi Xuanyue could break through to the 2nd level of the first stage. After all, the rumors in school are not all groundless. If it weren't for the rumors that Su-che and Yi Xuanyue were playing badly, she wouldn't have made up her mind to go home every night to teach Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. But what she never expected was that Yi Xuanyue not only successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the first stage, but even broke through to the 5th level of the first stage. Although she is now the director, she has also taught many martial arts examination classes. The strength displayed by Yi Xuanyue at this moment has completely exceeded her current understanding. She couldn't figure out how a student with F-level talent could improve his realm 4 times in a month. Lei Ming and Jiang Lianyue had the highest cultivation and the fastest reactions. While the two were lost in thought, the people at the scene finally reacted belatedly. "Ha, the intelligent optical computer made a mistake. Ha, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I didn't expect to see an intelligent optical computer make a mistake in my lifetime. I remember that there was no intelligent optical computer making a mistake in the entire dasha." A teacher in a sprint class laughed out loud, but soon he realized something was wrong, and his voice gradually became smaller, and finally he swallowed hard. He finally realized something was wrong. There has never been a precedent of mistakes in the intelligent optical computers of the entire dasha, so this time it must not be a mistake. If the intelligent optical computer did not make any mistakes, It would mean, boom, the scene was in an uproar. Crazy. Really crazy. This world is really crazy. It's really the fifth level of the first stage. Yishuan Yue is really the fifth level of the first stage. Level 1, fifth level. Level 1, fifth level. If I remember correctly, many martial arts students were unable to break through to level 1, fifth level until the day of the martial arts exam. For levels higher in 1 month? This has already broken the record of our school. Not only our school, but it may even break the record of all the supernatural high schools in Pengcheng. How could it be Yi Xuan Yue? How could it be her? Isn't she an F-level talent? How could an F-level talent improve so quickly? Could it be that she is not an F-level talent? But this is not right. The intelligent optical brain will not make mistakes. Didn't everyone say that Yi Xuan Yue lost confidence in the martial arts exam because of overreading? What's wrong with her current strength? Could it be that she gained it through overreading? The entire martial arts arena was in chaos at this moment, and it was as noisy as a vegetable market, but the strange thing was that everyone's face was filled with shock. This is equivalent to a student who was known to be the last in the class suddenly crushing all the top students and taking first place in the monthly test, still unable to cheat. This brought such a huge shock to everyone. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi also blended in with the expressions of the people around them, the pupils of. Both men contracted violently as if they had encountered strong light, and their faces became as stiff as stone sculptures. This can be judged from their dull eyes and wooden expressions. My mind is in a mess at this moment and I am completely unable to think. This is actually true. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's brains were completely blank at this moment. The next moment, the two of them turned their heads stiffly and looked at each other, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They are both F-level talents. Not only did the two sisters have their aunt to teach them, they also ate and lived in the gravity room, and drank energy potions as if they were water. He practiced hard day and night, and after a whole month he was able to advance 1 level. On the other hand, Yi Xuan Yue, they both have the same F-level talent, but they have improved 4 levels in just 1 month. Compared with Yi Xuan Yue, the two of them were far behind. Gudo, unable to help swallowing his saliva. Zhang Yueshi smiled bitterly. His sister, isn't F-level talent the lowest? We both actually have G-level talent. Zhang Yueli opened his mouth and finally nodded. Maybe more than that. If we were to ask who had the biggest reaction at the scene, it would definitely be Long Outyan, play center stage. No, how could this be possible? This is unscientific. No. 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 It took him nearly a minute to realize the reality, but Long Outyan was still unwilling to believe it. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was visibly turning as pale as paper. If Yi Xuan Yue is really at level 1, level 5, then that means Su Che's class's score will reach 11 points. This not only means that their class will be squeezed out of the top 6 and lose 50% of the additional shared, it also means that he lost to Su Che in the sprint class ranking. It also means that he will lose 600,000 Dasha coins. How could he accept this? It's not a final conclusion yet. Maybe the intelligent optical computer has made a mistake. Yes, it must be the intelligent optical computer that has made a mistake. It must be. He could only keep using this reason to comfort himself. However, things did not go as planned, and that happened in the next moment. On the high platform, Zhang Lianyue's voice sounded as promised. There are 3 representatives from Class 18 of Senior 2, 1 from the 5th level of the first rank, and 2 from the 3rd level of the first rank. 5, 3, and 3 total 11 points. The final ranking is. The voice paused slightly, and when it appeared again, the tone was obviously heavier. Second. Chapter 29 Ranking Challenge. Yi Xuan Yue vs Pan Hong, Chapter 29 Ranking Challenge. Yi Xuan Yue vs Pan Hong, Martial Arts Arena. With Zhang Lianyue announcing the results, the ranking of Class 18, Grade 2 was completely set in stone. It also announced the end of the monthly test for the martial arts exam sprint class, but this incredible result made everyone present feel shocked. Second place. It's actually the second place, according to the division of classes, Class 18 is the weakest class, but now, Class 18 has suddenly jumped to second place, rising by 16 places. Even the score of Class 18 is only 1 point less than that of the key Class 1. This is so perverted, this can't even be called a counterattack, it's simply a complete transformation. Ranked second. How is that possible? How can a clown like him take the title? In the crowd, Lu Bo opened his mouth, and the disdain and contempt in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. Although their class was still ranked first, Suche's class points made him feel a little threatened. Class 2, which was previously ranked second, only had a total score of 9 points, a full 3 points behind their class, but now, Suche's class scored 1 point less than theirs. This was hard for him to accept. It's like seeing an ant that you could have easily stepped on to death, but now suddenly becomes a threat to your life. This feeling made him feel very physically uncomfortable. Level 1, Level 5. Yi Xuan Yue. There must be something fishy going on. Lu Bo glanced coldly at Suche's class area, which had become the focus of the scene, and instantly locked onto Yi Xuan Yue. The key to Suche's class ranking so high is Yi Xuan Yue's 5th level of the first rank. He was extremely sure that there was something wrong with Yi Xuan Yue. With Yi Xuan Yue's talent, it was impossible for her to cultivate so fast, but he had no idea what the problem was. No matter what, Yi Xuan Yue is at the 5th level of the first rank. If she can come to my class. After taking a closer look at Yi Xuan Yue again, Lu Bo's eyes flickered and he couldn't help licking his lips. Just at this moment, a hysterical shout suddenly came from the martial arts arena. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I object to this ranking. I request a retest. When Long Outyan heard Jiang Lianyue personally confirm that Suche ranked second in the class, his heart finally settled down. Teacher Long, do you have any objections? Are you doubting the accuracy of the intelligent optical computer? Jiang Lianyue's eyes were cold and her voice was clearly filled with displeasure. Long Outyan was so suffocated that his face turned pale and he couldn't speak. Anyone with a little common sense knows that smart optical computers will not make mistakes. His doubts were totally unconvincing. Damn it, Long Outyan bit his lips so hard that his fingernails dug deeply into his flesh that he now wished he could beat himself up a few times and wondered why he had gambled with Suche in the first place. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, and it is too late to say anything. Now, but the problem is, where can he get 600,000 Dasha coins for Suche? Do I really have to try some medicine or take out a loan? Just when Long Outyan was at a loss, he suddenly received a text message on his mobile phone. When he saw the sender, Long Outyan's pupils shrank and he instantly looked towards Lu Bo in the center of the crowd. Lu Bo smiled faintly and shook his phone. Gudong, after licking his saliva, Long Outyan opened the text message as quickly as possible, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. When he saw the content of the text message, he was stunned at first, and then a spark of hope appeared in his empty eyes again. The next moment, Director Jiang, I choose to challenge Class 18 to a ranking challenge. 1 round will decide the winner. Long Outyan raised his right hand high, and his loud voice echoed throughout the training ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Bo and the crowd nodded with satisfaction. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone at the scene also looked at Long Outyan with surprise. The so-called ranking challenge is an auxiliary means to ensure the fairness of the ranking. If a class is dissatisfied with a class that ranks higher than itself, it can challenge the other class. According to the initiator's wishes, 1 or more people will be sent to participate in a 1v1 arena battle. If the challenge is successful, the challenger will obtain the opponent's ranking. Generally speaking, ranking challenges only occur between 2 classes with very close rankings, but it is very rare to see such a big gap between the 7th place and the 2nd place. Jiang Lianyue frowned slightly. Are you sure you want to initiate a ranking challenge? I'm sure. Long Outyan answered without hesitation. I was so anxious just now that I almost forgot this rule. Fortunately, Master Lu Bo kindly reminded me that if he beats Suche's class in the ranking challenge, he will be second and he has not lost. Although he didn't know why Yi Xuan Yue's strength could reach the 5th level of the first stage, he believed that Pan Hong could defeat Yi Xuan Yue. So what if it's level 1, level 5? Strength doesn't just depend on piling up realms, the level of superpowers, breathing methods, and combat skills are all very critical factors, not to mention anything else. Just Pan Hong's talent level directly crushes Yi Xuan Yue overall. The chances of winning are very high yet good. Jiang Lianyue nodded, and then looked at Suche in the corner with a skilled look. Teacher Suche, are you willing to accept the ranking challenge? Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes at the scene were once again focused on Suche. Ranking challenge? Interesting. Suche narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood that Long Outyan was unwilling to admit defeat, but at the same time he also looked down on Yi Xuan Yue's fighting ability. If you are not convinced, then I will let you die more clearly. Thinking of this, Suche raised a sneer at the corner of his lips. I agree, clear. Jiang Lianyue turned around and looked at Lei Ming without any hesitation. Captain Lei. No problem, start the battle arena. Lei Ming agreed without hesitation, and there was even a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Just as Lei Ming finished his words, the light screen of the awakening platform flashed and changed immediately. The originally circular awakening platform was transformed into a square 10 by 10 arena in a very short time. Please invite the players to come on stage. The voice of the intelligent light computer sounded. Pan Hong, don't hold back. If you can win, all the class's resources will be given priority to you in the future. Long Outyan's eyes were red and his expression was almost ferocious. At this moment, he has burned his boats. This is his last chance. I see. Hearing about the priority supply of resources, Pan Hong nodded heavily with fiery eyes. It's just a level 5F talent, I can definitely take it down. After saying that, Pan Hong leaped into the ring with grace. The other side. Remember not to hold back. Su Che patted Yi Xuanyue's shoulder vigorously, but soon as if he had thought of something, he added, as long as you don't kill me, it's fine. Don't worry, teacher. I understand. Yi Xuanyue had a calm expression as she walked elegantly onto the stage, muttering softly, I won't beat him to death. The moment Yi Xuanyue stepped onto the stage, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded again. Both players, please get ready. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ends. Yi Xuanyue from Class 18 of Senior 2 versus Pan Hong from Class 10 of Senior 2. The battle begins immediately. Chapter 30, Killed in One Move. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 30, Killed in One Move. Everyone was shocked. Martial Arts Arena. Although the monthly test for the martial arts exam sprint class has ended, but no one left the scene, and people kept rushing to the scene after hearing the news. The huge martial arts arena was soon surrounded by people in 3 layers. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the central stage of the martial arts arena without blinking, and all of them had an expression that showed they were eager to watch the fun. Generally speaking, few classes will initiate ranking challenges during monthly tests, challenging those who are ranked much higher than you. However, winning or losing by just one place is not worth it. It has been a long time since anyone has initiated a ranking challenge in the entire First Ability High School. Therefore, the ranking challenge initiated by Long Outyan immediately attracted a lot of attention. A level 1, level 5 battle against a level 1, level 4. Isn't this a bit unequal in strength? How could a level 1, level 4 possibly win? I can tell from the looks of it that you're new here and don't know anything. The one at the first level, 4th level is Pan Hong, but he's a young genius who has awakened a C-level talent, and the one at the first level, 5th level is Yi Xuanyue, who has awakened an F-level talent. It's hard to say who will win. I feel that Pan Hong has a better chance of winning. If I remember correctly, both of them have strengthening talents, but men are naturally stronger than women. In addition, Pan Hong has a family breathing method and his ability level is also suppressed. I feel that the difference of only one level of cultivation is not enough. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought that the 5th level of the first order was Pan Hong. Yi Xuanyue looks so thin, and she walks so lightly. It's really hard to imagine how she can win. Pan Hong must win. I bet 20,000 great Xia coins on your teacher Long Outyan. Don't let me down. It is obvious that even Yi Xuanyue's strength on paper is higher than Pan Hong, but most people at the scene were more optimistic about Pan Hong. As I said, realm is not equivalent to strength. Apart from realm, Pan Hong seems to be ahead in other aspects. Director Jiang, who do you think will win between these two little guys? On the high platform, Lei Ming stroked his beard and looked at Jiang Lianyue beside him. Jiang Lianyue's eyes swept over Yi Xuanyue and Pan Hong successively, with a deep sense of entanglement between her brows. According to the known information, Pan Hong's winning rate is obviously higher, but because of her natural talent and ability, she could vaguely feel that there was huge energy hidden in Yi Xuanyue's body. After a moment's silence, Jiang Lianyue opened her thin lips and said, I think Yi Xuanyue has a higher chance of winning. Oh? Is there any basis for this? Lei Ming was very surprised at Jiang Lianyue's answer. Jiang Lianyue shook her head. There is no basis for this, it's just a feeling. I see. Lei Ming nodded thoughtfully, and then smiled heartily. I am just a crude warrior. I still think Pan Hong has a greater chance of winning. Let's see whose intuition is more accurate. On the stage, more than 10 seconds have passed since the intelligent optical computer announced the start of the battle, but Yi Xuanyue and Pan Hong in the ring still stared at each other without moving. The difference is that Yi Xuanyue's expression was calm and she didn't seem anxious at all, but Pan Hong's expression was obviously a little impatient. After more than 10 seconds, Pan Hong finally couldn't help but shout, "Yi Xuanyue, although you are at the 5th level of the first rank, you have no hope against me. It's not too late to admit defeat now." Yi Xuanyue didn't respond, her expression said it all. "Okay, don't blame me for not reminding you." Pan Hong snorted coldly, and the first level 4th level momentum suddenly burst out. The muscles under the training clothes were bulging, and the muscles exposed outside were blue in color, looking like rock. At the same time, his fists clenched quietly, and yellowish-brown light suddenly flowed from the fist tips, making people feel fearful. Seeing this scene, there was an exclamation from the audience. "This is the Pan family's rock breathing method, right? When you practice it to the end, your entire body's muscles will be as indestructible as real rock. This is a mid-level Xian level technique." His middle grade Xian level, a whole level higher than the first level breathing method of the library pavilion. No wonder Pan Hong can cultivate so fast. That earthy yellow light should be the sign of getting started with Earth Fist, right? Rock breathing plus Earth Fist, this combination is to bring out the power to the extreme. That's not all. Doesn't Pan Hong have a sea-level talent in the reinforcement system? With the blessing of his talent, he may even be able to win in one move. Yi Xuanyue is really in danger. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Looking at Pan Hong, whose momentum was gradually rising, Long Outyen bit his lips tightly in excitement, even using all the muscles in his body to exert force. With every increase in Pan Hong's momentum, his eyes became brighter and the hope in his heart grew greater. In the ring, amid the discussions among the crowd, Pan Hong's momentum slowly climbed to its peak. Just as his momentum reached its peak, Pan Hong's eyes gleamed with a gleam and he shouted, "You asked for this." As he spoke, he bent his body slightly, his back arched, and he rushed towards Yi Xuanyue at an extremely fast speed. The ring was only 10 by 10 in size. Pan Hong reached the front in less than half a second with his full strength. His fist, shining with ochre light, was only half a meter away from Yi Xuanyue. Seeing that Yi Xuanyue didn't react at all, as if she didn't understand at all, Pan Hong's face showed deep joy. "What, level 5 of the first stage? He was defeated easily by me with just one move. Remember, the one who defeated you is Pan Hong." Pan Hong punched Yi Xuanyue's lower abdomen with all his strength, and there was even a smile of victory on his face. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Why Yi Xuanyue only had the 5th level of cultivation but no combat experience, and could not even last a single move in front of Pan Hong. Many people in the audience sighed slightly, as if they felt that the battle ended too quickly and was not satisfying enough. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi even lowered their heads and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Long Outyen's eyes were burning with excitement, and his face was as red as a cooked shrimp. Lu Bo looked at Pan Hong with a playful look and nodded slightly. Zhang Lianyue's pretty eyebrows had been twisted into a shape. Lei Ming had a complicated expression, one that showed a bit of disappointment but also a sense of as expected. However, no one noticed at this moment that Su Che in the audience had a sly smile on his face. The next moment, I only heard a dull bang sound, which was confirmed to be the sound of a punch hitting flesh. A figure on the ring seemed to be hit by a powerful force, and was instantly sent flying without any power to resist. The whole person drew a graceful arc in the sky, and then fell heavily outside the ring, raising dust. When the dust settled, the figure was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. He could only open his eyes wide, cover his stomach, and open his mouth to make a ho-chi sound. At the same time, the moment the figure flew out of the ring, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded. "It has been detected that Pan Hong has left the ring. According to the rules, Yi Xuanyue wins." The whole scene was silent. Chapter 31 Retest. Second evolution of superpowers. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Yi Xuanyue, who was standing with her hands behind her back in the center of the ring, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the next second, kill instantly. Kill instantly with one move. Pan Hong, who has reached the 4th level of the first order, looks very majestic with his rock breathing technique combined with Earth Fist. Pan Hong, who was about to win the final victory in the eyes of most people, was killed in an instant. How could Pan Hong, who looked so powerful with his muscular body, be killed instantly by Yi Xuanyue, who had thin arms and legs and looked harmless? Expressions of shock, astonishment, confusion, etc. appeared on the faces of the audience one after another. For a moment, the whole scene was like a still figure painting, and everyone was interpreting what shock was in their own way. It happened that a cold wind blew at this moment, and the hair on the backs of many people immediately stood up, and they couldn't help but shiver. The cold wind seemed to turn on a switch, and the deadly silent scene suddenly exploded. The scene was boiling instantly. The uproar instantly exploded. It was far more than any other time before. Oh my God! What did I see? Wasn't Pan Hong about to win just now? Why was it that when I closed my eyes, it was Pan Hong who was knocked out of the ring? Why else? He was beaten by Yi Xuanyue. I saw it with my own eyes. But, can the fifth level of the First Order really suppress the fourth level of the First Order? There is no chance of resistance at all? No, if you say that there is a big difference between each level of cultivation above the fourth level, I believe it, but the gap between the first level fourth level and the first level fifth level is not that big at all. This is completely the gap between individuals. Yi Xuanyue is definitely not as simple as she appears. Although Yi Xuanyue only threw one punch just now, and his cultivation was only revealed for a moment, the momentum he displayed is several times more powerful than Pan Hong. This is simply not something an F-level awakened person can do. Could it be? Could it be that Yi Xuanyue doesn't actually have an F-level ability? But that's impossible. The intelligent optical computer will not make mistakes, unless it is the second evolution of superpowers. On the high platform, Lei Ming's huge and strong body stood up suddenly, and his face turned red quickly, visibly to the naked EYEAT. This moment, he was not disappointed because of his mistake. Instead, his eyes were filled with deep excitement. With his level of cultivation, he immediately sensed an extremely powerful energy the moment Yi Xuanyue made her move. According to years of experience, ordinary F-level gifted people with first-order fifth roots cannot reach this level. To sum up, there is only one possibility, that is, Yi Xuanyue's supernatural power has evolved a second time. Although there are very few examples of secondary evolution of superpowers in the entire Daxia, this is the only possibility now. Second evolution of superpowers? Principal Lei, you mean? Jiang Lianyue's eyes flickered and her mouth slightly opened. Her expression was obviously a little shocked and even her tone of voice changed. As a third-level teacher, she certainly knew the meaning of secondary evolution. According to the limited information, the strength of the psychics who have undergone a second evolution will experience a surge. If Yi Xuanyue really has a second evolution of superpowers, this perfectly explains why Yi Xuanyue broke through from the first level, the first layer, to the fifth level, the first layer, in just 1 month. Lei Ming said firmly, "Yes, I guess it is the second evolution of superpowers." Zhang Lianyue, but, Lei Ming interrupted with a wave of his hand, "I know what you are going to say. Why don't we just retest it now to see if it is true or not?" After saying that, Lei Ming immediately gave an order to the intelligent optical computer, detect Yi Xuanyue's ability level. Lei Ming did not try to lower his voice deliberately, and the sound like rolling thunder echoed in every corner of the martial arts arena. After receiving the command, the intelligent optical computer immediately cast a red light that covered Yi Xuanyue's entire body. After a flash of red light, the intelligent optical computer's emotionless voice sounded, "Test completed. Yi Xuanyue possesses the C-level enhancement ability, Bloodthirsty Violent Bear." Boom. This news was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. It was equivalent to turning over the people who were already burned to a crisp, especially the teachers in the sprint class. All of them had tears in their eyes. It's really the second evolution. That's what I wanted to say just now. Really, I just wanted to say it's the second evolution. I guessed it. It's really like this. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder Yi Xuanyue could break through to the fifth level of the first stage in just 1 month, and no wonder she could easily defeat Pan Hong. Hiss. There hasn't been a second evolutionist in Pengcheng for many years, right? Not to mention the entire Pengcheng, even the 6 major cities have not appeared for many years, except for the main base city where we occasionally hear of secondary evolution of superpowers. Damn it! What kind of shit luck did Su Che have? He could recruit a random student with F-level abilities and have him evolve a second time? And the one who awakened was C-level? This is totally unfair. Why? Damn Su Che, such a good seedling should have come to our class. The teachers were just shocked by Yi Xuanyue's powerful victory over Pan Hong, but now they knew that Yi Xuanyue had evolved to sea-level ability for the second time, which made all the teachers extremely jealous. It's actually a second evolved sea-level talent. Boom! 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 Lu Bo's heartbeat quickened, and his eyes instantly became hot as he looked at Yi Xuanyue. That he instigated Long Outyen to challenge Su Che for a ranking challenge, not only for fun, but also to observe Pan Hong and Yi Xuanyue. In his heart, he had long regarded the two as students in his class, but no one expected that the chain reaction would cause such a big explosion. Compared with Yi Xuanyue, Pan Hong's value was immediately infinitely lowered. Thinking of this, Lu Bo glanced at Su Che. In the corner, with a gleam of conspiracy in his eyes, Su Che, you can't grasp such a good seedling. Yi Xuanyue will definitely be in my class. Ha ha ha. Great, great. I didn't expect that a second-time evolver would appear in our number 1 supernatural high school. I'm very satisfied with today's monthly test. Lei Ming stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. He also looked at Su Che with a more favorable eye. Su Che, your class 18 performed very well this time. I will personally decide that your class's training resources for next month will be increased from 50% to 100%. Swish, 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 countless jealous gazes immediately overwhelmed Su Che. If looks could kill, Su Che would have died 8 times by now. Principal CLA. Su Che rolled his eyes. I have a small request. Oh? Lei Ming said doubtfully, tell me about it. Su Che grinned, I hope Principal Lei and Director Jiang can help me as witnesses. After saying that, Su Che walked quickly towards the center of the martial arts arena. Thump thump thump. Under the gazes of countless astonishment, Su Che came to Long Outyen and stood in front of him and said calmly, Teacher Long, if you are willing to accept the loss, I will not make it difficult for you. Just give me 600,000 Great Xia coins within a month. I checked for you. With your status as a second-level teacher, you can get a loan of 600,000 yuan in 28 working days. You can still make it in the next 2 days. Hearing this, Long Outyen's chewing muscles bulged on the side of his face, and veins on his forehead and palms bulged. His palms were clenched so tightly that the skin around the edges turned slightly white. He took a few deep breaths and turned away without saying a word. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to leave this damn place. However, before Long Outyen could turn around, Su Che's joking emphasis came from behind him. Teacher Long, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The money issue has been resolved, but where is your apology? Chapter 32, Showing Strength. Level 3, Level 5, Peak. Su Che, I warn you not to go too far. Hearing that Su Che actually wanted him to apologize in front of so many people, Long Outyen's face turned red instantly. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, there are not only teachers and students from all the martial arts examination classes, but also many teachers and students from the first and second year of high school. Not to mention Principal Lei Ming. If he apologized to Su Che in front of so many people, then he, Long Outyen, would never be able to walk with his head held high. In school again. You're going too far? Teacher Long, are you trying to cheat? Su Che couldn't help laughing. Our bet was witnessed by Director Jiang and Director Song. I just followed the bet. Long Outyen was suddenly speechless, and his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a word. Recalling the scene when the bet was made, the regret in my heart has reached its peak. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Che with regret. It was obvious that Su Che had known that he would win, so he agreed to the bet and invited the two directors to witness it. The scheming is simply terrifying. Teacher Long, there are so many people watching, are you going to break the contract? Su Che's voice was not loud, but it sounded as terrifying as thunder to Long Outyen's ears. Long Outyen's face turned visibly pale, and his expression was filled with despair. He could feel the strange looks from everyone at the scene, which made him feel uneasy. If you break the contract without getting paid, your reputation will be ruined, but if I apologize, I won't be able to save my face. And no matter what he does, he will die anyway. Just when he was at a loss, a slightly feminine voice suddenly sounded behind him. Let's forgive each other when we can. We are all colleagues. There is no need to be so awkward. I have heard a little about what happened between you two. It's just a misunderstanding. So, how about you two give me, Lu, a favor and let this matter go? The man who spoke was wearing a black shirt that looked very valuable, and he had a smile on his handsome face. Seeing this person, the desperate Long Outyen turned his head suddenly, and a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lu, teacher. Lubo is a teacher in the key class and also the son of the Lu family. He believed that as long as Lu Xiao was willing to help him, this matter might be resolved. Lubo nodded meaningfully to Long Outyan, then smiled at Suche. Teacher Suche, what do you think? Can you give me some face? Although he was smiling, his expression still gave people a feeling of superiority. To it looks like a question, but the tone leaves no room for doubt. Wow! As expected of Teacher Lu, she is so warm-hearted that she took the initiative to step forward and actively mediate the conflict between teachers. Flower maniac. What do you know? Long Outyan is Lubo's younger brother, so Lubo will naturally help him. What a pity, Suche finally won the bet, but Lubo's move wasted. Who among the teachers in the martial arts exam sprint class dares not to give him face? There was a sudden murmur of discussion around, and many people expressed regret for Suche's experience. Lubo and Long Outyan are in the same boat, so Suche's work has been in vain this time. Just when most people thought that Suche would let go because of Lubo's face, Suche's eyelids turned up. Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face? How much is your face worth? He naturally recognized that the person in front of him was Lubio. To be honest, he doesn't have much interaction with Lubo, but since Lubo has no face left, he naturally won't tolerate it. The reason why he could achieve such success, besides hard work, is his insightful thinking. Funny, he has already figured out how to spend the 600,000 yuan, and he gives up? Bullshit. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you talk to me like that? Lubo, who was standing with his hands behind his back and looking confident, was immediately trembling with anger at Suche's words. It's not that his magic resistance is low, but no teacher in the school has ever dared to talk to him like this for such a long time. Suche showed disdain and continued to output. You said you knew about the bet between Long Outyan and I a long time ago, so why didn't you come to mediate before? Now that I've won, you come to mediate? Oh my god. Do I have to thank you for that? We are all colleagues? Then when Long Outyan was trying to steal my resources, he considered me a colleague? Also, if it was Long Outyan who won today instead of me, would you still come to mediate? Lubo's face was tense. Suche interrupted him directly with a wave of his hand. Stop talking, you don't know how to do it at all, and I won't believe you even if you say you can do it. After being hit in the face by Suche, Lubo's face had become extremely gloomy. If there weren't so many people watching around and he wanted to maintain his image, he would have gone up and torn Suche's mouth. Taking a few deep breaths and suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Lubo said with a brave face, even if Long Outyan is wrong, do you have to do this? It's just 600,000 yuan. Is it necessary to keep chasing him? Do you have any vision? Duen. It's really Dien. Suche's mouth curled up slightly. Since you care so much about Teacher Long, why don't you give the 600,000 great xia coins on behalf of Long Outyan? Just a simple sentence, but it was like a star exploding from the earth. The onlookers' mouths opened wider involuntarily, some even big enough to fit a duck egg in. Too brave. Suche is too brave. He is courting death with his own life. If I take money out of Lubo's pocket, I'm afraid I'll never be able to spend it. Lubo's expression suddenly changed and he stared at Suche, his voice as cold as the cold winter in December. I'll give it to you, do you dare to take it? Being toyed with by Suche, he was really angry, and his cultivation showed signs of exploding. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to freeze instantly and drop several degrees. Just when everyone thought Suche would finally give in this time, Suche quickly took out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, and then pointed it at Lubo. Scan the code, it's convenient. Onlookers, Sigma, is identical to. When Lubo saw the QR code transfer page of Dasha Bank, his eyebrows trembled involuntarily, and then the raging rage could no longer be controlled and surged into his heart. Lubo has grown up so big, but he has never suffered such a loss. He must make Suche pay the price. You're looking for death. Lubo no longer hesitated, and his third order 7th level cultivation burst out, in a flash, as if a storm arose out of nowhere. A gust of wind suddenly blew up in the martial arts arena. This gust of wind seemed to have life, and suddenly turned into a wind blade and shot towards Suche. Everything happened too suddenly. By the time everyone reacted, the wind blade was almost reaching Suche's face. It's Teacher Lubo's B-level nature ability Wind Blade. It's over. Suche will definitely not be able to stop it. Someone at the scene suddenly exclaimed, Lubo is at the 7th level of the 3rd stage. Even if he didn't use his full strength, this one blow would be enough to keep Suche lying down for 10 days or half a month. Just before Lubo raised his hand, Suche's pupils shrank into needle points and he felt something in his heart. Without any hesitation, he instantly mobilized his whole body's supernatural powers to block, and his third-order fifth-level peak cultivation was no longer hidden. So what if it's level 3, level 7? He had a strong feeling that he could handle it. The next moment, the wind blade instantly hit Suche's arms, and the collision of superpowers caused ripples in the air. Ding ding ding. Under the huge force, Suche took 3 steps back, each step sinking deeply into the ground, but he was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. What? Suche actually withstood Lubo's attack. He's not at level 3, level 3. He seems to be at level 3, level 5, peak level. Chapter 33, Withstand the B-level supernatural wind blade. No injuries, it's numb. It's totally numb. Inside the martial arts arena, everyone felt their scalp tingling at the same time. Today's monthly test for the martial arts exam sprint class almost made their jaws drop. He was first surprised at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's first level 3rd level cultivation, and then shocked at Yi Xuanyue's first level 5th level cultivation. Before he could recover from Yi Xuanyue's 5th level of cultivation, he was stunned again by the scene of Yi Xuanyue killing Pan Hongyinan. Instant, there was no time to react at all, and the next second Yi Xuanyue was found to have a second evolution of her talent into a C-level talent. I thought this time everything would end here. As a result, we saw Suche bursting out with his 3rd order 5th level peak cultivation to fight against Lubo. Many people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking they had seen it wrong. They had all heard about Suche hiding his skills and beating up Long Outyin, and many of them had even seen it with their own eyes. But the problem is, the strength Suche displayed at that time was level 3, not level 3, level 5. Gurgle. Someone at the scene swallowed a gurgle. The sounds of swallowing saliva were heard one after another. The next moment, there was an uproar again. The peak of the 3rd level, 5th stage. This is too far from the 3rd level, isn't it? This level of cultivation is among the best among the 2nd level teachers, right? This, you call this the tail end? Fuck. Didn't Suche show his full strength when he beat Long Outyin? Otherwise there's no way to explain it. It's only been a month since the last time. No, this guy is too good at hiding, isn't he? That's not the point, okay? Even if Suche is at the peak of level 3, level 5, there are 2 levels between level 3, level 5, and level 3, level 7. Why is Suche unharmed? Teacher Lubo has a B-level natural ability, and possesses a family-inherited breathing method in precious combat skills. Suche is only a C-level reinforcement, and he uses the school's skills in combat skills. How can he not be injured? Compared to Suche's sudden appearance of the 3rd level 5th stage cultivation, everyone was obviously more confused about the strength Suche displayed. Long Outyin also had the same doubts. Of course, compared to doubt, Long Outyin was more afraid. Level 3, level 5. Peak. Looking at Suche, who was unharmed despite withstanding Lubo's windblade, Long Outyin felt a bone-chilling chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. The scene of Suche beating her up came back to her mind unconsciously. Her teeth couldn't stop trembling and tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to see her Y.No, buddy, why didn't you show your peak level 3, 5th stage earlier? Are you playing the pig and eating the tiger here? The trick of pretending to be a pig and then eating the tiger is outdated, right? It's not even mentioned in the popular novels. Is this interesting? If I had known that you were at the peak of the 3rd level and 5th stage, how could I have licked you in time? Long Outyin's facial expression was distorted, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions, as if a bottle of seasoning had been overturned. Sister, isn't he the last one in the ranking? How come he suddenly reached the peak of the 3rd level and 5th stage? Jiang Yueshi opened her mouth slightly, blinked her long eyelashes, and had a slightly dull expression. Jiang Yueli pursed his lips in silence and uttered 3 crisp words, I don't know. As students of Class 18 and Suche's apprentices, the shock they experienced today was far greater than that of others. At the beginning, the 2 were very confident in their own cultivation, and they came to save Suche with the mentality of a savior. 18, but the result was completely different from what they expected. Yi Xuanyue's first order 5th level cultivation and the second evolution of supernatural powers, Suche's 3rd order 5th level peak, all this made the 2 feel that they were not only not the savior, but were the ones who lowered the level. 18, and won easily. There was silence for a moment, and neither of them continued to speak. His eyes once again turned to Suche, who was standing proudly in the center of the martial arts arena. with a complicated expression, in the center of the martial arts arena. Suche took small, slightly rapid breaths, but his eyes became brighter. Although his arm is still numb and sore, he is not injured at all at the top. Grade Shin level Galaxy breathing technique and the B-level supernatural power Jingrong Python almost completed the qualitative transformation of his body. Now he even felt that he could definitely fight with Lubo spit. Suche spat fiercely and looked up at Lubo. Level 3, level 7 is just like this. You are really looking for death. Lubo was furious, his face looked so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, the power he displayed was enough to injure the 3rd level 5th level, but he didn't expect Suche to be unharmed, which made him feel very embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister look flashed in Lubo's eyes, and a huge wind blade suddenly appeared in front of him and whistled towards Suche. Squeak, squeak, squeak compared to the previous wind blade, this one was obviously bigger and more powerful. One could even faintly hear the sound of friction and explosion with the air. If it were Suche before his superpowers evolved, he would have been half crippled if not killed if hit by this wind blade. Well done. Suche's pupils narrowed instantly, and all the energy in his body condensed into his fists as he was about to test his limits. However, at this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded from the ground. Stop it. In an instant, a dark blue arc of electricity suddenly appeared out of thin air around the rapidly shooting wind blade. The electric arc quickly wrapped around the wind blade, which melted visibly to the naked eye and disappeared without a trace in just a few seconds. It was as if nothing had ever happened before. Natural A-level ability Black-Blue Thunder. Lubo looked towards the platform instantly with a very ugly expression, because the one who possesses this special power is Principal Lei Ming. Lubo, you've gone too far. Lei Ming stared at Lubo, his face clearly showing displeasure. Although the Lu family is very powerful in Pengcheng, as a 4th-level transcendent, he is not someone to be trifled with. Besides, this is a school, it's his territory. He wouldn't care about fair fights or gambling battles between people of the same level, and would support them instead. Attacking a level 3, level 5 colleague with all his strength right in front of him clearly touched his weak spot. I was impulsive. Lubo's expression changed and he immediately lowered his head. Cold sweat soon seeped out of his forehead, and he felt unwilling in his heart. Lei Ming is famous for his bad temper. Others might not dare to take action against him due to the Lu family, but Lei Ming doesn't care about that. With Lei Ming around, he couldn't attack Suche again. But when he thought of what Suche had done, his blood pressure soared. After all these years, Suche was the first person who didn't give him face. Even if there was no incident with Long Outyan now, he would not let Su Che go easily. After a moment of silence, Lubo's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Suche. Suche, isn't it just 600,000? The second monthly test will be in 2 months. Do you dare to bet with me on the ranking? If you win, I'll give you 1.2 million. If you lose, the 600,000 will be written off. Do you dare to bet? Suche rolled his eyes without even thinking. No bet. Chapter 34. Put the money in your pocket first. A new bet worth 1.2 million. No gambling. When Suche heard Lubo's proposal, he refused without even thinking about it. There are 3 monthly tests in total before the martial arts exam. The first monthly test is in the first month of school, the second monthly test is in the third month of school. The next month was too far away and he didn't even want to think about it right now. Just kidding. What you put in your pocket is yours. I work hard for a month just for these 600,000 yuan. And I can't let the duck in my mouth fly away. If you win, you can take away 1.2 million. Don't you want 1.2 million? Lubo had rarely met Suche before, so he was a little confused by what Suche said. Why is this different from what I imagined? Since Suche appears to love money so much, shouldn't you refuse? No gambling. Suche still shook his head firmly. I won these 600,000 yuan in the first place. Why should I gamble with you? Lubo clenched his fists under his sleeves. Are you scared? Yes, you are right. Suche rolled his eyes and ignored him. He finally discovered that Long Outyan was indeed Lubo's lackey, and their train of thought were surprisingly similar. Lubo felt like he was hit by a fist and felt uncomfortable all over. The reason why he chose to bet on the ranking with Suche was not just a decision made in a rush. If he just wanted revenge, he could just wait until Suche left school and send someone to teach him a lesson. The reason for betting on the class ranking is more Because of Yi Xuangyue, who has undergone a second evolution of his supernatural powers, although Class 18 is now ranked second, it will be more difficult to upgrade the level of the psychics as time goes by, and it will rely more and more on talent and potential. When he leads Class 1 to crush Class 18 with an invincible attitude, he believes Yi Xuangyue will understand how big the gap between the two classes is. By then, it shouldn't be a problem for him to dig Yi Xuangyue out, but now Su Che disagrees, which immediately disrupts all his plans. However, just as Lu Bo gave up this idea and prepared to think of other ways, he saw Su Che grinning. Actually, you can gamble. You pay the 600,000 yuan on behalf of Long Outyin first. If you win the class ranking test 2 months later, I will return the 600,000 yuan to you. If you lose, you can give me an additional 1.2 million yuan. How about that? Hearing this, Long Outyin behind Lu Bo twitched his mouth and looked strange, as if this scene was familiar. At that time, he was deceived by Su Che's operation and his amount increased from 300,000 to 600,000. He wanted to remind Lu Bo, but swallowed the words back when they came to his lips, because Su Che proposed that Lu Bo help him pay the 600,000. He was tempted. Long Outyin was moved, but Lu Bo remained silent. Damn it, he just jumped out to show off. Why is he helping people pay back the money? He is very rich, with hundreds of thousands of pocket money every month, but being rich doesn't mean he can be so extravagant. A guy like Long Outyin is not worth spending 600,000 on. If you don't want to help Long Outyin, forget it. I think with Teacher Long's salary, it will only take 30 years to pay back 3,000 daxia coins a month. Su Che's voice suddenly rose and he squinted at Lu Bo. Don't you like to stand out? Keep dancing. Keep dancing. Long Outyin immediately looked at Lu Bo with hope. Everyone at the scene also looked at Lu Bo with strange eyes, feeling the burning gazes around him. Lu Bo clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead throbbed. If it were outside of school, he would have 100 ways to deal with Su Che, but unfortunately this was at school. After making a decision, Lu Bo uttered a few words. I agree to your terms. Scan the code, it's convenient. The next second after Lu Bo agreed, Su Che had already raised his cell phone. Lu Bo, call. Lu Bo took a deep breath, and there seemed to be a cold wind blowing around him, which immediately made Su Che feel a chill on his back, but for the sake of 600,000, he moved his phone forward again. Very good, I will remember you, Su Che. Lu Bo took out his mobile phone to pay, but his eyes were fixed on Su Che and his voice was like a devil urging him to die. Dasha Financial Management has received 600,000 yuan. Following the notification of the arrival of the funds, Lu Bo snorted coldly and walked away. He doesn't want to stay in this place for even a second. Seeing Lu Bo leaving, Long Outyin simply shook his sleeves and was about to follow him. Wait. At this moment, Su Che stepped forward and stopped in front of Long Outyin and said calmly, Teacher Long, someone paid the money for you, but you forgot to apologize. Long Outyin's pupils shrank and he subconsciously looked at Lu Bo, but Lu Bo's figure had already disappeared. Seeing this scene, Long Outyin knew that he would not be able to escape today. Seeing more and more eyes looking at him, Long Outyin gritted his teeth and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I'm sorry. Ha? What did you say? I can't hear you? Su Che scratched his ears. Long Outyin gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. Did Teacher Long not eat breakfast? I can't hear you clearly, sorry. This time, Long Outyin almost roared, and his expression was extremely ugly. I heard it. Teacher Long, you're too loud. Su Che grinned with a harmless smile. Long Outyin turned and left without saying a word. Don't forget to apologize to me every time you see me. Looking at Long Outyin's departing back, Su Che did not forget to wave and remind him. Long Outyin trembled as he left, and his pace suddenly quickened until Long Outyin completely disappeared from his sight. Su Che smiled and said, this monthly test was a so-so, but I guess it's not a loss. At the same time, the eyes of the people around looking at Su Che also quietly changed. Everyone understands that the current Su Che is no longer the last one in the group. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Su Che, I admit that I underestimated you before. You really don't suffer any loss at all. You really have the fearless style that I had back then. I am very optimistic about you. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly came from behind, and I knew who it was without having to guess. Thank you, Principal Lei. Su Che quickly turned around and lowered his head slightly. Lei Ming has a very good reputation in school and is a respectable person. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second monthly test. If you win, I'll give you an extra surprise. It seemed that he came here just to say these two sentences. Lei Ming patted Suche on the shoulder and left with a smile. Zhang Lianyue looked at Suche deeply and left immediately, but there were obviously many strange emotions in her eyes. Surprise, looking at Lei Ming's receding back, Suche felt a glimmer of anticipation. After Lei Ming and Zhang Lianyue left, everyone at the scene quickly dispersed. In a very short time, only Suche, Yixuanyue, Zhang Yueli, and Zhang Yueshi were left at the scene. It was exactly all the members of Class 18 of Senior 2. Without waiting for Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi to speak, Suche waved his hand. I know you two have a lot of questions, but it's getting late. See you in class tomorrow morning. I will answer all your questions then. Remember not to be late. After that, he looked at Yi Xuanyue again and said, your plan remains unchanged. You will still go to the gravity room to practice tomorrow. After saying that, he slipped away without waiting for the three people to react. He finally got half a day off, and after not being home for a month, he planned to go home. Yi Xuanyue also left quickly. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were left. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yueshi looked at Zhang Yueli. Sister, shall we come to class tomorrow? Come and take a look around. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Go home. Sister, that's the direction of the cafeteria. Oh. Sister, that's the direction of the library. Shut up. Chapter 35. Shak Su Dachuan, the Luoying grass is alive. Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. Similar to the awakening ceremony at the beginning of school, everyone was given half a day off as usual after the monthly test of the martial arts exam sprint class. Both teachers and students in the sprint class cherished this hard-earned vacation very much. In a very short period of time, the students and teachers of the 18 sprint classes disappeared without a trace. The teachers and students are resting, but the school executives are still working. There is no other way. The entire Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities has more than just classes for the high school martial arts exam sprint. In the vice president's office, Lei Ming, who had just finished the monthly test for the military examination class, was working at his desk with a very serious expression. Although he has a bad temper and is careless, he is extremely serious and responsible at work. He must complete the day's work on the same day and never procrastinates. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then a man dressed as a secretary with black-framed glasses gently opened the door. Principal Lei, here is a document that needs your signature. Lei Ming nodded without even looking up. Come in. Yes. The secretary nodded respectfully, closed the door, and quickly handed the prepared documents to Lei Ming. Lei Ming did not rush to read it, but waited until he finished processing the information in his hands before taking the file. The document begins with the following neatly written in Standard Founder Small Standard Song Simplified Chinese. Regarding the nomination of candidates for this year's third-level teacher quota. That's right, Principal Lei. Based on the comprehensive analysis of teaching quality, reputation and our own strength, the candidates for this year's third-level teacher quota are Lu Bo, Xu He, and Lu Hansheng. What do you think? The secretary bowed and explained in a low voice. Pengcheng No. 1 Special Ability High School is a regular public school. There are promotion quotas every year, but the number of quotas is extremely limited. Only one person can be promoted from level 2 teacher to level 3 teacher every year. The prerequisite for promotion to a third-level teacher is to be nominated as a reserve candidate first. Generally speaking, such important official documents usually require the signature of the principal himself to be valid. But since the principal didn't care about such trivial matters at all, the matter fell on Vice Principal Lei Ming. A candidate for a level 3 teacher, Lei Ming took the document with a thoughtful look. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke. Is it stipulated that there are only 3 nominees each year? The secretary was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Well, there is no rule, but in the past, 3 people were nominated. I see. Lei Ming signed with a flourish of his hand, and then added 2 more words after the names of Lu Bo, Xu He, and Lu Hansheng. Suche. Let's just report these 4 people this year. Lei Ming closed the document and handed it to the secretary. The secretary was a little stunned. Lei Ming expressed his doubts with a nasal tone. The secretary nodded quickly. Okay, I understand, I will arrange to notify them right away. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the office with the documents. After the secretary left, Lei Ming turned his gaze to the window and murmured, Suche, I hope you won't let me down. Tiantanjiwan Community Building 13, Unit 1, Room 3302. You said you didn't tell me in advance when you came back. I've been eating and living at the company lately and there's nothing to eat at home. What? I just want to eat egg pancakes. Okay, I'll make them for you right away. Hang up, slow down. Su Dachuan hung up the phone and then hurriedly opened the door. This month is the critical period for raising new batches of spiritual plant seedlings, and he spends almost every day in the company's nutrition shed. However, when he heard that Su Che was coming back, he ran home without stopping. There are many spiritual plants, but he only has one good son, and Su Dachuan sees this very clearly from childhood to adulthood. Su Dachuan poured almost all his love into Su Che, although his family was not very wealthy. Su Che had never suffered from hardship since he was a child. After entering the house, Su Dachuan first glanced at the family portrait on the entrance and smiled, and then went straight to the kitchen to show off his cooking skills. But the next second, the whole person suddenly froze in place. He stared at the balcony with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Su Dachuan sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately rushed to the balcony to observe closely, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the next second, in the middle of the balcony, there was a glowing herb, a thriving glowing herb. As a spiritual plant merchant, a glowing herb should not cause him to have such a big reaction. What shocked him was that this firefly grass was the one he had placed on the balcony a month ago, the diseased firefly grass. But now, not only have all the black spots on the leaves of this plant disappeared, but it also looks extremely healthy. This. How is this possible? The first thought in Su Dachuan's mind was disbelief. It is common knowledge in the industry that diseased radix syringii is almost impossible to save, but the scene before him was almost like rubbing his three views to the ground, suppressing his inner throbbing. Su Dachuan quickly began to observe. After repeated verification many times, Su Dachuan finally confirmed that this luoying grass had indeed recovered. Gurgle. Realizing this fact, Su Dachuan couldn't help swallowing and felt a little dizzy. If he remembered correctly, this plant of luoying grass was placed on the balcony under the influence of Su Che. During this month, he lived and ate in the company's nutrition shed, and Su Che lived and ate at school, so no one was at home. That is to say, this plant of luoying grass was most likely healed by exposure to the sun. Click. At this moment, there was a strange sound from the door, and Su Che quickly pushed the door open. Old Su, I'm back. I'm starving. My egg pancakes are ready. No. The next moment, Su Che and Su Dachuan, who was holding the luoying grass, looked into each other's eyes. Su Che's mouth twitched. It seems that it is not well. Evening. The table was filled with rich food. Son, you said that the glowing grass has miraculous effects when exposed to the sun. Is that a lie? Faced with a table full of delicious food, Su Dachuan had no intention of picking up his chopsticks. He looked very worried as he held the luoying kao in his arms. When he heard Su Che say that sunbathing has miraculous effects, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Su Che was just teasing him. As for the disease of luoying grass, none of the talented people in the spiritual plant circle have any good solution, not to mention Su Che, who has only a superficial knowledge of spiritual plants. But now that the facts were before him, he had no choice but to believe it. Wait, I'll tell you later. Su Che's mouth was stuffed full, like a starving ghost reincarnated. The food in the school cafeteria was filling enough, but it wasn't tasty at all. He had been craving for it for over a month. Okay, eat slowly. Su Dachuan pursed his lips, obviously absent-minded. Hiccup. 10 minutes later, Su Che, who had finished everything in a flash, wiped his greasy lips and burped. Su Dachuan immediately leaned forward and gave him a curious look. Seeing this scene, Su Che's lips curved upwards, and he said something earth-shattering. Old Su, I'm not kidding. Chapter 36. Su Dachuan was shocked repeatedly. Tian Tanjuan community, at home. Old Su, I'm not kidding. Su Che wiped his mouth and spoke something earth-shattering. Su Dachuan's pupils suddenly shook violently, and he clenched the luoying grass in his hand even tighter. Su Che followed up with, actually, I was just guessing. Su Dachuan opened his mouth slowly, his eyebrows trembled vigorously, and his eyes suddenly became somewhat resentful. You kid. When he learned that Su Che had just guessed, he felt a little disappointed, but deep down he was strangely relieved. However, the next second, Su Che grinned. I was kidding you. This is actually the ability brought by the second awakening of my supernatural power. Su Dachuan rolled his eyes and said, how dare you joke with me like this? I thought you. Wait. What did you say? Halfway through his words, Su Dachuan's pupils trembled again. His body retreated so violently that the chair made a harsh sound. He almost wanted to dig his ears to confirm whether there was something wrong with his hearing. Su Che put away his playful expression and spoke in a much more serious tone. Old Su, my ability has evolved a second time. I am now a B-level talent. There is no doubt that Tonzi will not tell anyone his biggest secret, but he did not intend to hide the fact of his supernatural evolution from Su Dachuan. Plus, he was also planning to help Su Dachuan's spiritual plant business, so this was the only explanation. Boom, although Su Che's voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder in Su Dachuan's ears. Second evolution of superpowers? B-level talent. He never expected that the words in these two news stories would intersect with his own family. Second evolution. There are only a few examples of that in the whole of Dasha. There is also B-level talent. It may seem that B-level talent is only one level higher than C-level talent, but in terms of status, they are worlds apart. He also worked as a teacher in Pengcheng for a period of time when he was young, and he knew deeply that B-level talent was a hurdle. Talents of level B and above are called geniuses. In comparison, talents below level B are too mediocre. Boom. 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 In a very short period of time, Su Dachuan felt his heartbeat speed up suddenly, and the blood in his body flowed faster to his limbs, making his breathing become rapid, suppressing the heat in his heart. Su Dachuan couldn't help licking his lips. Son, your current realm is, if he remembered correctly, there would be a period of increasing strength after the second evolution of superpowers. Level 3, Level 5. Su Che did not hide anything and quickly added, Level 3, Level 5, peak, hiss. Su Dachuan took a deep breath, and only felt a little more sober when a cold feeling filled his entire chest. He stared at Su Che from head to toe with eyes wide open. His expression couldn't help but look weird. He remembered clearly that his eldest son had been stuck at the first level of the third stage for a long time due to physical reasons. It hasn't been long since he reached the peak of Level 3, Level 5. He couldn't think of any other reason except the second evolution of his superpowers, but the problem is, even if it is a second evolution of the superpower, the improvement is a bit too big, right? Of course, my own hard work is also a credit to this. Su Che said calmly, when you are away from home, your identity and personality are given by yourself. Su Dachuan was silent. He moved his lips for a long time, but in the end no sound came out. It was quiet for more than half a minute. Ahem, old Su, you've almost plucked all the leaves off the radish. Looking at the romaine leaves scattered on the ground, Su Che suddenly felt a little distressed. These were all money. Luoying grass. Looking at the luoying grass in his hand, Su Dachuan suddenly looked up as if he had thought of something and asked with a fiery look, can you heal spiritual plants after your second evolution? He didn't find Su Che's words incredible. Secondary evolution is so rare, so some special abilities are not uncommon. That's not the case. Being stared at by Su Dachuan, Su Che chose his words carefully. Probably, I can barely feel the flaws of the spiritual plant. Wait for me. Hearing Su Che's words, Su Dachuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and handed it to Su Che. Help me see if these 3 diseased spiritual plants can be saved? Can they be saved by just exposing them to sunlight? Su Che, this is just a photo. I can't feel it. I thought he was so powerful. Su Dachuan muttered softly. Su Che's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and veins on his forehead were throbbing. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Su Dachuan turned his head with a guilty conscience and quickly made a phone call. Xiao Zhang, it's me. Help me bring the 3 spiritual plants from the company's treatment shed over here. Yes, now. 10 minutes later. Su Che looked at the 3 spiritual plants on the dining table seriously. On the far left is the familiar hydrangea, in the center is the purple hydrangea, and on the far right is the 8-bearded grass that looks like vine tendrils. Although the varieties are different, it can still be seen that the quality is not low, at least it is a mid-level third-grade product, but unfortunately, these 3 spiritual plants are not normal, or to be more precise, they are diseased. How is it? Can it be saved? Should it be exposed to the sun? How long? Su Dachuan's eyes were full of hope, and his mind was filled with the sun. Don't worry. Su Che rolled his eyes and quietly activated Break Delusion. Name Radix Radiata Level, Level 3, Mid-Level Effects. Brewing tea with the rhizomes can slightly improve the efficiency of supernatural power cultivation, and is one of the main ingredients for making third-level energy potions. Defects. Severe lack of light hours leads to the breeding of aphids and leaf lesions. Solution. Exposed to sunlight for 8 hours cumulatively. Name Hydrangea Level, Level 3, Mid-Level Effects. The petals have the effect of calming the mind and strengthening the spirit, and are one of the main ingredients for making third-level energy potion. Defect. Excessive purple pigment leads to growth hormone imbalance. Solution. Leave it in dark conditions for 8 hours. Name 8-bearded grass level, Level 3, Mid-Level Effects. The rhizome tea can significantly improve kidney function and is one of the main ingredients for making third-level energy potion. Disadvantage: the growth environment is too good, causing the 8 whiskers to become weak. Solution: trimming to 5 whiskers can stimulate life potential. Seeing this, Suche's lips curled up slightly. There is hope. The moon rabbit falls, and the golden crow rises in the east when the pale yellow morning light sprinkled on the bedroom windowsill. Suche opened his eyes instantly. He needs to get up early today, for the same reason as last time. He had to go to the logistics department in advance to collect the training resources for the next 2 months. After putting on his clothes and preparing to go out, Suche's ear suddenly moved. His realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, and at this moment he could vaguely hear the sounds coming from the living room approaching the door. Suche quickly determined that the voice outside was that of Su Dachuan. For some unknown reason, he did not open the door directly, but put his ear closer. Yanxio, it's a good thing that my son has talent. I really don't know what to do. The truth will be bad for him. Although I couldn't hear it clearly, I could still hear a few key words and sentences occasionally, but just when he was about to continue listening, there was no sound outside. Suche pushed the door open and immediately saw Su Dachuan standing in front of the family portrait. Son, you got up so early. I'll go cook for you. Seeing Suche, Su Dachuan quickly turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Although he moved quickly, Suche still saw traces of tears in the corners of Su Dachuan's eyes, etc. Suche immediately looked at Su Dachuan suspiciously. Old Su, what did you just say? What, truth or something? Su Dachuan paused, then waved his hand nonchalantly. Hey, you heard me wrong. I meant that the food I cook now is really delicious. Real? Can I still lie to you? Okay, maybe I heard it wrong. Suche smacked his lips and put on his coat. I won't eat breakfast at home. I'm going back to school first. After saying hello, he left in a hurry. Balcony 3302. Watching Suche's departing back, Su Dachuan had a complicated expression. Son, I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing that you have such a talent. Chapter 37 again? What you awakened is not F-level talent, but SSS-level talent. The first supernatural high school logistics department. The first monthly test of the Wuxue exam sprint class has just ended, and it is time to collect class resources. But the difference from last time is that this time you need to collect 2 months worth of practice resources at one time. The same thing was that when Suche arrived, the line was still very long. There is no way. It is still a long commuting distance from the 3rd Ring Road to the city center. It's okay. There aren't too many people. It should be done in 10 minutes. Secretly judging the number of people in his mind, Suche subconsciously began to queue up obediently. After all, deep down, he has always been a good young man who doesn't like to cause trouble. However, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Suche wanted to queue up honestly, but the people around him didn't think so. Ahem, it's Teacher Suche. You came quite early today. I don't know the time. How about you come first? Good morning, Teacher Suche. I'm so sorry that you're standing behind me. You go first, you go first. Yes, Mr. Suche, you go first, we are not in a hurry, huh? Ever since a teacher saw Suche voluntarily give up his seat, the situation suddenly became out of control. One by one, the teachers pulled Suche to their side with enthusiasm. In less than a minute, Suche had moved from the last place in the line to the front. That's fine too. Suche looked back and saw all the teachers smiling kindly. Turning around, I immediately saw the administrator's warm smile. The people are the same people, and the things are the same things. Just because of changes in one's own cultivation and class ranking, the treatment has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's really like a monkey climbing a tree. Looking up, you see only butts. Looking down, you see only smiling faces. At this moment, Suche suddenly had a deeper understanding of the school's principle of strength above all else. Teacher Suche, I have already prepared all the resources for your class in advance. The administrator smiled apologetically, carefully took out 2 bulging backpacks from the drawer and handed them over with both hands. There are 3 people in your class 18, and you rank 2nd in the monthly test. At the request of Principal Lei, the top 6 will receive an additional 50% in resources. Principal Lei also promised an additional 50%, so this is equivalent to double the resources. Please take a look. Compared with last time, the administrator's attitude is undoubtedly much better. Thank you. Suche took a quick glance, determined that there was no problem, grinned at the administrator, and immediately signed his name in the register. Just at this moment, a few whispers suddenly came from behind. Look, isn't that Long Outyen? It seems to be true. Look at his face. It's as if he has eaten a fly. Hiss. He's not coming here to seek revenge on teacher Su-che, is he? Although the discussion was not loud, Su-che could still hear it clearly with his keen perception. Revenge? Su-che looked strange and immediately stood up and looked not far away. Sure enough, he saw Long Outyen walking towards him with a dark face. Long Outyen was in a bad mood at the moment. Originally, he should have been able to receive an additional 50% of resources today as a former Liuja, but Su-che's class 18 pushed his class to 7th place, even though there is only one difference. The difference in resources is huge. Damn Su-che, don't let me see you, or I won't let you go. Thinking viciously in his heart, Long Outyen suddenly raised his head and happened to meet Su-che's teasing gaze. Boom, it was like a bolt of lightning hitting his brain. Long Outyen felt his scalp go numb all of a sudden, and for a moment his consciousness was a little hazy. No way, I was just joking, don't do this to me. He stopped abruptly, his temples and heart beating wildly. Although Long Outyen's reaction time seemed very long, in fact, everything happened within just 1 second. 1 second later, Long Outyen turned and left without hesitation. 1 step, 2 steps, the pace gradually accelerated into a jog, and finally from a jog to in just a few seconds, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone, Su-che opened his mouth, smiled freely, put on his bag and left. And now Long Outyen no longer poses any threat to him, so why would a lion bother with a mouse? The atmosphere at the scene returned to normal only after Su-che left, but everyone knows one thing in their hearts. The current Su-che is no longer the same Su-che as before. Just before Su-che completely disappeared from sight, Lu Bo happened to arrive at the scene. Su-che, Lu Bo narrowed his eyes and stared at Su-che, who was walking away. A cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. He is a very vengeful person. Over the years, no one who has offended him has had a good ending. That he remembered everything Su-che did yesterday deeply, and would strike without mercy as long as the right opportunity came. Master, do you want me to arrange for someone to teach this ignorant boy a lesson? The gray-robed old man behind Lu Bo bowed slightly. No need. If I wanted to get him, I would have done it yesterday. Besides, if something happens to him recently, it would be easy for others to suspect me. Lu Bo smiled and said, in the second monthly test 2 months later, I will let him know what the gap is. As he spoke, Lu Bo's third-order 7th-level cultivation level quietly erupted, causing the air to vibrate. Feeling this energy, the gray-robed old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Congratulations, young master, you are one step closer to breaking through the 3rd level, 8th level. The teaching building has 33 floors. In Class 18 classroom. Wow, these resources are enough for a class of 20 people to practice for several months. Su-che, who was organizing teaching resources, couldn't help but exclaim about a full 120 bottles of first-level energy potion. 6 first-level gravity room 100-hour training cards. Compared with the resources we got this time, the resources we got in the first month are nothing. He guessed that there would be a lot of resources this time, but he didn't expect it to be so many. Damn it, I've never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. But he soon felt relieved. The second-ranked class already has more resources, and with Principal Lei's operation, the resources are doubled. Isn't that amazing? The next moment, Su-che seemed to have a feeling and looked towards the entrance of the classroom. Since you are here, come in. Just now, he keenly sensed 2 auras of approximately level 3 at the door of the classroom. There were 2 first-level, third-level experts lingering outside their class early in the morning, and it was obvious who they were. Sure enough, purple-haired Jiang Yueli and white-haired Jiang Yueshi walked into the classroom one after another. I'm just here to take a look. Jiang Yueli looked obviously embarrassed. Jiang Yueshi started at 0 frame and poked Jiang Yueli in the lungs. I don't know who insisted on getting up so early. Jiang Yueli's fists hardened after taking a closer look at the two of them. Su-che couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Don't say anything, just listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Actually, the voice paused for a moment, and when it reappeared it was like thunder. In fact, what you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Chapter 38 Breakthrough on the 6th level of the 3rd stage. A-level supernatural power Green Peak Dragon, Class 18 of Grade 2 classroom. In fact, what you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Su-che's first move was a powerful one. At this moment is just like that moment. Strictly speaking, Yi Shuangyue's rise began with this sentence. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's pupils suddenly dizzied, the muscles in my back tensed instantly, and I felt goosebumps extending from my neck to my arms inch by inch. They looked at each other reflexively, and both of them could see deep shock in each other's eyes. Before coming to Class 18, the two had imagined many different opening lines for Suche. For example, I am now at the third level, fifth stage. I am more than qualified to be your teacher. Start training with me from today. Another example, want to be like Yi Xuan Yue? Train with me, and I promise that one day you will be able to reach her level, etc. The two of them had even thought of a way to deal with this situation. That's right, they had discussed it before coming. Although Suche has reached the peak of the third level in fifth stage, and although Class 18 ranks second among the martial arts exam sprint classes, but they still choose to train at home. They understood that the reason why Class 18 was able to achieve this result was entirely because of Yi Xuan Yue. However, everyone knows that the reason why Yi Xuan Yue is so powerful is entirely due to the secondary evolution of her supernatural powers, but the problem is, they are not Yi Xuan Yue. In fact, when it comes down to it, the two of them still don't quite trust Suche. The reason he came here today was actually to make it clear to Suche that they would all practice at home from now on. But they never expected that Suche's first sentence would disrupt all their plans. The two of them opened and closed their mouths for a long time, but no sound came out of their throats. In the end, Zhang Yueli was the first to come to his senses. He took a deep breath and looked directly at Suche. Don't be ridiculous, this is not funny. Yes. The intelligent optical computer can't be wrong, so don't make fun of us. Zhang Yueshi added. Suche smiled slightly and did not refute but continued to ask, the intelligent optical computer can't be wrong, but what if you can also evolve your superpowers a second time? When it comes to the words secondary evolution, Suche's tone becomes noticeably heavier. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were both stunned. Although they did not speak, a strong desire flashed in their eyes. During the time when they awakened their F-level abilities, the two of them truly felt the gap in their talents. It can be said that these two people hope for the second evolution of superpowers more than anyone else, but soon, the two of them slowly lowered their heads, and deep disappointment flashed in their eyes again. The second evolution of superpowers is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's rare for a school to have a Yi Xuan Yue, so two of them? How is that possible? What if I say that I helped Yi Xuan Yue's ability evolve a second time? Just when the two were feeling lost, Suche's confident voice rang out. Swish, the two of them immediately looked up at Suche, with expressions of disbelief almost showing through their bodies. What if I say that I can also help you to evolve your abilities a second time? Suche's voice sounded again, and his tone was obviously the same as before, but when it hit the two people's hearts, it was like a loud bang from a scorch. What did you say? Zhang Yueli's voice was trembling, which was rare, and his heavy and rapid breathing could no longer be concealed. Zhang Yueshi didn't say anything, but the fists clenched under his sleeves said it all. Suche's voice remained calm, but a hint of triumph appeared on the corner of his lips. I said, I can help you evolve your abilities a second time. He didn't believe that the two could resist this temptation. Really? Zhang Yueshi's eyes suddenly brightened, and little stars flashed in his eyes, etc. Zhang Yueli held Zhang Yueshi down, and said calmly without getting carried away, why should we believe you? Facing Zhang Yueli's questioning, Suche was not angry. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yueli with admiration. After a pause, he glanced at the two people meaningfully and said calmly, both of you are practicing your family's long rainbow piercing the sun breathing technique, right? Zhang Yueli nodded disapprovingly, that's right. This information is already known to almost everyone in the school, so there is nothing strange about it. If Suche's words just now were equivalent to starting a game of landlord with a single 3. But the next sentence is like a direct bomb that overturns the table. When you practice your family's long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method, do you often feel unbearable pain in your abdomen? At first the pain is very mild, but as your cultivation level increases, the pain becomes more and more obvious, and I guess you two are the only ones in your family who feel this way. I believe you have consulted many doctors, but all the doctors are helpless. Am I right? Deng deng, deng deng deng. Hearing this, Zhang Yueli took 2 steps back, and Zhang Yueshi took 3 steps back. Both of them were filled with fear. All these manifestations prove one thing, that is, Suche guessed right. How did you know? Zhang Yueli pursed his lips tightly. Out of shock also has different levels, then the performance of these two people at this moment is undoubtedly at the maximum level. The abdominal pain is their biggest secret, and apart from them, only their aunt Jiang Lianyue knows the secret, but there is no way Jiang Lianyue would tell this secret to anyone else. Therefore, the two really didn't understand how Suche knew it. Suche did not answer directly but continued, let me tell you why, because you're Physical constitution is simply not suitable for practicing the long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. The long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method is about compressing the meridians to choose the best, but the potential in your body is too great. Even if all the meridians are expanded tenfold, they are not enough to bear the load, and if you keep compressing the meridians, they will naturally be damaged. The harder you work, the more serious the damage to your meridians will be. If you continue to practice, you may only be able to reach the first level in your lifetime. Jiang Yuexi's eyelashes fluttered faster and she was already panicking. Then, what should I do? Is there any way? After hearing what Su Che said, she had already believed it for the most part. Of course. Su Che nodded without hesitation. It can be solved by changing the breathing method. Jiang Yueli's face suddenly changed. This is impossible. The Zhanghongguan rebreathing method is a family tradition. Su Che waved his hand to interrupt. I know you don't believe it now, but why not give it a try? With your qualifications, it will be effective in one morning. After saying that, Su Che immediately threw out a booklet with a few big crooked words written on it. Improved version of extreme compression breathing method. Time passed by minute, and a morning went by in a flash. Ding-ling-ling, just when the dinner bell rang. Boom, boom. Two powerful forces suddenly erupted. The next second, Su Che heard the system voice. Ding Jiang Yueli's F-level ability weak electricity has successfully evolved into a C-level ability purple lightning. Ding Jiang Yueli's cultivation has been raised from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 4th level of the first stage. Ding Jiang Yuexi's F-level ability weak ice has successfully evolved into a C-level ability extreme cold crystal. Ding Jiang Yuexi's cultivation has been upgraded from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 4th level of the first stage. The system is judging, the conditions for reward issuance are met. The first reward will be doubled. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving his apprentice's superpowers. The original B-level superpower Zhengrong Python has evolved into an A-level superpower Qingfeng Jiao. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully improving the disciple's cultivation. The 3rd level 5th level cultivation has been upgraded to the 3rd level 6th level. Chapter 39, Bind. Bind. The 3 disciples are finally together, in the classroom. Boom. A momentum dozens of times more powerful than before suddenly erupted, and the violet energy instantly swept through the entire classroom. The collision of energy and air immediately produced shock waves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The classroom doors, windows, tables, chairs, and benches were all creaking. The whole classroom felt like it was in the center of a storm, and the air suddenly became extremely thin. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yuexi suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Su Che, who was at the center of the energy shock, with a little fear in their eyes. Of course, while I was terrified, I was also a little confused. Aren't they the protagonists today? With a try-it attitude, the two finally decided to try practicing this improved version of extreme compression breathing method a few hours ago. Due to their experience in practicing the family breathing method, the two of them quickly became familiar with the breathing cycle. The moment they started practicing this breathing method, they were surprised to find that their whole bodies felt extremely comfortable, as if all the cells in their bodies were cheering. Not only did the pain in the abdominal meridian stop, they even felt like fish in water, as if this breathing method was specially tailored for them. Unconsciously, the two of them couldn't stop running over and over again, gradually forgetting the existence of time. It was not until the bell rang that the two of them came back to their senses from that extremely mysterious feeling. After he stopped practicing, he suddenly felt a powerful energy surging from deep within his body, and his cultivation level actually broke through from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 4th level of the first stage. Even though it was only an improvement of 1 level, you should know that it only took 1 morning. If we estimate based on their original training speed, it would probably take at least 1 or 2 months to accomplish this. More important than their cultivation level, both of them vaguely felt that their own supernatural powers seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. But just as they excitedly opened their eyes and prepared to ask Su Che, they witnessed Su Che's breakthrough with their own eyes. Breaking through from the peak of level 3, level 5 to level 3, can be described as a qualitative leap. Compared with Su Che's progress, the two of them suddenly felt embarrassed to speak. Su Che, who was at the center of energy, couldn't help but groan. Cool. 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 At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. The moment he broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage, he suddenly felt that the energy in his body had increased by at least 3 times. Of course, the improvement in his cultivation was far from the reason why he was so excited. What really excites him is that his superpowers have evolved again. With this in mind, Suche quickly activated break delusion on himself and aim. Suche level, level 3, level 6 superpower. Strengthening A-level superpower green peak dragon exercise, galaxy breathing method combat skill, Pajun fist flaws. 1. There are 100 errors in the technique, resulting in low efficiency in absorbing supernatural powers. 2. There are 179 errors in the operation of combat skills, resulting in low efficiency of force conversion scheme. 1. Optimize the breathing method. Given the host's strength, 32 areas can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is 2. Optimize the skills. Considering the host's strength, 40 points can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is A-level supernatural power green peak dragon. After confirming the level of his supernatural power, Suche's heart beat faster and faster, and he became excited that he couldn't help but be excited. This was an A-level superpower. You should know that in the entire school, apart from the principal and the vice principal, Jiang Lianyue is the only one who possesses A-level supernatural powers. In the entire Pengchang, it is often not possible to find an awakened A-level talented person for several years. You can imagine how rare A-level abilities are. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to meet Lu Bo again now, he would even have the confidence to defeat him. The most important thing is that A-level superpowers are far from the end. After helping Yi Xuanyue, Zhang Yueli, and Zhang Yueshi evolve their supernatural powers to C-level, he already has A-level talent. If the three disciples' abilities evolve again, then wouldn't he be the one too, if I continue to recruit disciples? Thinking of this, Suche's mouth became dry and his heart was beating like it was about to jump out of his chest. Just as Suche was imagining a bright future, he suddenly became aware that someone was staring at him from behind. Sorry, I broke through accidentally. After turning around and finding that it was Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, Suche scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhang Yueli, accidentally? Zhang Yueshi, just a breakthrough? The two looked at each other again, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Others would burn incense, take a bath and worship heaven and earth before making a breakthrough. But you just made a breakthrough casually while in class. At this moment, the two of them were extremely disgusted with all the rumors in the school. How can Suche be the last one? His strength and potential are definitely among the top few. How's it going? How do you feel? While speaking, Suche looked at the two of them carefully and confirmed that they had made a breakthrough. I have now broken through to the 4th level of the first stage. Zhang Yueshi's eyes lit up. Me too. Zhang Yueli quickly added in a low voice, and I feel that my ability level, you guessed right. Your ability level has evolved. The first evolution should be C-level. I believe you have an intelligent optical computer at home. You can go back and test it and you will know. Suche nodded confidently. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I didn't lie to you. Follow me to train, and I guarantee that your abilities will evolve to SSS level sooner or later. At this point, Suche raised his eyebrows. How about it, do you believe me now? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi nodded slightly. Suche grinned. What should you call me now? After a pause, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked at each other, then he bowed his head with both hands and bowed deeply to Suche. Thank you, teacher. If the two of them had deep doubts about Suche before, but after experiencing everything that just happened, the doubts in their hearts completely disappeared without a trace. It was not until this moment that the two of them truly acknowledged Suche as their teacher. Hearing this, the corners of Suche's mouth curved upwards slightly. At the same time, the system sounded again. Ding! It is detected that Zhang Yueli's trust in the host exceeds 60. The personal binding function has been unlocked. Currently, the number of people that can be bound is X2. The number of people that can be bound increases with the host's strength. Ding! It is detected that Zhang Yueshi's trust in the host exceeds 60. The personal binding function has been unlocked. Currently, the number of people that can be bound is X1. The number of people that can be bound will increase with the host's strength. After binding with a mentor, the rewards from the mentor's upgrade will have an additional bonus. The mentor's daily upgrade will be returned to the host, with a chance of triggering a critical hit. Ding! Detected a person who can be bound to Zhang Yueli. Do you want to start binding? Once the binding starts, it cannot be changed. Ding! Detected a person who can be bound to Zhang Yueshi. Do you want to start binding? Once the binding starts, it cannot be changed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Suche silently said in his heart, bind. Chapter 40 Oolong? Embarrassed Jiang Lianyue, in Class 18 classroom. Suche opened his mouth slightly, raised his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky with a silly smile on his face. That if you say you are an idiot from the neighboring village with the drool on your face, people will believe you. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi both had strange looks on their faces, however. At this moment Suche was completely immersed in joy and didn't notice it at all. Binding to Yi Shuang Yue allowed him to soar from the first level of the third order to the peak of the fifth level of the third order in just 1 month. Now that he has bound himself to the two sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, wouldn't the speed of cultivation have tripled? Ahem, Lao Dang. Teacher? Teacher? Jiang Yueli coughed softly. Suche suddenly realized it this time, and immediately shook his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind and looked at the two of them with a smile. By the way, demonstrate all the fighting skills you have practiced. I will see if there is anything that can be improved. The most important breathing problem has been solved, and the next step is to solve the combat skills problem. If breathing techniques are compared to internal strength, then fighting skills are external strength. Having powerful internal strength and realm is not a qualified strongman at all if you don't know how to use or attack. His disciple Suche not only has to be talented, but also has to be strong in combat. Hearing Suche's fierce words, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi trembled. Slightly improve combat skills. What a familiar yet unfamiliar word. Although combat skills are not like breathing techniques that only those who have reached the Grandmaster level are qualified to master, it still requires at least a 4th level extraordinary person to barely create one's own. What's more, both of them practiced the top grade Shen level combat skills. It is nothing less than a pipe dream to want to improve the Shen level top grade combat skills with the 6th level of the 3rd stage. If Suche had said this before, the two of them would definitely think that Suche was making fun of them, but after everything that had just happened, they only hesitated for a moment and still did as they were told. I am practicing the top-grade Shen level combat skill Lightning Ball, which allows me to manipulate my own supernatural power to transform into a ball of lightning for long-range attacks. Jiang Yueli took the lead and took a step forward. He clenched his fists and used all his strength to display his fighting skills. Arcs of electricity flashed across his body. Electric arcs gathered rapidly in front of the chest at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a purple lightning ball as big as an adult's fist slowly emerged. Seeing this, Jiang Yueshi's eyes immediately widened with an expression of disbelief. If she remembered correctly, her sister had tried her best to rub her hands into a thunderball the size of a ping-pong ball, which flickered. Now not only is the thunderball much larger in size, it also has a frightening purple color. My abilities are indeed different now. They are much, much stronger than before. Jiang Yueli also showed a look of surprise. Very good, next one. At this moment, neither of them noticed that a gleam of brilliance flashed in Suche's eyes. Just now, he had used breaking delusion to identify it. The combat skills in this book, Lightning and Thunderball, are okay, but it also has many shortcomings. Although his current strength of the 3rd stage and 6th level can only improve it by about 1/3, it can still greatly increase the power. Okay, it's my turn. After seeing the changes in her sister, Jiang Yueshi was very positive and looked a little impatient. I am practicing the Shen level top grade combat skill, the Shen Bing technique, which allows me to manipulate my own abilities to condense into ice crystals of various shapes for long-range attacks. After saying this, he quietly took 2 steps back and took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. Oh? Suche expressed his doubts slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Judging from Jiang Yueshi's posture, his attack method must be very powerful, but the next second, Jiang Yueshi shouted angrily, Ice Shield! As soon as he finished speaking, a shield made of ice crystals quickly appeared on his right arm. Suche's eyes suddenly widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, and the next second Jiang Yueli held his forehead helplessly. The Zhuanbingshu is ever-changing and can evolve into many kinds of attack methods. It is a skill that even she envies, but her sister insisted that defense was more important than attack, and she didn't practice any attack form, only the shield. Why defense is more important than attack? She understood Jiang Yueshi's little thoughts better than anyone else. He was just afraid of pain. Great! The shield is much bigger than before. Looking at the shield made of ice crystals in his hand, Jiang Yueshi exclaimed and seemed very excited. Why did you transform into a shield, after enduring for a long time? Suche finally couldn't help but ask. Because I'm afraid, because defense is the best attack. Jiang Yueshi's voice suddenly turned. All right. Su Che just thought it was a small problem and didn't bother about it. Wait for me for a moment. Zuanbingshu and Lightning Thunderball are both top-grade Shen-level skills. One advantage lies in the ability to transform into illusions, while the other lies in the stronger single-target attack. Generally speaking, the two combat skills are at the same level and have similar shortcomings. Completing combat skills is much easier than breathing methods. Plus, the experience of completing combat skills before it didn't take long for Su Che to inform the two of the areas that needed improvement in detail. This upgrade did not allow the two combat skills to enter the Earth level, but it was still a significant improvement. Seeing that the two were already familiar with each other, Su Che immediately suggested, "Do you want to give it a try?" Good. Zhang Yueli did not waste any time. Although his movements were a little unfamiliar, he still successfully summoned the purple thunderball. Not only that, but this thunderball is even bigger than the previous one, almost the size of two fists. Zhang Yueli's eyes lit up. Very good. Once you are familiar with it, your attack power should be able to be further improved. Su Che nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Zhang Yueshi. It's your turn. Wait, this time transform into one with offensive power. Su Che added to Zhang Yueshi frowned, but still nodded. Okay, no problem. But the next moment, under Su Che's shocked gaze, Zhang Yueshi once again conjured up an ice shield. Although it is much larger than before, it is still an ice shield. Zhang Yueli turned his head away, unable to bear to look any further. Su Che gritted his teeth. Isn't this still a shield? No, it's different, look. Zhang Yueshi grinned and slowly raised the ice shield. Two sharp spikes suddenly appeared right below the ice shield. Su Che, asterisk, Zhang Yueli sigma. Suddenly, the classroom became quiet. It seemed as if even the air was about to freeze with awkwardness. 10 seconds later, when the atmosphere became extremely awkward, Su Che suddenly turned around and looked outside the classroom. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked over there, but saw nothing. But in the next second, a familiar figure appeared in their sight. Aunt. When they saw Zhang Lianyue, the two sisters were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed as if they suddenly remembered something. Zhang Yueli quickly said, "Aunt, actually we..." Zhang Lianyue waved her hand to interrupt and sighed deeply. "I know you were embarrassed to say it, so let me say it." Zhang Lianyue walked slowly to Su Che with a serious expression. "Teacher Su Che, I would like to ask for a long vacation for Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's sister-in-law to practice at home in their name. I hope you can agree. Given your current situation, I think it would be best for you to let the two of you practice at home. Don't worry, I will teach them well." Well, Su Che looked strange when he heard this. "Director Zhang, I know you mean well, but why don't you ask Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi for their opinions first?" Zhang Lianyue was stunned at first, then nodded calmly. "Okay, it's better to let them say it themselves." But the next second Zhang Yueli's lips moved. "Aunt, I have decided to practice with teacher Su Che in the future." Zhang Yueshi pecked at the rice like a chicken. "Me too." Chapter 41 Candidates for Level 3 Teachers. Zhang Lianyue was a little confused. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's words were undoubtedly like a huge hammer hitting her head, making her feel a little dizzy. She subconsciously opened her beautiful red lips as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out of her mouth. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's reactions were completely different from what she had imagined. Didn't we agree yesterday to ask Su Che for leave today? What was going on? She had a half-day holiday after the monthly test yesterday. As soon as she got home, she heard Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi discussing the issue of taking leave. When the two decided to continue practicing at home, she confirmed it several times, and they both made it clear that they had made up their minds and would ask for leave early the next morning. Zhang Yueli even asked her that if the two of them had not left the classroom for a long time, they must have encountered some problems. When the time comes, I will have to trouble her, the aunt, to take action personally. So, she waited until lunchtime and still didn't see the two of them leave the classroom. She immediately realized something was wrong and rushed over in a hurry. "But I never expected this result. This is so embarrassing." Although her expression was calm, in fact, she was almost able to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. "Director Zhang, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding?" Su Che asked knowingly but didn't point it out. He just raised the corner of his lips to reveal a harmless smile. Zhang Lianyue, who was already embarrassed, quickly felt a blush on her neck, and she felt unusually embarrassed. "Aunt." Fortunately, at this time, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi came forward and held her arms on the left and right to rescue her. The two men pulled Zhang Lianyue to the corner of the classroom and began to whisper. 10 seconds later, Zhang Lianyue, who had a confused look on her face, had her pupils trembled slightly and she subconsciously glanced at Suche. 20 seconds later, Zhang Lianyue's pupils trembled violently and she looked at Suche deeply again. 30 seconds later, Zhang Lianyue looked at Suche again, her eyes looking at him as if he was a monster. Half a minute later, Zhang Yueli took the initiative to finish, "And, this is the situation. I wanted to stop you just now, but you spoke too quickly. Yes, and, you are too impulsive." Zhang Yueshi nodded repeatedly. Hiss, it's hard. Zhang Lianyue's fist is hard. If I wasn't worried about those two people, why would I be like this? But now is obviously not the time to teach them a lesson. After glaring at the two men fiercely, Zhang Lianyue immediately took 2 steps forward and came in front of Suche, with a slightly embarrassed expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Suche, I made a mistake. I hope you don't mind." Suche waved his hands quickly. Don't mind. Director Jiang has helped me so much, I can't thank you enough." "I didn't help you at all." Zhang Lianyue shook her head. "No, if Director Jiang hadn't been here that day, I would have definitely suffered a great loss, not to mention asking Long Outyan to compensate me." Suche's tone did not allow for refusal, so no matter what, I have to express my gratitude. He absolutely meant what he said. If Zhang Lianyue hadn't been there that day, Director Songju would never have given up. It is hard to say whether I will suffer losses in the end, but it will definitely not be as smooth as it is now. Hearing Suche's overbearing tone, Zhang Lianyue frowned slightly, but finally did not refute. "Okay then." She suddenly found that she seemed to be unable to see through Suche. They had been in the same school for such a long time, but Suche had never left any impression on her. But the martial arts exam class had only been open for a month, and Suche had already impressed her several times, especially today. After listening to the stories of Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, she felt as if there was a layer of fog around Suche, which made her want to lift it up and find out what was inside. "It's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." After a moment's silence, Zhang Lianyue took the initiative to say hello and turned to leave. While glancing at Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, the two sisters immediately lowered their heads and followed Zhang Lianyue obediently. Just as she reached the classroom door, Zhang Lianyue paused, then turned back and said with her red lips, "By the way, I have good news for you. You have just been selected as one of the candidates for the 3rd-level teacher. The other 3 are Lu Bo, Xu He, and Lu Hansheng. If you work hard, you still have a chance." After saying this, he took Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi and disappeared completely in the classroom. A candidate for a level 3 teacher? Suche, who was standing in place, suddenly had his eyes brighten and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This news was a complete surprise to him. There are many benefits to becoming a level 3 teacher. Not only will the salaries and allowances for level 3 teachers increase significantly, they can also run for positions such as director. At the same time, the 3rd floor of the library will also be open to 3rd-level teachers, and the skills inside are much better than those on the 2nd floor. Even further, if you want to be promoted from a high school teacher to a university teacher, a 3rd-level teacher is the basic requirement. Of course, if you want to teach at a university, in addition to having a 3rd-level teacher title, you must be promoted to a 4th-level extraordinary person. In addition, there are a series of requirements for the rate of admission. In short, it is very complicated and a little too early for him now. Right now, he is just a reserve candidate. If he wants to truly become a 3rd-level teacher, he must stand out among the 4 reserve candidates. There is only 1 vacancy for promotion to level 3 teacher every year. In order to be successfully promoted, not only good teaching results are required, but personal strength is also particularly important. If I remember correctly, among Lu Bo, Xu He and Lu Hansheng, except Lu Bo, the other 2 have B-level supernatural powers at the 3rd level and 6th layer. In other words, Xu He and Lu Hansheng posed almost no threat to him. The only threat to him is, with his pupils narrowed, Suche muttered inwardly, Lu Bo, 3rd stage, 7th level. He was not afraid when he was at level 3, level 5, not to mention that he is now at level 3, level 6, and his ability has evolved to level 8. However, considering that Lu Bo did not really use his full strength in the martial arts arena, it would be safer to upgrade to the 3rd level, 7th level if he wants to win. Thinking of this, Suche suddenly laughed. To upgrading to the 3rd level, 7th stage within 2 months? Isn't this a curse on me? Evening. In the luxurious single dormitory. TSK, it's worthy of being called a luxurious single dormitory. It's much better than my previous one. Looking carefully at the surroundings, Suche's expression was filled with regret. After finishing a day's teaching, he was about to return to his own nest when he was stopped by the administrator. The administrator told him that a new room happened to be vacant in the luxurious single dormitory and had been allocated to him. That being said, everyone actually understands what is going on. School has been in session for over a month. How could it be such a coincidence that time has just become available? Isn't it because he took second place in the martial arts exam sprint class? Sure enough, everything depends on one's own strength. Smacking his lips, Suche couldn't help but sigh. I must work hard to practice. The words fell. Ding! The cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueli has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding! The cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueshi has been improved, triggering the cultivation level return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding! The cultivation level of the disciple Yi Xuanyue has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Chapter 42, A Small Fortune. 900,000 Great Xia coins received. Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. In a luxurious single dormitory, a handsome guy's eyes are shining with excitement. This person was naturally none other than Suche. Just now, when he made up his mind to practice hard, the cultivation points of his 3 good disciples were returned to his accounts at the same time, although each person only gets 10 times. There are 3 of them, so it's equivalent to 30 times. Moreover, as the levels of the 3 people increased, he could clearly feel that the returned energy was getting higher and higher. Even if he started to play around and not practice every day from now on, relying only on the return of his cultivation, it would be easy for him to break through 1 level in a month. If you were lucky enough to get a 100-fold return or something, you might accidentally break through one day. However, Suche did not give up, but continued to practice the galaxy breathing technique honestly and unswervingly. Again, it is not for this tiny improvement, but to consolidate one's own cultivation. It was only before the first monthly test that he finally mastered the 3rd stage, 5th level of cultivation, but he broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage just the next day after the monthly test, which immediately made the energy in his body, which had been subdued, become numb again. Played it. Taking a deep breath, Suche's supernatural power surged with his emotions, and a gleam of light flashed quickly in his eyes. At this moment, even Suche himself did not notice that the strange light flashing in his eyes was actually light blue. Practicing the galaxy breathing technique, Suche quickly began to repair according to the plan given by the system. After breaking through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage in the morning, there were 32 more areas that could be optimized in the galaxy breathing technique. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, the third time is skillful. He is now very proficient in the repair technique. About half an hour later, all the areas of galaxy breathing method that could be optimized had been optimized, just as he expected. Although the efficiency of the optimized galaxy breathing method was greatly improved, it did not break through to the lower Earth level. I don't know if I can reach the Earth level once all my shortcomings are improved. Suche muttered a few words but didn't take it too seriously. He followed the instructions and started to repair the Pajun fist. The situation of Pajun fist is exactly the same as that of Xinghe breathing technique, and it has not been upgraded to the Earth level either. It was as if there was a huge gap between the upper grade Shin level and the lower grade D level. About 2 hours later, Suche, who was sweating profusely, quietly opened his eyes and felt refreshed. The A-level supernatural power combined with the galaxy breathing technique instantly increased his practice efficiency by 2 or 3 times compared to before. At this moment, he once again felt the difference in ability levels. B-level talent is already far superior to C-level talent, but A-level talent is even better than B-level talent. With the same resources and the same skills, 1 year of practicing A-level supernatural powers is almost equivalent to 2 to 3 years or even 4 to 5 years of practicing B-level supernatural powers, with such a terrifying gap. It is no wonder that the vast majority of those who achieve 4th level transcendence are A-level or above psychics. At this moment, Suche even had a feeling, even without the return of his disciples' cultivation, relying only on A-level supernatural talent and the galaxy breathing technique, it wouldn't take long to break through to the 7th level of the 3rd stage. I've finished my training, it's time to reward myself. Suche smiled evilly and immediately stood up and walked out of the training room. After closing the doors and windows, Pulling the curtains, I lay down on the bed quietly. He rubbed his hands excitedly and took out his cell phone. With an even more obscene smile on his face, click to enter the folder named Learning Materials, find the KK browser and turn on the incognito mode, then enter a string of URLs very skillfully. Yushin, after entering the URL, the phone interface suddenly dimmed. Reflecting Suche's extremely excited eyes. 10 or so seconds later, Suche's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he let out a long sigh. The next moment, you deposit 300,000 Dasha coins into your savings card with the last number 9527, and the available balance is 904,386 Dasha coins. Dasha Bank, it's done. The moment the 300,000 arrived in his account, Suche jumped up on the spot with a swoosh. It turned out that he had just gone to the dark web to withdraw cash. Although there are many people who go to the dark web in school, it is not good for a teacher to be looked down upon. Last time, someone opened a bet on the dark web to bet on his chances of winning against long out yen, and he bet a full 50,000 Dasha coins on himself to win without hesitation. In less than a week, 50,000 turned into 300,000. This is such a fast way to make money. You have to know that with his salary as a second-level teacher, 13 salaries a year plus bonuses, performance, and various benefits only add up to 150,000 Dasha coins. In other words, the 300,000 is equivalent to him working hard for 2 years without eating or drinking. I've made a fortune. After a few seconds of excitement, Suche looked at the balance and became even more excited. Adding the 600,000 yuan given by Lu Bo, his total assets have now reached 900,000 yuan. You have to know that Su Dachuan worked hard selling spiritual plants for a year, but his net profit might not even be 900,000. These days, people have gone straight from having enough food and clothing to being well off and entering the middle class. With this money, we won't have to live a tight life anymore. Looking at the balance again and again, Suche couldn't help laughing foolishly, and was already planning how to allocate the money in his mind. First of all, there is no doubt that all this money must be used for cultivation, whether it is for the ranking in the sprint class 2 months later or Lubo's 1.2 million. Taking a longer view, even for the only position as a third-level teacher, cultivation and combat power are the most important. As for combat power, we can now arrange to use the third-level gravity room that we couldn't afford to go to before. The third-level gravity chamber can be adjusted to a maximum gravity of 30 times that of Blue Planet, which is very suitable for people like him whose cultivation level increases too quickly. He didn't go before because the cost of a third-level gravity chamber was too high and an ordinary family like his couldn't afford it. Now that I have money, of course I have to go. Practicing controlling my body's energy in a level 3 gravity room will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort, with only benefits and no harm. The only drawback is just one word: expensive. Cultivation. Cultivation. Thinking of his cultivation, Suche murmured and suddenly fell silent. The skills and combat techniques exist in a systematic way and do not need to be replaced at present. The Shen level upper grade was already the highest level of martial arts and combat skills he could access in school. As for going higher, his 600,000 yuan can't even buy the foreskin of an earth level martial arts technique. Apart from the skills and combat techniques, the only thing left is the potion, but soon. Suche shook his head vigorously. If someone with his strength wants to improve through potions, he must drink at least a third-grade, top-quality potion. The raw materials of the third-grade high-quality potion cost tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention the finished product. It's too expensive. Of course, there is another main reason besides being expensive. Compared with the return of the apprentice's cultivation, the little cultivation level improved by the potion is not enough. Instead of spending money on potions, it is more cost-effective to spend money on improving the apprentice's cultivation, etc. Thinking of this, Suche's pupils trembled and his breathing became a little faster. You know what? Spending money to improve your apprentice's strength might actually work. Not only can you improve your own cultivation, but you can also increase the trust of your disciples. Although he didn't know what the use of increasing trust would be, his intuition told him improving trust will definitely bring unimaginable benefits. Guaranteed. After thinking for a moment, Suche couldn't help but raise his lips. Let's do it. Chapter 43, Shocked Zheng Tianyang. I will personally send you off tomorrow. At the foot of Yulong Mountain, the Zhang family villa is brightly lit. Through the light and shadow in the living room, you can clearly see 4 figures in the living room. At this moment, one of the middle-aged men with extraordinary demeanor was dancing and talking about something, and he was quite excited. No. Absolutely not. Even if your teacher is already at the 3rd level, 6th level, so what? Isn't he still just a 2nd level teacher? Can he be as strong as the 3rd level retired teacher I hired for you? I don't mean to look down on your teachers. Except for Lu Bo from the Lu family, the other teachers in the martial arts exam sprint class are all bad. In short, I just have one thing to say. You two should just practice at home. Our family is rich, so isn't the practice environment much better than that of school? Jiang Tianyang expressed his attitude in one breath, his face slightly red, but seeing that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi obviously didn't listen, Jiang Tianyang looked helpless that he didn't know what happened to his two precious daughters. After going to school to take the monthly test yesterday, they went to school again early this morning. As a result, he decided to train with the school teacher when he got home, which made him very anxious. He wasn't targeting anyone, but he really thought that Pengcheng's #1 high school for special abilities was just SOSO. But if it weren't for his younger sister Jiang Lianyue being there and living close to home, he wouldn't have let his two daughters go to the #1 high school of special abilities. They have everything that the first special ability high school has, and even better, in terms of martial arts. Their family has an ancestral Shen level top grade long rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. In terms of combat skills, their family is capable of finding the lightning thunderball and mysterious ice technique that are suitable for both of them. In terms of resources, they have a private first level gravity chamber and unlimited energy potions. As for teaching, they have specially hired a retired third-level teacher to provide home tutoring. In any way, isn't it better than school? To put it bluntly, given their family conditions, they send their children to school just to get a student status so that they can take the military examination. But even with such good conditions, the two little kids insisted on going to school, which made him very anxious. Dad, I've made up my mind. Jiang Yueli's tone was firm and not affected at all. Dad, you know I always listen to my sister. Jiang Yueshi smiled playfully. You guys really make me mad. Jiang Tianyang slapped his thigh anxiously, and looked at Jiang Lianyue who was silent beside him as if asking for help. Little sister, please help me persuade them. They are the ones who listen to you the most. She was so anxious and angry that she didn't notice Jiang Lianyue's strange expression at the moment. Jiang Lianyue hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally pursed her lips. Brother, I actually think it's better for Yueli and Yueshi to go to school. Listen, if you don't listen to me, you should listen to your aunt. Did you hear what your aunt said? Go to school. Wait. What did you say? Jiang Tianyang was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned stiffly and looked at Jiang Lianyue with his eyes wide open. He almost wanted to dig his ears to confirm if there was something wrong with his hearing. The little sister who had always agreed with him actually changed her mind and supported Yueli and Yueshi going to school? Ahem, brother, I support Yuli and Yushi to go to school. As for the reason, Jiang Lianyue avoided Jiang Tianyang's resentful gaze and immediately looked at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Two little ancestors, show your dad a lesson, otherwise your dad will nag me all day. Demonstration? Demonstration of what? Jiang Tianyang was still confused, but did not receive any response. Come on, together. Jiang Yueli took 2 steps forward and distanced himself from Jiang Yueshi. Aha! Jiang Yueshi nodded rapidly. What are you going to do? Jiang Tianyang's face was full of question marks, but he was still ignored by the 3 women. No, I said. Jiang Tianyang wanted to say something, but the next moment he froze in place, his jaw hanging open, as if he had seen something incredible. Crackle. Electric arcs kept moving around Jiang Yueli and gathered madly towards the thunderball in front of his chest. In a very short time, the thunderball grew to the size of 2 fists. As the thunderball surged, a ray of purple light in the center of the thunder core made people extremely frightened. Not far from Jiang Yueli, the atmosphere around Jiang Yueshi seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. A 6-sided shield made of ice crystals appeared on the forearm at some point. The cold air continued to pour out of the shield. Hiss. Level 1, Level 4. Jiang Tianyang took a deep breath and stared with his eyes wide open. He clearly remembered that Yuli and Yushi were only at the 3rd level of the first stage when they went to school to take the monthly test, and they were still a long way from breaking through to the 4th level of the first stage, but it was only a day later. How could the two of them improve their cultivation so quickly? Even if they drank the energy potion as if it were sugar water, it wouldn't be possible. No. No. After taking a closer look, a hint of doubt flashed in Jiang Tianyang's eyes. If it was just a simple improvement in cultivation, the change would not be so great. The strength of the supernatural powers displayed by the two through their combat skills at this moment is almost a qualitative change compared to before. the strength of the ability has changed so much in just one day. Could it be? Jiang Tianyang's heart beat faster and even his breathing became a little rapid. A bold idea suddenly flashed through my mind and eventually occupied my entire mind. Gurgled. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and turned stiffly to look at Jiang Lianyue with a trembling voice. Little sister, are you Ellie and Yueshi? That's right. Jiang Lianyue turned her head, her eyes gleaming. Yueli and Yueshi's abilities have evolved a second time. To be on the safe side, she tested the two sisters several times using instruments at school and at home, and there was no way she could be wrong. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's energy returned to their bodies, and the room returned to peace. Dad, my F-level ability Weak Ice has successfully evolved into a C-level ability Extreme Cold Crystal. Jiang Yueshi's face was filled with pride, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching the back of his head. My F-level ability Weak Electricity has also successfully evolved into a C-level ability Purple Lightning. Although Jiang Yueli didn't smile, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. After all, both of them are just children who have just reached adulthood. I thought the F-level ability would accompany me for the rest of my life, but now it has evolved to C-level. How can I not be excited? Jiang Tianyang was stunned, his expression frozen on his face like a sculpture. Brother, the reason why Yueli and Yueshi were able to evolve a second time was because of their teacher. Seeing that Jiang Tianyang was silent for a long time, Jiang Lianyue quickly spoke up and added. Jiang Tianyang still didn't react at all, looking like a sculpture that was about to be weathered. Elder brother? Dad? Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi spoke at the same time. Jiang Tianyang's eyelashes fluttered faster and faster as he gradually came to his senses. Then he turned around and left without saying a word. Dad? Where are you going? Jiang Yueshi immediately waved and shouted. Jiang Tianyang didn't even turn his head, leaving only a few words. I'll go pack up and personally take you to class tomorrow morning. Chapter 44. A big gift for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. Morning. It is time to enter the school, and a large number of students are entering the campus one after another. But almost every student will look towards the opposite side of the school gate with envy before entering the school. A pitch-black luxury car was parked on the road directly opposite the school gate. A bright red thin line runs through the entire front face, making it look both low key and luxurious. Cars are a rare item in Pengcheng, and only the rich and powerful can own one. Even if ordinary families can afford it, they have no place to park their cars, and even if they have a place to park, they have no money to charge the car. In Pengcheng, where electricity resources are so tight, cars represent status. Especially since the license plate of this dark black car is SU C66666, it is precisely because of this license plate that many people recognize the ownership of the car in front of them. This car belongs to the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng. Inside the luxury car. What? Are you saying that Su Che was only at the 3rd level, 1st grade, a month ago? He was a well-known laggard in the school? And now he is already at the 3rd level, 6th grade? Jiang Tianyang looked at Jiang Lianyue in surprise, and his voice became unsteady. After sending Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi to school, he began to ask Jiang Lianyue for information about Su Che. It was no big deal to inquire about this, it almost scared him to death. Jiang Lianyue nodded and added, everyone in school said that he was hiding his strength before. Jiang Tianyang's expression did not change, and he was still excited. You also said that this Su Che actually optimized the top-grade lightning ball and mysterious ice technique of the Shin level? The power is greatly increased? Jiang Lianyue pursed her lips and said, I have verified it many times. With the same power output, the power is indeed significantly improved. For a moment, Jiang Tianyang's expression was extremely wonderful. As a 4th level transcendent, he was able to create his own martial arts skills, but with his strength, it would be good enough for him to create a mid-level yellow-grade martial arts technique. If we talk about optimization, it can barely be upgraded to a higher level, and if we work hard we can probably optimize the top-grade yellow-level skills. As for optimizing to the upper level of Shin level, he didn't even dare to think about it. In his impression, if one wants to optimize the Shen level top grade skills, one must at least break through the 4th level extraordinary level and reach the 5th level master level. But now, a 3rd level 6th level teacher has successfully optimized a Shen level top grade combat skill. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Tianyang twisted his body, subconsciously adjusted his sitting position, coughed lightly and continued to ask, also, I heard that Suche asked Yu Li and Yushi to learn the breathing method so that their abilities could evolve a second time? This time Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Yu Li and Yushi said so. Did Yueli and Yueshi really have abdominal pain before? Then why didn't you tell me? Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but glance at Jiang Tianyang. Why would a grown man like you tell you? Jiang Tianyang frowned, but the long rainbow penetration breathing method is my family's breathing method. So many people in our family have practiced it and nothing happened. Why do Yu Li and Yushi have problems? And I heard you say that many great doctors can't explain it, so how can Suche, a little guy at the 3rd level and 6th level, find out the problem? Is there some conspiracy? For example, overdrawing the body or something like that, conspiracy? Jiang Lianyue frowned subconsciously and immediately denied this guess in her heart. She felt that Suche would not do this, but she also had to admit that her brother's worries were not without reason. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lianyue quickly came up with a plan. I think we should wait for the monthly test in 2 months. 2 months is enough to see a lot of things. If Yueli and Yueshi improve quickly enough and have no side effects, that would be the best. If there are any side effects, we can find them in time. After thinking carefully about Jiang Lianyue's words, Jiang Tianyang quickly nodded. Okay, let's do as you say. We'll wait until the 2nd monthly test. I'll let the principal know then, and I'll come to watch the competition in person. After the problem between Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli was solved, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became much more relaxed. Jiang Tianyang expressed his feelings. I'm really unsure of Suche's strength, but there is one thing I can be sure of. Jiang Lianyue expressed her confusion with a nasal tone. Jiang Tianyang stared at Jiang Lianyue with burning eyes until she frowned, then he spoke in a decisive tone. The sky must like you. For sure. Otherwise, why would he accept Yu Li and Yushi as his disciples in the first place? Could it be that he already knew that the two would evolve a second time? Boom! Boom! Jiang Lianyue's heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Go away!" After he finished speaking, there was a bang and the person slammed the door and left. Jiang Tianyang was left dumbfounded, smacking his lips and muttering after a few seconds, "That's weird. I've joked with Lu Bo before and never got such a big reaction." On the other side, Jiang Lianyue, who walked into the school, also realized her own gaffe. Strange, why do I have this reaction? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Jiang Lianyue's brows suddenly twisted into a shape. After frowning and thinking for a while, Jiang Lianyue's brows gradually relaxed and she smiled with relief. Yes, I'm just a little curious about him, just pure curiosity. Teaching building, Class 18 classroom. Suche glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. Today is the most complete group of people in our Class 18 since its establishment. Let's applaud and celebrate. Yeah. Jiang Yueshi was the most respectful and clapped very enthusiastically. Yi Shuangyue smiled shyly and clapped very gracefully. Jiang Yueli turned her head away with a look of disdain. A female version of yellow-haired girl, no, purple-haired girl. Suche didn't care about this. He already knew the personalities of the 3 people very well. He smiled and continued, to celebrate this day, I have prepared gifts for everyone. When they heard about the gift, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up at the same time. All 3 of them are girls. Which girl doesn't like to receive gifts? What gift? Little stars immediately flashed in Jiang Yueshi's eyes. Hey, don't be impatient, come one by one. Suche smiled sincerely, but a hint of cunning flashed across his eyes. Here, Xiaoye, this is for you. Without hesitation, Suche took out a black card with a gold border from his pocket and handed it to Yi Shuangyue. Teacher, what is this? Yi Shuangyue took the card in confusion. Suche didn't explain but kept it a secret. Go to the second cafeteria at noon and show this card and you'll know. Okay. Although she was confused inside, Yi Shuangyue still nodded obediently. Teacher, what about us? What about us? Jiang Yueshi seemed somewhat impatient, although Jiang Yueli acted as if he didn't care. His body was very honest and he pricked up his ears. You guys, Suche's lips slowly raised a strange arc. I'll give you a big gift. Chapter 45 Extreme Training in Black Gold Card, the first supernatural high school martial arts arena. Teacher, is this the great gift you mentioned? Looking at the fully planned training plan in his hand, Jiang Yueshi's handsome lips curved down into an arch training plan at time arrangement. Arrive at school at 6:30 in the morning, assemble at 6:40, and end training at 6:30 in the afternoon. The specific plan is as follows: a Plan 1, warm up, run 100 laps around the training ground. A Plan 2, strength training, squats, 4 sets x 500 times, deadlifts 4 sets x 500 times, bench presses 4 sets x 500 times, time limit 30 minutes. Plan 3, explosive power training, box jumps, 3 sets x 500 times, medicine ball throws, 3 sets x 500 times, time limit 30 minutes. Plan 4, aerobic endurance training, run 300 laps in the martial arts field with a load of 100 kilograms, time limit 30 minutes. Plan 5, speed training, Plan 6, core training, Plan 7, extreme challenge. An entire page is filled with information, and each exercise has a time limit, but there is no rest time. How can this be called a training plan? It's clearly a sudden death plan. When Jiang Yueshi saw Yi Xuanyue get a black gold card in the morning, he thought everyone had won, but I never expected that I didn't get the black gold card, but a training card. Why is there such a big gap between people? Yes, do you like it? Suche showed a harmless smile on his face. The other party's reaction was completely within his expectations. This plan was something he had been thinking about for a long time and looking up a lot of information last night, not to mention Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Even he himself felt a lump in his teeth after finishing his training plan. These projects are nothing in the plan individually, but it is amazing when they are combined together and put into a time limit. The most exaggerated thing is that this training plan lasts not just one day, but a full 2 months. It is no exaggeration to say that if one relies solely on physical fitness, even a third-level cultivator would not be able to withstand such torture. However, for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi who have SSS talents, they should be able to bear it. Teacher, if you train like this, people will die. Jiang Yueshi's lips moved, and his face was almost full of rejection. We are here to practice, not to be animals. Jiang Yueli spoke briefly and to the point, his eyebrows twitching. Suche was not panicked at all and raised his lips. Don't worry, just listen to my excuses. No, just listen to my explanation. Ahem. With a light cough, Suche's expression suddenly became serious. I said that you all actually have SSS-level talents, but because you practiced your family's breathing method, your meridians were severely damaged, so you only awaken F-level talents. Although you have practiced the extreme compression breathing method and your meridians have been relieved and your superpowers have evolved, your damaged meridians have not recovered. To put it in an analogy, all of your meridians are equivalent to bottles. Only if your bottles are big enough can they carry more water and more energy. What you need to do now is to do your best to repair your meridians, and if you want to repair your meridians, you must first improve your physical fitness. At this point, Suche glanced at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in succession. So, do you understand? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi looked at each other immediately, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. It was not until now that the two of them realized that this so-called physical training was really a great gift. Silence. Jiang Yueli was the first to utter a few crisp words. Understood. I accept the training. Before, she thought such basic training was meaningless. Now that she knows that training can actually improve her strength, the proud girl will definitely not refuse. All right. Seeing that his elder sister agreed, Jiang Yueshi could only nod helplessly, but quickly added, it shouldn't hurt, right? Hearing this, Suche's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all, I'm just a little tired. 10 minutes later. Hurry up. Run faster. Didn't you eat breakfast? Jiang Yueshi, don't be lazy, I see you. Jiang Yueshi, who told you to sit down and rest? Stand up. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. Stop giving up. Jiang. You. She. After the training began, Suche's roar never stopped, but most of his firepower was concentrated on Jiang Yue 11. No matter how hard or tired Jiang Yueli was, he could hold back without making a sound, but Jiang Yueshi was just the opposite. Often after a while of training, he would feel pain here and there, and would slack off whenever he found an opportunity, which gave Suche a headache, but overall, their performances were satisfactory. In this way, the devilish training of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi officially began. The location of the martial arts field is very conspicuous in the school, therefore, the movement in the martial arts arena quickly attracted the attention of many people. Am I dazzled? Look over there in the martial arts arena. Are there 2 people exercising? Oh my god, it seems to be true. Oh my god, isn't this Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? And teacher Su Che. Squats, bench presses, deadlifts? Isn't this the basic training they did before they awakened? Aren't they all awakened? Why are they still doing this? I see that other sprint classes are either practicing or on their way to practice. What the hell is this basic training? Is it some new training method? Who cares? Take a picture and post it online. Post it on the forum. Get out of the way, I'll post it first. I'm still a few dozen experience points away from getting a yellow card. If you were to say that first-year high school students were doing basic training in a martial arts arena, probably no one would even look at it twice. But if the awakened students in the martial arts exam sprint class do not practice but instead conduct basic training in the martial arts field, that would be news, soon. News and photos of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi conducting basic training in the martial arts field appeared on the forum. It was soon noon. The second canteen IT has been more than a month since the start of the school year, and the students have long since returned to a state of extreme poverty. The number of people eating in the second cafeteria was much less than when the school started, but there are also students who eat in the second canteen almost every day. For example, Yi Xuanyue. Because she needed to eat blood-replenishing food, she came to the second cafeteria almost every day. The same is true today. After finishing a morning of practice, Yi Xuanyue quickly walked into the second cafeteria. After taking a quick look around, he walked towards the blood food window skillfully. During this month, Yi Xuanyue kept Su Che's instructions in mind and took blood-replenishing food almost every day. The effect was naturally immediate, and he broke through to the 5th level of the first stage in just 1 month. However, after breaking through to the 5th level of the first stage, she clearly felt that the pace of progress had slowed down. At first she thought she was eating less, but later she found out that was not the case. The real reason is that the effect of the third-grade inferior blood food is gradually weakening, but the school didn't sell any third-grade, mid-quality blood food at all, and even if it did, she couldn't afford it. Well, with a deep sigh in his heart, Yi Xuanyue slowly walked to the blood food window. Today is it still the fierce pig leg and iron rhino meat? Seeing Yi Xuanyue, the master chef quickly stretched his head out with a familiar and enthusiastic look on his face. Yi Xuanyue was about to speak, but suddenly seemed to remember something and took out the black gold card. When the chef saw the black gold card, his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression changed obviously. Dear black gold user, I will take you to the exclusive private room for dinner. Just like that, Yi Xuanyue followed in a daze and came to a private room of a luxurious restaurant. Soon, a dining cart was pushed into the room. Dear black gold user, please have your meal. As he spoke, the chef opened the plate. The next moment, Yi Xuanyue's heart was shocked and she covered her mouth in surprise. What? Third-level middle-grade blood food. Chapter 46. Yi Xuanyue breaks through again. Level 1, Level 6, the second canteen inside a luxurious restaurant private room. Master, I didn't order any of these third-level medium-quality blood food. Did you misunderstand me? Yi Xuanyue had a confused expression on her face, but she swallowed a few sips of saliva. The moment she saw the third-grade mid-quality blood food, every cell in her body seemed to be roaring, and she wished she could swallow the blood food in front of her in the next second. And if I didn't have strong self-control, I would have already started eating by now. Even though she could barely control herself, Yi Xuanyue's expression was extremely painful. No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding. You are a distinguished black card member, and these blood foods are yours. The chef smiled even more. Not only that, from today on, you can enjoy the third-level medium-quality blood meal set meal for lunch and dinner every day. But Gulu, without waiting for Yi Xuanyue to speak, Wazangmio began to impatiently invite him to eat. The sound echoed clearly in the luxurious restaurant's private room, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Dear guests, please have your meal. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me. The chef smiled, said hello and turned to leave, etc. Yi Xuanyue bit her lip tightly. How much do these cost? Although her stomach continued to protest, she still had to talk to her wallet. Although she had saved a lot of pocket money over the years, it was almost gone after eating blood food for a month. It's free. The owner of the black gold card has already paid for all the fees. Please enjoy it. Bang. With a crisp sound, the chef disappeared from the luxurious restaurant's private room. I've paid. Yi Xuanyue's expression froze immediately, as if a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through her mind. Then my heart suddenly trembled, and it seemed that it was about to skip a beat. In an instant, she understood everything: the so-called black card membership, the so-called luxury private room, The so-called third-grade medium-quality blood food, everything is the work of teacher Suche. Teacher Suche, Yi Xuanyue murmured, and her heart was suddenly filled with deep emotion. These 2 days, teacher Suche asked her to go to the gravity room to teach Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi individually. Although she didn't say anything, she still felt a little lost, but unexpectedly, teacher Suche had been paying attention to her and had long observed that the effect of the third-grade inferior blood food was weakening. That he even spent his own money to purchase third-grade medium-quality blood food to help her. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanyue's gratitude was beyond words, and Suche's glorious and majestic image became more and more deeply rooted in her heart. Crack! Yi Xuanyue clenched her fists quietly and swore to herself, "Teacher, I will never let you down." Next second, Yi Xuanyue stared at the blood food in front of her, licking her lips involuntarily, her pupils shining. "I'm going to start." Gurgle gurgle, my stomach seemed to be responding enthusiastically, but also seemed to be urging me. In an instant, the table was completely cleaned up. Perhaps it was because she was extremely hungry. Yi Xuanyue could not taste anything after eating dozens of kilograms of third-grade medium-quality blood food. Although there was no smell, Yi Xuanyue was suddenly stunned. Boom! There was a surge of energy in the luxurious restaurant's private room, and the aura of the first level 6 burst out. Because of the third-grade medium-quality blood food, Yi Xuanyue, who was still some distance away from breaking through, actually broke through directly. At the same time, a handsome guy at the side of the martial arts arena heard a system prompt. Ding! It is detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host has increased. Ding! Detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Yi Xuanyue has broken through from level 1, level 5 to level 1, level 6. Triggered the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Suche turned his head and looked towards the cafeteria, a big smile spreading across his face. However, the next moment, Suche's face darkened again. "Zhang Yueshi. It's you again. Don't eat lunch if you don't complete the task." At the entrance of the second canteen, Yi Xuanyue walked out of the cafeteria and looked up at the sky, feeling extremely happy. Her cultivation level was still 40% away from breaking through to the 6th level of the first stage. At the previous speed, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, but she never expected that just because the blood food was upgraded from the third-grade lower grade to the third-grade middle grade, her improvement would be so great. Student Yi. Just as Yi Xuanyue was secretly sighing, a male voice suddenly came from behind her. Turning around, Yi Xuanyue recognized the person instantly. The boy was one of the 3 geniuses in their class who had awakened B-level talent, Zhang Qi. "What's up?" Yi Xuanyue frowned subconsciously. She didn't have a good impression of Zhang Qi. She and Zhang Qi were in the same class in the first year of high school, and Zhang Qi even pursued her at that time. But ever since Zhang Qi awakened his B-level talent in his second year of high school, he no longer greeted his former classmates with talents below sea level, and pretended not to know them when they met. Although she didn't care about it, it didn't stop her from feeling disgusted. "Hey, it's nothing serious, we just happened to meet, why don't we chat while walking?" Zhang Qi had a smile on his face that he thought was elegant, and he behaved very gracefully. "No, just say whatever you want to say. I'm busy." Yi Xuanyue didn't give any face at all. Zhang Qi's face froze, and a hint of anger subconsciously appeared in his eyes, but he still suppressed his smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll speak frankly." At this point, Zhang Qi suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Do you want to join our class?" Yi Xuanyue narrowed her eyes, took a deep look at Zhang Qi, and shook her head without hesitation. "Not interested." "Not interested?" Zhang Qi looked very surprised. "You have to think clearly, our class is a key class. The teacher is Mr. Lu Bo. Mr. Lu Bo will definitely be promoted to a third-level teacher this year. Come to our class. With your talent, although you can't go to a very good undergraduate school, you still have a good chance of getting into the undergraduate program. Isn't this better than your teacher Suche, who was at the bottom of the class?" "Shut up." Yi Xuanyue didn't want to pay any attention to it, but when she heard Zhang Qi insulting Suche, her aura instantly increased, and it seemed that she would take action at any time. She would never allow anyone to insult teacher Suche. Zhang Qi only felt a buzzing sound in his head as if he was hit by a big stick. For a moment, his mouth opened slightly but no sound came out. Just a moment ago, he was completely frightened by the aura emanating from Yi Xuanyue. "If I hear you disrespecting teacher Suche again, I will never forgive you." After giving Zhang Qi a cold look, Yi Shuangyue snorted and turned away. Bang, bang, bang. It was not until Yi Shuangyue's figure completely disappeared from his sight that Zhang Qi felt that he had regained control of his body. Panting heavily, Zhang Qi's eyes were filled with fear and panic. How is it possible? How could a B-level talent like me be scared by a woman? Is her strength much greater than mine? But soon, Zhang Qi shook his head and got rid of the idea. Her strength is only the 5th level of the first stage. I was not prepared and let my guard down just now. Yes, this must be the case. This must be the case. By comforting myself in this way, my mood gradually calmed down. Staring at the direction where Yi Shuangyue left, a hint of cruelty flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes. Don't be too proud. With my talent, I will teach you a lesson when the monthly test is held in 2 months. Chapter 47. Sister, you know me, I love basic training the most. The first floor of the teaching building die in the spacious and bright classroom of Class 2-1 of senior high school. Teacher, Yi Shuangyue is really disrespectful to you. I told you that you admire her very much and wanted to give her a chance to come to our class, 1, but I didn't expect that she would not only refuse but also disrespect you. If there weren't people around, I would have been unable to resist teaching her a lesson. Zhang Qi's face turned red and he looked indignant, but the words that came out of his mouth were completely different from the truth. Oh? Really? Lu Bo's voice twisted and he looked at Zhang Qi with a smile on his face. Being stared at by Lu Bo in this way, Zhang Qi felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up in an instant. He trembled all over and subconsciously looked away and lowered his head, then spoke with gritted teeth. Really? Yi Shuangyue really said that? Lu Bo looked at Zhang Qi meaningfully, then said calmly, okay, I understand. With his experience, he could naturally tell at a glance that Zhang Qi was not telling the whole truth, but these are not the point. The point is that Yi Shuangyue did not show any intention of coming to Class 1. Teacher, even if Yi Shuangyue's ability evolves a second time, he is only a C-level talent. I don't think it's necessary to invite him to our class. When Zhang Qi thought of the scene where he was frightened by Yi Shuangyue, he couldn't help feeling angry. Lu Bo's eyes fixed, and his voice was as cold as the cold winter in December. It's not your turn to question my decision. As he spoke, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire classroom, and the air seemed to be condensed. Zhang Qi's face changed drastically in an instant, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He felt as if the blood in his body was about to solidify at this moment. The air around me suddenly became thin, and I felt as if I had fallen into a quagmire and was suffocating. I'm sorry, teacher. I spoke too much. Zhang Qi quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. Lu Bo's aura suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. It's okay, Zhang Qi, the teacher is very optimistic about you. You must work hard in the next 2 months. The teacher has very high expectations for you in the monthly test 2 months later, so don't let the teacher down. When talking about the word disappointment, Lu Bo emphasized the word Zhang Qi understood and nodded quickly. Don't worry, teacher, I will work hard to break through the 6th level of the first stage, and I will definitely lead our class to win first place. Hearing this, Lu Bo smiled even more and waved his hand immediately. Very good, go and continue practicing. Zhang Qi turned around and left. As soon as he turned around, he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Lu Bo. Teacher, I got another piece of news about the other people in Class 18. Oh? What news? Lu Bo immediately became interested. Teacher, please look. Zhang Qi immediately took out his mobile phone, logged into the forum and handed it to Lu Bo. Lu Bo took the phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. I heard that Su Che has been doing basic training with Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi since early in the morning. They didn't even have lunch. Many people in the school saw it. Zhang Qi added softly. Basic training. Lu Bo's brows were twisted into a shape. What is this Su Che doing again? With his many years of teaching experience, he really didn't understand why Su Che wanted to take the 2 Jiang sisters for basic training. These exercises are only useful for students before they awaken their superpowers. For students who have awakened their special powers, the effect of this basic training is minimal, and 1 day of training is not as good as doing a few cycles of breathing techniques. After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure it out, Lu Bo finally snorted. Coldly, just trying to attract attention and create mystery. After the sun sets, the sky remains dark for quite a long time before it is replaced by night. Jiang family villa. It was only at this point that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi opened the door of their home. When the two went to class in the morning, they were both dressed brightly and beautifully, and at first glance they looked like young ladies from wealthy families, but at this moment, both of them were covered in dust and looked like abused maids, not to mention Jiang Yueli. Even Jiang Yueshi, who was always full of energy, had no light in his eyes at this moment. Bang bang. After they got home, they were too lazy to change their clothes. They collapsed on the lazy sofa at the same time, looking as if they had lost all hope in life. It is no exaggeration to say that the two feel that the amount of exercise they have done in the past 18 years combined is not as much as today. During the whole day of training, the two men felt countless times that they were about to die suddenly, but every time she miraculously managed to get through it thanks to Suche's encouragement. After lying down on the sofa, neither of them spoke. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It took about 5 or 6 minutes for the two of them to recover. Jiang Yueshi was lying on the lazy sofa with his eyes blankly looking at the ceiling. He suddenly muttered, "Sister, if I suddenly die one day, please help me clear my browser history." Jiang Yueli rolled his eyes. "Sister, we haven't offended Teacher Suche, right? Why do I feel like he wants to kill us?" Jiang Yueli did not refute. It was rare that her thoughts at this moment were similar to Jiang Yueshi's. The two sisters' brain circuits were rarely in sync. "Sister, can you help me take a day off tomorrow?" Jiang Yueli's mouth twitched. "Get lost, oh." Only then did Jiang Yueshi finally have the strength to turn himself over and mutter, "Sister, do you think our hard training this day is any use? I feel like my muscles have become stronger, but my strength hasn't improved. Could Teacher Suche be mistaken?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueli immediately became serious. After a few seconds, he struggled to get up and walk towards the training room without saying a word. "Hey, sister, where are you going?" Jiang Yueshi turned over and rolled off the sofa. "I need to test it." Jiang Yueli's voice floated over. "Wait for me." Jiang Yueshi patted his butt and chased after him. 10 minutes later. "Oh my god. This. Sister, I just broke through to the 4th level of the first stage yesterday, and it's only been one day, and my cultivation has increased so much." Jiang Yueshi was shocked. "At this rate, I can break through to the 5th level of the first stage in less than a week." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yueshi looked excited. "Teacher Suche never lied to me." Jiang Yueli's eyes were also extremely bright, and he said teasingly, "Why, you're not going to ask for leave tomorrow?" Jiang Yueshi nodded. "What leave do you want?" "Sister, you know me well. I love basic training the most." At the same time, the luxurious single dormitory of the first supernatural high school. A system voice suddenly rang in Suche's ears. "Ding, it is detected that Jiang Yueli's trust in the host has increased. Ding, it is detected that Jiang Yueshi's trust in the host has increased. Ding, the cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueli has been detected to have increased, triggering a cultivation return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 20 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding, the cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueshi has been improved, triggering the cultivation level return. The multiple is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 20 times the return. Cultivation is being returned." Chapter 48, a small 3rd level, 7th level. Refined in an instant. Breakthrough, Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. Everything is for the military examination. Just 2 days after the sprint class's first monthly test, the major sprint classes were already competing with each other, and this time, the major sprint classes are even more competitive than the first month. The top-ranked sprint classes are already very competitive, especially the top 6, who received extra resources this time, so they naturally don't want to lose this status. The 6 classes ranked in the middle are even more competitive. They are all jealous of the extra resources of the top 6, and each of them is trying their best to move up and replace them. The classes ranked at the bottom 6 are in a very difficult situation. If they don't get out of the bottom 6, their resources will have to continue to subsidize the top 6. This is simply using their flesh to feed others. How can they be willing to do this? And as time goes by, the trend of involution becomes more and more serious. Students who used to work from 9 to 5 have been forced to become office workers who work from 6 to 9. No, they work even harder than office workers. At least office workers have an hour or two of rest at noon, but the students in the sprint class don't have that. The original 2-day weekend gradually evolved into a single day off, and then directly became 1 day off every 2 weeks. 2 weeks before the holiday started, they suddenly changed their mind and changed it to once a month. In the end, he simply announced that he would not take a break, under the pretext of making up for the break after the military exam. Seeing this intensity, Maya Tanchang would exclaim that it is awesome and learn it frame by frame. Under such strong pressure, many students with low psychological endurance soon began to be unable to bear it. Almost every week there are students who collapse or voluntarily transfer out of the martial arts exam class, and a depressing atmosphere fills the entire grade. Of course, not all sprint classes are like this. The only exception is Class 18. That's right, it's still Class 18. The situation in Class 18 looks exactly the same as it did last month. Almost a month has passed since the start of the school year, and the lights in Class 18's classroom have never been on. However, unlike the first month, Suche did not remain invisible this month. On the contrary, Suche's presence was too strong during this month. Most of the thousands of people in the school can see Suche almost every day, because Suche has been at the training ground from morning till night for the past 2 weeks. Rain or shine, he never stops. He looks quite diligent, but actually he is just supervising Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in basic training. Yes, I spent a whole month conducting basic training with the two of them. When Suche took Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for basic training on the first day, related news had already appeared on the forum, but at that time everyone just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously, thinking that Suche was setting class rules. When Suche behaved like this on the second and third days, no one took it seriously. They thought that 3 days was enough and he could not last a week. But when Suche really persisted for a whole week, everyone finally felt something was wrong. I've been doing basic training for a whole week. Is there any need to practice anymore? This is totally useless. At this point, public opinion within the school finally exploded. The first thing teachers of each grade do after class is gossip about Suche. What the hell is Suche doing? Who is he competing with here? I can understand 1 or 2 days, but basic training for a week straight? He looks really crazy. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Although I don't understand, I am shocked. Is this Suche's new teaching method? What a bullshit new teaching method. If this method was useful, why would anyone bother practicing breathing techniques? They can just practice every day. This is obviously nonsense. I thought he agreed to Lu Bo's bet because he had some hidden card or something that was eye-catching. But I didn't expect it to be so eye-catching. It was so eye-catching that it blinded my eyes. If he continues like this, I think it's hard for him to keep his position in the top 6, let alone beat teacher Lu Bo in the second monthly test. No way, no way, he doesn't think he can win just by relying on Yi Shuangyue's second evolution of supernatural powers, right? Let's disperse. I have never been optimistic about Suche. He is just trying to attract attention. Just wait and see. 1 week is his limit. If you don't believe me, we will wait and see. However, in the second week, Suche was still the same. In the third week, Suche was still the same. When Suche did this for a whole month, everyone became completely numb. This time, most people had turned a blind eye to what Suche had done. One reason is that it's numb, and the other is that I've already gotten used to it. After a month, only 2 people were still paying attention to Suche. The first one is Lu Bo. The reason why Lu Bo was paying attention to Suche was simple, because of a bet. Although Lu Bo was very confident that he would not lose, Suche's performance in the martial arts arena on the day of the first monthly test still made him feel a little threatened, but through a month of observation, he has completely eliminated the threat posed by Suche, and has even stopped considering Suche as his opponent, because he gained a lot in this month. The first is the disciples' cultivation. It took 1 month and 3 days, and with the support of unlimited resources, Zhao Jun, Zheng Qi, and Feng Mingyuan, 3 geniuses who had awakened B-level talents, finally broke through to the 5th level of the first stage. Although he had unlimited resources, the speed of advancing from the 4th level to the 5th level in just 1 month was already terrifying enough. The second is one's own cultivation. During this month, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through the 3rd level and 8th level. It seemed that there was only a layer of separation between him and the breakthrough. He is confident that he will make a breakthrough before the second monthly test, so in his eyes, Suche is now just like a clown. The second person who paid attention to Suche was Zhang Lianyue. However, Lu Bo's opinion was different. At this moment, Suche became more mysterious in his eyes. At first, She thought the same as everyone else, that Suche must be crazy, but when she returned home and saw the speed of progress of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she suddenly fell silent. A week later, when he learned that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had broken through to the 5th level of the first stage, the way he looked at Suche changed. She had a vague feeling that Suche had a good chance of surprising everyone. That night, the sky is full of stars. It has been 1 month and 1 week since the first monthly test. I in the luxurious single dormitory. Suche was sitting in the lounge with his 5 hearts facing the sky, practicing the galaxy breathing method. Just as he was holding his breath, a system voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Yishuan Yue has broken through from the 6th level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 30 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueli has broken through from the 5th level of the first stage to the 6th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Jiang Yueshi has broken through from the 5th level of the first stage to the 6th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. The moment the system sound ended, Suche suddenly opened his eyes, and the shadow of the green dragon appeared clearly in his eyes. The next moment, boom! The terrifying energy scattered, and the violent energy instantly exploded in Suche's body of the 3rd level, 6th stage, broke through to the 3rd level, 7th stage in an instant. Chapter 49. The Special Abilities brought by Qingfeng Jiao. Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. I in the luxurious single dormitory, Kaka. Because the energy was too turbulent in a short period of time, the surrounding air was compressed and made a strange noise. Even the air is like this, not to mention the energy receiver Suche. Suche's forehead was immediately covered with dense beads of sweat, and his muscles bulged and veins bulged all over his body, wriggling like a green earthworm. In a very short period of time, light blue lines quickly formed under the skin all over the body. Although the color does not look dark, it flashes with green light as it breathes, as if it is life. The process lasted for several minutes before this strange energy gradually calmed down. In the next moment, Suche quietly opened his eyes, and the shadow of the green dragon in his pupils became more and more solid. Although he did not deliberately release energy, his whole body exuded an extremely terrifying and heart-pounding aura, just like a peerless, ferocious beast that seemed to be ready to devour people at any time. Strange, why did it take so long this time? Suche was not surprised at his breakthrough. More than a month had passed since the monthly test, and the breakthroughs of his 3 disciples were completely within his expectations. What puzzled him was why this breakthrough took so long, almost several times longer than usual. Is there something special about the 3rd stage, 7th level? Looking at his hands over and over again, Suche's eyes were filled with confusion. After trying to activate his supernatural power, his pupils immediately shrank into a slit. What's this? Suche clearly saw a layer of green lines appearing on the surface of his arm under the influence of his supernatural power. The moment the green lines appeared, a mysterious and strong feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It seems that the skin covered by this layer of lines is much stronger than before. Realizing this, Suche did not hesitate and immediately controlled his upper arms to strike each other. Clang! When the 2 arms collided, a sound similar to that of metal colliding was made. Suche's eyes lit up instantly. In order to verify my guess, I quickly found a sharp utility knife. The utility knife shines with a cold light under the light and looks extremely sharp. After hesitating for a second, Suche gritted his teeth, picked up the utility knife and stabbed at his wrist. Clang! The blue lines on the surface of the skin that was stabbed by the utility knife suddenly brightened, and then with a crack, the blade of the utility knife broke. The wrist is intact and looks so delicate. Hiss! Suche immediately took a breath of cold air and his eyes immediately widened. It wasn't until a cold feeling filled his entire chest that he came to his senses. Although he had just used his physical strength to poke, the effect was still far beyond his imagination. Even if it is not invulnerable to swords and guns, it can be considered another form of iron shield, right? He didn't know about the 4th level extraordinary person, but at least the body of a 3rd level psychic was not strong enough to withstand cold weapons. Too strong. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Suche quickly opened his phone to search No wonder everyone says that level 3, level 7 is a hurdle. Looking at the scattered information on the internet, Suche nodded slightly. After entering the third stage and seventh level, the characteristics of supernatural powers will be further developed and manifested. However, the improvements of most of the third order, seventh level psychics are hidden and not significant. There are only a very small number of people like me who have obvious energy and extremely strong defense. It can only appear in A-level or above psychics. I guess this is the ability brought by the Qingfeng Jiao. Seeing this, Suche probably understood everything in his heart. Supernatural powers filled his limbs and bones, and the blue lines instantly lit up. Feeling that his defense was several times stronger than before, Suche felt extremely proud. He even felt that he could withstand Lu Bo's windblade at the training ground that day with his own defense alone. Lu Bo, he. Thinking of Lu Bo, Suche couldn't help but smile. If Lu Bo could still make him feel a little threatened before, now he is no longer a threat at all. Both are at the third level, seventh level, one with B level and the other with A level abilities. It is very obvious who has the advantage, and another thing is, the third stage, seventh level is not his limit. Unable to help but purse his lips, Suche's lips curled up slightly. The three disciples must continue to work hard and strive to help the master break through to the third level, eighth level. No words were spoken that night. As a hint of paleness appears in the east, a new day begins. All the martial arts exam preparation classes started their morning self-study together as planned, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire second year of high school. The strategy for each sprint class seems to be no different from the first month, but if we have to say what is different, it may be that the breaks between classes in each class are being further compressed, with less than a month left until the second monthly test. The teachers of the sprint classes are obviously more anxious, and Suche is still the one who was always on the outside. He would go to the training ground every day to train Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, and answer questions for Yi Xuanyue from time to time. And the entire class 18, everyone's level is rising at a terrifying speed. Everything seemed to be no different from before. Time passes and the stars change. 1 week before the second monthly test, the atmosphere in the entire second grade suddenly became more tense. 6 days left. Whenever you see students walking hurriedly in school, there is no doubt that they are from the high school martial arts exam class. 5 days left. There is no doubt that any student who was taken away by the ambulance was from the high school martial arts exam class. 4 days left. The lights in the classroom are still on very late every day. Needless to say, they are definitely the high school students in the martial arts exam class. 3 days left. Someone suddenly discovered something, that is, Suche and the Jiang sisters, who were always present at the martial arts training ground every day, are missing. Instead, the lights in class 18, grade 2, which had not been turned on for nearly 2 months, were turned on. However, this news did not attract much attention. The teachers of all the sprint classes were all in their final sprint, and no one had the time to care about Suche. The teaching building has 33 floors. Class 18 classroom. 2 months later, all members of Class 18 were present. In nearly 2 months, everyone has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Yi Xuanyue stood in an elegant posture, but her eyes were firm and deep, which showed her great confidence in her own strength. She is at the 7th level of the first stage, and her strength is enough to top the entire second year of high school. Because of the special training, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's skin is a little darker than before, but they are full of energy. The two of them are not too far away from breaking through to the 7th level of the first stage, and they have been completely transformed compared to before. Not to mention Suche himself, his cultivation level of the 3rd stage and 7th level is already at his fingertips, which is enough to rank among the top 2 teachers. It seems that Class 18 is good enough to sweep the entire grade, but this is not enough for Suche. Ahem. After coughing twice and looking around, Suche grinned. I declare that the Extreme Sprint program begins now. Chapter 50 Extreme Sprint Plan. Apprentice's ability evolves again. Class 18 classroom. I declare that the Extreme Sprint program begins now. Suche's voice echoed clearly in the classroom. The so-called Extreme Sprint Plan was not a decision he made on impulse. In fact, he had been thinking about it for several days. The main reason is that Yi Xuanyue, Zhang Yueli, and Zhang Yueshi's progress has slowed down a lot compared to the first month. First is Yi Xuanyue. Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level increased. Her requirements for blood food also became higher and higher after breaking through to the 7th level of the first stage. The effect of the 3rd grade medium quality blood food is gradually decreasing, even though the effect of the 3rd grade medium quality blood food has decreased. Yi Xuanyue's improvement speed is still the best in the school, even faster than the Jiang sisters, but Suche still felt it was too slow. Next are the 2 sisters Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi. After nearly 2 months of extreme physical training, the atrophied meridians in the 2 men's bodies finally recovered almost completely. His strength also rose from the 4th level of the first stage 2 months ago to the 6th level of the first stage, completely entering the first echelon of the entire martial arts examination grade. If there are no unexpected circumstances, his cultivation should be the strongest after Yi Xuanyue. The improvement of the two people seems to be very simple, requiring only physical training, but in fact it is simply impossible to replicate. Although their meridians had been atrophied for many years, they still contained energy. Coupled with the extreme compression breathing method squeezing out their potential, they made such rapid progress. But again, that's the problem. Extreme basic training is good for repairing and clearing small meridians, but it is not enough for the main meridians. This caused the two people's progress to slow down suddenly. Suche could never accept this. The three disciples progressed a little bit slower each time, but now they were 3 times slower. He would never allow this to happen. Absolutely not. Extreme sprint plan? Yi Xuanyue repeated this sentence softly, with a thoughtful expression. Is it a big improvement? Zhang Yueli asked briefly. Zhang Yueshi rolled his eyes and looked alert. It shouldn't be some kind of devilish training. Suche smiled and chose to ignore Zhang Yueshi. In recent days, I believe you have noticed that your progress has slowed down a lot compared to before. The extreme sprint plan I mentioned is a tailor-made improvement plan for each of you. Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes instantly focused on Suche's face, and each of them had a bit of heat in their eyes. Over the years, the idea that strength is supreme has been deeply rooted in people's minds, and no one can refuse to become stronger. Suche nodded in satisfaction at the reactions of his 3 disciples, and then looked at Yi Xuanyue. First, Xiaoyi, go directly to the second cafeteria now. I have arranged everything you need for you. Yi Xuanyue was slightly startled, but soon she understood everything and her heart trembled. The improvement of strength slowed down. The second cafeteria, putting the 2 words together, how could she not understand teacher Suche's good intentions? That if she guessed correctly, what was waiting for her in the cafeteria at this moment should be the 3rd grade top grade blood food of ferocious beasts. This is already the most expensive blood food available on the market, teacher, Yi Xuanyue was interrupted by Suche as soon as she opened her mouth. Helping you is also equivalent to helping myself. There is no need to say anything else. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the help you will provide to me. Suche told the truth. However, when Yi Xuanyue heard these words, she felt something different. After looking at Suche deeply, Yi Xuanyue pursed her lips and nodded. I understand, I'll go right away. After saying that, he quickly left the classroom. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked at each other and saw a glimmer of something strange in each other's eyes. After nearly 2 months of getting along, the two had become very familiar with Suche and naturally knew what Suche had done for Yi Xuanyue. The two had long discovered that Suche was not as terrible as the rumors on the internet had said. On the contrary, they now admire Suche from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, although they admire each other, they will never show it easily. Old Deng, what's our sprint plan? Zhang Yueli's first move was a powerful one. After getting familiar with each other, Zhang Yueli returned to his usual arrogant state. Suche naturally did not want to be outdone and raised his eyebrows. Don't be anxious, little purple-haired boy. It will be your turn soon, right? Look, even the white-haired one is not anxious. Zhang Yueli is called Suche Laodang, and Suche is called Zhang Yueli Zimao. The main theme of their relationship is mutual harm. Handsome guy, you're keeping me in suspense. I'm getting so anxious. Zhang Yueshi immediately interrupted, his face full of curiosity. After checking the time, Suche stopped wasting time and quickly got to the point. His expression immediately became serious. You two sit cross-legged and practice the extreme compression breathing method. I will help you clear the atrophied main meridians. It is not easy to dredge the main meridians, and there are many prerequisites. First of all, both people need to have strong enough physical fitness, otherwise there is no possibility of unblocking the main meridians. Secondly, the strength of the supernatural power of the person who is clearing the channel must be high enough. If Suche had not successfully broken through to the 7th level of the 3rd stage, there would have been no chance of clearing the blockage. Of course, the biggest prerequisite is the existence of breaking delusion. How mysterious are the meridians in the human body? Without the help of breaking delusion, even a 4th level transcendent would not dare to help others clear their meridians. It will, otherwise, if you are not careful, the other person will most likely die suddenly and cannot be saved. Good. Seeing Suche's serious expression, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi did not hesitate and quickly did as Suche asked. This is because the two of them did not understand the danger involved. Otherwise, even if he trusted Suche, he would never dare to allow Suche to be so bold and presumptuous. After taking a few deep breaths, Suche entered a state of absolute concentration. He placed his hands on the backs of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi respectively, and with a thought, the supernatural power slowly flowed into the bodies of the two people through his palms. Jiang Yueshi took a deep breath and his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Although Jiang Yueli didn't say anything, his facial expression was also very uneasy. "Hold on, it will be fine soon." Suche's voice was like thunder. Half an hour later, Suche let out a long sigh, a hint of joy appearing at the corner of his mouth. Success, boom, boom. The next moment, two invisible auras spread out. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Suche's ears. Ding, Jiang Yueli's C-level ability Purple Lightning has successfully evolved into a B-level ability Purple Flame Lightning. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the disciple Jiang Yueli has broken through from the 6th level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding, Jiang Yueshi's C-level ability Extreme Cold Crystal has successfully evolved into a B-level ability Ice Soul Crystal. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Jiang Yueshi has broken through from the 6th level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. The moment the system prompt sound ended, powerful energy instantly poured into Suche's whole body. Just 3 minutes later. Damn it, it's almost there. Feeling that he was only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough to the 8th level of the 3rd stage, Virgo Suche felt sick all over. Just when he was extremely disappointed, the next second, Ding Yishuangyua's C-level ability Bloodthirsty Violent Bear has successfully evolved into a B-level ability Violent Blood Lion. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the personal disciple Yishuangyue has broken through from the 7th level of the first stage to the 8th level of the first stage, triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned. Chapter 51, Level 3, Level 8. Lu Bo, I am invincible. God is helping me. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his ears, Suche just felt that this world was so wonderful. It's so beautiful for Virgo. Just when he was still worried about his cultivation level being just a step away from a breakthrough, Yishuangyue lived up to everyone's expectations and lent a hand. Feel good. Suche first breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned, faced the gale. Snap, time seems to be stuck at the right point. In an instant, Suche felt a buzzing sound in his brain as if he was hit by a big stick. In an instant, terrifying energy poured in frantically from the Baihui point on the top of the head, as if the energy was being transmitted by tearing the scalp. Crack. This time, Suche couldn't even make a sound. He could only grit his teeth and fight against this violent energy. Fortunately, he has been through this so many times and is very experienced, so the pain is completely within his tolerance. Even deep down in his heart, he wished the pain would be more intense. After all, the more painful it is now, the greater your strength will be later. This is what is called pain and happiness, which is similar to M. However, Suche was used to it, but everything around him was miserable. Class 18's classroom is not big to begin with, and its decoration is hard to describe. Before, Suche's cultivation was not very high, and when he broke through, he only made windows and doors tremble twice, but it's different now. Now I have broken through from the 3rd stage, 7th level to the 3rd stage, 8th level. Under this powerful energy, the temporary gate and the old glass that was almost as old as the school immediately collapsed. After a series of crackling sounds, the door tilted and the glass was broken. The whole classroom was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a typhoon. Of course, it was not just the classroom that suffered, but also the two sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The two of them had just broken through to the 7th level of the first stage and felt their abilities evolving again, and they were filled with great joy. But before the two of them could open their mouths to announce the good news, they were hurled against the back wall of the classroom by a powerful energy. The surging energy around them completely submerged them like the sea, making it difficult for them to turn over the back wall of the classroom. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, who were clinging to the wall, looked at each other and saw fear and weirdness in each other's eyes. What was terrifying was that the powerful skill emanating from teacher Suche at this moment left them without the slightest ability to resist. There is no doubt that teacher Suche has made another breakthrough. The strange thing is that this scene seems familiar. If I remember correctly, it was also in this classroom. Just when he had just modified the extreme compression breathing method and broke through to the 4th level. of the first order and his superpowers evolved. Teacher Suche also broke through to IT had only been 2 months before he had broken through to the 7th level of the 3rd stage. Compared with Teacher Suche's cultivation speed, they just felt like greenhorns, but what they didn't know at the moment was Suche did not break through to the 3rd level, 7th level, but to the 3rd level, 8th level. The surging energy in the classroom lasted for about 2 minutes and then suddenly dissipated. As if nothing had ever happened, snap. Snap. The moment the energy dissipated, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi fell off the wall one after another. Hey! What are you guys playing? Suche turned his head and stared at the two of them in confusion. Poof! Zhang Yueli frowned and said nothing. How dare you say that? It's all because of you. Zhang Yueshi rolled his eyes. Suche was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and a trace of embarrassment quickly appeared on his face. Sorry, I accidentally broke through again. Zhang Yue Carp, Zhang Yueshi, ring and equal to, hearing such a Versailles answer, the two of them almost rolled their eyes. You should have made a breakthrough, right? Suche pretended not to see it and quickly changed the subject. Yes, I have already broken through to the 7th level of the 1st stage. This trick is very useful. Zhang Yueshi nodded immediately, and I feel that my own abilities have been enhanced. Zhang Yueli echoed, me too. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, your ability level has reached B level. Suche's voice also contained a hint of surprise. He was not surprised that the two of them broke through, but he did not expect that their abilities would evolve again, but when you think about it carefully, it seems normal. The damaged meridians of the two people have been completely repaired, and the evolution of their superpowers is also normal. As for Yi Shuangyue, a 3rd order upper grade ferocious beast is much higher in level than a 3rd order middle grade beast, which is enough to allow her supernatural powers to evolve again. The only thing that made Suche regretful was that his A-level ability failed to evolve to S-level. However, this was also within his expectations. S-level talent was too rare and it certainly could not be evolved so easily. Of course, although the A-level ability did not evolve as a result, he clearly felt that its strength had increased significantly. B-level. Zhang Yueshi and Zhang Yueli looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. You have to know that the highest level of awakening talent in their class is only B-level. This means that they are now among the most talented. Suche smiled and said, you guys should consolidate your cultivation first. I suddenly have a lot of inspiration. I will help you improve your skills and combat techniques later. Now that I have broken through to the 3rd stage, 8th level, there are suddenly many more areas that can be optimized. Good. The two of them did not waste any time and immediately sat cross-legged with their 5 hearts facing the sky to consolidate their cultivation. On the other side, Suche's mind moved, and blue lines immediately appeared on his skin. At this moment, the color of the lines is much darker than before, and the flashing is heart-pounding. After a rough feel, Suche immediately determined that the defense of the blue lines at this moment was almost more than twice as strong as before. Boom! 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 Suche's heartbeat gradually quickened. 3rd order, 8th level of cultivation plus A-level supernatural power plus blue lines. Even if I just stand there and let Lu Bo hit me, the opponent may not be able to break my defense. Thinking of this, Suche's heart surged. Sure enough, my 2 months of hard training are worth it. After a pause, Suche suddenly seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Lu Bo, the first place in this monthly test is mine. Yes, and the 1.2 million is also mine. At the same time, the spacious and bright Class 1 classroom, because the classroom space is very large, the class is divided into 2 areas. One area is the teaching area, and the other area is Lu Bo's exclusive area. Lu Bo's exclusive area is equipped not only with a lounge but also a practice room. Of course, no one except Lu Bo is qualified to enter this training room. In the leisure room, Lu Bo was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing, with obvious energy fluctuations throughout his body. Outside the training room, Uncle Lu in a gray robe was standing respectfully outside the training room, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As time passed, the energy fluctuations in the training room became more and more obvious. 10 minutes later, boom! An extremely powerful energy suddenly erupted in the training room. At the same time, Uncle Lu in gray robe was overjoyed and bowed quickly. Congratulations, Master! You have successfully broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage. In the training room, Lu Bo suddenly opened his eyes, his excitement evident in his expression. I am invincible. Chapter 52, I will definitely take down the 3rd level teacher. Guaranteed, the first floor of the teaching building. In Class 1 classroom. Congratulations, young master. Young master can break through to the 3rd level and 8th level at this age. He is truly a rare talent. Uncle Lou in gray robe looked respectfully at Lu Bo, who walked out of the training room, his eyes full of amazement. Although he himself is also a 3rd order 9th level mutant, these words are absolutely from the heart, compared with a 70-year-old at the 3rd level and 8th stage. The probability of a 30-year-old at the 3rd level and 9th stage to reach the 4th level is many times greater. In the entire Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities, it seems that Zhang Lianyue is the only one under the age of 30 with a strength exceeding level 3, level 8. And now, there is one more. Uncle Lou, please don't praise me. I'm still far from that. Lu Bo's face was flushed and he was obviously in a very good mood. Although he spoke modestly, the arrogance in his eyes was not concealed at all. He does have reason to be proud. Apart from the principal, vice principal, and several older directors, he is the No. 1 second-level teacher. Zhang Lianyue doesn't count. Zhang Lianyue is already a 3rd-level teacher and her position is director. Master, you are too modest. With your ability, you are the best candidate for promotion to the 3rd-level teacher this year. An old man who is still alive is a thief. Naturally, Uncle Lou would not be so foolish as to follow Lu Bo and flatter him with his eyes closed. Uncle Lou is indeed a veteran, and this flattery obviously hit Lu Bo's sore spot. Level 3 teacher. A hint of desire flashed across Lu Bo's eyes. He has been coveting the position of 3rd-level teacher for a long time. Given his family conditions, he naturally looked down upon the additional benefits that a 3rd-level teacher received. What mattered to him was his status as a 3rd-level teacher. He has big ambitions and it is impossible for him to stay in this small Pengcheng as a high school teacher for the rest of his life. His goal is to go to college and become a university teacher. If you want to be promoted directly to a university teacher, the necessary prerequisite is the 3rd-level teacher status. Regardless of other conditions, he is determined to obtain the 3rd-level teacher status. Lu Bo narrowed his eyes and asked suddenly, by the way, who are the candidates for the 3rd-level teacher preparation this year besides me? Uncle Lou is in charge of the training in the class most of the time. Lu Bo's task almost every day is to practice, and he usually doesn't pay attention to this kind of news. Master, they are Chuhi, Lu Hansheng, and, at this point, Uncle Lou paused, his expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Lu Bo expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. Uncle Lou lowered his head, and Su Che. What? Lu Bo's brows suddenly wrinkled into a lump, and his expression was very interesting for a moment. How could he be here? What are his qualifications? Also, weren't there only 3 level 3 teacher candidates in previous years? What's going on this year? Uncle Lou lowered his voice slightly. I heard that it was Vice Principal Lei Ming who personally approved it. Lu Bo's pupils shrank, and an angry expression immediately appeared on his face. This Lei Ming obviously doesn't like me and wants to disgust me. He didn't think Su Che could beat him at all, and other than to disgust himself, he couldn't think of any reason for Lei Ming to do this. Shu. Uncle Lou's expression changed and he looked around. Young master, be careful with your words. Lei Ming is a 4th-level extraordinary being. It would be bad if he heard it. Lu Bo's head shrank subconsciously, but he stood up again soon. Why would I be afraid of him? He is the vice principal, and my master Song is also the vice principal. Who is afraid of who? Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities has a principal and 2 vice principals, all 3 of whom are extremely powerful. Principal Wu Daoan is the strongest and most powerful, but he hardly cares about the specific affairs of the school. The remaining Lei Ming and Song Yi are equally powerful, and they jointly manage all school affairs. Vice President Song Yi is Lu Bo's godfather and has close ties with the Lu family. Anyway, Lu Bo really doesn't need to be afraid of thunder. Of course, this is in theory. When Lei Ming gets angry, even the principal can't control him, so Lu Bo doesn't dare to take the risk. Uncle Lou lowered his head and pretended not to hear anything, as if it went in one ear and out the other. There are some things Lu Bo can say, but he can't listen. After a pause, Lu Bo lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, with crisp crackling sounds coming from his hand bones. After thinking for a moment, Lu Bo pursed his lips and said, I can't wait until the martial arts exam is over. I want to be promoted to a 3rd-level teacher after the 2nd monthly test. He was not afraid that someone would threaten his place, but he was worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, what fell into his pocket was his. Young master, what you mean is, Uncle Lu seemed to understand something instantly. Lubo nodded. I will go home today and ask my father to give Master Song a message. Uncle Lu, Master is wise. A hint of triumph flashed across Lubo's face, as if the position of third-level teacher was already in his pocket. Licking his lips, Lubo looked out the window towards the martial arts arena, his eyes full of confidence. In 3 days, I, Lubo, will officially become a third-level teacher. Neatly cut wires at dusk, night falls quietly. At the foot of Yuanlong Mountain, Lu family villa. As one of the 6 great families in Pengcheng, the Lu family's house is extremely magnificent, even more magnificent than that of the Zhang family. Although it was already late at night, the Lu family villa was still brightly lit. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a study room with simple decoration. The study is filled with solid wood furniture. They look ordinary, but each piece is priceless. You should know that every piece of furniture here is handmade from rosewood, not to mention the current Blue Star. Even on Blue Star, before the alien beasts wreaked havoc, the value of pure rosewood furniture was extremely high. Today, Pengcheng is an object that only top families can afford to collect, and it is a symbol of status. At this moment, 2 people were sitting face to face in front of a large and bright solid wood desk. One was Lu Bo, who was wearing a teacher's gown, and the other was a well-maintained middle-aged man, who was wearing feather silk pajamas. This person is Lu Bo's biological father, Lu Lin. Lu Lin looked very dignified, but his voice suddenly became sharp as he spoke. Ha! Great, great, great! You are worthy of being my, Lu Lin's, son. Level 3, Level 8. Great, great, great! Upon learning that Lu Bo had broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage, Lu Lin let out a long roar toward the sky with an extremely happy expression. Hee, it's all because of my father's good genes. Lu Bo smiled apologetically and flattered Lu Lin in a very awkward manner. Do you have something to ask of me? Lu Lin's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately looked at Lu Bo with a puzzled look. Lu Bo smiled awkwardly. You are worthy of being my father. You guessed it right away. Get out, get out. Lu Lin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. You are my son. As soon as you stick your butt out, I know you are a sheep. Tell me, do you want money or a car? Lu Bo chuckled and said, neither. After saying that, he took the initiative to move closer to Lu Lin and whispered. That's it? After listening to Lu Bo's story, Lu Lin asked in confusion. Lu Bo nodded repeatedly. Ha. What do I think? I'm going to see your Master Song tomorrow. This is nothing. Lu Lin patted his chest to indicate that it was absolutely fine, and then he said, I've decided. 3 days from now, I will go to the school to watch the monthly test and witness you become a level 3 teacher with my own eyes. Hearing this, Lu Bo also laughed. I will definitely make him a level 3 teacher. Guaranteed. Chapter 53, 1 day left until the monthly test. Earn some pocket money. Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. There is only 1 day left until the monthly test for the martial arts exam sprint class. On this day, every martial arts exam sprint class even wanted to use their time to pee. Tomorrow's monthly test is crucial. After all, it concerns the practice resources for the next 3 months. The monthly test is accurate to the single digit, and there are differences even among people at the same level of cultivation, according to the monthly measurements over the years. It is no exaggeration to say so. At this moment, every slight improvement in progress could result in a move up 2 or 3 places. What if you improve by 2 or 3 places and just get out of the bottom 6? What if we can improve by 2 or 3 places and just make it into the top 6? What if you improve by 2 or 3 places and just make it into the top 3? Therefore, even though tomorrow is the monthly test, no class is slacking off. Now, inside the spacious and bright Class 1 classroom. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, Feng Mingyuan, how is your cultivation progress? Lu Bo's face was ruddy and his eyes were sparkling, making him look full of energy and vigor. Ever since his strength increased to the 8th level of the 3rd stage, he felt that the air in the school was sweet. What made Lu Bo even more excited was that just now, his father brought him good news. Tomorrow, during the monthly test, Master Song will announce publicly that the champion teacher of this monthly test will be promoted to the 3rd level teacher. In other words, he will get his 3rd level teacher tomorrow. How could this not excite him? Teacher, I have accomplished your mission. I am still 40% away from reaching the 6th level of the 1st stage. Zhang Qi was the first to bow in response, showing extreme respect. Zhao Jun, teacher, I am still 50% away from the 6th level of the 1st stage. Feng Mingyuan, teacher, I am still 50% away from the 6th level of the 1st stage. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan spoke one after another, with the same extremely respectful expressions as Zheng Qi. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan are the three geniuses who have awakened their B-level talents in their second year of high school. In 2 months, he not only broke through to the 5th level of the First Order, but was not far from breaking through to the 6th level of the First Order. This speed of cultivation is astonishing enough even with the support of the entire class's resources, but Lu Bo frowned slightly that he did not immediately express his opinion or comment, but instead lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Calculated according to the rules of the monthly test, 3 first-order fivefold integrals are 15. Compared with previous years, 15 points is enough to completely surpass the entire school, and it is a huge score. But at this moment Lu Bo was not very satisfied with this point. If it were before, this score would still be acceptable, but the teacher who wins the monthly test tomorrow will be promoted to a 3rd-level teacher, and his father will also be here to watch the competition, so he must make sure that everything goes perfectly. If he remembered correctly, Su Che's class scored 11 points in the first monthly test. Assuming that each person improves 1 level within these 2 months, the total points will be 14. If another person like Yi Shuangyue improves by 2 levels, the score will reach 15 points, although the possibility of this happening is extremely low. Lu Bo will never allow any accidents to happen. Thinking of this, Lu Bo made up his mind instantly. He glanced at Zheng Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan, and said with his thin lips, "Yes, the talents of the 3 of you are definitely among the best in the martial arts exam classes of the school. Even if you look at the entire Pengcheng, you are one of the best." A hint of joy immediately flashed across Zheng Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's faces, but the next second, Lu Bo changed the subject. "But, in my opinion, your progress is not enough. With your talent, you can definitely break through to the 6th level of the first stage if you work hard." Zheng Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's expressions froze. The joy on their faces quickly faded, and they only felt dizzy. They thought that their speed of cultivation was fast enough, but they did not expect to be greeted with praise but a slap in the face. Just when the 3 were at a loss, Lu Bo threw out 3 blood-red potions that floated in the air in front of the 3. Although separated by glass, the red liquid in the medicine bottle still exudes a heart-pounding smell. This is a genetic catalyst," Zheng Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan instantly recognized the name and function of the reagent. The so-called gene catalyst is a drug that is not officially recognized and has a simple and crude effect. After taking the gene catalyst, your own cultivation will increase by nearly 50% within 24 hours. The effect is amazing, but the price is damage to the meridians, and long-term use may even turn you into a complete cripple. This medicine is only taken when life and death are at stake. It is life-saving. This monthly test is very important to you and me. Do you understand? Taking in the expressions of the 3 people, Lu Bo spoke in a cold voice. Deep down in his heart, these students have always been a means for him to advance. Passing the undergraduate entrance exam was a means of promotion for him, and helping him win the 3rd-level teacher position was also a means of promotion. Zheng Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan lowered their heads and remained silent, each with a conflicted expression. "Don't worry, after the monthly test, I will personally help you repair your meridians, and I will also give you more resources." Lu Bo's voice seemed to carry a strange magic that penetrated deep into the 3 people's brains. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and took the gene catalyst first. "I understand, teacher." With Zhang Qi's proofing, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan could only take the medicine and said, "We understand it too." Hearing this, Lu Bo smiled. "Very good, the teacher was not wrong about you." At the same time, inside the slightly messy Class 18 classroom, Yi Shuangyue was practicing breathing techniques, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were practicing combat skills. On the other hand, Su Che kept fiddling with his phone without any sense of urgency. In fact, there was no point for Su Che to be nervous, as he had already done everything he could in the past 3 days. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi's breathing methods and fighting skills were all optimized as expected. It is still stuck at the upper level of the Xian rank, but its power has been further improved than before, and now everything is ready except for the east wind, and we can just wait for the monthly test to begin tomorrow. "Hey, handsome? What are you grinning about while holding your phone?" Jiang Yueshi noticed Su Che grinning while holding his phone, and asked curiously. "Oh, nothing." Su Che put down his phone, and an irrepressible smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "I'll make a little extra money." Hearing this, Yi Shuangyue's tightly closed brows trembled violently. She suddenly felt that this sentence was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember it for a moment. "Oh. After getting this answer, Jiang Yueshi suddenly lost all interest and turned back to practicing his fighting skills. Various shields continued to condense on the arms. Suche looked back at the phone screen. The screen is the dark web interface. Lubo's odds are 1 minute and 1.1 second. Suche's odds are 1:10. Suche raised the corner of his mouth and bet the maximum amount without hesitation. The next moment, the phone dinged and received a text message. Your savings card with the last number 9527 spend 100,000 Dasha coins on, and the available balance is 526,300 Dasha coins, Dasha Bank. Chapter 54. The second monthly test begins. Luxurious spectator lineup. In the dim morning light, the sky is dyed with a faint golden edge, indicating that a new day is about to begin, and today is destined to be an extraordinary day for Pingcheng No. 1 Specialty High School, because today is the second monthly test for the entire martial arts exam sprint class. Although there are 3 monthly tests before the martial arts exam, the second monthly test is actually the most important one. The third monthly test is before the military examination. Although it is called a monthly test, it is actually more like a comprehensive assessment. No matter how strong the sprint classes are, time is running out, but the second monthly test is different. The results of the second monthly test are directly related to the practice resources for the next 3 months. If you want to make a comeback in the last 3 months before the military exam, today's monthly test results are particularly important. The school is obviously well aware of this, so the standards for this monthly test are extremely high. In addition to the increased number of leadership seats directly opposite the awakening platform in the martial arts arena, 2 high-end chairs were even temporarily placed next to it. The monthly test officially started at 10 a.m. as usual, but it was only 9 o'clock and almost all the martial arts exam sprint classes had arrived. In addition to the teachers and students of the martial arts exam class, the number of first and second year high school students who came to watch the fun far exceeded that of the first monthly test. As time went on, more and more people came to watch the game, and the scene became gradually noisy. In addition, the leaders had not yet arrived, and discussions gradually began to break out at the scene. Wow, there are so many people. Fortunately, I came early, otherwise I would have to jump up and down to watch. Come on, Mr. Lubo, crush Suche. I bet on you to win this time. No way, you still dare to gamble? Last time, I remember you bet 20,000 Great Xia coins on Long Outyan, right? It seems like you bet twice. What? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? What are you afraid of? The last time was an accident. Who would have thought that Yi Xuanyue would have the ability to evolve a second time? Don't worry, there will be no accidents this time. I have a rumor that someone in teacher Lu Bo's class seems to have broken through to the 6th level of the first stage. Level 1, level 6? How is that possible? It's only been 2 months. It's not even that fast when you ride a rocket. Did he take some medicine? His head won't become pointy, will it? Suche is finished. There was still a glimmer of hope, but now it seems there is nothing left. You just realized this now? Suche has been jumping around in the martial arts arena with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for nearly 2 months, and they have only done some basic training. It would be strange if they could win. Everyone is open to discussion, and the main point is to speak freely and directly at the teachers and students of the sprint class in the martial arts arena. Naturally heard it clearly. Lubo listened to everyone's discussion, frowned slightly and snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with deep disdain as he glanced at Suche in the distance. It was obvious that Lu Bo was very disgusted with people comparing him with Suche. The purpose of making a bet with Suche was to humiliate him, and he never considered Suche as an equal opponent, not to mention that his 3 disciples have already reached the 6th level of the first stage. For Lu Bo, his only opponent today is himself, and he has only one goal, which is to win a place as a level 3 teacher. The other side. Suche immediately noticed Lu Bo's unfriendly look. At the next moment, the two looked at each other. Suche grinned in a harmless smile, looking extremely friendly, especially the look he gave Lu Bo. There was a hint of passion in his eyes, as if he saw money. Neuropathy. Lu Bo felt a chill in his heart, cursed inwardly, and turned his head away to ignore it. Suche didn't mind this and still had a smile on his face. That's right, at this moment Lu Bo was simply a boy who brought money in his eyes, and it was all about money. In the first monthly test, I will give myself 600,000 Dasha coins, and soon I will give myself another 1.2 million in this day and age. Such pure resentment. Good people are really rare. Gudong pursing his lips, Suche looked somewhat impatient. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd, and many people looked towards the distance. Not far away, the school's leadership team was walking together, with an impressive momentum. Leading the group were the two vice principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, and beside them were two middle-aged men in luxurious clothes. Behind the four of them were Jiang Lianyue, Song Zhe, and other directors. Turtle. This time not only Principal Lei Ming came to watch the game, but even Principal Song Yi came. Principal Song Yi doesn't often attend such events. Hey! Who are the two people next to Principal Song Yi and Principal Lei Ming? Why can they walk side by side with the two principals and talk and laugh? Are you crazy? You don't even recognize them. One is Jiang Tianyang, the current patriarch of the Jiang family, Director Jiang's brother, and the father of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The other is Lu Lin, the current patriarch of the Lu family, and the father of teacher Lu Bo. Both of them are extraordinary masters. Hiss, what's going on? Isn't today just a simple monthly test? Why did you invite the two family heads? For a moment, everyone at the scene was deeply shocked by the spectator lineup. Point for extraordinary strong men watching a small monthly test. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Suche looked at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him in confusion. Although no words were spoken, the meaning was very clear. Jiang Yueli frowned and stared at Jiang Tianyang. I didn't know he was coming. Really? He didn't even tell me in advance that Dad was coming. Jiang Yueshi complained in a low voice. Suche turned his head. His expression seemed thoughtful. He could understand why Jiang Tianyang came to watch the game. After all, he wanted to see the strength of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi with his own eyes, but he really couldn't figure out why Lu Lin came here. While Suche was thinking, the school leadership team had already taken their seats in order of priority, while Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin sat in two high-end chairs that had been prepared long ago. Ahem, be quiet. Lei Ming clearly did not exert any force, but his sound echoed throughout the entire training ground like rolling thunder. In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Today is the second monthly test for this year's martial arts exam sprint class. I have reminded you of everything that should have been done last time. I will not waste any more time on this nonsense. I just want to emphasize one point. In this monthly test, the top 6 classes can still get an extra 50% of the training quota. And the bottom 6 classes will also have their quota reduced by 50%. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths from the direction of the martial arts examination class. Although everyone had long guessed that the policy would remain the same, it was still shocking to hear it with one's own ears that if we rank in the bottom 6 again this time, then basically the whole class will have no chance of getting into undergraduate studies. After Lei Ming spoke, it was soon Song Yi's turn. Song Yi looked much older than Lei Ming, but his eyes were narrow and deep, showing no obvious emotion. Song Yi looked around and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I want to announce an important news. The teacher who ranks first in this monthly test will be promoted to a third-level teacher. Chapter 55-3 Level 1, Level 6. The most popular class, 1, Martial Arts Arena, Leadership Desk. Although Song Yi's voice was not as deafening as thunder, it was clear enough to penetrate the ears of everyone present, especially with this explosive news. The originally silent scene suddenly became a little chaotic. Generally speaking, the third-level teacher selection will be made after the military examination, but I didn't expect it to be so soon this year. The champion of this monthly test is directly a third-level teacher? Turtle, no wonder so many people came today, no wonder. I'm afraid this rule is set for Lu Bo. Who can beat him in this monthly test? Didn't he say that everyone in his class has broken through to the 6th level of the first stage? So what? Don't you know the relationship between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi? Besides, it's only a matter of time before Lu Bo gets the title of Level 3 teacher. You don't think anyone can really compete with Lu Bo, do you? I understand everything. I was wondering why the Lu family's patriarch came here suddenly. It turns out he wanted to witness Lu Bo becoming a third-level teacher. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone finally understood why there was such a grand scene today. Snort. Lei Ming snorted coldly and turned his head away, his eyes clearly filled with disdain. He was a person who could not tolerate any sand in his eyes, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Song Yi's obviously selfish decision. However, even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. Although this decision was unreasonable, it did not violate any regulations. Zhang Lianyue subconsciously glanced at Su Che in the crowd with a look of regret. She thought that if the third-level teachers were evaluated after the martial arts exam, Su Che would not be without a chance, and the chance should be quite good. But now, all I can say is that the probability of Su Che defeating Lu Bo is somewhat low. Oh? Brother Lu, why did you suddenly come here today? It turns out that you are sure that my nephew Lu Bo will become a third-level teacher today. Jiang Tianyang looked at Lu Lin beside him with shining eyes, with an expression of as expected on his face. Hi, I just happened to pass by today, so I came to take a look. Besides, it's not certain whether Lu Bo can win the first place. Lu Lin was being modest in words, but the pride on his face was not concealed at all. Brother Lu is really humble. Jiang Tianyang chuckled twice, but secretly cursed the old man in his heart for being so hypocritical. Although the Jiang family and the Lu family are both one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng, they do not have a very deep friendship. After a brief chat, Jiang Tianyang said no more. He had no interest in the third-level teachers at all. He only cared about the performance of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Inside the martial arts arena, Su Che's pupils contracted for a very short time and then returned to normal. It was like a flash of lightning in my mind, and I understood everything in an instant. Everyone in the school knows that the Lu family has a close relationship with Principal Song Yi. Lu Bo's father Lu Lin suddenly came to watch the competition, and Song Yi announced that the first place in this monthly test could be directly promoted to the third-level teacher. Anyone who says there is no PY transaction involved would be a fool to believe it. TSK, you think you have it all figured out? Su Che sneered in his heart, subconsciously looking at the excited Lu Bo. Su Che couldn't help but smile, not only giving money but also fame? Thank you, good man. Lu Bo didn't notice Su Che's gaze. At this moment, Lu Bo's heart beat faster and his expression was slightly excited. How could he not be excited to win first place in the monthly test and the title of third-level teacher in such a high-profile manner? Now the stage is set, everything is ready except for the east wind. All we have to do is wait for Lu Bo to amaze the audience. Just when Lu Bo was feeling excited, Song Yi's voice brought him back to reality. Okay, time is limited, so let's not waste any more time and start the test now. Song Yi glanced at Jiang Lianyue and nodded. Director Jiang, please start. Good. Jiang Lianyue was wearing a pure white robe today, and with her fresh and refined temperament, she looked like a banished immortal. Exhaling lightly, Jiang Lianyue raised her eyes and looked towards the direction of the martial arts exam sprint class, and opened her thin lips slightly. I will not repeat the rules of this monthly test. Each sprint class will still select 3 representatives to take the test, and the final ranking will be based on the points. Those with the same points will be judged based on their realm level. However, unlike the first monthly test, this time the test will be conducted in the order of the rankings in the previous monthly test. Therefore, the first class to take the test is. The voice paused and then spoke again. Please invite the representative of Class 1, who ranked first in the first test, to come to the stage for the test. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, countless surging eyes at the scene were immediately focused on the Wu1 class area in the center of the martial arts field. Expressions of envy, jealousy, etc. appeared on the faces of the onlookers one after another. Everyone knows that although today is the monthly test for the military examination class, the real protagonist is Lu Bo. Boom. 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 Although Lu Bo had long been accustomed to the feeling of being watched by the entire audience, his heartbeat still quietly quickened at this moment. However, Lu Bo understood that he was excited about the quota for third-level teachers. Suppressing his inner throbbing, Lu Bo immediately looked at the class team. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, the 3 of you step out. 3 imposing figures soon emerged from the class team. Although he did not exude any aura, he still formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding students, just like the stars and the moon. Very good. Very good. Looking at Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan in front of him, Lu Bo nodded with satisfaction. It all depends on you this time, go ahead. All 3 of them have already taken the gene catalyst, and now they are all at the 6th level of the first order. Yes. The 3 of them bowed and agreed, then walked onto the awakening platform one after another. The awakening platform is still the same awakening platform, but the cultivation levels of the 3 people are completely different at this moment. I'll go first this time. Zhang Qi volunteered. He glanced coldly at Yi Xuanyue and the crowd, then walked to the bottom of the intelligent optical computer core. The next moment, the intelligent optical computer cast a blue light curtain. About 10 seconds later, the intelligent optical computer spoke with an emotionless voice. Test completed. First level, 6th level of cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 7th level, 45%, hiss, in an instant, the sounds of people gasping for air rang out one after another. Many people stared at each other in surprise. First level, 6th level. It really is first level, 6th level. Before, they had only heard that someone in class 1 had broken through to the 6th level of the first stage, but they didn't expect it to be true. If I remember correctly, when Zhang Qi took the first test, he was only at the 4th level of the first order. In 2 months, the level was raised by 2 levels, which is equivalent to raising 1 level per month. This isn't the 3rd or 4th level, it's the 5th or 6th level. This progress rate is too fast. You should know that each subsequent level of advancement is much more difficult than the previous one. However, this is just the beginning. The shock of the crowd was far from over. As Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan entered the core of the intelligent optical computer one after another, the voice of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the martial arts arena. A test completed. First level, 6th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 7th level, 40%. Test completed. First level, 6th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 7th level, 40%. Chapter 56. Yi Xuanyue appears. Level 1, Level 8 shocks the audience. When the sound of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the training ground, the onlookers who had been deeply shocked by Zhang Qi's cultivation suddenly fell silent. For a moment, the entire training ground fell into a brief period of absolute silence, and even the sound of the wind could be heard. But this situation did not last for a few seconds and was soon broken by an uproar at the scene. What? Is there something wrong with my ears? Not just one first order 6th level, but 3 first order 6th level. This, oh my god, how did they do this? 3 people simultaneously improved by 2 levels to the 6th level of the first stage within 2 months. This is more than 3 times more difficult than one person advancing to the 6th level of the first stage. So terrifying. It's worthy of being a key class. In previous years, there were people who reached the first level and 6th level in the second test, but there has never been 3 people who reached the first level and 6th level at the same time. I was wondering why Mr. Lu Bo was so confident. It turns out he was determined to win. 3 first order 6th level masters, a total of 18 points. This has even set a record for the highest score in the second test, right? Why are you still keeping records? I think it's time to congratulate teacher Lu Bo in advance for becoming a level 3 teacher. When there was a rumor that a student in class 1 had broken through to the 6th level of the first order, everyone thought that Lu Bo should have no problem taking first place in the monthly test. At this moment, when they witnessed with their own eyes that all 3 of them had reached the 6th level of the first rank, everyone thought that Lu Bo had already secured the first place in this monthly test, and that becoming a 3rd level teacher would be a piece of cake. Although the second monthly test has just begun, it is almost equivalent to the end, because there is no suspense about the first place. At this moment, the name Su Che did not even appear in everyone's discussion. Although Lu Bo had a bet with Su Che, when the score of class 1 reached the terrifying 18 points, Su Che automatically became a fool in everyone's eyes. An egg that hits a stone with its egg. 3 of you are at the 6th level of the first order. It seems that my nephew is very talented in teaching. Zhang Tianyang's eyebrows twitched rapidly and he looked at Lu Bo in surprise. He really didn't expect Lu Bo to be able to reach such a level of teaching. Zhang Tianyang vaguely remembered that the best student class taught by his younger sister Jiang Lianyue, who was known as a genius, only scored 17 points in the second test. In fact, I didn't teach him much. He just worked hard on his own. At this point, Lu Lin was no longer modest, and even followed Zhang Tianyang's words and said, "Brother Jiang, my son is very fond of your sister. Our 2 families are well matched." You see, Zhang Tianyang's expression changed slightly, and he interrupted with a smile before Lu Lin finished speaking. Brother Lu, this is all about the young people's own business. As their elder brother, I can't make the decision. In the past few years, he thought Lu Bo was pretty good, but as his younger sister was promoted to the 3rd level, 9th level, and got closer to becoming extraordinary, Lu Bo seemed more and more ordinary. In his mind, the requirement for a brother-in-law must be at least extraordinary. A 3rd level teacher is far from enough. That's right. It still depends on the young people themselves. Lu Lin smiled awkwardly and said no more, but a hint of displeasure flashed across his eyes. How could he not hear Zhang Tianyang's perfunctory response? Admiring the high-spirited Lu Bo, Lu Lin murmured in his heart, "My son Lu Bo has extraordinary qualities." When the day comes that my son becomes extraordinary, you will regret it. The 3 representatives of Class 2-1 are all at the first level, 6th level. Each of them has 6 points, totaling 18 points. They are currently ranked first. Soon, Zhang Lianyue's voice was heard in the venue, confirming the results of Class 2-1 in public without a doubt the first. Very good. Very good. Being able to score 18 points in the second test has already broken our school's record. The moment the results were confirmed, Song Yi looked at Lu Bo with satisfaction, a rare smile on his face. Teacher Lu Bo, you did very well. If nothing unexpected happens, the top scorer in our school's martial arts exam should be from your class, 1. At this point, Song Yi changed the subject, but don't be too proud. Keep working hard and strive to set a new record for our school's martial arts exam. I'm very optimistic about you. After saying this, he glanced at Lei Ming and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. He naturally noticed Lei Ming's dissatisfaction, and when he saw the opportunity, he naturally wanted to disgust him. Although he didn't say anything to Lei Ming, his meaning was very clear. You are questioning my decision, aren't you? Do you have any more questions now? Lei Ming ignored it, but felt very uncomfortable. Lu Bo showed a happy expression and bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Principal Song. I will definitely work hard. Although the monthly test has not yet ended, he has already determined that he is a level 3 teacher. Very good, let's continue the test. Song Yi nodded and said no more. Now, please invite the representative of Class 18, who ranks second in the first test, to come to the awakening platform for the test. Almost as soon as Song Yi finished speaking, Zhang Lianyue's voice rang out, swish, swish, swish. This time, all eyes were once again focused on Class 18. However, unlike the envy and jealousy when they were watching Class 1, everyone's expressions at this moment were a little strange. The bet between Su Che and Lu Bo was no longer a secret, and had even been brewing for 2 months. But compared with the last bet between Su Che and Long Outyan, not many people discussed this bet. In fact, there was some discussion about it at the beginning. However, as Su Che spent 2 whole months conducting basic training with Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, the discussion gradually stopped. It's simple. No one thought Su Che would win, especially after seeing Class 1 gain 18 points. No one thought Su Che would win. Su Che, I want to see how you die this time. In the sprint team, Long Outyan was staring at Su Che with a vicious look. He still feels trembling all over when he thinks of Su Che's humiliation of him. Oh, you clown. Lu Bo just glanced at Su Che and then looked away, his eyes full of disdain. Since he stepped into the martial arts arena today, he has never looked at Su Che directly in his eyes. Su Che now posed no threat at all of being stared at by so many people. Su Che remained calm and not panicked at all. He turned around and looked at the 3 people with a grin. Little leaf, little purple hair, little white hair, it's your turn to perform. Yi Xuanyue nodded first, her eyes full of confidence. Teacher, I will try my best. Zhang Yueli waved his hand. Don't worry, Lao Deng. Zhang Yueshi smiled playfully. Handsome guy, just wait for the victory. Hearing this, Su Che couldn't help but raise his lips. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Yi Xuanyue was the first to go on stage, followed closely by Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi. Soon, the blue light curtain cast by the intelligent optical computer enveloped Yi Xuanyue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The irony is that this time the intelligent optical computer's reaction was even slower than last time. Moreover, the brightness of the blue light curtain was somewhat dazzling. The next moment, the sound of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the martial arts arena. Ag test completed. First level, 8th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 9th level, 10%. Chapter 57, Level 1, Level 7. The Zhang sisters continue to blow up the scene. Test completed. First level, 8th level cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 9th level, 10%. On the awakening platform, the voice of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the entire training ground, and this sound was undoubtedly like dropping a blockbuster bomb into a calm lake. No, to be precise, 2 or 3 or even more were lost. First level, 8th level. This is first level, 8th level. At this moment, whether it was the teachers and students watching on the scene or the teachers and students of the martial arts examination class, whether it was the leadership platform or the 2 heads of the family, when the keyword first stage, 8th level was uttered, the faces of everyone present turned into uniform shock. Thoughts of shock, astonishment, shock, confusion, etc. began to appear on everyone's faces one after another. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. After a few breaths, huge shock and astonishment exploded in everyone's hearts, followed by a wave of frenzy of discussion. This. If the intelligent optical computer is not crazy, then I must be crazy. What the hell is the first level and eighth level? Where is this for? This is a high school, not a university. First level, eighth level. Damn it, if I remember correctly, Zhang Yu, the last champion of the martial arts exam in Pengcheng, was only at the first level, eighth level when he took the exam, right? Doesn't this mean that Yi Xuanyue's level is already comparable to that of last year's champion? This is outrageous. Improving from the fourth level of the first stage to the sixth level of the first stage in 2 months is already outrageous enough, but compared with Yi Xuanyue's progress, it's simply a joke. Is it possible that he is so powerful after the second awakening? He advanced from the fifth level of the first stage to the eighth level of the first stage in 2 months? But this is not right. Even if Yi Xuanyue awakened for the second time, it was only a C-level ability. How could he cultivate so fast? Don't do that. Why do I feel a little panicked? Yi Xuanyue alone has 8 points. Can Su Che really win? I bet tens of thousands of great Xia coins, special spectator seats. Lu Lin's expression was a little stiff the moment Yi Xuanyue's 8th level of cultivation was confirmed. Lu Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, the smile on his lips faded a lot, and a hint of worry suddenly appeared in his eyes. Obviously, Yi Xuanyue's strength made him feel vaguely that something was wrong. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyang was shocked, but there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. He looked at Yi Xuanyue on the awakening platform with sharp eyes, and his anticipation grew stronger and stronger. In the past 2 months, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi went out before dawn every day and returned home only when the moon was high in the sky. After returning home, he went to the gravity room to practice hard, and his father didn't see him a few times in 2 months. Zhang Tianyang really had no idea about the current level of the Tuda. Now that Yi Xuanyue is so powerful, he estimates that the strength of his 2 daughters cannot be too weak. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianyang glanced at Lu Lin, who looked unhappy, and laughed in his heart. Oh? Things are starting to get interesting. Compared with Lu Lin and Zhang Tianyang, the leadership team on the stage was obviously more shocked. Buzz, the leaders who had been as steady as old dogs before, could no longer bear it. First level, 8th level. It's actually first level, 8th level. And it's the first level, 8th level from the second test. This is simply a record breaking for our school. An elderly director with white beard and eyebrows spoke tremblingly. It's not just our school's record, it's even breaking the record of the entire Pengcheng, right? Oh my god. First level, 8th level. This result is considered top-notch even in the base city, right? If we can maintain this rate of improvement, maybe our Pengcheng #1 high school for special abilities can make it into the top 50 of the Great Xia Martial Arts Exam top 100. If we can really make it into the top 50 of the Great Xia Martial Arts Exam top 100, then our school's educational resources will double. Double. Genius. This is a genius. It seems that our understanding of the secondary evolution of superpowers is still too superficial. Cultivate. We must cultivate well. A group of leaders responded one after another, and their eyes turned towards Yi Xuanyue more and more passionately. First level, 8th level. Zhang Lianyue's pupils trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with horror. Unlike the rest of the leadership team, Zhang Lianyue's attention was now all on Su Che. She didn't believe that Yi Xuanyue had made such rapid progress on her own. Su Che must have been involved, but she really couldn't figure out what method Su Che used to make his students improve so quickly. You should know that the most outstanding class she taught that year was only at level 1, level 7 during the second test, but the gap between the first level 7th level and the first level 8th level is too big. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. So many geniuses emerged all at once. It seems that our Pengcheng #1 high school of special abilities will definitely rise this year. Lei Ming's hearty voice still rang out, and his face looked very happy while speaking. He glanced at Song Yi beside him, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. Song Yi didn't say anything. His expression was sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxing, looking very awkward. As the vice president, he should be happy that a first-order 8th-level genius appeared in the school. But the problem is that this first order 8th level did not appear in Lu Bo's class, but in Suche's class. There is no doubt that this posed a huge threat to Lu Bo's first place in the monthly test. Normally speaking, this is nothing, but the key question is, the first place in today's monthly test will be promoted to level 3 teacher, and he said this himself. If Suche really takes first place in the monthly test, then wouldn't everything he did be in vain and just be a gift to others? Call. After exhaling a breath, Song Yi first looked at Lu Lin, and then moved his gaze to Lu Bo. Feeling Song Yi's gaze, Lu Bo forced a smile. Even though he looked normal now, he was actually uncontrollably panicking inside. The intelligent optical computer cannot be wrong. Although it is unbelievable, Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level is indeed the 8th level of the first stage. In other words, Suche's class's score has reached 8 points. If Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's cultivation breaks through to the 5th level of the first stage, then Suche's class's score will reach 18 points. If that's true, then he might be the top student in his grade. No, definitely not. Lu Bo licked his dry lips and quickly shook the thought out of his mind. Yi Xuanyue's abilities have evolved twice, so it's okay for her to progress so quickly, but Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi only have F-level talent. How could it be possible for them to improve from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 5th level of the first stage in 2 months? It can't be that the same ability evolves a second time, right? Gudong. After swallowing hard, Lu Bo gradually regained his composure. After a pause, he let out a long sigh. Oh, I scared myself, but the next moment, two voices rang out from the intelligent optical computer in succession. Test completed. First level, 7th level of cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 8th level, 15%. Test completed. First level, 7th level of cultivation. Progress of breaking through first level, 8th level, 15%. Chapter 58, leading by a huge margin, ranking first in the monthly test, martial arts arena. Boom, at this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Lu Bo's mind, leaving him stunned and trembling all over. The pupils contracted violently as if encountering strong light, and the face became as stiff as a stone sculpture. My mind went blank in an instant, and I felt like I had no thoughts at all. Only the 4 large characters first stage, 7th level kept echoing in his mind, becoming louder and louder until they occupied his entire sea of consciousness. Dang dang dang, Lu Bo took several steps back and his body softened, almost falling to the ground. He felt a tightness in his chest, his complexion changed back and forth between blue and white, and his breathing became visibly rapid. How could it be the 7th level of the first stage? How could it be? Lu Bo murmured as he closed his eyes and opened them again, hoping very much that this was just a dream, but unfortunately, when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the training ground, and nothing around him had changed at all. At this moment, Lu Bo fell into deep despair and collapsed. He discovered that all this was actually true. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi were really at the 7th level of the first stage. It was clear that I was certain that Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi could not break through to the 5th level of the first stage just a second ago, but the next second, the two of them proved their strength with actual actions and slapped him hard in the face. It is impossible to upgrade from the first level 3 to the first level 5, but that does not mean it is impossible to upgrade from the first level 3 to the first level 7, 4 levels of improvement in 2 months. An average of 2 levels of improvement per month. This cultivation speed is not inferior to Yi Xuanyue's, who has achieved the 2nd evolution of supernatural powers, and is even better. It's over. It's all over. Lu Bo's pupils dilated slightly, and there was no light in his eyes at all. Yi Xuanyue is at the 8th level of the first rank. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are both at the 7th level of the first rank. This also means that the score of Class 18 led by Su Che has reached 22 points. Similarly, this also means that the first place in this monthly test must go to Class 18. It would be fine if I just lost the first place in the monthly test. The most important thing is that the first place in this monthly test can be directly promoted to level 3 teacher. Moreover, it was he who personally asked his father to find Song Yi to set this rule, that is to say that he personally gave the 3rd level teacher position to Su Che. Thinking of this, Lu Bo covered his chest in pain and his whole body was shaking violently. My heart ached as if it was bleeding and I was completely unable to utter a single word. Lu Bo's reaction seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, there was another uproar at the scene, far exceeding the last time. Oh my god, what did I hear? Level 1, 7th level? 2 level 1, 7th level. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi are actually level 1, 7th level? No, why? Why do they do that? They have been doing basic training in the martial arts arena for the past 2 months. Everyone in the school knows about it. Can basic training improve one's cultivation? I've lived for more than 40 years and I've never heard that basic training can improve one's cultivation. This is too outrageous. Could this be drugs? Drug test. I demand a drug test. What kind of medicine can instantly elevate a person from the third level of the first stage to the seventh level of the first stage? Oh my God. In this way, the score of Class 18 will be 8 plus 7 plus 7. Well, it's more than 18 points anyway, so it's guaranteed to be first place. Don't think that Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's cultivation is lower than Yi Shuangyue's first level 8. But the shock they brought to everyone was even greater than that brought by Yi Shuangyue, different from Yi Shuangyue, who was like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. In the past 2 months, everyone could see the two doing basic training in the training ground almost every day. In private, everyone not only laughed at Su Che for being crazy, but also laughed at Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi for being crazy. He even regarded the three people as a joke and clowns, but he never expected that the clown would actually be himself. What? How is this possible? In the special spectator seats, Lu Lin's face changed drastically and he stood up suddenly. His expression could no longer be suppressed just now. Yi Shuangyue's cultivation level of the 8th level of the first stage gave him a bad feeling. I thought I was just overthinking, but I didn't expect it to actually become a reality. There is actually someone who has more points than him. Isn't this fucked up? You know, the monthly test champion was promoted directly to a third-level teacher, and it was Song Yi who personally asked for it. This is even more painful than losing both the wife and the army. Impossible. Aren't they both F-level talents? How could they improve so quickly? This can't be right. Lu Lin was so anxious that he accidentally blurted out what was on his mind, but as soon as he said this, his eyebrows twitched rapidly as if he suddenly realized something. At the next moment, the air around them suddenly became somewhat solidified. Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Can't my daughter, Zhang Tianyang, be a level 1, level 7? Zhang Tianyang narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Although his tone was calm, his voice was gradually getting colder. The hair on the back of Lu Lin's neck stood up instantly, his expression changed rapidly and he smiled apologetically. Brother Jiang, I really didn't mean that, you misunderstood. At this moment, Lu Lin was full of regret, wondering why he had forgotten about Zhang Tianyang. Zhang Tianyang is well known for doting on his daughter. Isn't this just like a mouse trying to stop a cat courting death? It's good that you didn't mean it that way. I believe Brother Lu just said it unintentionally. Zhang Tianyang glanced at Lu Lin indifferently, then turned his head and ignored him. However, Zhang Tianyang turned his head and the corners of his mouth quickly curled up, and he looked towards the awakening platform with shining eyes. Level 1, 7th level. According to Zhang Tianyang's psychological expectation, he would be very satisfied if Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi could reach the 5th level of the first stage. But to his surprise, the two of them actually broke through to the 7th level of the first order. This was a complete surprise. Zhang Tianyang glanced past the two of them and looked at Su Che. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Tisk, it's a pity that his strength is not enough. If his strength is level 3, level 9, I really want Lian Yue to get in touch with him. After taking a closer look at Su Che, Zhang Tianyang quickly added, but for someone as handsome as him, it's not impossible for him to be at the 3rd level and 8th level. At the leadership desk, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another. Apart from Song Yi, who lowered his head and remained silent, his expression could not be seen clearly, including Lei Ming. Everyone had their mouths open and their eyes wide open, totally not behaving like a leader should. Yi Shuangyue's 8th level of cultivation at the first stage can also be explained by the second evolution of supernatural powers, but what about Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, who have reached the 7th level of the first stage of cultivation? Could it be that the two of them have also evolved their abilities a second time? All kinds of questions lingered in the minds of the leaders, and the atmosphere was somewhat frozen for a while. Ahem. Finally, Lei Ming coughed lightly and looked at Zhang Lianyue. Director Zhang, let's continue with the monthly test first. Although he had too many questions at the moment, time was limited and everything had to wait until the monthly test was over. Good. Zhang Lianyue withdrew her gaze from Su Che, and a cold voice rang out. There are 3 representatives from Class 18 of Senior 2, 1 at the 8th level of the First Order, and 2 at the 7th level of the First Order, with a total of 22 points. The current ranking is. The voice paused for a moment, then rang out again, with a hint of emotion, temporarily ranked first. Chapter 59, Lu Bo will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. He initiates a ranking challenge. Now, please invite the representative of Class 2, Senior High School, who ranked third in the first test, to come to the awakening platform for the test. There are 3 representatives from Class 2 of Senior High School, 3 of whom are at the 5th level of the first order, with a total of 15 points. They are currently ranked third. Now, please invite the representative of Class 2, 3, who ranked 4th in the first test to come to the awakening platform for the test. In the huge martial arts arena, accompanied by Jiang Lianyue's voice, the test continued, but it was obvious that except for the class on the stage that was taking the monthly test, everyone present was no longer paying attention to the monthly test, whether it was the teachers and students watching or the leaders. All the images in their minds were still of the monthly test for Class 18 of Senior 2. Originally, Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level of the 8th level of the first stage was already shocking enough. But who would have thought that this was not the end yet? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation has actually reached the 7th level of the first stage. What is the value of having 1 first level 8th level and 2 first level 7th level people in the same class? This means that the students with the highest level of accomplishment in this class of the school are all from Class 18 of Senior 2. This means that even if the 3 of them make no further progress from now until the martial arts exam, they can still be admitted to an undergraduate program. This means that even though the military examination has not yet begun, the undergraduate admission rate of Class 18 of Senior 2 has reached 100%. What a horrible statistic. It's incredible. In all the years since Pengcheng No. 1 Special Ability High School was established, there has never been a sprint class with a 100% rate of admission to universities. Admittedly, this data is directly related to the small number of students in Class 18 of Senior 2, but this is not the point. First of all, the school's resources are allocated based on the number of people, with the amount of resources allocated depending on the number of students in a class. Secondly, the risk of a class of 3 is too great. If even one person fails to get into undergraduate school, the rate of admission to undergraduate school will be only 66%, leaving no room for error. This is why even the key class, 1, has nearly 20 students. Therefore, when Suche accepted only 3 disciples to form Class 18 of Senior 2, almost everyone was pessimistic. Many people believed that in this year's military exam, the rate of admission to university of grade 2, 18, would be at the bottom, and Suche would most likely be dismissed. But only 3 months later there was a double reversal. Class 18 of Senior 2 not only took first place in the second monthly test, but according to data from previous years, it even locked in a 100% admission rate to universities in advance. This is simply like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. In addition to being shocked, the teachers of the martial arts exam sprint class and even teachers of other grades present also felt a sense of envy. The reason is simple. The first place in this monthly test will be promoted to level 3 teacher. In other words, Suche, who is currently ranked first in the class, will directly become a level 3 teacher after the monthly test. In other words, the third level teacher quota that originally belonged to Lu Bo was snatched away by Suche. Getting first place in the monthly test is a good thing. A 100% enrollment rate is a good thing. The third level teachers are 3 joys. This is truly a triple blessing. No, there are more than 3 joys. You should know that Suche and Lu Bo have a bet. If Lu Bo loses to Suche, he will have to pay 1.2 million dasha coins. This can be considered as the 4 joys. 4 joys. Big 4 joys. In a simple monthly test, 4 good things happened to me all of a sudden. It must have made me dizzy. However, only Suche himself knew at this moment. 4 joys are far from the limit. There is also a 5th joy. It's very simple, because the 5th joy, it was given by the black market. There are 3 representatives from Class 17 of Senior 2, 1 at the 4th level of the first order, and 2 at the 3rd level of the first order. They have a total of 10 points and are currently ranked 18th. At the leadership platform, Jiang Lianyue's voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Hearing this, everyone present was cheered up. The 18 classes of the martial arts exam have completed testing one by one, which means that the final ranking can finally be determined. For a moment, everyone on the field had different expressions. The corners of Suche's lips slowly curved upwards, his expression slightly expectant. Lei Ming's eyes sparkled, and he kept looking in the direction of Class 18 of Senior 2, with a slightly excited expression. Song Yi still kept his head down and his expression was completely undetectable. Jiang Tianyang's eyes fell on Suche's profile and he muttered something softly. He could vaguely hear something like, "It would be great if it was level 3, level 8. Lulin clenched his fists under his sleeves and looked at Suche with displeasure, a hint of resentment flashing across his eyes. As for Lu Bo, who usually lives a life of luxury, seems to have not yet recovered from such a huge blow. His eyes were staring straight ahead, his expression completely frozen on his face, making him look like a wind-eroded sculpture. Call. Jiang Lianyu exhaled sweetly. Her eyes swept around the martial arts arena, and after taking a deep look at Su Che, she opened her red lips slightly. All the classes for this year's martial arts exam sprint have been tested. After final statistics, the class that ranked first in this monthly test is, in a drawn-out tone, Jiang Lianyu said the name of the class, Grade 2, 18. Wow, the next second, there was thunderous applause, intense applause resounded throughout the entire training ground. The teachers and students present were all people with special abilities, and when they clapped their hands it was truly thunderous applause. Fortunately, the martial arts arena is open air. If it had a roof, the roof would probably have been blown off. The facts were already very clear. Su Che's Class 18 of Senior 2 won first place as expected, without any surprise at all. Although most of the people present had not been optimistic about Su Che before, they were still applauding him at this moment. This included other teachers who were also in the martial arts exam sprint class, as well as the teacher who had bet on Su Che's losses twice on the dark web. Of course, there were also some who did not applaud. For example, Long Outyan from Class 10 of Senior 2 had a red face as if it was painted red, and he had obviously entered a state of impotent rage. For example, Lu Lin, who was sitting in the special viewing seats, had his arms trembling slightly and his fingernails had even sunk deeply into the flesh. Even Song Yi, who was on the leadership platform, kept his head down as if he had forgotten to applaud. However, just as the atmosphere was getting more and more heated, there was a sudden explosion in the martial arts arena. Wait a minute, I don't accept it. I choose to challenge Class 18 to a ranking challenge. Best of 3. Such an abrupt sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Swish, swish, swish. Following the sound, sure enough, the voice came from Lu Bio. At this moment, Lu Bo's eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and he looked a little crazy. He understood that the ranking challenge was his last chance. He didn't ask his 3 disciples to defeat Yi Xuanyue, he only asked them to defeat Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yue 11. As long as he wins 2 games, the monthly test championship will still be his. Buzz. There was some commotion at the scene. Lu Lin leaned forward suddenly, his eyes full of anticipation that if his better son can win the ranking challenge, then everything will be back on track. Even Song Yi, who had been keeping his head down, quietly raised his head at this moment, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lu Bo said sternly, Su Che, do you dare to accept the challenge? I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Su Che shook his head and grinned. No problem, as you wish. Chapter 60, One Punch Man? Yi Xuanyue ends the fight in 3 seconds. Wow, it's really worth my trip today. I can actually see the ranking challenge again. I remember that there was no class ranking challenge in the previous session or even in the previous sessions. This year, it has happened twice. This is not surprising. How could Lu Bo accept the fact that the 3rd-level teacher position that he had secured was snatched away by Su Che? If it were me, I would also take a gamble, otherwise I would really not be willing to accept it. You know what, I feel that if it's a best of 3 match, Lu Bo's class has a pretty good chance of winning. They can't beat Yi Xuanyue with her level 1, level 8, C-level abilities, but they still have a chance of winning against Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. After all, Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan all have level B abilities. That's what I meant. The difference in ability level is enough to make up for the difference between the First Order 6th level and the First Order 7th level. As the saying goes, anyone who watches the fun is happy. The onlookers soon started discussing the upcoming ranking challenge. The final conclusion was that Lu Bo's class had a slightly higher winning rate. If the outcome was decided by 1 game, everyone would definitely think that Su Che's class would win. During the first monthly test, Yi Xuanyue's powerful strength was obvious to all, but if it's a best of 3 game, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are indeed variables. After all, no one has ever seen the 2 sisters fight since their talents awakened. It is true that he possesses the 7th level of cultivation at the First Order, but cultivation and combat effectiveness are 2 different concepts. It is still uncertain how much strength the 2 sisters can exert. As everyone was discussing, the circular awakening platform had transformed into a square 20 by 20 arena. On the right side of the ring, Su Che smiled at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him and said, Did you hear that? You 2 are being looked down upon. There was no soundproofing in the martial arts arena, so everyone's discussion could be heard clearly. Jiang Yueli snorted coldly, I'll make them shut up. Zhang Yuexi's mind was obviously not on this, and he blinked twice. Well, if you get hit by accident it would probably hurt a lot. Suche simply chose to ignore it and looked directly at Yi Xuanyue. Xiaoyi, you go on stage and set an example for them. Follow the old rules and don't beat anyone to death. Yi Xuanyue nodded elegantly. Don't worry, teacher, I will hold back. After saying that, he walked towards the ring calmly. Although he did not show any aura, everyone could feel a strong sense of confidence. On the left side of the ring, Lu Bo glanced at Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan. Who among you will go fight Yi Xuanyue? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was glanced at by Lu Bo lowered their heads and remained silent. Obviously, no one is willing to fight against Yi Xuanyue, who was at the 8th level of the first stage. In the first monthly test, Yi Xuanyue, who was at the 5th level of the first stage, knocked Pan Hong, who was at the 4th level of the first stage, out of the ring with one blow and sent him to the hospital. Now Yi Xuanyue has reached the 8th level of the first stage. And even if they took drugs, they are only at the 6th level of the first stage. The ending will definitely not be much better than Pan Hong's, and no one wants to be the second Pan Hong. Why, do you still want me to name names? Lu Bo's expression was extremely grim, and his voice was as cold as the chilly winter in December. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan immediately lowered their heads even lower. Lu Bo's pupils shrank, and his eyes immediately locked onto Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, you go up on stage and fight Yi Xuanyue. Zhang Qi trembled subconsciously, looking embarrassed. Teacher, didn't you say last time that you almost couldn't help but teach Yi Xuanyue a lesson? Lu Bo didn't even give Zhang Qi a chance to speak. Now, your chance has come. Zhang Qi was dumbfounded at this moment. This moment, he really wanted to go back in time and slap himself a few times. Why were you pretending to be cool when you had nothing to do? Now look what you have done, you have been called by the King of Hell. At this point, he no longer has any choice. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhang Qi finally gritted his teeth and said, I'll go. Very good, your ability is B-level, you may not be unable to defeat Yi Xuanyue, go ahead. Lu Bo's expression eased slightly. Although he said this, he actually had no idea at all. Zhang Qi nodded heavily and walked towards the ring resolutely. The moment Zhang Qi stepped onto the stage, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded, both players please get ready. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10-9, 3-2-1. Yi Xuanyue from Class 18 of Senior 2 versus Zhang Qi from Class 1 of Senior 2. The battle begins immediately. Bang! As soon as the battle started, Zhang Qi rushed towards Yi Xuanyue at lightning speed, but when he was only 3 meters away from Yi Xuanyue, his movements suddenly stopped. Looking warily at the figure standing proudly in front of him without any panic, Zhang Qi spoke in a low voice. Yi Xuanyue, no matter what, we are classmates in the first year of high school. Although we are not in the same class in the second year of high school, we still have a bond. I admit that I can't beat you, but I hope you will not let me lose too badly for the sake of our classmates. This will be good for both of us. What do you think? Zhang Qi knew that his strength was definitely not as good as Yi Xuanyue's. Originally, he was thinking of catching Yi Xuanyue off guard by surprise, but just as he was about to rush in front of Yi Xuanyue, he felt his spine tighten as if an electric current swept through it, and his scalp instantly went numb. His strong intuition told him that it would be extremely dangerous if he continued to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Qi realized how big the gap between him and Yi Xuanyue was. In desperation, Zhang Qi finally put on a stern face and asked for peace. Why Yi Xuanyue glanced at Zhang Qi calmly and said in an elegant voice, logically speaking, for the sake of our classmates, I should give him some leniency. Zhang Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. I knew you still thought about it, but you can't. You were disrespectful to teacher Su Che. Yi Xuanyue's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the aura of her whole body gradually spread as Zhang Qi was suddenly choked and swallowed the second half of the sentence. His complexion changed from blue to white, like a real face-changing king. He never expected that Yi Xuanyue would be so disrespectful to him. Okay. I didn't expect you, Yi Xuanyue, to be so ungrateful. Zhang Qi's teeth creaked as if he had suffered a great injustice. I didn't expect you to be such a person. At this point, Zhang Qi became more and more excited. But do you really think I'm a pushover? Boom, the 6th level of the first order cultivation completely radiated outward, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Although I can't beat you, you have to pay a sufficient price if you want to beat me. However, just as Zhang Qi was about to make the harsh words, he suddenly felt dizzy. I blinked and realized that Yi Xuanyue in front of me had disappeared. Not good. Zhang Qi's inner alarm bells rang and he was about to defend himself, but it was too late. Swoosh, there was a sound of breaking air, followed by a sharp fist hitting Zhang Qi's chin. Crack. Before he lost consciousness, Zhang Qi only heard two cold words: noisy. Bang! 3 seconds later, Zhang Qi fell heavily outside the ring like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded. It is detected that Zhang Qi's body has left the ring. According to the rules, Yi Xuanyue wins. The whole scene was in complete silence. Chapter 61, The Heaven-Defying Little White-Haired Jiang Yueshi. We are all brothers. Hiss. The sound of people gasping for air was heard one after another, almost causing the climate on Blue Planet to warm up. The onlookers stared at each other. Their eyeballs seemed like they would fall out of their sockets in the next second, although 2 or 3 minutes have passed since the battle began. But in fact, from the time Yi Xuanyue made her move to the end of the battle, everything took less than 3 seconds. What the hell? Kill in 3 seconds? Another one-punch kill? Is it One Punch Man? Buzz buzz buzz. After a brief moment of shock, the scene suddenly became chaotic like a vegetable market. No way. No way. Is the gap between the first level 8th level and the first level 6th level so huge? Zhang Qi couldn't even defend or dodge before being blasted off the stage. Although I guess that Yi Xuanyue should be able to win this round, I didn't expect it to be so fast. How can this be a duel? This is just bullying, right? It's numb. Zhang Qi is a genius who has awakened B-level superpowers. He is much stronger than Pan Hong, who has C-level superpowers, but why do I feel that he can't hold out as long as Pan Hong? Pan Hong at least demonstrated his breathing and fighting skills, but Zhang Qi couldn't even use his superpowers. It's an absolute gap in strength. Zhang Qi's level is completely incapable of posing any threat to Yi Xuanyue. Our school has produced a monster. Who would have thought that such a huge power is hidden under that dignified and weak face? This energy fluctuation. At the leadership desk, Lei Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a hint of deep doubt flashed across his eyes. Although Yi Xuanyue's attack just lasted less than 3 seconds, and the spread of her supernatural power only took a moment, but he still felt a different breath. The strength of this power does not seem like a C-level power, but more like a B-level power. Am I wrong? Or Lei Ming frowned and locked his eyes. If Yi Xuanyue fought with all his strength, he would definitely be able to make an accurate judgment with his extraordinary skills, but the energy fluctuations emitted by Yi Xuanyue just now were too fast, and he couldn't be sure. Confused inside, Lei Ming subconsciously turned his head to look at Song Yi. Song Yi stared at Yi Xuanyue with a look of doubt and uncertainty. His brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, and then furrowed. Again, the confusion on his face seemed to be more intense than before. A snort. With a cold snort, Lei Ming continued to look at Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin. He believed that the 4th-level transcendence present must have felt the same thing as expected. Although Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin had different expressions, they were both looking at Yi Xuanyue with surprise at this moment. Seeing this, Lei Ming's heart was shaken and his eyes flickered. If Yi Xuanyue's ability really reaches B-level, then maybe it will be a chance for our Pengchang #1 ability middle school to rise. Compared with the shocked atmosphere on the scene, the atmosphere in Class 2-1 of senior high school was extremely depressing. Go quickly, carry Zhang Qi to the infirmary. Lu Bo looked extremely ugly after witnessing Zhang Qi being defeated by a simple punch. He never expected Zhang Qi to defeat Yi Xuanyue, but no one expected Zhang Qi to lose so badly, and he was completely unable to fight back. Every word of praise for Yi Xuanyue was like a slap in the face, making him feel hot. Yes. Several students quickly rushed out from the class, helped the unconscious and drooling Zhang Qi up, and rushed to the infirmary. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan's eyes twitched slightly, and they were both frightened in their hearts. Their cultivation is comparable to Zhang Qi's. If they had gone on stage just now, their fate would have been the same. The most powerful person in Class 18 is Yi Xuanyue. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are 1 level higher than you, their abilities and combat experience are definitely not as good as yours. As if noticing something strange about the two, Lu Bo forced a smile to comfort them. So, your chances of winning are still very high. Come on, I believe in you. Now all his hopes are on these two people. He almost wants to worship them and give them some good guidance. Clear. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan responded in unison, and their confidence slightly returned. Also, if the two of you can win this battle, in addition to the unlimited supply of resources, each of you will receive a reward of 1 million. Lu Bo continued to add fuel to the fire. Clear. There was a hint of desire for victory in the eyes of Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan. Lu Bo nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Zhao Jun, you go first in this round. He has tried both psychological therapy and money therapy, and he has tried his best. Zhao Jun bowed slightly, then turned around and stepped onto the stage without hesitation, right side of the ring. Wait! Little purple hair, come back and let little white hair go first. Su Che stopped Zhang Yueli, who was eager to try in time. Why? Zhang Yueli turned his head away in confusion. Yes, why? Zhang Yueshi subconsciously leaned back. If your sister wants to go, just let her go. No, no, no. Su Che shook his head and pointed at Zhang Yueshi. You go first in this round. Go ahead, little white hair. He knew Zhang Yueli's character too well. If Zhang Yueli plays in the second round, in order to prove himself, he will definitely beat the opponent into a pighead so bad that even his own mother won't recognize him. In this case, wouldn't Zhang Yueshi have no chance to play? After more than 2 months of special training, he also wanted to see how Zhang Yueshi performed in a real battle. After all, the martial arts exam does not rely solely on cultivation, combat ability is also particularly important. It's a shame not to make the most of it when you finally find a sparring partner of similar level. Yes, in Su Che's eyes, these 3 geniuses from Class 1, Grade 2 could only be considered sparring partners. It's not that they are not strong, but Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's potential is really abnormal. Zhang Yueshi's face turned visibly bitter. Handsome guy, super handsome guy, super handsome guy. Can I play in the last round, thanks? Su Che grinned, then quickly changed his expression and shook his head, no. Seeing that acting coquettishly was futile, Zhang Yueshi could only look to Zhang Yueli for help. Zhang Yueli spread his hands, seeing that he couldn't escape. Zhang Yueshi could only look back every few steps and reluctantly walk onto the stage. The moment Zhang Yueshi stepped onto the stage, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded. Both players, please get ready. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10-9, 3-2-1. Zhang Yueshi from Class 18 of Senior 2 versus Zhao Jun from Class 1 of Senior 2. The battle begins immediately. Arena. Zhang Yueshi and Zhao Jun stood diagonally across from each other, facing each other from a distance. Neither of them made the first move, and the atmosphere at the scene was frozen. Zhao Jun was obviously afraid of Zhang Yueshi's skills and did not dare to attack first. Zhang Yueshi stared at Zhao Jun with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Time passes by every second. Just when the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode, Zhang Yueshi suddenly blinked hard. Hello, classmate. Let's discuss this. How about we all just use one level of strength? We are all from the same school, and we are all brothers. Brothers always stop when we have reached a certain point. How do you think? Chapter 62: How to Fight? This can't break the defense at all. Martial Arts Arena and Battle Arena and Zhang Yueshi vs Zhao Jun. This moment, everyone's eyes are focused on the ring, and they are all very interested in the outcome of this duel. But just when the war was about to break out, Zhang Yueshi's wise speech suddenly rang out. Only one layer of strength. They are from the same school, dude. Zhang Yueshi's remarks instantly made the atmosphere at the scene strange. Please, with so many people watching, is it really okay to discuss cheating openly like this? Besides, you are at the 7th level of the First Order. Why are you scared before the fight even starts? How can you win when you were cowardly before the battle? For a moment, many people couldn't help but shake their heads. Even those who originally thought that Zhang Yueshi had a higher chance of winning quietly changed their views at this moment. In a very short period of time, Zhao Jun's winning rate in the eyes of everyone suddenly rose. Ayuvi, my silly girl. Hearing Zhang Yueshi's outrageous remarks, Zhang Tianyang's old face turned red and he lowered his head unconsciously. Although no one noticed him at the scene, his cheeks were still a little red. Lu Lin, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but smile. However, the smile quickly disappeared after glancing at Zhang Tianyang, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. On the premise that the levels are similar, the most important thing is the fighter's momentum and confidence. Based on Zhang Yueshi's performance, he concluded that it would be very difficult for the opponent to win in this state. As long as Zhang Yueshi loses, his eldest son Lu Bo will still have a chance. Leadership Desky. Zhang Lianyua's pretty eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help but pinched her eyebrows with a helpless look on her face. She was really troubled by her little niece, who had a unique way of thinking. If possible, she really wanted to pretend that she didn't know Zhang Yueshi, but unfortunately, everyone in the school knew that Zhang Yueshi was her niece. For example, Thunder Laming turned his head to look at Zhang Lianyue and coughed lightly. Your niece is quite interesting. Zhang Lianyue lowered her head and said nothing. A black line immediately appeared on her forehead. This moment, neither of them noticed. Song-yi, who had just lowered his head and whose expression could not be seen clearly, was now leaning back slowly, obviously relaxing a lot inside. The martial arts arena, the atmosphere in Class 18 of Senior 2 was weird. The corner of Suche's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously looked at Zhang Yueli. Zhang Yueli said simply, "I don't know her." Although he said this, judging from the degree to which Zhang Yueli's eyebrows were trembling, he was obviously not calm inside. Well. With a silent sigh, Suche's gaze fell back to the center of the arena, and he muttered softly, "It seems that extreme basic training alone is not enough. It's time to do extreme combat training." When Zhang Yueli heard the keywords combat training, his eyes lit up instantly. On the stage, Zhao Jun was also a little confused by Zhang Yueshi's words for a moment. After a few seconds of being stunned, Zhao Jun's voice immediately turned cold. "Zhang Yueshi, what are you talking about? Who is your buddy? If you are scared, jump off the stage now. I promise not to attack you." As they spoke, Zhao Jun's confidence gradually grew. Originally he was worried whether Zhang Yueshi would be difficult to deal with, but now it seems that he is a complete newbie who has never experienced combat. Really? Zhang Yueshi seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Zhao Jun's words. He blinked his innocent eyes and asked again. Zhao Jun sneered, his supernatural powers surged, and his momentum rose steadily. Although no words were spoken, the actions spoke for themselves. Okay then. Zhang Yueshi looked disappointed, and the expression on his face was as regretful as it could be. "Stop talking nonsense, you are doomed to lose." Zhao Jun shouted loudly, unleashing all of his level 1, level 6 cultivation without reservation. In an instant, a yellow fireball half the size of a fist condensed on his chest. The moment the fireball appeared, the surrounding air seemed to rise several degrees instantly. Not only that, the yellow fireball continued to grow in size as time went on. In just a few seconds, the fireball that was originally half the size of a fist became the size of a fist. At this moment, the air around the fireball seemed to be burned and distorted. Here it comes. This is Zhao Jun's awakened B-level natural ability flame. Wow! It's actually as big as a fist. This is obviously the limit of Zhao Jun. It is undoubtedly the strongest attack. When dealing with a natural ability user, you must not give him enough time to accumulate power. Zhang Yueshi is in danger. Yes, my combat experience is still too shallow. The best chance is the moment when Zhao Jun condenses the fireball. What a pity, natural ability users are different from enhancement ability users. If a user with enhancement ability wants to attack the opponent, there must be actual physical contact, but natural ability users don't need it. You only need to follow the combat skills requirements and use your supernatural powers as a means of attack to launch a long-range attack. This is why enhancement-type psychics are jokingly called vulgar warriors. Although Zhang Yueshi is also a natural ability user, he is still at a great disadvantage in terms of backhand. Pretty. Lubo's face lit up with joy. He quietly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. The Zhao army's attack was unreserved, aiming to end the battle in one move. At this moment, Zhang Yueshi hadn't even made any effective response. Everything indicates that Zhao Jun is likely to win this round. Zhang Tianyang sighed slightly. Lu Lin pursed his lips, a hint of hope flashing in his eyes. Lei Ming couldn't help but shook his head. Just when most people thought that Zhang Yueshi was really in danger, Buzz at Zhang Yueshi's right arm quickly condensed into a huge diamond-shaped ice crystal shield that was large enough to wrap his arm. The shield just happened to block the rapidly approaching fireball. Clang! 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 A strange collision sound followed. After each sound, the fireball would melt a little. After the sound continued for 5 or 6 times, there was a puff sound, and the fireball completely dissipated and turned into ashes. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? It looks like a fireball with such great momentum was blocked by an ice crystal shield. Please. That's an ice crystal shield. Hey, it doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Yueshi cried out in surprise, looking over and over at the ice crystal shield on his arm, his face full of joy. She was worried that the fight would be very painful, but to her surprise she felt nothing at all. Zhang Yueshi was happy, but Zhao Jun's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? How could you block it so easily? Seeing the fireball melt away inch by inch, Zhao Jun was deeply shocked. That was his full strength attack. I don't believe you can block it a second time. Zhao Jun became furious and a second blazing fireball quickly formed on his chest. Swoosh! Soon, the fireball whistled towards Zhang Yueshi again, and if you look closely, you can clearly see that this time the fireball is significantly smaller. However, clang! 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 The fate of this fireball is exactly the same as the previous one. After it came into contact with the ice crystal shield, there was only a sound and then it completely dissipated. There was not even a trace of the ice crystal shield being melted. Zhao Jun just stood there in a daze, dumbfounded to this can't break the defense at all. Chapter 63, being used as a sparring partner? Own goal draw. Army man Zhao was stunned, seeing the fireballs he had released with all his strength disappear with a puff sound under Jiang Yuexi's shield. His pupils instantly shrank into the size of needles. In an instant, I felt a mouthful of old blood swirling back and forth in my throat, as if it would spurt out in the next second. Please, it's okay that he was blocked by Jiang Yuexi, but wasn't his performance too relaxed and casual? The most important thing is that Jiang Yuexi is clearly holding an ice crystal shield. Elements are mutually generated and restrained, and fire melts ice. Isn't this common sense? Besides, his special ability is Flame of B-level strength, but in the end, he couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Crack! A silent shattering sound rang out in Zhao Jun's heart, and a crack quietly appeared in his heart of Tao. Not only Zhao Jun, but everyone watching the game on the scene also had a look of surprise on their faces, and they felt that their three perspectives were being challenged. At this moment, countless surprised eyes were focused on the ice crystal shield on Jiang Yuexi's arm. Although no one spoke on the field, everyone's thoughts were quietly boiling in their hearts. The imagined scene of a evenly matched fight between dragons and tigers did not appear at all. Of the current situation is that the active attacker is panting and walking lightly, while the defender, on the other hand, looks calm and has a full breath. Isn't it said that the first mover will always have an advantage? What is the situation now? Judging from the current performance of both sides, it seems that Jiang Yuexi has a greater chance of winning. Just as the arena and the atmosphere on the scene were frozen, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. She won't last long, hurry up. Lu Bo no longer cared about his face at this moment, and hurriedly reminded Zhao Jun on the stage. Even if Jiang Yuexi's strength was at level 7, he would never believe that he could so easily withstand the fireball released by Zhao Jun with all his strength. After his careful analysis, there are only two possibilities. The first one is that Jiang Yuexi is obviously holding on, and the second one is that Jiang Yuexi's ability level is also B-level, compared with the second outrageous guess. The answer is actually very obvious. Hearing Lu Bo's anxious cry, Zhao Jun suddenly became energized. He looked at Lu Bo deeply, and hope reappeared in his eyes. Yes, the battle is not over yet. I haven't lost yet. Not lost. At the moment when the last word lose was finished, Zhao Jun used the same trick again, and a ball of hot fire quickly condensed in front of his chest. But compared to the previous two times, Zhao Jun's expression was obviously much more painful, with veins bulging on his forehead and arms, like wriggling earthworms, the size of a fingernail, thumb size, half the size of a fist. The size of a whole fist. It took more than 3 seconds for Zhao Jun to condense a fireball that was as hot as the first time. It will definitely work this time. Although his whole body was trembling slightly, Zhao Jun's eyes were unusually firm. It happened once, twice, and not a third time. He didn't believe that Jiang Yuexi could still block it easily. Swoosh, with a thought, a fireball that was comparable to the strongest attack shot towards Jiang Yuexi again. But at this moment he completely ignored one detail, that is, Jiang Yuexi had the opportunity to interrupt his accumulation of power just now, but he didn't. There is only one explanation for this behavior other than a tiger. That is absolute confidence. Confidence in your own attack is confidence, and confidence in your own defense is also confidence. It's the same no matter how many times you come. A hint of confidence flashed in Jiang Yuexi's eyes, and his movements became more and more skillful of facing the whistling fireball. He accurately raised his ice crystal shield to block it. Clang! 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 This moment is just like that moment. Zhao Jun's full-strength attack still only resulted in a few sounds similar to those of hammering iron. The ice crystal shield is still intact. With a bang, Zhao Jun staggered and knelt on one knee, his face pale and breathing heavily. Ha 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 ha! Even though his face was pale and his lips had lost color, he still felt a burning pain on his face. 3 consecutive attacks failed to break the opponent's defense, which immediately made Zhao Jun realize a fact, that is, the gap between himself and Jiang Yuexi is huge. For a while, a strange atmosphere quickly spread among the spectators. Zhang Tianyang and Lu Lin's expressions reversed at this moment. Zhang Tianyang couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of joy. In contrast, Lu Lin had a completely sad face, and his expression was terribly gloomy. Ha! Lei Ming immediately stared at Jiang Yueshi with a look of doubt, and his brows quickly wrinkled into a lump. He suddenly felt that Jiang Yueshi's ability strength was not at all like F-level, but more like B-level superpowers. That's impossible. If that's true, then Class 18 of Senior 2 is too abnormal. Muttering to himself, Lei Ming continued to focus on the arena, but the suspicion in his eyes grew more intense. Come again. On the ring, seeing Zhao Jun kneeling on the ground gasping for breath and reluctant to take action, Jiang Yueshi actually took the initiative to speak. Normally she didn't dare to spar with her elder sister Jiang Yueli, because Jiang Yueli was merciless when she attacked. Now the appearance of Zhao Jun made her regain her confidence, and she suddenly felt that she was able to do it again. She was unwilling to let go of such a good sparring partner. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty, his chewing muscles making a crunching sound. Jiang Yueshi's words made him feel extremely humiliated, and actually gave his almost exhausted body a little extra strength. Aha! Zhao Jun yelled, and all the energy in his body condensed into a fireball that smashed towards Jiang Yueshi, but unfortunately, this fireball was only half the size of a fist at best. Clang! Clang! Puff! Almost the moment it touched the ice crystal shield, it turned into ashes. This is much weaker than before, come on. Jiang Yueshi poked his head out from under the ice crystal shield, seeming a little disgusted. Thump! Zhao Jun staggered again, and his knee, which had just straightened up, fell back to his knees. The pale face strangely had a blush on it. If there was a crack in the ground on the ring at this moment, he would crawl in without hesitation. Do you want to take a break before coming back? Jiang Yueshi blinked her innocent eyes again and asked. She really meant what she said. She really wanted to practice a few more times, but what Jiang Yueshi didn't know was that these words would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to Zhao's army. Hearing this, Zhao Jun's face froze, and then turned blue and white. I don't know if it was because of anger or exhaustion, but I vomited all over the floor with a loud wow. Seeing this scene, Lu Bo's face turned extremely pale and his lips had lost all color. 10 seconds later, Zhao Jun raised his head in humiliation and said word by word, I admit. However, at this moment, the voice of the intelligent optical computer suddenly sounded in the sky. Ding, the competition time is over. It is detected that no one has left the arena. This time Jiang Yueshi from Class 18 of Senior 2 competes against Zhao Jun from Class 1 of Senior 2. The result is a draw. Chapter 64, Give Up? Sorry, I can't hear you. Draw. The battle between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun ended in a dramatic draw. Although the final result given by the intelligent optical computer was a draw, but at this moment everyone knew that it was actually the Zhao army that lost. The defeat was complete and without a doubt, with no chance of fighting back at all. No, to be precise, Jiang Yueshi didn't make any move at all. Zhao Jun lost entirely because of his own exhaustion. If Jiang Yueshi had been a little more proactive, if Zhao Jun had said his final surrender a little faster, that moment is another ending. On the left side of the ring, Lu Bo was breathing rapidly, his heart pounding, and he actually felt like he had survived a calamity just now. The moment he realized that Zhao Jun was about to admit defeat, his heart almost rose to his throat. If they lose this round, it means that Class 2-1 of Senior High School will be completely defeated by Class 2-18 of Senior High School. At the same time, this also means that Lu Bo lost to Su Che, lost the monthly test, and lost the position as a third-level teacher. There is still a chance. Suppressing his inner throbbing emotions, Lu Bo turned to look at Feng Mingyuan, who was about to appear, and spoke with an extremely serious expression. Feng Mingyuan, the next person you're going to face is Jiang Yueli. If I remember correctly, her ability should be lightning-related. You must remember to strike before she launches an attack. That way your chances of victory will be greater. Although these were common sense when fighting against people with natural abilities, he was still worried and reminded them again. I see. Feng Mingyuan nodded solemnly with a very serious expression. Jiang Yueshi's amazing performance made him feel wary of Jiang Yueli as well. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to win, he had to get close. He had to seize the opportunity when the opponent was concentrating his attack, at the same time, on the right side of the ring. Well, it seems that you, little purple hair, are needed to make an appearance. Su Che turned to look at Jiang Yueli, feeling a little amused that he never expected that the second game would end in a dramatic draw. Although he was surprised, he was not panicked at all. It was simple, he believed Jiang Yueli would be able to handle everything. No problem, just watch it. Jiang Yueli responded and walked onto the stage without hesitation, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, and he seemed to be unable to wait any longer. Tisk tisk. First he glanced at Jiang Yueli's back, then at Feng Mingyuan, who was walking onto the stage opposite him, and Suche smacked his lips. Good luck to you, young man. The moment Jiang Yueli stepped onto the stage, he happened to brush shoulders with Jiang Yueshi, who was leaving the stage. Sister, I performed really well. The opponent couldn't break my defense. Jiang Yueshi had a big face, his chin raised high with a look of pride. Jiang Yueli rolled his eyes without pausing, and snorted coldly as he passed by, weakling. You can't even win this, an 80-year-old grandma is better than you. Jiang Yueshi was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his handsome mouth instantly curved down into an arch, and a layer of mist appeared in his eye sockets. You've gone too far. Looking at Jiang Yueli, who left in such a graceful manner, Jiang Yueshi was about to cry. She had never been able to break down her defense in the ring, but now she finally did. On the stage, when Jiang Yueli and Feng Mingyuan stepped onto the stage, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded again. Both players, please get ready. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10-9, 3-2-1. Jiang Yueli from Class 18 of Senior 2 versus Feng Mingyuan from Class 1 of Senior 2. The battle begins immediately. Boom! Almost at the moment when the voice of the intelligent optical computer fell, a muffled sound came from the left side of the ring without warning. It's the sound of feet pushing the ground. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan rushed towards Jiang Yueli at an extremely fast speed. Because the speed was so fast, Feng Mingyuan's figure looked a little unreal. If you look closely, you can see that Feng Mingyuan didn't run, but jumped. Feng Mingyuan's legs compressed and bounced like springs the moment they touched the ground, increasing his speed each time, and his purpose was very clear, which was to engage in close combat with Jiang Yueli. If a natural-type psychic were to get close to an enhanced-type psychic, the consequences could be imagined. Although this battle arena is twice as large as the first monthly test, it is only 20 by 20 in scope. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Mingyuan rushed to the center of the ring. Hiss! What a fast speed! Is this Feng Mingyuan's B-level ability, Big Saber Mantis? The jumping ability after the ability is enhanced is too terrifying. Feng Mingyuan's battle plan is very clear, and it seems that his plan is very successful. Jiang Yueli obviously hasn't reacted yet. No, that's not right. Jiang Yueli has clearly moved. Look at his chest. But this lightning ball is too small, isn't it? It's not even half the size of a fist. Its strength is totally not enough. While everyone was talking, Feng Mingyuan had already approached Jiang Yueli. For 1,000th of a second, their eyes met. A hint of joy flashed across Feng Mingyuan's eyes, while Jiang Yueli's eyes were terrifyingly calm. I don't believe such a small thunderball can be that powerful. Although Jiang Yueli reacted very quickly and condensed a thunderball the size of half a fist, Feng Mingyuan was not afraid at all. As an enhancement-type psychic, he is not as weak as a natural-type psychic. He thought he could withstand Jiang Yueli's lightning attack and defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Mingyuan suddenly stretched out his long arms, pinched Jiang Yueli's neck with one hand, and hit his temple with the other. With the help of Big Saber Mantis, his attack perfectly embodies what is fast, accurate, and ruthless. If either of these two attacks hits, the battle will probably end in an instant. Seeing the attack getting closer and closer to Jiang Yueli, Feng Mingyuan's eyes became more and more joyful. It's over. You lose because of, what? Feng Mingyuan's voice stopped abruptly before he could finish his victory declaration. I only felt an incredible numbness instantly sweeping over my whole body. I shuddered and immediately lost control of my body, and my arms, which were attacking, fell down limply. This is. Feng Mingyuan looked down subconsciously and his pupils suddenly shrank. Sizzle, sizzle, I saw a lightning ball with arcs flashing quietly exploding in my chest. Boom. There was a surge of electric energy in the center of the ring. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan's huge body flew backwards as if hit by a train. After hovering in the air for a few seconds, it landed heavily on the edge of the ring, just a hair's breadth away from being completely thrown off the ring. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What happened? Wasn't Feng Mingyuan almost successful just now? Why did he fly away? Jiang Yueli clearly did not make any other moves. Could it be that he just relied on a thunderball that was half the size of a fist? Ahem. Feng Mingyuan struggled to get up. His chest was black as charcoal, his clothes were torn to pieces, and white smoke was still coming out. The previous confidence has long disappeared, replaced by fear. It was not until this moment that he finally realized how big the gap was between him and Jiang Yueli. Such a small thunderball almost made me lose my ability to fight. If, thinking of this, Feng Mingyuan raised his head with difficulty as if he wanted to say something, but soon his face changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Wait." I admitted, "Ah." However, before he could open his mouth, he was hit by the thunderball again. Jiang Yueli grinned. "What did you say?" "I can't hear you." Chapter 65, Real Person Sparring, times, Real Person Sandbag, Square Root, Bang. A ball of lightning suddenly exploded in Feng Mingyuan's chest again at an unexpected speed. In an instant, electric current burst out. There was a faint purplish light in it. Just as Feng Mingyuan opened his mouth to admit defeat, his mouth instantly tightened, his eyes were filled with deep fear, and his pupils were instantly occupied by purple light. Sizzle, sizzle. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan's whole body was twitching and dancing, just like an old electrician who had been working for 20 years. All the muscles in his body tensed as hard as iron in an instant, and he fell to the ground like a stick, with his face making close contact with the ring. The exposed skin was as black as the bottom of a pot, and even emitted a faint burnt smell that looked like it was at least medium rare, if not well done. This moment, everyone was shocked. This time everyone saw it clearly. The thunderball released by Jiang Yueli was still only half the size of a fist, but this thunderball, which was only half the size of a fist, made Feng Mingyuan, who had the ability to strengthen the body, unable to even resist. Isn't this power too strong? Is this really the strength that an F-level power can have? Beautiful. Beautiful. As expected of my daughter, she is so pretty. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but wave his fist fiercely, and even wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes due to smiling. Looking at Jiang Yueli defeating the enemy in an instant without any delay, he was even happier than if he had won himself. The more excited Jiang Tianyang was, the worse Lu Lin's expression became. Looking at Feng Mingyuan, who was smoking on the ring, the edges of Lu Lin's fingers turned slightly white due to the force. He didn't care about Feng Mingyuan's physical condition at all. What he cared about was that his eldest son seemed to be losing. This is purple lightning. Lei Ming on the leadership platform was completely out of control. When Yi Xuanyue appeared, he vaguely felt that the other party's ability seemed to be more than sea level. Jiang Yueshi's appearance made him roughly judge that the other party's ability was most likely not F level, and now Jiang Yueli's move almost made him confirm that Jiang Yueli's ability was definitely not F level. As a user with lightning ability, his perception of lightning is extremely sharp, although the thunderball released by Jiang Yueli was only half the size of a fist. He sensed an astonishing aura in it. The strength of this ability is even B-level. It is even the best among B-level. It must be the second evolution of superpowers. What a good seedling, what a good seedling. Lei Ming stared at Jiang Yueli without blinking, as if he was looking at a rough jade. Realizing the strength of Jiang Yueli's supernatural powers, his first thought was to accept him as his last disciple, but soon, Lei Ming's face twitched as if he suddenly remembered something. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Yueli already had a master. Not only does Jiang Yueli have a master, Jiang Yueshi and Yi Xuanyue also have a master. They all belong to Class 18 of Senior 2, and are taught by Su Che. Hiss. Thinking of this, Lei Ming took a deep breath until a cold feeling filled his chest. His gaze turned to the right side of the ring and instantly locked onto Su Che, his eyes filled with surprise. No one would believe that Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueshi, and Jiang Yueli's supernatural powers had nothing to do with Su Che. Squinting his eyes and examining Su Che for several seconds, Lei Ming murmured softly, "Su Che, you really impressed me." At the moment when the spectators were shocked, Feng Mingyuan's fingers on the ring suddenly moved. Ahem. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan struggled to get up again, coughing up white smoke. Although he looked embarrassed, Feng Mingyuan was full of doubts. Logically speaking, Jiang Yueli's previous attack was enough to make him lose his ability to fight or even fall into a coma. But why can I still stand up now? Did the other party let me win? Just as Feng Mingyuan was wondering, he looked up and was immediately met with Jiang Yueli's half-smile. Looking downward, a lightning ball half the size of a fist had already condensed, and arcs of electricity were constantly emitting from it. Boom, in an instant, it was as if a flash of lightning flashed through Feng Mingyuan's mind, and he instantly understood everything. Jiang Yueli was not letting me off at all. He had no intention of letting me off so easily. I'm afraid you're treating yourself as a real punching bag. After realizing this, the fear in Feng Mingyuan's eyes reached its peak, and every nerve in his body was urging him to escape. Without caring about anything else, Feng Mingyuan immediately shouted at the fastest speed in his life, "I won't fight anymore." I admit it, however, his words were not fast enough. To be precise, his mouth is not as fast as Leicio's. Crackle. Under Feng Mingyuan's horrified gaze, the lightning ball flashing with electric light was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Maybe half a second later, maybe a second later, the ball of lightning completely occupied the entire pupil. Lose. Just when Feng Mingyuan was halfway through typing the word, the thunderball exploded again, sizzle, sizzle, after a burst of electric energy and a dance. Feng Mingyuan's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground on the stage with a thump again. The whole person looked like he had been struck by lightning, and there were even faint black outlines around his body. Originally, the whole body was emitting a burnt smell, but now it even had a faint meaty aroma. If it was medium rare just now, it should be medium rare now. So, did Feng Mingyuan want to admit defeat just now? But was interrupted by Zhang Yueli? If I'm not mistaken, after seeing Feng Mingyuan's actions just now, some people at the scene finally came to their senses. Yes, that's right. Feng Mingyuan was about to admit defeat, but was interrupted by Zhang Yueli. Soon someone responded. No, why is this happening? Isn't this a fight in a ring? Isn't the goal to win? Why are you still not allowed to admit defeat? Someone else raised questions at the scene, however, this time no one could answer it. I knew it was so. Suche held his forehead with his hand helplessly, and silently mourned for Feng Mingyuan for 2.5 seconds. It was obvious that Zhang Yueli completely treated the opponent as a human sandbag, otherwise it would be impossible for him to condense only half a fist-sized thunderball. Why is her ability so strong? Lu Bo's eyes were bloodshot and his lips were bitten until they bled. He had imagined many battle scenarios in his mind, but he never expected that Feng Mingyuan had no ability to fight back at all. Ahem. At this moment, Feng Mingyuan's cough at the edge of the ring attracted everyone's attention again. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes at the scene were focused on Feng Mingyuan at the same time. Although Feng Mingyuan woke up this time, he didn't get up at all. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he rolled over and threw himself off the stage. Zhang Yueli raised his eyebrows fiercely, and the thunderball on his chest slowly dissipated. The moment Feng Mingyuan left the ring, the voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded immediately. It has been detected that Feng Mingyuan has left the ring. In this match, Zhang Yueli from Class 18 of Senior 2 will face Feng Mingyuan from Class 1 of Senior 2. Zhang Yueli wins. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was extremely weird. Chapter 66 Suche, Level 3 Teacher Quota? Ticket, Martial Arts Arena. It was eerily quiet, only a few sparrows that had not yet mutated flew across the sky from time to time. A strange atmosphere quickly spread in the venue. No one expected that this ranking challenge would end like this. It can be said that this ranking challenge was completely beyond everyone's expectations from the very beginning. The first match was between Yi Xuanyue and Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi was knocked away with one punch, everyone was surprised by the result. But they could completely accept it. But in the second match between Zhang Yueshi and Zhao Jun, things started to go wrong. Which person who has awakened ice-type abilities would condense an ice crystal shield as a weapon? Isn't this ridiculous? What's even more outrageous is that such an outrageous ice crystal shield was completely unharmed when facing a fireball with the strength of a B-level supernatural power. Even after Zhao Jun was exhausted to death, he still couldn't break through the defense of the ice crystal shield, and in the end his faith was broken that if the battle had lasted a few more seconds, the Zhao army would have admitted defeat. I thought the second battle was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect it to be nothing compared to the third battle. In the third match, Zhang Yueli faced Feng Mingyuan. Before the fight started, everyone thought it would be a high-end battle of fierce competition, but the facts tell everyone this is a total bullying game. Feng Mingyuan only shined for a few seconds at the beginning when he showed his amazing speed, and after that he was just beaten. It is not appropriate to say that he was beaten. To be more precise, he should be called a human sandbag. The scene was more than just miserable, it was so miserable that they couldn't even admit defeat. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration and rolled off the stage, he would have continued to be abused. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the venue for no reason. The wind quickly blew from the martial arts arena to the central fighting arena. In the center of the ring, Zhang Yueli's purple hair danced in the wind. Although his face was expressionless, he looked intimidating without being angry. Heh, boring. Muttering something, Zhang Yueli turned around and walked off the stage, with a slightly regretful expression on his face. This actual combat brought her a lot of gains, not only the accumulation of combat experience but also the improvement of her control over supernatural powers. If she could do this 2 or 3 more times, she would be able to control it more precisely. Tap, tap, tap. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yueli quickly came to Suche and raised his head. Lao Dang, I won. Remember to find me a stronger one next time. After saying that, he walked past Su Che and came in front of Jiang Yueshi, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Learn from this, weakling. The smile on Jiang Yueshi's face slowly faded, and his complexion turned redder and redder as if he had secretly eaten a ginseng fruit. Jiang Yueli, I'm going to fight you. However, after he said those harsh words, he did not move forward at all. Gudong Jiang Yueshi swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Che with some grievance. Why didn't you stop me? Well. Su Che held his forehead helplessly with a headache on his face. The scene was not quiet for long. What was supposed to come would eventually come. Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out as promised. The ranking challenge is over. Senior 2, 18, 1 with 2 wins and 1 tie. Therefore, the monthly test ranking remains unchanged. Senior 2, 18, is still the first place in this monthly test. With Jiang Lianyue's announcement, the results of Class 18 of Senior 2 were completely set in stone, and there was no doubt that they would be first in the monthly test. At the same time, this also means that the second monthly test of this martial arts exam sprint class has come to an end. As soon as this result came out, the scene instantly turned into a Peking opera troupe, and everyone's expression was different. The happiest person among them was undoubtedly Su Che. I've done it. Master Dao, I've done it. An unavoidable smile suddenly appeared in the corners of Su Che's eyes. First place in the monthly test means getting a place as a level 3 teacher. Coming first in the monthly test also means that the bet money of 1.2 million has been received. To first place in the monthly test also means the receipt of 1 million in black market gambling funds. Level 3 teachers are the stepping stone for direct admission to university teachers. 2,600,000 is the indispensable funds for improving strength with both the substance and the appearance. How can one not be excited? Apart from Su Che, the happiest person was Zhang Tianyang. This kid is definitely not a simple guy, he is a big shot. Zhang Tianyang was very satisfied after witnessing the amazing improvement of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. He also looked at Su Che with more favor, but soon, Zhang Tianyang shook his head with regret. If you were at the 3rd level, 8th level, I would definitely introduce my little sister to you. What a pity, Jiang Lianyue had no idea that she had been sold out by her brother. She stared at Su Che in a daze, her eyes full of curiosity. At this moment, she was completely unaware that she was paying more and more attention to Su Che's every move. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Su Che and Zhang Tianyang were happy, but Lu Bo and Lu Lin were very uncomfortable. Damn it! How dare this wild boy snatch my son's 3rd level teacher quota? Lu Lin stared at Su Che with a cold gaze, and there was a chill in his eyes. If looks could kill, Su Che would have died countless times by now. At this moment, Lu Lin truly felt what it meant to be sitting on pins and needles, to have something stuck in the throat, and to have a thorn in the back. He came to watch the game to witness Hayadir becoming a 3rd level teacher. To put it bluntly, he came to show off, but now the 3rd level teacher position has been snatched away by someone else, and his arrival has undoubtedly become a living joke. Humph! Peaches from our Lu family are not so easy to pick. Lu Lin glared at Su Che fiercely, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gone. The 3rd level teacher is gone. At this moment, Lu Bo only felt his temple throbbing, and the blood seemed to burst through his blood vessels, and his headache was splitting. Jiang Lianyue's voice completely tore off his last bit of fig leaf. The brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. The consciousness became hazy, the brain stopped thinking, and the whole person stood there in a daze. After a while, Lu Bo seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He staggered a few steps and could hardly stand. Although not many people were paying attention to him at the moment, he felt that everyone was looking at him. I even felt like a rat in a sewer, exposed to the sun and looked down upon by the world. No, I still have hope, I still have hope. Lu Bo trembled all over as if he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly looked up at Song Yi, who was sitting upright at the leadership desk, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. If Mr. Song takes action, then the 3rd level teachers will still have something to discuss, as if they had a telepathic connection. Lu Lin also looked at Song Yi at this moment, not just the Lu father and son. Su Che, Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, the leadership team, the martial arts exam sprint class teachers, and the spectators on site, every one of them fixed their eyes on Song Yi. Although the monthly test is over, the highlight has not yet begun. The selection of 3rd level teachers is the highlight of today. Ahem. Feeling that countless eyes were focused on him, Song Yi remained calm, but the fingers under his sleeves were trembling slightly. After a pause, Song Yi slowly raised his head and spoke with a complicated expression. I declare that Su Che will be promoted to a 3rd level teacher effective immediately. Chapter 67 Hard. The fist wins. Lu Bo attacks in shame and anger. I declare that Su Che will be promoted to a third-level teacher effective immediately. Song Yi's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to the ears of everyone present, especially for Lu Lin and Lu Bo. It was like a loud bang like a coke. Lu Bo's pupils contracted violently as if encountering strong light, and then slowly expanded within a few seconds. The last glimmer of hope in my heart completely disappeared, and I was almost in despair. Lu Lin's condition at the moment was not much better than Lu Bo's. His face looked so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. Song Yi's news was undoubtedly like a slap in the face to him. Not only did Lu Lin lose face, but the Lu family also lost face. Today, the Lu family was greatly embarrassed. Staring at Song Yi on the leadership podium, Lu Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Although he knew that Song Yi had his own difficulties, he was still full of resentment. Snort. With a cold snort, Lu Lin turned around and left without looking back. Without any reluctance or saying hello. Even Lu Bo was not called at this moment. He had only one thought in his mind, that is to leave this damn training ground, get out of this damn school. Crack. Watching Lu Lin's back as he left with his sleeves waving, Song Yi continued to tighten his thumbs, his eyes full of complexity. He knew that Lu Lin was very unhappy, and he also knew that Lu Bo was very disappointed, but there was no way out. With so many people watching, he had to fulfill his promise, especially since he made this promise himself before the monthly test. If he goes back on his word, his prestige in the school will plummet. Taking his gaze away from Lu Lin's disappearing back, Song Yi then looked at Lu Bo. Noticing Lu Bo's desperate and helpless expression, he sighed inwardly. You asked for this, so you should blame yourself. After a pause, Song Yi fixed his gaze on Su Che again, his eyes narrowed slightly. Or maybe it's because your opponent is too perverted. It seemed like a long time from the time Lu Lin got angry to the time he left, but in fact it all took only a few seconds. A few seconds later, pa. There was immediate, thunderous applause from the audience. Eyes filled with envy, jealousy, or shock were all focused on Su Che. This moment, Su Che, who had obtained the third-level teacher qualification, immediately became the absolute focus of the scene. Congratulations, Teacher Su. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 teacher. I've long said you could do it. Ha, I said it in my heart. Teacher Su, congratulations. Did you forget that we live in the same neighborhood? I live in Building 14, Room 2601. Please come to my house if you have the chance. Congratulations. Teacher Su, you are the first person in our school to become a third-level teacher before the martial arts exam. You have made history. Why call me Teacher Su? Call me Director. Director Su, please don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Along with the applause, there were also expressions of goodwill from other teachers of the martial arts exam sprint classes. No matter what Su Che did before, all that is in the past. They only knew that after today, Su Che would completely widen the gap with them and their levels would become different. Maybe after passing the martial arts exam, he will become the director and their immediate superior. If you don't take the opportunity to maintain good relations now, what will you do if you get bullied later? Thank you everyone, it was just luck. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Su Che grinned and clasped his fists in response, feeling very happy for a moment. The entire right side of the ring was very lively, and almost all of them came to show their goodwill to Su Che. In sharp contrast is the direction of Lu Bo on the left, because most people went to congratulate Su Che. The entire grade 2-1 class suddenly seemed lonely. The same is true for Lu Bo. Hearing the constant compliments to Su Che coming into his ears, Lu Bo felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. Every compliment to Su Che made the sharp knife go an inch deeper, and after a few hits it pierced through the heart with a puff sound. Lu Bo forced himself to suppress his mixed emotions and turned away, without any lingering feelings or greeting anyone. His actions were exactly the same as Lu Lin's. However, before Lu Bo took a few steps, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind him. Teacher Lu, don't leave in such a hurry. Did you forget something? Lu Bo paused, turned his head stiffly, and immediately met Su Che's teasing gaze. Su Che. Lu Bo gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words, with the anger in his eyes not concealed at all. He thought he had been restrained enough by not causing trouble for Su Che at the moment, but he never expected that Su Che would come over to him on his own initiative. Teacher Lu is from a wealthy family and is a person of high status. It's normal for him to forget things. Let me kindly remind you. Su Che didn't care about Lu Bo's gaze at all, and the corners of his lips slowly raised a little arc. If I remember correctly, we have a bet. If I lose the monthly test, I will return you 600,000, but now I won, so in the drawn-out tone, Su Che leaned forward and asked, where's my 1.2 million? Lubo's pupils shook violently, his eyelids twitched wildly, and the veins on his forehead bulged out again like the roots of an old tree. Scan the code? Suche seemed to be unaware of how ugly Lubo's expression was, or rather, he saw it but didn't care at all. That he immediately opened the QR code on his mobile phone and sent it to Lubo hard. Lubo's fist hardened. He endured losing to Suche in the monthly test. He even endured losing to Suche in the battle ranking. He endured losing the third-level teacher quota to Suche again. But now Suche actually asked him for 1.2 million? He really couldn't stand it. Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation. In just a moment, Lubo felt the suppressed anger in his body was instantly ignited. An indescribable anger rushed directly from the soles of my feet to the back of my head. For a moment, there seemed to be only one thought left in his mind, and that was to teach Suche a lesson. You've gone too far. Lubo was completely controlled by anger and no longer considered the consequences. With a thought, all the supernatural powers in the body burst out. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in the training ground. 3 wind blades as big as sickles slowly appeared behind Lubo. The wind blades were obviously twice as big as the last time, and there were 3 of them. The last time he was only at the 3rd level, 7th stage, and had not yet used his full strength, but now he has already reached the 3rd level, 8th level, and has no reservations at all. He really intended to cripple Suche. It's over. Lubo waved his hand, and 3 wind blades instantly locked onto Suche. A swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next second, 3 wind blades instantly shot towards Suche like arrows. Everything happened so fast. By the time everyone reacted, the wind blade had already reached Suche. I've been on guard against you. Suche sneered, and his expression was not surprised. He quickly crossed his hands across his chest, and blue lines instantly covered his arms. Clang! 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 After 3 consecutive hammering sounds, the wind blade instantly dissipated completely. Not only was Suche unharmed, he didn't even take a single step back. Chapter 68, Never Retreat. Withstand Lubo's ultimate attack, martial arts arena. Everyone's eyes widened gradually, with expressions of disbelief frozen on their faces. Suche won the 3rd-level teacher position and did not forget to ask for 1.2 million to provoke Lubo in public. Lubo became so angry that he attacked Suche. Suche withstood Lubo's attack without retreating a single step and remained unharmed. In less than a minute, the 3 things happened smoothly and seamlessly. It all happened too fast and too suddenly. By the time everyone reacted, everything was already over, but everyone always felt that something was wrong. After a brief moment of silence, the scene suddenly exploded into noise. Wait. Did Lubo just attack Suche? Am I seeing things? Could it be that I am hallucinating because I have been doing too much manual labor recently? That's not right. Isn't Suche at the 3rd level, 5th stage? How could he block Lubo's attack so easily? Did Lubo let him off? Lubo is truly a genius for being able to control his temper at this time. He is worthy of being a descendant of a great family. I am ashamed of myself. Shame on you. Didn't you see that Lubo just released 3 wind blades? And each one is much stronger than the last one. I guess Lubo might have broken through to the 3rd level, 8th level. How is that possible? If Lubo was really at the 3rd level, 8th level, then Suche wouldn't be able to block even a random attack, unless Suche is also at the 3rd level, 8th level. For a moment, emotions such as shock, confusion, and doubt quickly spread among the crowd. This scene is really too unreasonable. No matter how you look at it, Suche shouldn't have been able to withstand Lubo's attack unscathed. It was obvious that 3 months ago, there was a huge gap of 2 levels of cultivation between the two. The crowd was stunned. Suche suddenly grinned. Teacher Lubo, maybe you didn't eat breakfast this morning and you have no energy at all. As he spoke, Suche completely relaxed. Through the collision and verification just now, he has come to a conclusion that is Lubo's wind blade, and under the influence of the green lines, its power is less than 30%, not to mention Lubo breaking through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage. Even if he broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd stage, it would be in vain. I will first cut off 70% of it. How would you respond? How to play if you can't even break the defense? To put it simply, Lubo's threat is being infinitely reduced at this moment. This is the suppression of superpowers. How on earth did you do that? Lubo's pupils shrank into needlepoints in an instant, and the suspicion in his eyes seemed like it could overflow from his sockets at any time. At this moment and in this place, the shock Suche brought to him was far greater than before. He was sure that he had given it his all just now and that he had tried his best. Logically speaking, Suche should have vomited blood and fallen to the ground by now. Even if he was not disabled, He would have to lie in bed for several months. Even after the wind blade shot towards Suche, Lu Bo was already thinking about how to reduce his punishment next, but I never expected it. His 3 unreserved wind blades were actually blocked so easily by Suche, this completely overturned his cognition. How could a level 3, level 5 easily block an attack from level 3, level 8? Suche did not answer, and the smile on his face became even more wanton. He raised his left arm, hugged his elbow with his right arm, and pointed his left finger straight out in a hook. Come here. Lu Bo's face suddenly turned red, and instantly became as ugly as if he was constipated. Losing to Suche in the monthly test was embarrassing enough. Now that his cultivation level was no longer enough to suppress Suche, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. You forced me to do this. Lu Bo's face was tense and his chewing muscles were bulging. Meridians throughout the body swelled up, becoming intricately entangled like tree roots, and terrifying energy continued to pour out from the pores. Within a few breaths, the surrounding energy had reached an exaggerated level. The energy surges and slowly accelerates around the body, getting faster and faster. In a very short time, the air around Lu Bo was further compressed. Lu Bo groaned in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead. Obviously, it would be very difficult for him to complete this attack with his current strength. Compress. Compress again. Keep compressing. The surrounding air is constantly being compressed further. Finally, a light gray wind blade that looked like a solid entity slowly emerged. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The edge of the wind blade could be heard constantly, and the sound was simply creepy. This wind blade was clearly not as big as any of the previous ones, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, someone immediately exclaimed, condensed into a semi-solid body. Oh my god. This is the transformation of the virtual into the real that can only be achieved by the 3rd stage and 8th level. Lu Bo is really the 3rd stage and 8th level. This attack is much more powerful than the last one. It can only be defeated by a level 3, level 8. Suche is in real danger this time. If he gets hit, it won't be as simple as just being hospitalized. He'll probably die on the spot. Oh my god. Suche hasn't run away yet? Lu Bo is waiting for his skills to charge up. What are you waiting for? Run away! Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the energy around Lu Bo suddenly exploded. The next moment, the light gray wind blade, with the help of the airflow, turned into a stream of light and shot towards Suche. Sizzle. The speed is so fast that it even produces sonic booms. From the perspective of the onlookers, they could only see a streak of black light with sparks passing by. In the blink of an eye, the stream of light appeared right in front of Suche. Looking at the trajectory of the light, it was actually heading towards Suche's chest. Oh no, it's level 3, level 8. Stop Lu Bo now. The faces of the leaders at the leadership desk changed instantly. At this moment, no one thought that Lu Bo would dare to kill his colleague. Lei Xiao. Zhang Lianyue looked anxious, with obvious panic in her eyes. Stop. The sound was like thunder, and when he raised his hand, a ball of dark green lightning instantly spread towards the light gray wind blade. This kid from the Lu family is crazy. Zhang Tianyang also stood up reflexively. For 1,000th of a second, time seemed to stand still. In everyone's eyes, only the dark green lightning and light gray wind blades were moving. However, the speed of the dark green thunder is 10 times that of the light gray wind blade. If nothing unexpected happens, the dark green thunder can completely block the light gray wind blade. However, at this critical moment, a hint of madness flashed in Lu Bo's eyes. In an instant, the meridians reversed, and the body's supernatural powers surged. The speed of the light gray wind blade suddenly increased and became even faster. It was this small distance that caused the thunder that was supposed to stop the light gray wind blade to miss. It's over. 1,000th of a second later, this thought occurred to everyone, although no one knew why Suche was able to block 3 wind blades just now. But at this moment, Suche had no way of blocking this attack. At the peak of the 3rd level and 8th layer, many people even closed their eyes and couldn't bear to watch any longer. But the next moment, clang! 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 The light gray wind blade was once again blocked by Suche's arms. Every crisp sound brought about waves of spatial vibrations. After continuous vibrations, the light gray wind blade quickly melted away, but Suche still did not retreat a single step. He was still unharmed. Chapter 69, Level 3, Level 8? Could this guy really be my brother-in-law? Heating up, the mood is heating up. The mood at the scene continued to heat up, the air suddenly became extremely thin, and the oxygen content continued to decrease. Everyone in the martial arts arena had their pupils widened as wide as they could at the next moment. They all took deep gulps of air like fish dying of thirst. His whole body, including his facial expressions and body parts, was trying his best to express the shock in his heart. For a moment, the scene was like a still painting, with everyone expressing shock in their own way. Even the acting professor from Shanghai Theatre Academy would call him awesome. The root cause of all this is very simple, that is, Suche, who was at the 3rd level, 5th level, was able to block the attack of Lu Bo, who was at the 3rd level, 8th level, without any injury. To be precise, Suche should not be at the 3rd level, 5th level, but at least at the 3rd level, 8th level. The fact that he could block Lu Bo's full strength attack so easily could only be explained by his strength reaching the 8th level of the 3rd stage Jibuz. This amazing scene was like a stone rolling down the edge of a cliff. Of the emotions that had been silent for a few seconds were finally released with a muffled bang. The emotions at the scene were ignited once again, but this time it was like adding fuel to the fire. No? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? How could Suche be at the 3rd level, 8th level? Wasn't he only at the 3rd level, 5th level 2 months ago? Why is he lying here? He resisted the wind blade that was close to a solid object without taking a step back? Although Suche is a strengthening psychic, this physical strength is too abnormal, isn't it? I understand. Suche was still hiding during the first monthly test. He must have been more than level 3, level 5 at that time. Maybe he was also level 3, level 7, or even level 3, level 8. Oh my god. Hiding. He's still hiding. He's too good at hiding, isn't he? Shrimp-headed man. Okay, I'm not kidding this time. No matter what, we really have to call you Director Su from now on. The biggest reaction came from the teachers group. Although they are all 2nd level teachers, there are still differences in their abilities. Of the majority are level 3, level 4, and below. Level 3, 5th to 6th levels can already be considered among the best. Lu Bo has always been far ahead with his cultivation level of level 3, level 7. Now that Suche can fight against Lu Bo, it means that Suche can defeat all of them. Before, many people were only respectful to Suche on the surface, but they disapproved of him in their hearts, thinking that Suche only relied on his disciples to get to the top. But now, there was no doubt in the audience. Spit. In the open space in the middle of the martial arts arena, Suche spat fiercely and shook his numb arms vigorously. Lu Bo's attack just now was indeed powerful enough that his arms were shaken so hard that he has only just regained some feeling. Although I didn't lift up his clothes to look, his arms were definitely covered in bruises, but that's all. You've had a good fight, now it's my turn, right? His cold eyes were fixed on Lu Bo, and a strange curve appeared at the corner of Suche's mouth. Noticing Suche's expression, Lu Bo, who was still doubting his life, suddenly changed his expression. He just clearly saw Suche's pupils suddenly shrink into vertical ones. In just a moment, Lu Bo felt like he was being stared at by some indescribable terrifying creature. The hair on my neck stood up inch by inch, and the uneasiness in my heart completely exploded. Every nerve in my body seemed to be screaming in my ears, danger. Danger. Danger, not good. At this moment, Lu Bo no longer had time to study why Suche could withstand his ultimate attack. With a tap of the toes, the body immediately retreated backwards at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, a gust of wind blew backwards out of nowhere around the body. With the help of wind, the retreat speed increased immediately. Boom, boom, boom. After tapping the ground with his toes 3 times in a row, Lu Bo immediately put more than 10 meters between himself and Su Che. It was not until this moment that Lu Bo felt the sense of crisis slowly fading away. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Lu Bo covered his chest, which was damaged by the reversal of meridians, with one hand, and his dry throat rolled suddenly. He vaguely realized that things seemed to be completely out of his control. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. The next moment, Lu Bo's brows twitched wildly, and the sense of crisis that had just retreated surged up again. This time it was faster and stronger than the last time, and it instantly swept through the whole body in just half a breath. He subconsciously tried to capture Suche's figure, but only saw a black phantom running towards him. It was the missing Suche. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, in the blink of an eye, the phantom in front of my eyes became bigger and faster. Why so fast? Lu Bo's eyes were bloodshot. He had no doubt that Suche could knock him to death. At this moment, Lu Bo could no longer care about anything else and could only force his meridians to reverse again to gather energy in a short period of time. Crack. 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 Three illusory wind blades appeared again and shot towards the rushing Su-che. The best attack is defense. He can only hope that these three wind blades can slow down Su-che as much as possible. The idea is very good, but the reality is very bleak. Clang. 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 The moment the three wind blades touched Su-che, three dazzling sparks burst out one after another. Not only did it fail to slow down Su-che, Su-che's speed is getting faster and faster. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only 5 meters. At this moment, Lu Bo could clearly see the curve of Su-che's mouth corners, and even saw Su-che slowly raising his knees. Su-che! Calm down, this is a school. You can't. At this critical moment, Lu Bo finally gave in and miraculously memorized the school rules in an instant, but he was unable to utter the second half of his sentence, because Su-che's flying knee had hit his chin. Crack. First there was the sound of a jawbone cracking. Bang. This is the ripple vibration caused by Su-che's knee on Lu Bo's jaw. In an instant, Lu Bo's face was distorted to the extreme, his eye sockets were instantly filled with blood, and blood spurted out of his throat like an arrow. World-famous paintings. With a puff sound, Lu Bo was suddenly thrown into the air more than 2 meters high by the huge force, and then fell freely and hit the ground heavily. I can't what? I didn't hear clearly just now. Su-che looked down at Lu Bo from above, with the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Lu Bo wanted to say something, but he couldn't. From time to time, a vague sound of hwoo came from the throat, and blood plasma slowly flowed out of the eyes, nose, and ears like a fat fish nailed to a chopping board. Only the habitual twist of its body remains. This moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su-che, like a magnet hitting a steel nail, unable to move away. This kid is really at the 3rd level, 8th level. Jiang Tianyang stood up suddenly, his mouth twitching and his expression was as weird as it could be. He stared at Su-che carefully, back and forth, for a long time, and then smacked his lips. Could this boy really become my brother-in-law? Chapter 70. Su-che, scan the code. It's convenient. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, it's not just Jiang Tianyang, Lei Ming, Zhang Lianyue, and all the directors on the leadership platform stood up at the same time. This even included Song Yi, who remained calm the whole time. Unlike the 2nd-level teachers in the martial arts arena, those who can sit on the leadership platform are at least at the 3rd level and 9th level, not to mention the two extraordinary people, Lei Ming and Song Yi. Although it has not been tested by the intelligent optical computer, it is still possible to roughly judge Su-che's level of cultivation after his outburst. At least level 3, level 8. Why is it said to be at least level 3, level 8? It was really because Su-che won too easily. It didn't look like he was fighting between people of the same level with special abilities. You should know that before this, Lu Bo had always been the leader among the 2nd-level teachers. The family breathing method combined with the B-level ability Windblade makes him invincible in all kinds of competitions. He is also recognized by the school as another great genius after Jiang Lianyue. But even such a genius was completely unable to fight back against Su-che. If Lu Bo is considered a genius, then what is Su-che? A genius among geniuses. But the question is, if Su-che is really a genius among geniuses, but why have your grades and achievements always been at the bottom before? Could it be true that it has been hidden until now? As the teachers in the audience said, gurgle. Someone in the leadership group swallowed. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of swallowing saliva were heard one after another. The sound of swallowing saliva was like turning on some kind of switch, and the leadership group could no longer hold it in. It seems that we have underestimated Su-che before. It turns out that Su-che is the strongest among the 2nd-level teachers. No. To be precise, Lu Bo is still the strongest among the 2nd-level teachers, because from today on, Su-che is a 3rd-level teacher. In my opinion, the most terrifying thing is not Su-che's strength, but his teaching level. With the current strength of Class 18 of Senior 2, our Pengcheng No. 1 High School for Special Abilities will definitely rise this year. I still don't understand why Su-che wants to hide his cultivation. Isn't this guy too treacherous? Zhang Lianyue didn't say anything. Her expression was complicated and vague, because she knew that Su-che had never hidden any skills at all. During these 3 months, because of the relationship between Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, she witnessed Su-che's growth completely. During the supernatural power awakening ceremony in his 2nd year of high school, Su-che was clearly only at the 3rd level, 1st stage. But before a monthly test, his strength had reached the 3rd level, 3rd stage. By the time of the first monthly test, his strength had already risen to the 3rd level, 5th level. Today, 2 months later, his strength has soared to the 8th level of the 3rd stage. The higher the strength of others, the slower their improvement, but Su-che is different. The stronger he is, the faster he improves. If this trend continues, won't I be able to break through to the 3rd level, 9th level by the time of the martial arts exam? Thinking of this, Zhang Lianyue frowned, and a terrible idea suddenly popped up in her mind. He won't break through to the 4th level faster than me, right? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhang Lianyue threw it away. No, it won't happen. The 3rd level and 9th level is a hurdle. There is no way you can be faster than me. Su Che! Stop! What are you doing? While the leadership group was still in heated discussion, Song Yi's roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. Following the gaze, both the leadership group and the onlookers were stunned. I saw Su Che grabbing Lu Bo's collar with one hand, and it seemed like he was not going to let Lu Bo go. Hiss. There were constant sounds of people gasping for air at the scene. It's cruel. Too cruel. Lu Bo is in this state, but he still doesn't intend to let him go. How big a grudge must he have? Feeling the strange looks from all directions, Su Che's cheeks trembled at first, and then he suddenly let go of his hands and spread them out. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It's not what everyone imagined. However, just as he finished speaking, there was another thump and Lu Bo's cheek hit the cold ground again. Lu Bo's complexion, which had recovered somewhat, immediately turned pale again. Don't kill me. Lu Bo's eyes were full of fear. He was sure that Su Che was going to kill him. I don't. Su Che's Adam's apple rolled and his scalp felt a little numb. He swore that he just wanted to remind Lu Bo not to forget to transfer money to him and had no intention of harming Lu Bo at all. Besides, even if I want to hurt you, I can't do it in front of so many people. However, Su Che's explanation was too pale. At least judging from the expressions of the onlookers, it was obvious that no one believed it. Shut up. You're still trying to make excuses. I never thought you would dare to kill your colleagues. You're too vicious. You deserve to be punished. A cold light flashed in Song Yi's eyes, and he suddenly disappeared from the leadership desk. When the figure appeared again, he had already reached the edge of the training ground. Within 2 seconds of appearing, the whole person disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the center of the martial arts arena. The whole person looked like he had teleported. Judging from the speed of the figure's movement, it was obviously heading towards Su Che. Oh no, this old man is seeking revenge. Su Che's expression changed, and a huge sense of crisis quickly arose in his heart. Green lines appeared all over his body uncontrollably. His fists were clenched and his heart beat rapidly, and with every breath he took, his supernatural power instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. The entire person's defense has reached its highest peak ever. Zhang Tianyang narrowed his eyes and his expression suddenly darkened. He never expected that Song Yi, a transcendent being, would actually attack a level 3, level 8 person. No one would believe that you have no intention of taking revenge. Su Che is the teacher of his 2 precious daughters, and might even be his future brother-in-law. How could he allow Su Che to be bullied by Song Yi? Humph, what's the point of using your power to bully the weak? Just as Zhang Tianyang was about to make a move, his movements suddenly stopped, because someone had already taken action before him. This person was Lei Ming. Song Yi, you've gone too far. The sound of thunder, like a huge bell, resounded throughout the entire training ground. The whole person turned into a beam of lightning and rushed towards Su Che 5 meters in front of him. The IT seemed to hit the void, but it suddenly made a boom sound, and dust and fog flew everywhere. The next moment, a visible ripple suddenly spread outward from the center of the collision. Hualala, the onlookers suddenly fell to the ground, all of them covered in dust and looking extremely embarrassed. Few seconds later, the dust and fog at the scene dissipated, and a large pit with a diameter of about 3 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. On both sides of the pit stood Song Yi, who looked sullen, and Lei Ming, who looked majestic. Lei Ming, what do you mean? Song Yi's face looked grim, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He is a user of enhancement abilities, and he is no match for Lei Ming in terms of speed. It's nothing. For a transcendent, you've gone a little too far. Lei Ming's voice was flat, but his expression was majestic without any anger. But Lei Ming interrupted directly. It was Lu Bo who broke the rules first. Song Yi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. After several seconds, he looked at Lei Ming deeply and said, very good, very good. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Lu Bo, as if he wanted to take him away, etc. At this moment, Su Che took the lead and came to Lu Bo's side. Under Lu Bo's horrified gaze, he took out his cell phone and handed it to Lu Bo, grinning with a harmless smile. Well, let's pay 1.2 million first. Scan the code, it's convenient. Chapter 71. People cannot, at least should not, scan the code, it's convenient. The tense atmosphere in the martial arts arena was instantly dispersed by Su Che's words, damn, it's more convenient to scan the QR code. It's already this time and you're still thinking about your 1.2 million. The expressions of the onlookers changed rapidly, and they had a new understanding of the extent of Su Che's suicidal tendencies. Yi Shuangyue quietly lowered her head, while Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked around with slightly red faces. Zhang Lianyue opened her mouth slightly and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. Zhang Tianyang opened his mouth silently, and the shape of his mouth looked like, awesome, Lei Ming's beard trembled violently, and his serious expression almost couldn't be maintained. Song Yi didn't have any special expression, except that the anger in his eyes increased dozens of times. If Lei Ming hadn't been blocking his way, he would have slapped him in the face. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant teacher in all these years. Teacher Lu, let me help you. You can't delay with this injury. You have to hurry. Su Che didn't care about the strange looks from people around him. Instead, he bent down and helped Lu Bo operate the phone. Bending down to earn money is not shameful. After a while of operation, Su Che raised his phone and pointed it at Lu Bo. Teacher Lu, look at the camera. Yes, yes. With a beep sound, the screen immediately shows that the payment is successful. At the same time, Su Che's phone immediately received a text message. You deposit 1,200,000 dasha coins into your savings card with the last number 9527. And the available balance is 1,726,300 dasha coins, dasha bank. Okay, no problem, thanks. After confirming that the 1.2 million had arrived, Su Che turned around and left without any reluctance. After witnessing Su Che transfer 1.2 million using facial payment, Lu Bo's pale face strangely flushed, and blood rushed to his cerebral cortex in an instant. The next moment, there was a bang and his head hit the ground heavily, and he fainted. Su Che. The moment Lu Bo fainted, Song Yi seemed to be unable to control himself anymore, and the fourth-level extraordinary aura and pressure instantly suppressed Su Che. Oh, what a sin! Lei Ming's face turned bitter. He had no choice but to be a good person and send the Buddha to the west. His figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Su Che. He waved his hand, and the huge pressure dissipated in an instant. Lei Ming, I've given you enough face, are you really going to stop me? Su Che actually yelled at Lu Bo in front of him, which he simply couldn't tolerate. This is against the rules. Lei Ming remained unmoved and kept saying the same thing with a stern face. What if I refuse to follow the rules? Song Yi's voice gradually turned cold. Although he couldn't do anything to Lei Ming, the other party couldn't do anything to him either. If Su Che just randomly spread some energy during an all-out fight, it would be very troublesome for him. Principal Song is really too angry. Give me some face and let this matter go today, how about that? At this moment, Zhang Tianyang's hearty laughter came from far away. Zhang Tianyang exudes his domineering aura, and his movements like a dragon and a tiger are like a sharp sword piercing the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already stood beside Lei Ming. Although the words were spoken politely, the stance already showed the attitude. Glancing sideways at Zhang Tianyang, a trace of deep fear flashed in Song Yi's eyes. He wasn't even sure he could fight Lei Ming alone, let alone one against two. Realizing this, Song Yi narrowed his eyes and immediately began to think of retreating. Good, very good, very good. After saying some harsh words, Song Yi snorted coldly and raised his hand to grab, and the unconscious Lu Bo immediately floated behind him out of thin air. Turning his head and giving Su Che a cold look, Song Yi took Lu Bo and quickly left the training ground at ghostly speed. I could only vaguely see a few flashes, and soon there was no trace of them at all. Only after Song Yi left completely did Lei Ming feel a little relieved. If this old guy Song Yi really makes a fuss, it will be difficult to end. While breathing a sigh of relief, Lei Ming turned around to look for Su Che. This moment, he had too many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Su Che in person, but when I turned around, I found that someone had already taken the lead. Hi, you must be Teacher Su Che. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Tianyang, the father of Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, and also the brother of Zhang Lianyue. Zhang Tianyang held Su Che's hands and said enthusiastically, I've heard from Yu Li and Yu Shi that their teacher is a man of talent, handsome, elegant, outstanding, and handsome. Now I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. Su Che looked a little confused. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that they really praised themselves like this at home? Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, who were suddenly cued, looked at each other and held their foreheads with their right hands. Here he comes. Here he comes, the most extroverted head of the Jiang family in history appeared. Teacher Suche, thank you very much for taking care of our two little girls. I have always wanted to visit you, but unfortunately my family is too busy to spare the time. I will definitely come to my house if I have the chance. Jiang Tianyang held Suche's hand tightly and said, yes, today is worse than tomorrow. Why don't we go to my house today and have a drink? I'll let my little sister Lian Yue accompany us. How about it be a home visit? Observing Suche closely, Jiang Tianyang found him more and more pleasing to the eye, and his tone became noticeably more enthusiastic, but at this moment, he obviously did not notice Jiang Lian Yue, who narrowed his eyes. Brother Jiang, you are too polite. I will definitely visit you if I have the chance, but I'm afraid it won't be possible today. He hadn't been home for 2 months and wanted to eat the egg pancakes made by Su Dachuan. Jiang Tianyang's face was full of disappointment. Oh, so that's the case, that's a pity. Although he said this, Jiang Tianyang still didn't let go. Suche tried to pull his hands back. I pulled and tugged, but failed. I tried harder, but still failed. Suche was stunned, and looked up stiffly at Jiang Tianyang, who had a passionate face. Suddenly, a terrible thought popped up in his mind, but soon, Suche threw this terrible thought away. No. People can't, at least they shouldn't, it's impossible. Just when Suche was at a loss, Lei Ming's voice saved him. Well, Jiang, let's talk about whether to visit the family later. I have something more important to discuss with Suche. All right. Only then did Jiang Tianyang reluctantly let go, but still smiled at Suche. Suche quickly withdrew his hands and subconsciously took a few steps away from Jiang Tianyang. Suche, let's have the entire Class 18 of Senior 2 go to the Awakening platform to retest their abilities. What do you think? Lei Ming looked at Suche and told him his purpose. No problem. Suche nodded without hesitation. It's normal to be suspected of secondary evolution of superpowers after such great progress. He had no intention of hiding it, as it would be exposed sooner or later anyway. Old Lei, I think there is no need to test my two daughters. I will tell you directly that both of them have evolved their abilities for the second time. At this point, Jiang Tianyang deliberately lowered his voice. Both of them are now C-level talents. C rank? Lei Ming's brows jumped fiercely, but after thinking carefully, he said, I think it would be better to test it again. Soon, under Suche's arrangement, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi stepped onto the Awakening platform again. After a flash of red light, the intelligent optical computer's emotionless voice sounded one after another. Test completed. Zhang Yueli possesses a natural B-level ability, Purple Flame Thunder. Test completed. Zhang Yueshi possesses a natural B-level ability, Ice Soul Crystal. Jiang Tianyang's expression froze gradually. Chapter 72, they are in the same class, so it is reasonable that their abilities also evolve a second time, right? Martial Arts Arena. It has been more than an hour since the end of the second monthly test, but the number of people on the scene not only did not decrease, but increased by several percent out of nowhere. Obviously, these people were called by their friends to watch the ranking challenge. And this ranking challenge did not disappoint everyone. 1 word, worth it. 2 words, addictive. 3 words, so exciting. 4 words, a feast for the eyes. Not only can you see exciting competitions among students, but you can even see battles between teachers in the sprint classes. Finally, I witnessed the birth of the third-level teachers with my own eyes. It was not a wasted trip at all. However, even the most exciting performance must come to an end. When Principal Song Yi took the unconscious Lu Bo away, everyone knew that everything was over except for the martial arts exam sprint class. The surrounding teachers and students quickly dispersed. However, before the crowd had dispersed and walked far, suddenly there were bursts of exclamations from the scene. B-level superpowers. 2 B-level superpowers. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi actually have B-level superpowers. Sure enough, their abilities have really evolved a second time. I felt like there was something wrong with their ability strength. It turns out they're B-level. There are only 3 people in the entire second grade of our school who have awakened B-level talents, right? And now suddenly there are 2 more? Why? Why are they from Class 18 again? Isn't Yi Xuanyue's second evolution of superpowers enough? Now there are 2 more? Does that mean Class 18 has disturbed the second evolution of superpowers? All 3 members of the first team have evolved their powers twice? Can everyone evolve twice? No, buddy, did you guys upgrade your version without me? Crash. After hearing such explosive news, the teachers and students who had already left turned back in unison. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stretched their necks to squeeze into the crowd. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. A B-level ability, shouldn't it be a C-level ability? How could it be? After a moment, Zhang Tianyang still couldn't recover from his shock. He remembered clearly that 2 months ago, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi personally admitted that they had C-level superpowers. Moreover, my younger sister Zhang Lianyue kept saying that she had tested it many times, so it must be correct. In other words, Zhang Tianyang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his heart couldn't help beating faster. That is to say, the two of them have evolved their abilities again within these 2 months. Realizing this, Zhang Tianyang instantly lost his composure. His eyes swept across Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi and then stopped on Su Che, his expression filled with surprise and complexity. Yet he understood that all this must be directly related to Su Che. At this moment, Lei Ming's teasing voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Tianyang's thoughts. Old Jiang, I never thought you would become so humble, TSK. Lei Ming looked at Zhang Tianyang and shook his head in amazement. He and Zhang Tianyang have known each other for many years, and this was the first time he had seen the other party being so humble. Ha ha. Zhang Tianyang smiled awkwardly. Humility makes people progress. Lei Ming gave a dry laugh and ignored them. He turned his attention back to Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi, feeling very excited. He guessed that the two of them were likely to have the same superpowers evolve a second time, but he didn't expect that the level of their superpowers after the second evolution would be B-level. This means that there are already 5 students in the school who have awakened B-level talents. This means that Pengcheng's #1 high school of special abilities may set a new record for the best martial arts exam. Results: there is even hope that it will transform into the #1 high school with special abilities in Pengcheng. Boom. Boom. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lei Ming looked at Su Che with burning eyes. How did you do it? Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal tone, obviously not understanding what Lei Ming meant. How did you manage to make Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's abilities evolve a second time? Lei Ming repeated, his tone involuntarily rising several degrees higher than before. There is a class with only 3 students, but all of them have the ability to evolve a second time. It's not his fault for thinking too much, but how could there be such coincidences in this world? This is likely to be inextricably linked to Su Che. However, Su Che's answer disappointed him greatly. Oh, you're talking about this. Su Che had obviously already thought of an excuse, and blurted out, I didn't do anything. Maybe it's because they are more talented. In a sense, what Su Che said was indeed true. There is a saying, we don't produce water, we are just nature's porters. Su Che cannot help Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi evolve their superpowers out of thin air, but he can help them realize their original potential. Of course, if Su Che hadn't been around, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi would have been just F-level talents and lived like everyone else in their lives. After a pause, Su Che suddenly grinned. The 3 of them are in the same class. It's reasonable for their abilities to evolve twice, right? I see. Lei Ming's face was immediately filled with disappointment, but he also understood that his idea was a little too naive. How could Su Che have the secret to evolving students' abilities? Laughing at himself, Lei Ming waved his hand and said, forget it, let Yi Xuanyue go up and do the test. Su Che turned and looked at Yi Xuanyue. Yi Xuanyue nodded elegantly and slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. After the red light flashed, the voice of the intelligent optical brain sounded again. Test completed. Yi Xuanyue possesses a B-level enhancement ability, Violent Blood Lion. When the result came out, everyone was stunned. Their eyes slowly bulged out and their mouths slowly opened wide, vividly demonstrating the basic qualities of shocking the party. If I remember correctly, Yi Xuanyue's ability level was clearly C-level 2 months ago. Really? There was a gleam of light in Lei Ming's eyes. This was just as he had guessed. Yi Xuanyue's ability level had indeed reached Class B. After confirmation, he also felt a strong sense of doubt in his heart. Why, in just 2 months, Yi Xuanyue's supernatural power has been elevated to a new level? Could it be? Lei Ming's eyes locked onto Su Che again. His scorching gaze seemed to see through Su Che. Su Che's expression was as steady as an old dog. Yi Xuanyue's ability evolution was not complete last time, but it is only now considered stable. Isn't this reasonable? Lei Ming's mouth twitched, and he looked at Su Che meaningfully. Okay, that makes sense. After the ability test of grade 2, 18, class was completed, the crowd at the scene quickly dispersed. Lei Ming and a group of leaders hurried to the meeting, while the teachers and students of the sprint class took advantage of the half-day holiday to go back home to visit their mothers. Su Che quickly slipped away after saying goodbye to everyone. Soon, only Zhang Tianyang and the 2 sisters of the Zhang family of 3 were left at the scene. Come on, I'll drive you home. After saying that, Zhang Tianyang turned and left. Zhang Yueli didn't notice anything wrong and followed immediately, seeing the direction the two were heading. Zhang Yueshi was stunned. Dad, where are you going? Look at you, let's go home. Zhang Tianyang turned his head with a strange look. Zhang Yueli also looked at him as if he was a fool. Zhang Yueshi held his forehead helplessly. But this is the direction of the library. Zhang Yueli was stunned. Zhang Tianyang's eyes widened slightly, his face flushed slightly, but he soon coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry I didn't see it clearly just now. After saying that, he glanced left and right carefully, and walked in another direction without hesitation. Zhang Yueli still followed quickly without any doubt. Zhang Yueshi's mouth twitched slightly. Dad, that's the direction of the cafeteria. Chapter 73 Resources doubled. Class 18 promoted to key class, teaching building, conference room. While the teachers and students of the sprint class were enjoying a rare holiday, the school leadership was holding an unconventional meeting. At this moment, the huge conference room was already full of people. Lei Ming sat at the front left side of the long conference table, while Song Yi sat at the front right side. Sitting next to Lei Ming were Jiang Lianyue and other directors, and sitting next to Song Yi were Song Zhu and other leaders. In short, everyone in the school's leadership team, except the principal Wu Daoan, attended the meeting. Lei Ming glanced around and spoke first. Without further ado, the main reason I called you all here today is to discuss one thing, which is the issue of the key classes. Now that the second monthly test has ended, I'm sure you've all seen the overall level of Senior 2, 18, class. So my suggestion is that the only key class quota for the martial arts exam sprint class should be given to grade 12, 18, class. This way, we can maximize the use of school resources. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. The leaders looked at each other, and none of them spoke at the first time. Instead, they all looked at Song Yi. It is undeniable that Lei Ming's proposal is very reasonable, but it is undoubtedly a disaster for Lu Bo's class 2, 1, of senior high school. Although he enjoyed the benefits of being in a key class, he failed to get first place in the monthly test. If the benefits of this key class were taken away again, there would be no possibility of turning things around. Everyone present was well aware of the intricate relationship between Lu Bo and Song Yi. I don't think this is appropriate. Without any surprise, Song Yi immediately jumped out to object. Although Senior 2, 18, Class 1 first place in the monthly test this time, one result does not mean anything. I think this proposal is inappropriate. Although Song Yi's voice was loud, his confidence was obviously lacking. Facing Song Yi's doubts, Lei Ming was not at all flustered. It is normal for Principal Song to have different opinions. Let's follow the old rules and vote. Hearing this, Song Yi's expression instantly turned ugly. The leadership team is not stupid, and it is very obvious which class is stronger. Moreover, Class 2, 1, of senior high school had just been badly beaten by Class 2, 18, of senior high school. If nothing unexpected happens, Class 2, 1, of senior high school will lose its title as a key class. Really 0.5 minutes later, the votes in favor of making grade 2, 18, a key class won by an overwhelming margin. It seems that the eyes of the masses are sharp, huh? Lei Ming smiled brightly and immediately stood up and announced, the school committee has unanimously decided that Class 18 of Senior 2 will be promoted to a key class from today. The resources will be doubled under the original conditions. Neat wires divide the dusk Tiantanjiwen community. At home. Today is a good day, my dear son, come home for dinner. In the kitchen, Su Dachuan, wearing a cartoon apron, was twisting his butt to make egg pancakes. While singing, he would occasionally look at Su Che, who was lying outside the kitchen like Guyu, and smile foolishly. It has been more than 2 months since Su Che last returned home. Although he didn't say anything, he was thinking a lot in his heart today. When he learned that Su Che wanted to go home and eat egg pancakes, he even turned down a large order. Master, that grandson called again. Just then, the cell phone in his trouser pocket rang. Who is this? Su Dachuan muttered something and took out his cell phone with one hand. When he saw the caller ID, his rough brows frowned immediately, and after hesitating for a moment, he immediately chose to hang up. But before he could put the phone back, the shrill ringtone rang again. Su Dachuan's brows suddenly furrowed even deeper. After hesitating for a moment, he first glanced at Su Che secretly, and after confirming that the other party didn't notice, he turned on the range hood before answering the call. Hey, I've made my meaning very clear. I don't want to cooperate. I just want to do some small business in Pengcheng. As soon as the call was connected, Su Dachuan lowered his voice and spoke first. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second or two, and then a very sincere voice came out. Boss Su, would you like to reconsider? We are the investment department of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. If you are unwilling to cooperate, are you willing to accept investment? We also have angel investment business. You may not know much about our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Our headquarters is located in the base city. The group has pharmacies in various David cities and even other alliances. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Su Dachuan interrupted firmly. I know Harbin Pharmaceutical very well. I admit that you are very capable, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in these. Boss Su, we have investigated and found that your company's recent success rate in cultivating third-grade high-quality spiritual plants is 20% higher than the industry average. If you can cooperate with our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, you will definitely get the opportunity to develop in the main base city. Hearing the words heading to the main base city, Su Dachuan's expression suddenly turned ugly, and his tone was no longer polite. I'm sorry, I think I've made myself very clear. Please don't call me again. Bye. After saying that, Su Dachuan hung up the phone without hesitation and blocked the number. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Su Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned around, he was suddenly startled. Suddenly, two eyeballs appeared outside the frosted glass door. After a closer look, I saw that it was Su Che's. Old Su, are the egg pancakes ready? I'm starving. Su Che patted his belly exaggeratedly, looking at his phone intentionally or unintentionally. That's good. That's good. Su Dachuan put down his phone very smoothly and turned the chicken rice pancake over. This crappy school food is not good. Look how hungry I am. 3 minutes later, the super deluxe version of the egg pancake with 3 pancakes, 2 eggs, pork tenderloin, spicy strips, potatoes and kelp shreds is freshly baked. It's great, eat it while it's hot, eat as much as you can. If it's not enough, there's another one in the pot. Su Dachuan happily handed the egg pancake to Su Che himself. Good. Good. Why Rue good? Su Che gave a thumbs up and gave the highest evaluation. That's right, don't you see who made this cake? The smile on Su Dachuan's face became even more intense, and his body seemed to stand up straighter. Old Su, I am now a third-level teacher. In between wolfing down his food, Su Che suddenly said something. Su Dachuan scratched his ears hard, thinking he had misheard. Are you talking about the third-level teacher? Son, do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? As far as he knew, there was only one vacancy for promotion to level 3 teacher in the special ability high school each year. How could such a good thing happen to their Su family? I'm serious. Su Che repeated. Are you kidding me? You want to trick me? That's so childish. Su Dachuan had an expression that showed he saw through everything but was unwilling to say anything. Su Che didn't say anything, just looked at Su Dachuan silently. The smile on Su Dachuan's face faded away bit by bit, and he swallowed hard. Really? It's true, Tiezhen. Su Dachuan leaned back suddenly. But aren't you only at the 3rd level, 5th stage? Gudong. After swallowing the last bite of the egg pancake, Su Che slowly raised his head and grinned. In fact, I am already at the 3rd level, 8th level. Chapter 70 For the weird Su Dachuan and the so-called truth. Su Dachuan stood up suddenly, and the chair was thrown more than half a meter away. The cell phone in his pocket also slammed onto the table. Level 3, Level 8. Su Dachuan's eyes were so round that a light bulb could even be stuffed into his mouth. He kept looking Su Che up and down, the shock in his eyes looking like it could overflow at any moment. He was sure that he did not have Alzheimer's disease, and he remembered very clearly that his eldest son was still at the 3rd level, 5th stage 2 months ago. In just 2 months, he has soared to the 3rd level, 8th level? This rate of progress, snap, it was as if a ball of lightning split the thick fog in my mind, and bubbles of inspiration kept rising up and then bursting in an instant. The next moment, Su Dachuan seemed to have thought of something, his pupils trembled and he blurted out, could it be, huh? What is it? Su Che asked. He found that Su Dachuan seemed a little abnormal today. If I were to hear that my son had reached the 3rd level, 8th grade, I would definitely be ecstatic, but Su Dachuan's reaction was very strange, as if he was not shocked by the 3rd level and 8th layer, but by other aspects. Also, I just lowered my voice when answering the phone in the kitchen, which looked very stealthy. No, nothing. Su Dachuan shook his head with a complicated expression, and then asked again as if he was unsure, "Are you really at the 3rd level, 8th level?" Suche didn't say anything, but his level 3, level 8 aura quietly emanated from him, and the air around him slowly solidified. Su Dachuan just felt like an old cow stuck in a quagmire, and his movements became stiff, but this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds, as if nothing had happened before. Kali couldn't help but take a deep breath, and Su Dachuan no longer had any doubts in his heart. It was just because he had seen too many of the 3rd level and 8th level when he was young. "Old Su, I have accumulated a lot of experience and made great progress. At my current rate of improvement, in less than 2 years, maybe this year I will be able to break through to the extraordinary level and become a university teacher." Suche spoke confidently and said, "It would be best if I could go directly to Dasha's #1 supernatural university, so that I can be considered half a citizen of the main base city. According to my current rate of improvement, I might be able to achieve a breakthrough to the extraordinary level in 3 months." He felt that he could tell it in advance to make Su Dachuan happy. However, Suche was soon dumbfounded. Su Dachuan's eyebrows were twitching uncontrollably, his face was tense and his expression was as weird as it could be, but there was not a trace of happiness on his face. Noticing Su Dachuan's reaction, Suche's doubts completely exploded. He felt that Su Dachuan was most likely hiding something from him. "Old Su, are you hiding something from me?" Suche slammed the table with both hands, leaned forward, and stared at Su Dachuan with burning eyes. Su Dachuan blinked hard and suddenly forced a smile on his face. "Wow. Great. Great. Son, you are great." The expression can be as perfunctory as possible. Suche's expression remained unmoved, his eyes narrowed. "Old Su, are you hiding something from me?" "Ha, the weather is really nice today. Look how dark it is outside." "Old Su. Son, you were the one who turned on the lights today. The lights you turned on are the brightest. You are worthy of being my son." "Old Su. Look at the moon. It's so big and round. Lao dang." Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the kitchen. His nose twitched, and Su Dachuan's expression changed. "It's bad, the pot is burnt." After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen at lightning speed and locked the door with a click. The corners of Suche's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to sit down. Buzz. At this moment, the continuous vibration sound suddenly attracted Suche's attention. Following the sound, I immediately found that it was Su Dachuan's cell phone. Suche immediately withdrew his gaze, but the next second his eyes flashed and he looked back at the phone. After thinking for 2 seconds, he picked up the phone for some unknown reason. A text message from an unknown number immediately appeared in the center of the screen. "Boss Su, please believe in the sincerity of our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. We can discuss any request you have. I have just applied to the leader. As long as you agree, we can apply for a household registration in the main base city for you. Please consider it carefully. If you have made up your mind, please feel free to contact this number." This is. After reading the text message, Suche took a deep breath until a cold feeling filled his entire chest. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is the leading pharmaceutical group in Dasha. More than 90% of the energy potions, including genetic drugs, on the market in Pengchang are produced by Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. It can be said that Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is the absolute leader in the pharmaceutical industry, and no spiritual plant merchant can refuse to cooperate with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. But Su Dachuan just refused so sweetly? Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Suche's brain started working rapidly, and he instantly recalled the scene of Su Dachuan making a phone call in the kitchen. At that time, he vaguely heard Su Dachuan refusing something, which must be refusing the cooperation with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, combined with Su Dachuan's strange expression just now. That if he had only serious suspicions before, it was now almost confirmed. Su Dachuan must be hiding something from me. After having this thought, Suche's thoughts turned. He quickly recalled the scene when Su Dachuan talked to himself in front of his mother's photo when he returned home last time, and he suddenly understood something. I guess I didn't hear it wrong. What Su Dachuan said at that time should be the truth instead of "it smells so good." That must be it. Thinking of this, Suche stood up instantly, with no more questions in his mind. Ding ding ding, he rushed to the kitchen without caring about his relatives. Knock knock knock. "Su Dachuan, come out quickly, I have something to ask you." "Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I saw you." "Su Dachuan, don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are in there. However, no matter how Suche shouted, Sudachuan pretended not to hear. Suche's forehead was immediately covered with black lines. Sudachuan, if you don't come out, I'm going to tear down our house. After a few seconds of pausing, seeing that Sudachuan was still unmoved, Suche snorted coldly and used his ultimate move, Old Su. Actually, I heard everything you said to the family portrait last time you went home. Hearing this, Sudachuan in the kitchen shuddered all over as if by reflex. My ears were no longer deaf and my legs were no longer sore. He immediately opened the kitchen door and poked his head out, his eyes full of disbelief. Are you saying you know everything? Suche showed no sign of abnormality. Yes, the so-called truth. Sudachuan's expression suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth trembled violently a few times. After a few seconds of silence, Sudachuan looked depressed and sighed. Forget it, since you already know everything, I won't hide it from you. I promised your mother that I would not tell you anything and let you live happily for the rest of your life. Chapter 75. The first half of the young master's life, Tiantanjiwen. At home. Suche's expression suddenly froze, and he looked at Sudachuan with a dull gaze for 2 seconds. After a few seconds, his pupils regained focus, his face looked normal but his heart was in turmoil. He guessed right, Sudachuan was indeed hiding a secret, but I never expected that this secret came from my mother. What is the so-called truth? Gently suppressing his inner anxiety and uneasiness, Suche tried his best to make his voice sound calm. According to Murphy's law, the less you want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Speaking calmly, which was usually easy, became particularly difficult at this moment. Even a 3-year-old child could hear the gaffe in Suche's words. Sudachuan raised his head stiffly and looked at Suche, stunned, unbelievable, and other emotions instantly surged. You cheated me? Within 1,000th of a second, Sudachuan realized that he had been tricked by the Japanese. Suche did not deny it. He tried his best to suppress his inner emotions with a very serious expression. Tell me what the so-called truth is. Because of Sudachuan's words, all the doubts that Suche had in the depths of his memory for many years were instantly triggered one after another. In this era of universal superpowers, human life expectancy is also increasing year by year. Even humans who have awakened F-level superpowers can easily live to be 120 years old. But his mother Su Yanxiu passed away mysteriously when he was only 7 years old. Since childhood, Sudachuan told himself that his mother died of illness, but in today's society, even cancer, which is known as an incurable disease for humans, has already had effective targeted drugs that everyone can afford. But if you have a little more money, you can even regrow broken limbs. Even if we take a step back and say that there is really no cure, the hibernation cryogenic chamber technology has been used for more than decades. So hibernation is not a bad solution. In today's world with such advanced medical technology, the mother's death seems particularly suspicious. Sudachuan looked at Suche deeply, the complexity in his eyes almost bursting through his body. Suche's eyes were firm, and although he didn't say anything else, his attitude was self-evident. The father and the son just stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Ah! Never mind. At this point there is nothing to hide. After a long while, Sudachuan pulled out a chair and sat down feebly as if all his strength had been drained. He waved his hand and said, "Sit down. Let me tell you a story." Suche pulled out the chair opposite Sudachuan and sat down, but his body was straight. Sudachuan's eyes gradually lost focus, as if he was lost in thought, and his brows knitted subconsciously. One night many years ago, the Su family in the main base city welcomed their first young master. Since the Su family had a high status in the main base city, this young master had lived a life of luxury since he was a child. He had hardly suffered any hardship and naturally enjoyed the favor of everyone in the family. Even the second and third young masters who were born a few years later did not receive the same treatment as the eldest young master. But all of this changed dramatically after the young master's ability awakening ceremony in his sophomore year of high school. The young master, who was originally full of hope, only awakened a mere C-level talent. In the eyes of ordinary people, C-level talent is already very good, but in the eyes of the Su family, C-level talent is simply a shame, even worse than the captain of the family's guards. Since then, the eldest young master's status in the family has plummeted. The family members who used to smile have all turned cold. However, this is not the end. After the second and third young masters both awakened their A-level talents, the eldest young master's situation suddenly became worse. Even the guards and servants in the family dared to be sarcastic to him. Hearing this, Suche's expression became slightly complicated, and a hint of enlightenment rose in his eyes. Su Dachuan continued, the young master was 21 years old that year. After years of repression, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and fled the Su family and the base city. Although he suffered a lot along the way, he never thought of giving up and going home. With only his heart and his years of hard work, he finally became a mercenary and successfully joined a mercenary team called Choyin Society. When talking about the mercenary team, Su Dachuan's frown slowly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up a little. The time after joining the mercenary team was the happiest time for the young master in these years. Although every mission was accompanied by a life and death crisis, he felt that he had found the meaning of life. Not only did he meet several brothers in life and death, but he also met the love of his life here. Click, Suche's heart trembled, and he twisted his body subconsciously, his breathing almost stagnated. At this moment, Su Dachuan's smile was not concealed at all, and the young master's lifelong love is the female president of the Choyin Society. During a very dangerous mission, the young master risked his life to save the president. Although he rested for a whole year, he captured the heart of the female president. Since then, their relationship has gradually warmed up, and soon they had a child. After much deliberation, the young master finally decided to return to the Su family. Although he didn't like the family, he had to give the president a status and an explanation. Because of years of experience, the young master has already become a mercenary with a bloody badge. Bloody mercenaries have a very high status. After returning to the family, the Su family was immediately shocked. Even the old patriarch came out to welcome him and intended to designate the young master as the next head of the family. After being rejected, he designated the baby boy in the president's belly as the highest level heir. Just when everything was moving in the right direction, at this point, Su Dachuan paused, the smile on his face gradually faded, and a hint of pain emerged. But in the winter of that year, the main base city suddenly became turbulent for unknown reasons. That night, the president disappeared without a trace. The young master mobilized all his connections but could not find any clues. Just when the young master was extremely sad, the president quietly returned safely one night. Although the president returned safely, his meridians were all broken. His vitality was 90% gone, and his lifespan is in danger. The eldest young master asked urgently, but the president remained tight-lipped and refused to say a word. Although the eldest young master visited all the famous doctors in the base city for diagnosis, the results given were all that there was no way to save him and he could only live for a year at most. Only people with special abilities can extend their lifespan by using their own life energy to maintain it. The eldest young master still refused to give up and visited famous doctors every day, but the president said that he was tired and didn't want to be treated anymore. He wanted to go around Daxia. The eldest young master agreed without hesitation, but the family sternly refused. The reason was that it was not worth it for the eldest young master to use his life energy to prolong the life of the president. They asked the eldest young master to consider the interests of the family. For this reason, the eldest young master was furious and immediately cut off all ties with the family and left with the president. Suche's dry throat rolled suddenly and veins bulged in his hands. Su Dachuan's expression became more and more painful, and he almost gritted his teeth when he spoke the last sentence. After traveling to Pengcheng, the president happened to give birth to a baby boy. After the baby boy turned 7, his life energy could no longer sustain the president's life. The president's last wish before his death was that the baby boy would live happily throughout his life. After a few seconds of pause, Su Dachuan said quietly, "Now, do you understand?" Suche nodded gently, his voice slightly hoarse. "I understand, master." Chapter 76. The answer is in the main base city. The answer is in the Su family. Understood. I understand everything. After listening to Su Dachuan's story, all the doubts in Suche's mind disappeared instantly. The so-called eldest son of the Su family in the main base city is naturally his father Su Dachuan. The so-called female president of Choyin Society is naturally my mother Su Yanxiu. At this moment, Suche finally understood why Su Dachuan refused the cooperation with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group and why he was so resistant to the word main base city. At the same time, this also solved a question that Suche had since childhood. When he was a child, he clearly remembered that his father Su Dachuan was very powerful, but as he grew older, it seemed that Su Dachuan's energy and strength were declining year by year. Originally, Suche thought that this was an illusion caused by his improved strength. Now it seems that this is entirely because Su Dachuan has been using his own life energy to prolong his mother's life. What perseverance it took to keep his mother alive for 7 years when she was supposed to have only 1 year left to live. Looking at the Su Dachuan in front of him, who was always smiling in his memory no matter where he was, for a moment, Suche's heart felt like it was pierced by a steel needle, and he almost couldn't breathe due to the pain. What else do you want to know? I have already said everything I need to say. After telling all this, Su Dachuan seemed to have aged several years in an instant, and looked extremely tired. He was no longer cheerful, but instead looked extremely lonely, as if this was Su Dachuan's true inner state. I want to know what happened in the main base city that night and how my mother got injured. Suche gritted his teeth and asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. Su Dachuan pondered for a moment and said, I don't know much about the first question. The riot in the main base city that night was very noisy. After I made inquiries from many sources, I didn't get much information. But according to rumors, the riot was probably related to the European Union. EU. Suche frowned. He is both familiar and unfamiliar with the EU. The reason for familiarity is that the European Union and the Dacia Alliance are of the same level and are very powerful. What is strange is that his knowledge of the EU is limited to online information, and more specifically, he knows nothing at all. I just know that the relationship between the EU and Dacia doesn't seem to be harmonious, and there are often frictions on the border. While Suche was puzzled, Su Dachuan shook his head and spoke again. As for your second question, I don't know either. Your mother is very stubborn and always sticks to her word. No matter how I asked, she didn't tell me how she got these injuries. Is there a possibility that Suche's voice gradually turned cold? Could it be because of the Su family? Naturally, Suche had no good feelings towards the Su family as mentioned by Su Dakan. My father and mother have known each other for so many years, and they have carried out countless dangerous missions in the mercenary group without any trouble. Why did something happen when he returned to the Su family? This is very intriguing. Impossible. Su Dachuan shook his head and refused without even thinking. Although the Su family is not humane at all, they have no reason to do this. What good will it do for them? Benefit. Suche's eyelids fluttered and he blurted out, Old Su, think about it carefully. If you hadn't returned to the Su family, who would have been the head of the family? Su Dachuan was stunned for a moment, exhaled briefly and convulsively, and stood there like a root. After a few seconds, Su Dachuan's voice became dry. If I hadn't gone home, the position of the head of the family would have been chosen between the second and third sons. But that won't happen. The second and third sons obviously treat me well, and I have already made it clear that I don't want to be the head of the family. Suche did not refute, but his tone was a few degrees higher than before. Even if the two of them didn't mean that, what if the old patriarch designated me, who was in my mother's womb, as the highest level heir? Suche didn't say it too directly, but he believed that Su Dachuan could fully understand what he meant. Boom, these words sounded like a loud bang in Su Dachuan's ears. Scenes and details flooded into my mind at the same time, and I suddenly felt a splitting headache. Although he was reluctant to believe it, he had to admit that what Suche said made a lot of sense, considering the old patriarch's age. It would be no problem for him to live another 10 or 20 years. If Suche was born safely, he would have reached adulthood by the time the patriarch passed away. As the first heir, Suche will be the helmsman of the entire Su family. At such a young age, he possesses power that others can never achieve in their entire lives. Who wouldn't be jealous? Crack. Veins bulged on Su Dachuan's forehead, his cheek muscles twitched, and his fingers turned slightly white from the force. After a long while, Su Dachuan suddenly raised his head and said firmly, No, your mother was a leader among the Fourth Order extraordinary people. Unless the old patriarch personally takes action, no one in the Su family can beat her to the point of breaking her meridians. But what if we ask someone else to help? That's impossible, too. Su Dachuan narrowed his eyes slightly. That year, a beast tide broke out in the base city. All the grandmasters and above were called up to the battlefield. The highest one left behind was only a 5th level master. Not to mention how eye-catching a 5th level master's every move is. Even if a 5th level master really took action, your mother would not be powerless to resist. Besides, based on my understanding of your mother, the reason why she didn't want to tell me the truth must be because the enemy is too powerful. The enemy is at least a 6th level master, and it is possible that he is even a Jinguo level master above the 6th level master. Hearing this, Suche fell silent. He admitted that his statement had big loopholes, but what is the truth? At this moment, Sudachuan slowly stood up, looking exhausted. I'm tired, it's getting late, let's go to bed first. After saying that, he stood up and walked into the master bedroom dejectedly, like a wild beast licking its wounds alone. Watching Sudachuan's figure completely disappear into the room, Suche sighed silently. He wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start. Although he got the truth he wanted, he never expected that the truth was so complicated. After knocking his head hard, Suche returned to the bedroom alone with doubts. That night, Suche suffered from insomnia, which was rare. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, when Suche pushed open the door, Sudachuan's door was still closed. Just as Suche was about to go downstairs to have a quick breakfast, he discovered that there were already some hot omelets on the table. After taking a deep look in the direction of Sudachuan's room, Suche moved his lips but no sound came out. Suche was suddenly stunned when he was packing up the omelet. There seemed to be a piece of paper under the plate containing the omelet. While wondering, Suche unfolded the letter, and the vigorous small characters immediately caught his eye. It's like seeing you in person. I thought about it all night yesterday and finally figured it out. With your current abilities, you shouldn't be trapped in this small pengchang. Your future is limitless. It is wrong to hide things from you in the name of doing good for you, so I decided that no matter what you want to do in the future, I, your old father, will silently support you behind your back. Come on, don't worry, your mother will wait for me to come down and apologize in person. She can't bear to hit me, crossed out, she can't bear to hit me too hard, and, lastly, I love you 1,000 times. Left by Sudachuan. Old Su, after reading the contents on the card, Suche just felt a sour nose. Turning his head to look at Sudachuan's still closed door, Suche suddenly grinned. Old Su, stop pretending. I know you are listening. I swear I will investigate your mother's death thoroughly, and your son will not embarrass you. Alright, lastly, I love you 3,000 times. Let's go. After saying that, Suche picked up the egg pancake and strode out of the house, facing the morning sun. Suche took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with brilliance. I figured it out. The answer must be in the main base city, and it must be in the Su family. Chapter 77. What is Mr. Su? Director Su, Pengcheng No. 1 High School of Special Abilities. There are 2 roads at the school gate. There is a sidewalk on the left and another sidewalk on the right, but at this moment, the right sidewalk is obviously more eye-catching, because there was a dark black luxury car parked on the right side of the sidewalk. The school security guard knew just by the smell that the car was from the Jiang family. Inside the car, little sister, did you remember everything I told you? I know you are busy, but you must remember to personally invite teacher Suche to our home. We have to thank him properly. As Jiang Tianyang spoke, he took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Lianyue. By the way, please pass this gold card to teacher Suche for me. There is not much money in it, only about 2 million. Just say it is a small gift from our Jiang family. Jiang Lianyue didn't take the gold card. Her pretty eyebrows knitted into a small knot. Why do you have to let me go? Can't you let Yuli and Yushi go? Besides, wouldn't it be more sincere if you go in person? Hey, Yueli and Yueshi are juniors. It would be insincere to ask 2 juniors to invite them. Jiang Tianyan patted his chest and said, as for me, I am at least a 4th-order extraordinary person. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to personally invite a 3rd-order 8th-level kid. If it gets out, people will laugh at me. You don't want your brother to be laughed at, do you? Okay, it's settled. Jiang Tianyang stuffed the gold card into Jiang Lianyue's hand without saying anything. Okay then, let's talk about it when I have time. The martial arts exam is in 3 months, and I'm very busy lately. Jiang Lianyue had no choice but to agree, but after weighing the gold card in her hand, she handed it back. Forget the gold card. I don't think teacher Suche is a money-loving person. Jiang Tianyang? Jiang Tianyang almost pinched his ears to confirm if there was anything wrong with his hearing. Wasn't Suche's performance obvious during yesterday's monthly test? Even at such a tense moment when Lei Ming and Song Yi, 2 extraordinary people, were confronting each other, he did not forget to remind and help Lu Bo to pay off the gambling debt, saying that Suche doesn't love money? I'm afraid no one will believe it. Jiang Lianyue glanced at Jiang Tianyang silently. I know what you were thinking. But what you don't know is that Suche has been using his own money to help Yi Xuanyue buy 3rd-grade top-grade beast blood food. You know how expensive 3rd-grade top-grade beast blood food is. How can a teacher who can do this be a money-loving person? Jiang Tianyan's eyes widened. Is Su Che really like this? Yuli and Yushi said it themselves. Jiang Tianyan couldn't help but take a breath, and his evaluation of Su Che rose to a higher level again. It is hard to find someone who can do this for his apprentice in today's society. With such outstanding character and ability, I have decided on this brother-in-law. Jiang Tianyan's eyes flickered and he murmured softly. What are you mumbling about? What about husband and not husband? Zhang Lianyue stared at Jiang Tianyan suspiciously. It's nothing. I mean, I admire Su Che's behavior very much. As he spoke, Jiang Tianyang put the gold card back in his hand, and then replaced it with a black card and handed it to Zhang Lianyue. Take this card to teacher Su Che. The money in this card is a little more than the previous one, just over 5 million. Without waiting for Zhang Lianyue to speak, Zhang Tianyang explained with a serious face, it's because teacher Su Che doesn't like money that I want to give it to him. You don't want such a good teacher to worry about money, do you? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Lianyue finally took the black card, but shook her head. I don't think teacher Su Che will accept it. I'll give it a try. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Watching Zhang Lianyue's back gradually disappearing in the campus, Zhang Tianyang showed a triumphant smile on his face. Little sister, I took great pains to give you the opportunity to have more contact with teacher Su Che, but luckily you didn't notice it. You will thank me in the future. At the same time, on campus, Zhang Lianyue was looking at the black card in her hand with a slightly gloomy look. Brother, your little thoughts are almost engraved on your face. In fact, she had already seen through Jiang Tianyang's little thoughts clearly. As for why she didn't point it out, Zhang Lianyue herself couldn't explain it clearly. She admitted that she was very surprised at Su Che's teaching level and the speed at which his strength improved, but that was all she was surprised about. As for further ideas, there are none at the moment. Shaking her head, Zhang Lianyue quickly threw away all the thoughts in her mind. Her eyes were firm. Before I become an extraordinary person, I will not be swayed by love. And my partner must also be extraordinary. Zhang Lianyue added in a low voice. Logistics department, today is the first day after the second monthly test. As usual, it is still the day to collect resources. This time the resources are for 3 full months, from today until the start of the martial arts exam. The school will not provide any additional resources, therefore. Most of the teachers of the sprint classes came early to line up. As soon as the time to collect resources arrived, the line was already very long. At this moment, the queue that was queuing to receive resources suddenly became a little chaotic. Look, isn't that teacher Su Che? These words were like a huge rock hitting the crowd, immediately causing a huge uproar. I saw a figure walking slowly towards the end of the road. His eyebrows were as sharp as a knife, and his deep facial features were filled with shadows. She has a high nose and a sharp jawline. If her hair and eyes were different colors, people would believe she was mixed-raced. He is truly a handsome young man, barely comparable to you, the reader. It is undoubtedly Su Che. Wow, it really is teacher Su Che. Why are you still calling me teacher Su Che? Just call me director Su Che. That's right. A third-level teacher at the third stage and 8th level will definitely be promoted next year. Tap tap tap. With steady footsteps, Su Che soon appeared at the end of the team. However, before he could stand still, all the teachers in the sprint class who were waiting in line came over. Director Su. Morning, teacher Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. We are not in a hurry. Please go in line first. Yes, we are not in a hurry. Teacher Su Che should go first. As soon as Su Che appeared, the scene suddenly became a harmonious society, and everyone was extremely humbled. In a very short time, Su Che was pushed to the front of the team again. Thank you. Su Che clasped his hands together, feeling that this scene was familiar. Hello, I'm here to collect the training resources for Class 18 of Senior 2. There was a hint of anticipation in Su Che's voice. Last time, I received a lot of resources as the second place in the monthly test. This time, as the first place in the monthly test, the resources I will receive will definitely be even more generous. Teacher Su Che, you are here. The administrator seemed to have been waiting for Su Che for a long time. When he saw Su Che, he jumped up from his seat. The class resources have been placed in the classroom for you. You can see them when you go to the classroom. Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. The administrator grinned and said, Teacher Su Che, you don't know yet, do you? Senior 2, 18, class has been upgraded to a key class. The former Senior 2, 1, class classroom is now the Senior 18 class classroom. Chapter 78. The next plan, special training in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, the first floor of the teaching building. Buzz, the electric door opened, and Suche stepped into the grade 2, 1, classroom.no, to be precise, it is now the grade 2, 18, classroom. TSK, it's worthy of being the most luxurious classroom in the whole school. It's really big. Suche looked around in amazement, his eyes almost unable to take it all in. Compared with the luxuriously decorated classroom in front of us, the original classroom on the 33rd floor was like a bear house. Ha! There's even an exclusive lounge and an exclusive training room. Seeing the separately designated areas, Suche's eyes lit up and he became more and more excited the more he looked. Oh my god, what a miserable life I was living in the past. Not bad, not bad. Lubo's classroom is really good. The more Suche looked at it, the more satisfied he felt, but from today on, it's mine. As his eyes wandered, Suche quickly noticed the large box on the podium at the front of the classroom. The box was completely black and it was hard to tell what it was made of, but it was as big as 3 large suitcases. I guess this is the class practice resource. With a flash of his eyes, Suche stepped forward to open the box, and his pupils were instantly filled with densely packed medicines. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Suche closed the box again and said, "It's sent." The resources in the box are at least 3 times more than during a monthly test. Although the first level energy potion does not have much effect on Yixuanyue and the Jiang sisters, it can be exchanged for money. Money is the ladder to rise, not to mention that Yixuanyue needs money for her daily snacks of the 3rd grade, high-quality ferocious beasts. Take the 2 sisters of the Jiang family for example. Now their damaged meridians have been basically repaired, which means that the novice benefit period has ended. If you want to improve quickly, you have to expand your meridians. In addition to practicing step by step, the only way to expand your meridians is to rely on elixirs, that is the meridian expansion pill. Suche also spent a long time searching for information before he learned about the existence of the meridian expanding pill, but the problem is that I can't find anywhere on the internet to buy the meridian dilation pill, so I guess the price should be quite expensive. These resources are probably only enough for a fraction of the cost. TSK, it would be great if there was a rich woman who could see through my disguise and give me 3 or 5 million. This thought suddenly popped up in Suche's mind. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a knock on the door attracted Suche's attention. Turning around, 3 big heads suddenly appeared outside the window. From top to bottom they were Yixuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yue 11. Why Yixuanyue smiled faintly. Jiang Yueli rolled his eyes. Jiang Yueshi kept gesturing something. Suche looked towards the locked classroom door and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot to grant authorization. 3 minutes later, they're all here. Suche glanced at Yixuanyue, who was at the 8th level of the first stage and looked confident, and nodded with satisfaction. Beneath the dignified appearance lies a tremendous energy that can destroy everything in its path, 100 points. Then he glanced at Jiang Yueli, who was at the 7th level of the first stage and was full of fighting spirit, and nodded as well, although his desire to fight is a little too strong. His personality fits perfectly with his lightning abilities, allowing him to perform beyond his normal capabilities. Also 100 points. His eyes continued to scan the smirking Jiang Yueshi, who was at the 7th level of the first stage, and his face trembled violently. It's clearly an ice-type ability, but he insists on transforming it into a shield to fight. He can clearly crush his opponent, but he refuses to attack. 0 points. Alas. After taking a deep look at Jiang Yueshi, Suche looked a little helpless. He still remembers clearly the scene of Jiang Yueshi's battle yesterday. It can be said that if Jiang Yueshi took the initiative to attack once, the Zhao army would undoubtedly lose. It seems that actual combat training needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Suche secretly made up his mind. Although the specific rules of the martial arts examination vary from year to year, they are generally held in secret realms. Perhaps it was to allow the candidates to adapt to fighting ferocious beasts in advance, or perhaps it was to better test the candidates' potential. In short, there are many ferocious beasts in the martial arts secret realm every year. Even though these ferocious beasts are low-level beasts carefully selected by the education department, they are still dangerous. Generally speaking, every year, candidates taking the martial arts exam will undergo practical training in the last month, but for the 3 people in front of me, it can be done in advance. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I perform very well yesterday? Jiang Yueshi took the initiative to take credit with a smile on his face. Yeah, I would have won without you. Without waiting for Su Che to speak, Zhang Yueli turned into a mouth and fired first. The smile on Zhang Yueshi's face faded and he stopped laughing. Okay, let's get down to business. Su Che's voice suddenly rose, and the air around him was slightly vibrating. During the recent period, you should continue to practice step by step. If nothing unexpected happens, in about a week or two, we will go to the Nine Peaks Demon Cave for special training. Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters exclaimed in unison, their expressions slightly shocked. Every citizen of Pengcheng is familiar with the Demon Cave of Jiuding Mountain, because the Jiuding Mountain Demon Cave is the largest demon cave for ferocious beasts in Pengcheng. No doubt about it, before the catastrophe of the ferocious beasts on Blue Star, Jiuding Mountain was a national forest park. After the rampage of ferocious beasts around the world, Jiuding Mountain naturally became the lair of ferocious beasts and was extremely dangerous. There are countless rumors about Jiuding Mountain. The most widely circulated rumor is, at the deepest part of Jiuding Mountain lives a Wolf King. On every full moon night, the Wolf King will stand at the highest point of Jiuding Mountain to absorb the moonlight. Children of Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's generation were often told by adults to be careful of the Wolf King of Jiuding Mountain coming to eat them whenever they were naughty. Therefore, when they heard about the demon cave in Jiuding Mountain, Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters became subconsciously panicked. Don't worry, this time we're mainly focusing on training. We'll just be doing peripheral activities. Seeing that several people were worried, Su Che explained with a smile. Normally speaking, for ordinary training, you can just find a cave of ferocious beasts. There are actually deeper reasons for choosing the Jiuding Mountain Demon Cave. Now the blood of the third-grade top-quality ferocious beast is enough for Yi Xuanyue to quickly improve his strength, but according to experience, the blood of a third-grade top-quality ferocious beast is definitely not enough to allow Yi Xuanyue to quickly break through to the second grade. If you want to raise Yi Xuanyue's strength to the second level before the martial arts exam, there seems to be only one way, that is to eat the blood of a fourth-level ferocious beast. Su Che checked the information and found that only the FE Alliance Mall in Pengcheng could exchange the blood food of fourth-level ferocious beasts. The so-called FE Alliance is the full name of Five Eyes Alliance. IT is a joint business entity composed of the 10 major families. From the Great Xia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Island Alliance. However, if one wants to exchange for blood food of a fourth-level ferocious beast, the required materials can only be found in the Demon Cave of Jiuding Mountain. Therefore, the Demon Cave at Jiuding Mountain is irreplaceable and must be visited. And Su Che also had a very strong premonition. As long as all three of his disciples are promoted to the second level, he will definitely be able to advance to the extraordinary level. I understand, teacher. I will try my best. After a brief shock, Yi Xuanyue nodded firmly and immediately found a place to start practicing. That's fine with me. Zhang Yueli's eyes became sharp again, and without saying a word he also sat cross-legged to practice. Seeing that Yi Xuanyue and her elder sister had agreed, Zhang Yueshi hesitated for a long time before speaking in a low voice. If you all go, then I will go too, but you must protect me well, teacher. Hearing this, Su Che's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry. The teacher will definitely take special care of you. Chapter 79, Wish Successful? The rich woman is here, in the new classroom of grade 2, 18, class. While Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters were practicing, Su Che was also sitting cross-legged in the exclusive training room. His eyes flashed, and Su Che's mind moved. Break the delusion. Name, Su Che level, level 3, level 8 superpower. Strengthening A-level superpower. Green Peak Dragon exercise, Galaxy breathing method. Combat skill, Pajun fist flaws. 1. There are 68 errors in the technique, resulting in low efficiency in absorbing supernatural powers. 2. There are 139 errors in the operation of combat skills, resulting in low efficiency of force conversion scheme. 1. Optimize the breathing method. Given the host's strength, 60 points can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is 3. Optimize the skills. Considering the host's strength, 103 points can be optimized, marked. The specific optimization plan is, as expected. Seeing the number of breathing methods and combat skills that could be optimized, Su Che's pupils shrank slightly, but he was not surprised. Just as he expected, the number of levels that can be optimized at level 3, level 8 is greater than the sum of level 3, and level 6. But even so, there are still 8 areas for optimization in the breathing method that have not been marked. There are more areas for combat skills, with Total of 36 areas for optimization that are not marked. The reason why Suche was not surprised was because he had experience in helping Yixuan Yue and the Jiang sisters optimize their breathing techniques and combat skills. This is the case whether it is the extreme compression breathing method, the star-splitting sky fist, the lightning thunderball, or the mysterious ice technique. All the defects can be optimized away in just a little bit. It seems that we will have to wait until the 3rd level and 9th level at the earliest to complete the optimization. I just don't know if we can reach the Earth level after optimizing these defects, Suche muttered quietly. Although he said this, he was not sure in his heart. After all, the gap between the Shen level techniques and the D level techniques is so huge that it is no exaggeration to say that it is an insurmountable gap. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Let's optimize the current strength first. With an idea in mind, Suche immediately calmed down and practiced the galaxy breathing technique and Pujuan fist technique. With many previous experiences, Suche was already very familiar with this process. When the breathing method and fighting skills were optimized, less than 2 hours had passed. Twisting his neck, Suche tried to practice the galaxy breathing technique, and his whole body immediately became refreshed. He could clearly feel that the speed of absorbing supernatural powers had increased significantly. He stretched out his fist, and the Pujuan fist suddenly started to operate in his body, with sharp waves emerging from the tip of his fist. Very good. I worked hard and I am stronger today than yesterday. Feeling that his strength had increased again, Suche was in a good mood. Ding dong! Just at this moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in the exclusive training room. Then a picture suddenly appeared on the wall like curtain, showing the scene outside the classroom. Director Jiang? Seeing the beautiful figure standing outside the door, Suche raised his head in doubt. He didn't expect Jiang Lianyue to come to his class on her own initiative. Although he had some doubts in his mind, Suche still opened the classroom, straightened his collar and left the training room. As soon as I walked out of the practice room, I ran into Jiang Lianyue, who had just entered the classroom. Jiang Lianyue was wearing a light pink robe, and she no longer looked like a cold and aloof director, but instead looked like a girl next door. Suche was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and greeted Director Jiang. Are you here to look for Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi? They are still practicing. Do you need me to call them? Zhang Lianyue shook her head. Teacher Suche, I came to see you this time. Looking for me? Suche was surprised. It's like this. My brother wanted to invite you to his home to thank you for teaching Yueli and Yueshi, but he was too busy to have time, so he asked me to come and invite you in person. Jiang Lianyue's expression was somewhat strange. I see. Suche understood what was going on, but for some reason, the scene of Jiang Tianyang tightly grasping his hands suddenly emerged in his mind, and his expression became a little strange. Teacher Suche? Teacher Suche? Seeing that Suche hadn't said anything further, Jiang Lianyue called out softly. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely visit you in the next 2 weeks. Suche nodded in response, and suddenly asked, Director Jiang will be there, too, right? Yes. Jiang Lianyue spoke subconsciously, but then added, as a member of the Jiang family, I will definitely be there. Suche couldn't help but smile. Okay, see you then. Yeah. Jiang Lianyue responded softly, and then there was no more sound. Jiang Lianyue didn't say anything, and Suche didn't know what to say. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere spread between the two. Director Jiang, would you like to sit in the lounge? The space is large and the soundproofing is good. Suche took the initiative to break the deadlock. Jiang Lianyue's eyelashes trembled, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. Thank you, but no thanks. Then I'll call you Li and Yushi over to chat with you? Need not. Jiang Lianyue still refused, and then suddenly seemed to think of something. She shook her wrist, and a black card appeared in her palm. Oh, Teacher Suche, there is one more thing. My brother asked me to pass this card to you. He said it was a small gift from our Jiang family. There is not much money in it, only 5 million. Glancing at the black card in her hand, Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment before handing it over. Teacher Suche, if you don't want to accept it, I will. Jiang Lianyue stopped talking halfway, with the second half of the sentence stuck in her throat. He stared blankly at his bare palm. The original black card had long disappeared. Since this is Patriarch Zhang's sincere wish, it would seem a bit boring if I refuse, so I'd better obey your order. Suche put the black card into his pocket very naturally, with a normal expression. Please ask Director Zhang to thank the head of the Zhang family for me. Although he looked as steady as an old dog on the surface, Suche's heart rate was actually almost reaching 180. Not much money, 5 million. He really couldn't figure out how these two completely unrelated words were put together. That's 5 million. With my 2 gambling wars in dark web betting, my total assets so far do not exceed 3 million. As a result, the Jiang family spent 5 million at once. They are truly wealthy. This money comes just in time. I'd rather waste it. Jiang Lianyue's expression suddenly froze, like a frozen painting. He exhaled briefly and convulsively, and stood still as if rooted to the spot. I just felt that the image of Suche in my mind was wavering, completely unpredictable. After a moment of calming down, Jiang Lianyue looked at Suche with a complicated expression. It's getting late, Teacher Suche, so I'll leave first. Okay, I'll take you there. Suche, who was thinking about how to spend 5 million, didn't notice Jiang Lianyue's abnormality at all. After politely sending Jiang Lianyue to the door, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind and he blurted out, Director Jiang, do you know where I can buy the pulse dilation pill? Chapter 80, Go to the pharmacy. Sorry sir, I really don't have this pulse expansion pill? Jiang Lianyue paused, frowned slightly, thought carefully for a few seconds, and shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Because she was born in the Jiang family and has amazing talent, she has seen a lot of various energy potions and pills over the years, but this was the first time she had heard the name of the Meridian Expansion Pill. All right. Suche could not hide the disappointment on his face. The first thing he thought of after getting 5 million was to buy Meridian Expanding Pills. Only the Meridian Expanding Pill can enable Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi to improve rapidly. The faster the two of them improve, the faster his strength will increase. Therefore, this Meridian Expanding Pill is particularly important to him. Jiang Lianyue pondered for a moment. Even I have never heard of it. This Meridian Expansion Pill must be very valuable. In Pengcheng, basic potions are sold in many places, but there is only one place that sells ancient elixirs like this. Where? Suche asked impatiently. Jiang Lianyue, the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, Pharmacy Hall. Suche's eyes flickered, and his mind instantly recalled the text messages in Su Dachuan's phone. It is obvious that the person who sent the text message was from Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is very famous in Daxia and almost monopolizes most of the pharmaceutical business, even in the main base city. It is a well-deserved giant industry. Jiang Lianyue's guess made sense. If Pengcheng had Meridian Expanding Pills for sale, they would definitely be in the pharmacy. Teacher Suche, do you really need the Meridian Expanding Pill? Noticing Suche's changing expression, Jiang Lianyue asked thoughtfully. Suche, yes, it is indeed very important to me. I see. I'll keep an eye out for you if I get a chance. See you later. Jiang Lianyue nodded politely and turned away. Not long after Jiang Lianyue left, Suche made a decision in his heart. It seems that I have to go to this pharmacy. At the same time, Jiang Lianyue, who had just left, had already arrived at the office door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he paused. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the corridor, took out his cell phone and made a call. After the call was connected, Jiang Lianyue got straight to the point. I have already handed the black card over to Teacher Suche. Ha ha ha, it's good that you accepted it. It's good that you accepted it. By the way, have you invited Teacher Suche to visit your home? Zhang Tianyang's hearty voice came immediately. Teacher Suche agreed. Okay, just agree to it. TSK, little sister, you're pretty quick. Didn't you say you were very busy this morning? TSK. Jiang Lianyue's face darkened, and her expression was slightly embarrassed. I just happened to pass by. I understand. I really believe you just happened to pass by. Really? Zhang Tianyang's tone sounded strange. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up. Jiang Lianyue said this, but she continued, when I was leaving, Teacher Suche asked me if I knew where to buy the pulse dilation pill. It seemed very important to him. Anyway, I haven't heard of it. You can do whatever you want. This matter has nothing to do with me. After saying this, he hung up the phone without hesitation. You said this, and I'll hang up if you say so. Hearing the busy tone of the phone, Zhang Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Pulse expansion pill? When he whispered the name, Jiang Tianyang's brows suddenly wrinkled into a lump. Although he is a 4th level extraordinary powerful man, he doesn't know much about potions and elixirs, but since this matter was related to Su Che, he decided to help find out. Having made up his mind, Jiang Tianyang quickly dialed the phone and gave the order, "Afu, help me check if there are any Meridian expanding pills for sale in Pengcheng. If you find any news, let me know immediately." City Center, the main entrance of the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Wow, it's worthy of being the only flagship store in the city. It's really impressive. Looking up at the quaint door in front of him, Su Che was amazed. There are 2 thick red painted pillars in front of me. Roughly estimated, it would take at least 2 adults holding hands to hug them. On the plaque above the red lacquer pillar are 3 large gold-plated characters, Pharmacy Hall. But in the lower right corner of the 3 large gold-plated characters, there is a line of words engraved in small regular script, Harbin Pharmaceutical Group branch number 06. Although it was already 2:30 in the afternoon, there were still a lot of customers coming in and out of the pharmacy. Although it has not reached the point where people are shoulder to shoulder, it is not far off. Go in and take a look. Su Che took a deep breath and immediately walked into the pharmacy. Ever since he heard Jiang Lian say in the morning that there might be Meridian expanding pills in the pharmacy of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, he has been tempted. I had originally planned to come and see it tomorrow, but in the end I couldn't wait any longer, so I rushed here without stopping. What's that smell? As soon as he stepped into the hall, Su Che sniffed suddenly. It is not the pungent smell as imagined, but rather a refreshing fragrance. After sniffing it for a few times, I actually felt that my originally restless mood was relaxed a lot. It's worthy of being a place under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. It's amazing. I don't know what this scent is, but it must be very strong. The more powerful the pharmacy is, the more excited he is, which means the probability of the pharmacy selling the Meridian expanding pill will be greater. After taking a quick look around, Su Che frowned slightly. He found that there seemed to be only bottles of potions in the hall on the first floor, but no pills. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Just then, a uniformed staff member spoke politely. Su Che was puzzled. "Hello, don't we have any medicine pills for sale here?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of many customers around. All the strange or teasing glances were focused on Su Che in an instant. Many people wanted to see where this clown bumpkin came from, but when they saw the 3rd-level teacher badge on teacher Su Che's robe, their faces changed. Compared with such young 3rd-level teachers, they seem like clowns. The real clown is actually me. Medicine? The staff rolled his eyes and said, "Sir, this must be your first time visiting our pharmacy, right? The pills are all on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." Led by the staff, Su Che was quickly taken to the 2nd floor. The space on the 2nd floor is much smaller than that on the 1st floor, and there are far fewer customers. "Sir, I'm not exaggerating. The elixirs in our pharmacy are the most comprehensive in Pengcheng. We have all the elixirs you can name." Realizing that Su Che was a 3rd-level teacher, the staff member became more enthusiastic. "I don't know what kind of elixir you need, I'll get it for you right away. The service provided by large enterprises is impeccable." Su Che nodded with satisfaction and blurted out, "I need a Meridian expanding pill." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. The staff member's eyebrows twitched. "Sir, could you please say what you just said again?" "I said I need a Meridian expanding pill," Su Che repeated. The staff's smiles gradually froze, like petrified sculptures. Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. The staff member twitched his mouth. "Sorry sir, no." Su Che raised his eyelids. "Didn't you say that you have all the elixirs that can be named?" "I need a Meridian expansion pill, did you hear me clearly?" Gurgled. The staff member's dry throat suddenly rolled. "I'm sorry, sir, I really don't have this." Chapter 81 Out of stock. The fastest waiting time for placing an order is half a year. Pharmacy, 2nd floor. "I'm sorry sir, I don't have that." The staff member's face flushed slightly and he looked a little embarrassed. Seeing Su Che frowning, the staff member hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, sir, although the pulse expansion pill is in the catalog of pills sold in our pharmacy, it has been out of stock." "Out of stock? Why?" Su Che's brows were already wrinkled into a pimple. The staff member apologized. "I'm very sorry, sir. I don't have the authority to know more information. If you need, I can ask the store manager to come over." "Yeah." Su Che responded indifferently. "Okay sir, I'll go get the manager right away." Please just stand here and don't move. After saying that, the staff member turned around and trotted away. Soon, the staff member came to the gray-haired store manager and whispered something in his ear. A few seconds later, the store manager looked suspiciously in Suche's direction, then nodded slightly when he saw the third-level teacher badge on Suche's chest. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I have to deal with something temporarily. How about I come back for the appraisal after I'm done? It won't take much time. The store manager immediately looked at the elegantly dressed silver-haired young man next to him and expressed an apologetic expression. What are you doing? My time is precious. The silver-haired young man immediately showed dissatisfaction, but still waved his hand. Hurry up, I will only wait for you for a minute. If it weren't for the reputation of your Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, I would have sold this pill to someone else long ago. Thank you for your approval, sir. Please wait a moment. The store manager took a deep look at the brocade box in the silver-haired man's hand, then turned around and walked towards Suche under the guidance of the staff. Hello, sir. My last name is Mai. You can call me Lao Mai or my English name Mike. What's your name, sir? Mike had a professional smile on his face. As the manager of the Pengcheng Pharmacy of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, his eyesight is naturally not bad. After just a few glances, he immediately determined that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Okay, Manager Mike, my name is Suche. Suche got straight to the point. I want to buy the pulse enlargement pill, but the staff told me that the store doesn't have it. I want to know what's going on. Old Mike's face shuddered, but he still patiently explained, it's like this, Mr. Su. In theory, our pharmacy sells all the elixirs on the market, but due to the special effects of the vascular expansion pill, very few people buy it, so our Pengcheng branch does not sell this kind of elixir. It's broken. Suche's face darkened. Then where can I buy it? Mike, don't worry, Mr. Su. Although our Pengcheng branch doesn't have it, it doesn't mean that the headquarters doesn't have it. If you need it, we can apply to the headquarters to transfer it to you. Suche's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, then give me 2. No, 4, how much is it in total? Mike's pupils slightly dilated, and he looked at Suche deeply. Are you sure you want 4? Of course. Suche nodded without hesitation. There is nearly 3 million in his card, and there is another 5 million in the black card given by Jiang Tianyang. Wouldn't it be easy to buy 4 pills? Okay, the total price of the 4 is 10 million, and the deposit needs to be paid in advance of 50%. You only need to pay 5 million in advance. Hearing this, Suche's expression froze inch by inch, like a stone statue being weathered by the wind. 4 meridian expanding pills cost 10 million? Combining one pill costs 2.5 million, this. This is even faster than robbing money. Ahem, never mind. Let's just take 2 first. Suche changed his words without hesitation. Mike's expression remained unchanged. No problem, Mr. Su, the 2 meridian expanding pills total 5 million, you only need to prepay 2.5 million. Jiang Tianyang's calculations were accurate, right? He didn't leave a single cent for me. This thought flashed through Suche's mind. By the way, how soon can I get the pills after paying? Suche, who was about to pay the money, seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. That's not necessarily the case. The system will apply for additional deployment in about a week at the latest, unless there are special circumstances. I'll check for you. Mike took out his portable smart computer and started searching. A strange color flashed in his eyes and his expression was obviously a little weird. What? Is there a problem? Suche keenly sensed that something was wrong. Mike hesitated and finally sighed. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Su. The headquarters has no stock of pulse dilation pills. If you want to buy some, you need to send a new order to the pharmacist to make it. This cycle may be a bit long. Suche's pupils trembled slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. This cycle is a bit long. How long is it approximately? Mike, it could be as short as half a year or as slow as a year. Suche's face suddenly changed. He felt his temple throbbing and his head was a little confused. Half a year or a year, not to mention half a year. The military examination will be in 3 months, and by then it will be too late. Is there any way to get it quickly? Like adding more money? Suche did not give up. Mike shook his head without hesitation. This is not a matter of money. Senior pharmacists have a high status and the company cannot impose time limits, so, although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was already very clear. Suche wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. Manager Mai, didn't we agree on 1 minute? But look how long it's been. Are you ready to take my pills? If not, I'll have to go to another store. Following the sound, they saw a silver-haired young man swaggering forward with a red brocade box in his arms, looking at Suche with obvious impatience. Yes, of course. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, please give me another minute. Mike smiled apologetically, then turned around and looked at Suche. Mr. Su, this is the situation. How about you place your order first, or think about it again? Suche did not answer directly, but frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Suche asked solemnly, Manager Mike, I want to know if there is any other way to buy the pulse enlargement pill besides the pharmacy headquarters? Of course I need the Meridian expanding pill, but I definitely can't wait for half a year of this. Mike opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end no sound came out. Suche's eyes flickered, knowing that there was hope. He was about to press on to win, but was interrupted again by the silver-haired young man. Buy it if you want, and don't waste other people's time if you don't want to buy it, okay? Manager Mai, I can wait, but my blood-gathering pill can't wait. After that, he opened the brocade box and revealed a red pill. Give me a straight answer within 3 minutes. If you want it, we will trade now. If not, I will find another company. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so anxious, right? Mike's face turned bitter. My appraisal took more than 3 minutes, and you, the silver-haired young man waved his hand to interrupt. Just 3 minutes. If you don't accept it, I will turn around and leave. Good. Manager Mike gritted his teeth and immediately took out an optical microscope to carefully study the blood-gathering pill in front of him with an extremely serious expression. 3 minutes later, the silver-haired young man closed the brocade box on time. Manager Mai, the time is up. Make a decision quickly. Mr. Jiang, I haven't finished reading this yet. Can I take another look? No, 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Mike was silent for a moment and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Mike seemed to have finally made up his mind and looked at the silver-haired man who was about to respond, but before he could open his mouth, Suche interrupted him. Wait, there's something wrong with this pill. Chapter 82 Breaking Delusion. Show your might again. Far away in the horizon, yet close at hand. Wait, there's something wrong with this pill. Just before Mike blurted out the answer, Suche interrupted him. Suche's words seemed to have some magical power. The scene seemed to be paused, and all sound disappeared in an instant. The air was almost frozen, and at this moment even a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Swish swish. At this moment, both the customers and the shop assistants focused their eyes on Suche. Although Suche's voice was calm, the effect was explosive. Saying that there was something wrong with the pills in the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group was enough to attract everyone's attention. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Mike narrowed his eyes slightly, with some doubt deep in his eyes. Although he had only been conducting the appraisal for less than 3 minutes, he had basically completed all the observations that needed to be made. Based on years of experience, no problems were found with this blood-gathering pill. Since the pills were fine and the price was right, he naturally wanted to buy them back. Pills are different from medicines. You can make a lot of profit from them, but after being interrupted by Suche, he suddenly became a little unconfident. There's something wrong with this pill. Suche repeated calmly. Bullshit. What are you talking about? The silver-haired man's expression changed in an instant, and he was furious. This is the elixir passed down by our Zhang family, a genuine full-grade Xiangjuxu pill. How could there be a problem? What do you know? It was visibly that the silver-haired man was a little excited, and his face was slightly flushed. Manager Mai, this person is talking nonsense here and misleading the public. Shouldn't you kick him out? Mike quickly smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. Maybe Mr. Su made a mistake. I personally still want to believe Mr. Jiang. Although he said so, Mike did not mention the deal again. Instead, he looked at Suche intentionally or unintentionally. Noticing Mike's eyes, Suche understood. Obviously, whether to believe it or not is another matter, but Mike has already become suspicious. And this is exactly what he wants. He was already in a bad mood when he heard that he would have to wait so long for the Meridian expanding pill. I finally saw some hope in Mike's expression and was about to strike while the iron was hot to ask something, but was interrupted by the silver-haired young man. I can't stand it. I absolutely can't stand it. If you are not allowed to sit at the table, then don't eat at all. Thinking of this, Suche sneered, full quality elixir? I think it's a damaged one, right? The silver-haired young man's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes, but it completely disappeared in just a moment, replaced by a face full of shame and anger. Stop talking nonsense here. Do you know anything about elixirs? Do you have any evidence? I now seriously suspect that you are sent by another family to ruin my business here and want me to go to your family, right? After that, Silverhair looked at Mike impatiently. Manager I won't be influenced by this kind of person. Don't worry, since you have agreed just now, let's start the transaction. Mike did not answer directly. His eyes fell on Suche without any concealment. His attitude was self-evident. Noticing this scene, the silver-haired young man clenched his teeth, veins appeared on his forehead, and his face looked extremely ugly. In contrast, Suche's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the silver-haired young man faintly. As for the elixir, I know a little bit about it. Since you want evidence, I will be merciful and tell you. Boom! Boom! When Suche's eyes swept over him, the silver-haired young man's heart couldn't help beating faster and his breathing became a little rapid, but soon, the silver-haired young man threw away the messy thoughts in his mind and kept comforting himself. No, what kind of elixir would such a young boy know? Even Mike couldn't figure it out. How could he possibly figure it out? He must have just guessed. It must be. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Thinking this in his heart, the silver-haired young man gradually calmed down, but the next moment, Suche's words completely broke his defense. I don't know the exact value of the blood-gathering pill, but I do know that the price difference between a full-quality pill and a damaged-quality pill may be several times or even dozens of times. Although the blood-gathering pill in the brocade box looks like a full-grade pill, it is actually a defective pill. To be more precise, it is a combination of two defective pills. Hearing this, the silver-haired boy's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled violently, and his fingers turned slightly white due to the force. Mike's pupils shrank into needlepoints in an instant. Suche raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and continued to fire. It is very simple to distinguish whether the pill in front of you is in good condition or incomplete. Although you can't see the difference on the surface, there is a clear difference in density between the pill in good condition and the one that has been repaired. There is no need to cut it open. You can tell the difference with 2 cups of saline solution. At this point, Suche fixed his eyes on the silver-haired young man. Am I right? Mike immediately looked at him coldly. Boom! The silver-haired young man only felt a loud bang in his ears, as if muddy river water was poured into his ear canal, and he could no longer hear any sound from the outside world. He stood there in a daze, the numbness in his tailbone spreading all the way to the top of his head. He never expected that his most secret trick would be seen through at a glance. Even his underwear was seen through. Gudong the dry throat rolled suddenly, and the silver-haired young man shuddered and suddenly woke up, feeling the burning gazes from everyone around him, especially Mike's questioning gaze. The silver-haired young man picked up the brocade box and walked out. I really don't know what you're talking about. Well, since the pharmacy is not sincere about buying it, I won't force it. Other families are still vying for it. Looking at the silver-haired young man's hurried back, Mike raised his right hand and waved. He was still a little unsure at first, but the silver-haired young man's actions at this moment were undoubtedly self-destructive. The next moment, several security guards in uniform blocked the silver-haired young man's way. Seeing that he couldn't get away, the silver-haired young man suddenly burst into fear and started to throw a tantrum. What? Is Harbin Pharmaceutical Group trying to force a sale? Look! Come and see! Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is forcing a sale and restricting personal freedom. Mike's voice gradually turned cold. We at Harbin Pharmaceutical Group never force sales or bully people, but if someone has evil intentions towards us, then I'm sorry. Come, take Mr. Jiang away and settle him down, and ask the law enforcement team to come and deal with him according to the law. Hearing this, the silver-haired young man's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his expression was completely desperate. He turned stiffly to look at Suche, regret reaching its peak. Auv, why do you bother him if you have nothing to do? After the silver-haired young man was taken away, the scene quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Su, thank you so much this time, otherwise I, as the store manager, would be to blame. Mike's tone was sincere, his expression was obviously more enthusiastic, and the look he gave Suche was also much more serious. Suche was able to see problems that even he hadn't noticed, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Mike's eyelashes trembled, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: the surname is Su. Could it be the Su family from the main base city? Just then, Suche's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Manager Mike, there's no need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, why not tell me if there is any other way to buy the pulse expanding pill besides the pharmacy headquarters? Mike came back to his senses, thought for a moment and nodded heavily. I do know where to buy it. Where? Suche's face lit up with joy. Mike smiled mysteriously and pointed upwards. It's far away in the sky, but it's right in front of us. Chapter 83, 7th level pharmacist Xie Dang, Yulong Mountain in the southern suburbs, Zhang family villa, quiet room. What's up, Ah Fu? Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Is there any news about the Meridian expanding pill? Zhang Tianyang had just finished his training, and the extremely young energy was flowing through his body, which made people feel odd. Ah Fu bowed slightly and said, Return home, my master. I have checked and there is no pulse enlargement pill in stock in Pengcheng, including in the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. No? Zhang Tianyang raised his rough eyebrows and said, Is this Meridian expanding pill so rare that it is priceless? Ah Fu shook his head. No, the retail price of the pulse expansion pill is around 2.5 million Great Xia coins. So cheap? Then why is it out of stock? Zhang Tianyang was even more confused. That's right, Patriarch. This Meridian expansion pill is not a cultivation pill, but a relatively rare functional pill. We in Pengcheng need too little, so, Zhang Tianyang nodded, I understand. Since Pengcheng doesn't have it, other cities probably won't have it either. So, you can contact the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group pharmacy headquarters directly. They will definitely have it. Buy 2 of them. No, just buy 4 to make it a whole. Ah Fu still shook his head. Master, I have already consulted, and the pharmacy headquarters does not have any stock. If you want to buy it, you will have to wait at least half a year. Half a year? Zhang Tianyang glared and said, Half a year is too long, isn't it? From what my little sister said, Teacher Suche is in a hurry to use him, and he definitely can't wait half a year. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tianyang waved his hand. I understand, you go down first. Yes, Patriarch. After Ah Fu left, Zhang Tianyang hesitated for a moment and then made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Dong, I'm Tianyang. Are you feeling well lately? This is what I mean. Don't you have a good relationship with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group? I want to ask Uncle Dong for a favor. That's the situation, so I'd like to ask you where I can buy the Meridian expanding pill. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Okay, I'll definitely go to the main base city to see you if I have the chance. 3 minutes later, the phone rang. When the call was connected, a strong voice came over. Xiao Jiang, although the Meridian expanding pill you mentioned is not a particularly precious pill, its production is really limited. I asked around but couldn't find anyone who has it in stock. Zhang Tianyang was slightly disappointed. I understand, Uncle Dong. If it doesn't work, I can only wait patiently for half a year. Just when Zhang Tianyang was giving up hope, the other party suddenly changed the subject. But I also heard a piece of good news, that is, the founder of this vascular expansion pill is now living in your Pengcheng. Maybe I can buy it from him, but what is it? Zhang Tianyang's eyes lit up. The creator of this pulse expanding pill is called Xie Dang. Although his combat power is average, he is a genuine 7th level pharmacist with an extremely eccentric and strange personality. You are a little guy in the extraordinary realm, so he will most likely ignore you. Level 7 Pharmacist. Zhang Tianyang's pupils suddenly shrank. A pharmacist is considered a profession with a very high status among the 6 supernatural arts. The 7th level pharmacist is the top of the pharmacist system. Given the other party's status, he usually comes into contact with at least 5th level masters or even 6th level masters. My own extraordinary cultivation is indeed not enough. Don't worry, if you're just looking to buy some pills, it shouldn't be a problem. I'll try to pass on a message for you. As for whether it works, it depends on the other party's mood. Hearing this, Zhang Tianyang nodded seriously. Thank you, Uncle Dong, I understand. At the same time of pharmacy hall, staircase leading from the second floor to the third floor, Mike was carrying a pot of sauce-flavored liquor in front, and Suche was carrying a roast chicken behind. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Mike turned around again with a serious expression. Mr. Su, you must remember what I just said. When you go upstairs, don't wander around and follow me closely. Also, don't make a sound unless I tell you to. Senior Xia's character. In short, if you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have taken you to see Senior Xia. Don't worry. I'm a professional at observing the nose with my eyes and the heart with my nose. I will never say anything. Suche said with a serious face. It's not difficult to keep silent, as long as you can buy some meridian expanding pills. Mike nodded, still a little worried. Also, I will only speak to Senior Xia on your behalf. As for whether Senior Xia is willing to sell it to you, I can't guarantee that. Let me make this clear first. Suche raised his hand and made an OK gesture. A senior with an eccentric personality, which completely fits the stereotype. Okay, then follow me up. Mike glanced at the third floor and then began to lead the way. Although it was said to be the third floor, Suche felt that there were far more than 3 floors. It took him several minutes to successfully step onto the third floor. Compared with the second floor, the third floor is smaller, but because there are not many people, it gives people a deserted feeling. What a pungent smell! After taking a few deep sniffs of the air, Suche subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. It's not that he is being pretentious, but the smell is too strong, as if it goes straight into his brain. A rough estimate is that the smell is at least 10 times more pungent than that in a Chinese medicine store. Remember what I said and follow me. Mike seemed to be accustomed to the smell and didn't feel anything at all. He immediately led Suche deeper into the cave. The further he went in, the stronger the pungent smell became, and the more Suche's brows furrowed. Soon, Mike came to a room and stood in front of it. At the same time, the pungent smell reached its peak and seemed to become substantial. Suche instantly determined that the source of the smell must be inside the house. Knock knock knock. Mike knocked quietly on the door. Who? After a few seconds, a slightly hoarse voice was heard in the room. Thank you, Mr. Xia. It's me, Little Mike. I'm here to bring you some food. Mike responded respectfully. No need. A vague voice came from the room. Mr. Xia, we have multi-flavor liquor. Come in quickly. Mike turned around and gave Suche a look, then pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Su Che. As soon as I entered the room, I saw an old man with gray hair and a dirty gray robe. He was hitting 2 pills with a small hammer in one hand, and taking notes with a pen in the other hand, muttering, "This is so messed up. I forgot which one was the real one." Hearing the noise, old man Xia didn't even raise his head. Put down the wine, take the food away. Okay, thank you. Mike respectfully put the wine aside and bowed slightly, but did not leave. Something? Mr. Xia's voice was vague. Mike bowed and said, "It's like this, Mr. Xia. The person next to you is an important customer of our pharmacy. He wants to buy a few meridian expanding pills, but the headquarters doesn't have any in stock, so he wanted to ask you for help." What important client? Why are you bringing all these random people here? Can't you see I'm doing an experiment? Get out of here. I don't want to have to say it again. Old man Xia interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his voice full of impatience. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. We'll leave now. Mike's face turned bitter. He smiled bitterly and shook his head at Suche, then immediately pulled Suche up and was about to leave. However, it didn't pull Suche at all. He turned back stiffly, only to see Suche's lips curl up slightly. There is a problem with the pill on the left. Chapter 84. Maybe this is talent. The third floor of the pharmacy, high in the room. There's something wrong with the pill on the left side. In front of Mike and Xia Dang, Suche spoke calmly with a firm look in his eyes. We finally got the news about the meridian expanding pill. It would be a shame to give it up like this. Suche's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the room. Xia Dang was stunned at first, then he raised his head and looked at Suche straight in the eye. Mike suddenly felt goosebumps extending from his neck to his arms, and his scalp instantly became numb. My eyes turned dark and I was about to cry. He never expected Suche to suddenly speak at this time, which really troubled him. But if you anger Senior Xia Dang, not to mention him, a small store manager, even the person in charge of Pengcheng will be implicated. Gudong, his dry throat rolled suddenly, and Mike bowed as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I'll take him away now. After saying this, he tried to forcibly pull Suche away. This time Suche did not resist. He turned around and left with Mike very calmly, but just as the two were about to step out of the room, Xia Deng's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait a moment. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared in the corners of Su Che's eyes. It's done. Considering the other party was so obsessed with elixirs, he didn't believe that he wasn't curious. Mr. Xia, don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Mike thought Shedden was going to get angry, so he patted his chest and made assurances. Shut up. Xia Deng interrupted Mike directly, and then pointed at Su Che. Boy, you just said there is a problem with the pill on the left side? Su Che took a step forward. Yes, that's right. After carefully examining Su Che, Xia Deng snorted. I can't even see it, so how can you, a rookie who hasn't even reached the transcendent realm, see it? Are you just guessing? Su Che didn't say anything, just kept smiling. Seeing Su Che's expression, Xia Deng became interested. He took the two pills of the same shape, size, luster and smell on the table and placed them in his palms. He looked at Su Che with a half smile. You mean there's something wrong with the pill in your left hand? Are you sure? Sure. Su Che nodded without hesitation. Very good. Very good. Xia Deng's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he threw the pill in his right hand to Su Che. Since you said there is something wrong with the pill in your left hand, then eat the pill in your right hand. Don't you want to buy the Meridian Expanding Pill? Eat it, and I will give you the Meridian Expanding Pill for free, really? Su Che took the pill and his pupils dilated slightly, and the expression on his face was very interesting for a moment. Break the delusion shows that the pill in his hand is called Yuan Nung Pill, a fourth-tier pill. Generally speaking, things below level 4 are called potions, and things above level 4 can be called elixirs. Yuan Energy Pills and Yuan Energy Potion have the same effects, but there is a huge difference in their levels. Let me take a Yuan Nung Pill for free, and then give me a Meridian Expansion Pill for free. I am too familiar with this scene. Isn't this a double happiness of eating and taking? Thinking of this, Su Che forced himself to keep his voice calm. Okay, I agree. Thank you. Mr. Mike on the side was speechless. Mr. Xia, don't bother with him. He must have just made a random guess. I'll ask him to apologize to you right now. After that, he pulled Su Che over and lowered his voice. Mr. Su, are you crazy? Only one of the two pills is the real Yuan Nung Pill. Even if you choose the right one, you can't absorb much if you are not a supernatural body. If you choose the wrong one, you don't know what harm it will cause to your body. This is much more harmful than taking a drug test on the dark web. Listen to me, apologize quickly. Although he had some complaints about Su Che's disobedience, he also didn't want to see Su Che causing irreparable consequences due to his show-off. Manager Mike, I know this. The Meridian Expanding Pill is very important to me, and I must get it. Su Che said this, but he was secretly muttering in his heart, thank you, my old Mike, but I really want to improve. But, seeing that Mike wanted to say something, Su Che became anxious and immediately stuffed the Yuan Nung Pill into his mouth. Gudong, it was like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. He swallowed it without even chewing it. Hiccup. The next second, Su Che burped. In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. Swish, two pairs of eyes instantly focused on Su Che, like a magnet meeting a steel nail, and could no longer be moved away. Mike's expression became stiffer and stiffer, as if frozen on his face like a sculpture. Xia Deng's brows twitched involuntarily. Obviously he didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. Hiss. Su Che immediately felt a powerful energy erupting from his abdomen. The energy continued to spread from his dantian to his limbs and bones, impacting the meridians throughout his body. In less than a second, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Su Che's forehead, and his skin turned red like a cooked shrimp. If it were someone else, their body probably wouldn't be able to retain such terrifying energy, but Su Che was different. He was very familiar with this sudden influx of huge energy. He is very experienced when it comes to this kind of process of getting something for nothing. Everyone, stay here. Su Che's cheeks were tense, and his muscles were knotted and veins were visible. Although his body was shaking violently, not a single bit of energy leaked out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Su Che's expression gradually relaxed, and the energy in his dantian gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened before. Boom! Su Che's whole body once again emitted bursts of energy uncontrollably, but this time it was a breakthrough. A Yuan Nung Pill actually allowed Su Che to break through again. Level 3, level 9, he had just broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage before the 2nd monthly test. It's only been less than a week in total. This speed is even faster than cheating. Mike was dumbfounded. No, this is a breakthrough. He was already very surprised that he had chosen the right Yuan pill. So how did he make a breakthrough? No, is this reasonable? Not only Mike, but even Xie Dang looked Suche up and down with a look of surprise, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Although his main occupation is a pharmacist and his own cultivation has always remained at the extraordinary level and is not outstanding, he is outstanding in terms of eyesight. Although his cultivation is not extraordinary, he can still prevent the power of the Yuan pill from leaking out. This shows that his meridians are very resilient and have great potential. Simply put, genius. Of course, compared to this, Xie Dang was more curious about how Suche could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the pill on the left. Kid, tell me your name, and how do you know there's something wrong with the pill on the left? While speaking, Xie Dang stood up quietly, and his originally cloudy eyes instantly became bright. Suche had just recovered from the joy of his breakthrough, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face when he heard this. Mr. Xie, this meridian expansion pill you promised me. Xie Dang's eyes twitched slightly, and he snorted as he immediately opened the drawer and threw out 2 pills casually. Here. Suche took the pill and couldn't hide his excitement. 2.5 million for 1, and 5 million for 2. Suppressing his excitement, Suche raised the corner of his mouth, replying to Mr. Xie, my name is Suche. As for why I can tell that there is something wrong with the elixir, after a pause, Suche smiled shyly, maybe this is talent. Chapter 85, Mr. Xie, can I choose again? The third floor of the pharmacy. The atmosphere in Xie Dang's private pharmacy was as weird as it could be. Just after Suche said the words, maybe this is talent, the room seemed to turn into a frozen painting. Old Mike's eyes were wide open. Although he didn't make any sound on the surface, his thoughts were exploding inside. No buddy, I'm out of breath when I say you're fat. You could have just chosen the right Yuan pill and been happy about it. Why are you still showing off? Saying that you have talent in front of Senior Xie is like showing off your sword in front of Guangong. It's over. This is terrible. Old Mike quietly looked up and noticed Shedden's expression, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Based on his understanding of Shedden, the other party's expression clearly showed interest. There are only 2 possible outcomes if Senior Xie Dang is interested. First, Senior Xie Dang was very satisfied, so everyone was happy. The other possibility is that Senior Xie Dang is very disappointed, which would be terrible. But the question is, can Suche satisfy Senior Xie Dang by raising the tone so high right from the start? For a moment, old Mike regretted bringing Suche here. Good talent? Ha, interesting. Just as Mike expected, Shedden was indeed interested, and very interested. As a level 7 pharmacist who was very close to level 8, no one has ever told him that he has a good talent. Even Zhuang Yan, who is known as a genius and now teaches at the #1 supernatural university in Daxia, does not dare to say that his talent is better than his. Now a junior of the 3rd level and 9th level said in front of him that he had talent. As Xie Dang flipped his hands, 2 pills of exactly the same shape, size and smell appeared in his hand again, and there was a deep meaning in his eyes. One of these 2 pills is a true aging pill. Although it cannot increase your cultivation like the Yuan pill, it can quickly restore your energy and spirit to their best state after taking it, and can even slightly increase your potential. The other one is a failed aging pill. Not only does it fail to enhance your energy, but it can also damage your mind and cause irreversible damage to your body. At this point, Xie Dang paused slightly and said, pick one and eat it. Let me see your talent. His eyes were fixed on the pill in Xie Dang's hand, with a faint light flickering in Suche's eyes, but he said nothing, his expression looking a little awkward as he seemed to want to say something but was hesitant. Why? Didn't you say you have a good talent? A hint of boredom flashed across Xie Dang's eyes, and the smile on his face gradually faded. It's bad. Old Mike lowered his head as if he had foreseen something, and his expression was very panicked. However, Suche smiled calmly and said, Mr. Xie, if I choose the right one, can you give me 2 more meridian expanding pills? The effect of the pulse enlargement pill is unknown. What if 2 pills are not enough? Of course, the more the better. Oh? Xie Dang's eyes lit up again. If you choose the right one, how about I give you 2 more? After receiving the promise, Suche blurted out without hesitation, there is a problem with the pill on the right. I choose the left one. Xie Dang was stunned, as if he didn't expect Suche to be so decisive. Are you sure? Sure. Suche nodded without hesitation, his eyes full of anticipation. Good man. Mr. Xie is really a good man. Giving away Yuan Dan for free is not enough. We also have to give away aging Dan after giving out the aging pills. I will also give you 2 Kumai pills. It's double happiness again. double happiness, Xiadeng stopped talking, looked at Suche deeply, and then threw the pill in his left hand to Suche with a whoosh. Crack, Suche threw it into his mouth and chewed it without even looking at it. The taste is similar to Japanese beans. Suche silently evaluated it in his heart. As soon as a sperm-enhancing pill entered his stomach, Suche immediately felt the subtle changes taking place in his body. My whole body feels relaxed as if I just finished a 499-minute massage. Even the fatigue brought by staying up late at home last night was swept away, and the whole person felt clear-headed and energetic. Was it the right choice again? Old Mike raised his head in surprise, his chin slowly opened, and his gaze changed again as he looked at Suche. Choosing the right answer once can be considered a guess, but choosing the right answer twice in a row must be something. Here, for you. Xiadeng's eyes showed more interest, and he raised his hand and threw out 2 more meridian expanding pills. Suche carefully took the 2 meridian expanding pills and could not hide his excitement. It was as if the 2 pills in front of him were not meridian expanding pills at all, but 2 bundles of 2.5 million dasha coins. I made a lot of money, I made a fortune. Bang, accompanied by the sound of drawers opening and closing, Xiadeng took out 2 black pills from somewhere. Looking closely, one can notice that both pills are incomplete. Placing the 2 incomplete coins in his left and right palms respectively, Xiadeng spoke quietly. The elixir in my hand is called the diamond pill. Although the diamond pill cannot enhance cultivation, it is more precious than the yuan nong pill. Because the diamond pill is made from the heart blood of the 4th level vicious beast diamond ape, it can greatly increase physical strength after taking it without any side effects. You should understand its value. Although the diamond pill in my hand is incomplete, it is still very valuable. Of course, only one of these 2 pills is called the diamond pill. The other one is fake. To be precise, it is not fake, but is made from the blood of the demon heart ape. If eaten by mistake, it can cause coma at best, or serious decline in body functions. So, the voice paused for a moment, and when it reappeared, it asked like thunder, do you dare to choose? Vajra pill. Old Mike stared at Shedden's palm, his eyes full of heat. Diamond pills cannot be bought with money. The price of each pill on the dark web black market is astronomical. Although it was incomplete, it was still valuable, and for a moment even he wanted to choose one, but old Mike quickly shook off the thought that it's not that easy. If you make the wrong choice, won't it be a waste? Thinking of this, old Mike twisted his neck stiffly and looked at Suche. His pupils dilated instantly. He was surprised to find that there was not a trace of fear or hesitation in Suche's eyes. Instead, he seemed a little impatient. Are you sure? For the first time, Zaiden's eyes became somewhat complicated. Whether it was the Yuan pill or the Yijing pill before, he just couldn't tell from the surface, or was not sure. If it is combined with auxiliary tests such as density and granularity, he can definitely make the distinction with his ability, but except for the heart blood as the medicinal ingredient, the other auxiliary materials and steps of the 2 pills in his hand are exactly the same. So even he needed to take out some of the pills and conduct multiple experimental analyses before he could identify it. Suche's decisiveness in front of him made him a little confused. I am sure. Suche tried his best to control his emotions and not get too excited, and even forgot to ask for the meridian expanding pill. Although it was the first time I heard of the Vajra pill, it was not difficult to judge that this pill was very valuable. It would be unjust not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Okay, Suche, I'll remember you. You choose. Xiadeng spread his hands forward, looking at Suche with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Suche still blurted out, there is a problem with the pill on the left, I choose the right one. Xiadeng didn't waste any time and immediately threw the pill in his right hand to Suche. Crack, Suche took the pill and threw it into his mouth again without blinking. Hiss, Suche suddenly let out a strange cry, and curled up into a ball with a look of great pain. Golden and green lights kept appearing and disappearing all over his body. 3 minutes later. Suche stood up slowly, his eyes full of excitement. Mr. Xia, can I choose again? Chapter 86. No need to think about it, meet the teacher. Mr. Xia, can I choose again? Suppressing his inner throbbing, Suche's eyes turned red with excitement. The effect of that Vajra pill just now was simply amazing. Although it was incomplete, he felt that his body's defense had at least increased 3 times. The green lines flowing all over his body were faintly tinged with a hint of golden light, as if some unexpected changes were taking place. It was as if the green lines were extracting some essence from the Vajra pill and digesting and absorbing it. Although I don't understand the principle, it is certain that this change is beneficial. Try again? Xiadeng's gray beard twitched involuntarily. and his eyes suddenly became complicated. He looked Suche up and down carefully several times, and his eyes became more and more strange. He couldn't see a trace of relief, fear, or a sense of surviving a disaster in Suche's eyes. Instead, he read a hint of anticipation in Suche's eyes. Yes, that's the anticipation, especially when combined with what he just said. He suddenly felt that Suche seemed to be even more impatient than himself. Here comes the cheating food and drink? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Xie Deng's mind, and this thought popped up in an instant. Guessing it right once might be a guess, but guessing it right twice might be luck. But hitting the target 3 times is enough to show that Suche is really extraordinary, especially the last one, whether it was the real or fake Vajra pill. Even he who had studied it for a long time could not tell it apart with the naked eye. As an honorable 7th level pharmacist, it is true that he has no shortage of elixirs, but he is not a man who gives away money. Especially when he saw Suche's expression, he suddenly had a very strong premonition in his heart that is, if he continues to choose, he will probably be emptied out by Suche. Thinking of this, Xie Deng waved his hand casually, his expression calm. No need to try. I admit that you are quite capable. Hearing this, Suche could not hide the disappointment on his face. At this moment, he actually hoped for the first time that Xie Deng would continue to question himself. Only in this way can I continue to take drugs for free, which is so cool. Yuan Nang Dan. Jing Dan. Jing Gang Dan. None of these 3 pills is cheaper than the Meridian expanding pill in the outside world, especially the Vajra pill. If I could allow myself to continue taking a few more pills, the blue lines all over my body might change qualitatively, but unfortunately, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid I can't get it for free. How could Mr. Xie give such an evaluation? Old Mike, who always kept his head down and had little sense of presence, was now filled with shocking waves in his heart. He was fully responsible for Xie Deng's retirement at the Pengcheng Pharmacy branch for such a long time. Over the years, many large families have specially brought their talented pharmacists to visit, but no one has ever received praise from Mr. Xie, not even one. But today, Mr. Xie actually took the initiative to praise someone for his skills? This is something I've never seen before. If this matter were to get out, I'm afraid many people would be shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that based on this comment alone, if Suche had chosen the pharmacist route, he would have saved at least 20 years of detour. After thinking quickly for a moment, old Mike's expression suddenly became relieved, being able to identify the correct pill at a glance 3 times in a row. This ability is too astonishing. It is not surprising that such an incredible performance received such praise from Senior Xie Deng. Thump thump thump. Just as old Mike was shocked, Xie Deng had already walked quickly to Suche, his eyes burning. Suche, can you tell me, how did you do it? This was the second time Zidane asked today. Compared with the first time, both the attitude and the degree of importance are much stronger. Hearing this, Suche rolled his eyes. How do you do it? It's easy. Just cheat. No, to be precise, this is not cheating. Don't disconnect it if it's not turned off. This is common sense in the industry, but it was absolutely impossible to tell this to Shiden in front of him. After thinking for a while, Suche's Adam's apple rolled and his voice was slightly hesitant. I said it's purely based on feeling. Do you believe it? After saying that, he seemed to feel something was wrong and continued to add, it may have something to do with my family's long-standing spiritual plant business. At this point, Suche couldn't make up any more stories. Even he didn't believe them, but it doesn't matter anymore. Now that I have obtained the Meridian expanding pill without spending a penny, it is already perfect. However, what he never expected was that Xie Deng seemed to have really listened to him. That he subconsciously pulled his beard with his right hand, his facial expression changed rapidly, and his brows were wrinkled into a pimple. He wouldn't really believe it. Suche felt his throat getting dry. It feels like the spiritual plant business, he kept muttering to himself, with Xie Deng's eyes sometimes puzzled and sometimes bright. In this way, time passed by minute, and Shedden was completely immersed in thinking and did not move. Xie Deng didn't say anything, so old Mike and Suche could only stand there and stare. Just as Suche was getting impatient, Xie Deng's pupils trembled. I understand. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Suche, his eyes were full of passion, as if he was looking at some treasure. Xia Lao, what's wrong? Being stared at by Xie Deng in such a way, Suche instantly recalled a person in his mind. Zhang Tianyang. Zhang Tianyang's expression at that time was exactly the same as Xie Deng's expression at this moment. It was hard for him not to think too much. Little Mike, there's nothing for you to do here, go down and get busy. Noticing Mike standing next to Suche, Xie Deng's expression returned to normal and he immediately ordered him to leave. Okay, thank you. Although the soul of gossip was burning, he did not dare to go against Mr. Xie's wishes. After taking a deep look at Suche, he left as quickly as possible. Ahem. After old Mike left, Xie Ding coughed twice and looked back at Suche, smiling what he thought was the kindest smile. My dear Suche, are you interested in becoming my disciple, Xie Ding? As he spoke, Shedden did not conceal the expectation in his eyes. He was more than 70% sure that Suche was most likely the legendary medicine spirit body. The so-called medicine spirit body is just a vague general term. Because it is too rare, the industry knows very little about it, but one thing that is recognized in the industry is that the medicine spirit body has an extraordinary sensitivity to elixirs and can easily detect details that are difficult for ordinary people to observe. Suche's previous performance was completely consistent with this. Suche's mouth slowly opened wide. He had never expected that Xie Ding would accept him as his apprentice. After a brief surprise, Suche refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, Mr. Xie, my goal is to become a university teacher. I'm afraid I can't take you as my teacher. Just kidding, he has no intention of making medicine now. Seeing Suche's refusal, Xie Ding suddenly became anxious. Don't be so anxious to refuse. What's wrong with the teacher? My eldest disciple is a university teacher. University teachers also have to choose a supernatural power in 6 arts as a minor. Don't worry, I won't force you to make medicine. It's entirely up to you to arrange it. For now, you just need to find time to come and take a look. By the way, if you become my apprentice, you don't have to spend any money on Yuan Nung Dan or Yi Jing Dan. Think about it carefully. Xie Ding's words had just fallen. Suche, who had been reluctant just now, spoke firmly. Don't think about it, meet the teacher. Chapter 87. Master, didn't you swear that you would no longer accept disciples? At night, the sky is dotted with stars. Pengcheng City Center, except for basic lighting, most shops have turned off their lights. After all, with electricity so expensive today, the cost of keeping a sign lit all night is much higher than advertising. But at this moment, there is one shop that is an exception. That is the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Those who pay attention may notice that the lights on the 3rd floor of the pharmacy are often on all night long, which is very luxurious. The room with the lights on was Shedden's laboratory. About the overview and discussion of the medicinal spirit body, on the advantages of medicinal spirit bodies and the evolution of supernatural powers, 18 ways to identify medicinal spirits. The first is to make the other party admit it personally. The second is to force the other party to admit it. It is said that some parts of the male Yaoling body are 1 centimeter to 3 centimeters larger than those of normal men. Swish, swish, swish. Xie Ding was holding several piles of ancient books, turning the pages while drooling. As for why we don't use smart optical computers but instead take the trouble to look up ancient books, it is also very simple. Blue Star did not immediately start storing the data online in its intelligent optical computer after they ferocious beasts wreaked havoc. At that time, humans were still using primitive books to record information. However, due to the collapse and changes in order, the authenticity of the information in these ancient books varies. You may find secrets hidden in the long river of history, or you may see things that were fabricated by our predecessors purely for entertainment. It is no exaggeration to say that shit is gold mining. Damn it, these ancient people specialized in studying the lower 3rd path, right? After looking at it carefully for a while, Xie Ding finally cursed fiercely and spread his hands to stop looking. I searched for several hours but couldn't find any useful information. Shaking his head, Xie Ding's eyes sparkled. Forget it, I won't check it anymore. According to my experience, my little disciple is most likely a medicinal spirit body. I can't be wrong. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, the triangular watch on Xie Ding's wrist suddenly vibrated twice rapidly. Then a blue light suddenly shot out through the watch and slowly formed into a panoramic virtual robot image. Master, you have a voice call request. Although the robot's appearance is nothing special, its voice is exactly the same as that of a real person. At first glance, it is a high-level portable intelligent optical computer. Call request? Xie Ding raised his eyebrows. Isn't my communication code set to reject calls? How can you still call in? Master, this is a request for a call on the group's intranet. The person being called is Group Management Position M11. The robot answered immediately. It's such an annoying company with so many positions. Xie Ding muttered something, but still waved his hand, approved the call request. As soon as the call was connected, a voice full of official tone came out immediately. Hello, Mr. Xie, my name is Zhang Tao, my position is M11, and I am mainly responsible for sales. Stop. Xie Ding interrupted directly. Manager Jiang, right? If you have anything to say, just tell me. I can't do anything anyway. Why are you looking for me, a retired old man? Although the M11 position is theoretically higher in rank than his, he doesn't care at all. That's right, Mr. Xia. Jiang Tao did not get angry and patiently explained, I was asked by someone to come and trouble you, Mr. Xia. If I remember correctly, the company's product, the pulse dilation pill, should be your work. Now a friend has come to me and wants to buy the pulse dilation pill, but the group has no stock, so I want to ask you if you have any. Don't worry, the price is according to the market price. Pulse expansion pill? Xia Deng twitched his beard and looked strange. Today, Suche came first to buy the Meridian expansion pill. Now someone is using his connections to buy the Meridian expansion pill. When did such an unpopular functional medicine become so popular? Jiang Tao, as the founder of the elixir, I believe that Mr. Xia must still have some stock, right? Xia Deng came back to his senses and nodded. It used to be there, but it's gone now. Mr. Xia, what does this mean? Isn't it obvious? What this means is that I don't have any more Meridian expanding pills. Mr. Xia, are you dissatisfied with the price? The other party's demand is quite urgent. We can definitely negotiate the price. Xia Deng's face darkened. What are you talking about? If I say no, then no. That's it. I'm hanging up. After that, the call was hung up. Although he was the founder of the Meridian expanding pill, he didn't have many of this functional pill left. The 4 given to Suche today are all they have. There is really not a single one left. Buzz 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 master, you have a voice call request, and the person you are requesting to call is still the group management M11 position. The voice of the intelligent optical computer sounded. Hang up. No, just block me, receive. After a few seconds, the room finally returned to silence. Xia Deng looked down at the time, then at the intelligent optical computer in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Well, little machine, help me call Xiao Zhuang, the kind that can talk face to face. Okay, master. The robot image bowed slightly. The call request was connected shortly after it was sent. Master. You finally took the trouble to call me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Also, how did you know that I had just been promoted to professor at Dacia's #1 University of Supernatural Powers? Have you been secretly keeping an eye on me? As soon as the video call was connected, a square face with hard lines, sharp angles, and a dark complexion appeared. His face, which was originally intimidating without even being angry, now looked silly. Xia Deng rolled his eyes and said, Why be happy about the promotion? If it weren't for your poor qualifications, you would have been promoted long ago. Besides, I'm not looking for you for this. The joy on Zhuangyan's face slowly faded. Oh, just today, or to be exact, just a few hours ago, I accepted a junior apprentice brother for you. Xia Deng got straight to the point. What? Junior brother? Zhuangyan's pupils trembled, and his voice was full of disbelief. Master, didn't you swear that you would no longer accept disciples? How come, ahem? Xia Deng coughed twice, his expression calm. There are reasons for this, mainly because the other party was begging me shamelessly, and I couldn't do anything about it. Hearing this, Zhuangyan immediately looked at the teacher with suspicion, and after a few seconds he shook his head firmly. I don't believe it. At that time, a big shot in the main base city spent a huge amount of money to make his junior become his disciple, but the teacher remained unmoved. How could one easily accept a disciple just because someone pleaded for him? There must be something wrong. A big problem. If you don't believe it, forget it. Xia Deng turned his head subconsciously, seeming to feel a little guilty as Zhuangyan said nothing, just kept smiling. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that your junior brother is also a teacher like you, I wouldn't bother to tell you. Okay, I'm going to sleep, hang up now. Without giving Zhuangyan a chance to react, Xia Deng hung up the call in frustration. Only Zhuangyan was left standing there in a daze. A few seconds later, Zhuangyan's eyelashes trembled. No, the teacher hasn't told you what his junior fellow apprentice's name is. I quickly reapplied for the call, but the smart optical computer gave me a prompt. The person you requested to call has rejected all calls. Please leave a message after the voice call, but the other party has not set up a voicemail box. Chapter 88. Well, I accidentally broke through to the 3rd level and 9th level the next day. The sun is shining brightly, scorching the earth with high temperature. Pengcheng #1 High School for Special Abilities, Class 2, 18. Yi Xuanyue was practicing in the room. Xiao Yizi, How long do you think it will take to break through to the 9th level of the first stage? Looking at Yi Xuanyue, who was practicing seriously all the time, Suche couldn't help but nod frequently with great satisfaction. Having outstanding talent is one thing, but perseverance is equally important. Outstanding talent plus amazing perseverance equals true genius. Following this trend, Suche is sure that Yi Xuanyue's future achievements will definitely not be LOW. Yi Xuanyue replied shyly, "Teacher, I should be able to break through within a month." The energy contained in the third-grade high-quality blood food is far greater than that of the third-grade medium-quality blood food. According to her estimation, at least before the 9th level of the first stage, the effect of the third-grade high-quality blood food will not drop significantly. 1 month, Suche nodded. "I understand, keep going, I'm optimistic about you." "Teacher." Yi Xuanyue suddenly seemed to be hesitant to speak. Suche's voice twisted. Yi Xuanyue slowly raised her head and said firmly, "Thank you, teacher. I remember every meal of blood food in my heart. I swear that I will pay you back double after I work." She knew very well the price of ferocious beast blood food. Up to now, the total amount of money that teacher Suche had sponsored for ferocious beast blood food had far exceeded the total salary of her parents for several years. Therefore, she was full of gratitude towards Suche. Ding! It is detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host has increased. Hearing the system prompt, Suche smiled faintly, and instead of refusing, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember it. I'll wait for that day." Yi Xuanyue nodded heavily, because the new classroom is much larger than the old one, and there are only 3 students in it at most. Therefore, Suche applied for a simple renovation of the classroom yesterday, dividing the originally large teaching space into 3 compartments. Yi Xuanyue, Zhang Yueli, and Zhang Yueshi each had a room that was just right for them. After leaving Yi Xuanyue's training room, Suche immediately came to Zhang Yueli's training room and saw the small pendant next to Zhang Yueli at a glance. That's right, it's Zhang Yueshi. Although Zhang Yueli never gave her a good look in normal times, Zhang Yueshi loved to stick to Zhang Yueli. They should eat together, sleep together, and even go to the bathroom together. It has to be said that whoever can marry Zhang Yueli might also get Zhang Yueshi as a gift. Ahem. Suche coughed lightly, and Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi opened their eyes at the same time. "How is it? How is your training progress?" Suche's eyes swept over the 2 sisters one after another. Zhang Yueli answered truthfully, "Much slower than before." Zhang Yueshi nodded rapidly, "Me too." Suche nodded, his expression not surprised. Now the damaged meridians of both people have been repaired, which is equivalent to filling the existing container with water. If you want to improve further, you have to practice step by step to flush the meridians and slowly increase the original container capacity. At the same time, this method is also the mainstream cultivation method on Blue Star. But this method is too slow, especially for the gifted Zhang sisters. It is extremely slow. With their talents, they can definitely take shortcuts. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Suche raised his hand and threw out 2 pills. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi both caught it, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. "This is a meridian expansion pill. After taking it, it can expand the meridians." Suche explained, "To put it simply, after eating it, your cultivation level will improve faster. Although the meridians that need to be repaired have been repaired, new meridians can be expanded. In this way, the cultivation speed of the 2 can enter the fast lane again." Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi looked at each other, and their pupils lit up instantly. With almost no hesitation, he swallowed the meridian expanding pill almost at the same time without asking any further questions. In just 3 months, the 2 of them were promoted from the 2nd level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage. The 2 of them have a very high level of trust in Suche. As soon as a meridian expanding pill enters the stomach, the effect is immediately apparent. Hiss, 2 sounds of people gasping for air were heard one after another, almost causing global warming. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi clenched their teeth instantly, their eyelashes trembled slightly and their expressions were extremely painful. But this is just the beginning. As time went on, their expressions became more and more painful. Suche's eyes narrowed slightly, and he understood something in his heart. There were waves of energy radiating outward from the dantian of both of them. This energy was not violent, but rather very fine and gentle. The reason why the 2 felt pain was that each wave of energy would eventually flow into their limbs and bones and impact blocked meridians. Would it not be painful to reopen the meridians that have been blocked for nearly 20 years? Hold on. The longer you hold on, the more obvious the effect will be. Seeing that their eyelashes were fluttering as if to the limit, Suche's voice exploded in their ears like a huge bell. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi immediately perked up, clenched their fists and tried to resist. Fortunately, the pain disappeared quickly as it came by in less than a minute. The energy that was constantly flushing through the meridians completely dissipated. Although the time was very short, the two sisters were still exhausted. It seems that my guess is similar. With the strength of the two of them, they can definitely handle it. Nodding with satisfaction, Suche slowly squatted down and pressed his hands on the shoulders of the two men to check the effect of the meridian expansion pill. However, soon, Suche looked strange. After taking a meridian expanding pill worth 2.5 million, the two men's meridians only expanded by a mere 10 or so. According to experience, these more than 10 meridians can be filled up in half a month at most. Even if I take another meridian expanding pill, it can only last for a month at most. It seems that 2 meridian expanding pills per person are far from enough. Is it the effect of Dantala on expanding the meridians, or are the two of them just too strong in physique? Suche narrowed his pupils and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, Suche sighed inwardly and made a decision silently. Forget it, at most I can go to that cheap master to ask for a few more in a month. Although the senior Xiadeng is a little weird, he is really generous. Teacher, your cultivation. At this moment, feeling the invisible aura emanating from Suche, Jiang Yueshi covered her mouth in surprise. She suddenly had a feeling that Suche's aura at this moment was almost the same as her aunt's. Jiang Yueli also looked at Suche with shock. Her feelings were the same as Jiang Yueshi's. They both sensed an aura from Suche that was not much different from that of her aunt. Is it possible? As if he thought of something, Jiang Yueli's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt his throat slightly my aunt is at the 3rd level, 9th layer, and is not far from breaking through to the 4th level of transcendence. If we compare them based on their aura, doesn't that mean that teacher Suche is already? I don't think so. Jiang Yueli's dry throat rolled suddenly. If she remembered correctly, teacher Suche was at level 3, level 8 in the 2nd monthly test. Just when Jiang Yueli was thinking over and over again, Suche smiled faintly. Well, I accidentally broke through to the 3rd level, 9th level. Chapter 89. Is the meridian expansion pill precious? At dusk, the setting sun melts into gold. I in the living room of Jiang family villa, Yulong Mountain in the southern suburbs. Okay, Uncle Dong, I understand. It's okay. It really doesn't matter. I'll think of a solution. Okay, bye. After the call was disconnected, the smile on Jiang Tianyang's face gradually faded, and wrinkles gradually appeared at the corners of his eyes. Alas, with a light sigh, Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but shook his head. Why are you sighing? Jiang Lianyue, who had just arrived home, frowned slightly, as if she was completely confused. As soon as I got home, I saw Jiang Tianyang was on a voice call, which lasted for more than 10 minutes before he hung up. The meridian expanding pill is no longer effective. Jiang Tianyang sighed. Tisk, I never thought that a small meridian expansion pill would be so difficult to buy. Pulse expansion pill? Jiang Lianyue repeated softly, and then her tone became a little higher. Did you really go to buy the meridian expanding pill? Of course I can help teacher Suche, but unfortunately I can't buy it even if I want to. Even Harbin Pharmaceutical Group doesn't have it in stock. Jiang Tianyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I finally found out where I could buy the meridian expanding pill, but what happened? No one even bothered to pay attention to me. There was even more doubt in Jiang Lianyue's eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face was very clear. It's like this. I used my connections to find out that there is a level 7 pharmacist in Pengcheng who is taking care of his family, and he happens to be the founder of the pulse enlargement pill. Jiang Tianyang told Jiang Lianyue all the details like pouring beans. After listening to Jiang Tianyang's story, a glimmer of enlightenment appeared in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, and she understood everything in an instant. To put it simply, this 7th level pharmacist has meridian expanding pills to sell, but this pharmacist has a very high status and a strange temper. Even the middleman who went to communicate was turned away, and the Jiang family didn't even have a chance to say a word. As the head of the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng, he didn't even have the chance to talk to the other party for a moment. She felt extremely empathetic towards Jiang Tianyang's feelings at the moment. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lianyue said with deep emotion, a 7th level pharmacist. The other party is indeed proud of himself. Yes, a level 7 pharmacist must be treated with courtesy even if he is the commander-in-chief of Pengcheng. Our Jiang family is still not good enough. Jiang Tianyang sighed, now I can only make teacher Suche suffer. Although I paid extra money to apply for expedited delivery, it will still take about 4 to 5 months to get the first batch of pulse dilation pills at the fastest. Click. Just as Jiang Tianyang finished speaking, purple-haired Jiang Yueli pushed the door open and walked in, followed by white-haired Jiang Yueshi. Dad. Aunt. Glancing at Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Lianyue in the living room, the two sisters' voices sounded a little weak. My dear daughter, what are you doing? Seeing the two men looking dusty and dirty, Jiang Tianyang raised his eyebrows. When the two of them left home today, they were clearly two clean little red flowers, but now the two of them are like frostbitten eggplants pulled out of the mud. Although the two of them were also dirty when they returned home some time ago, it was not as bad as today. Hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi looked at each other subconsciously, and then swallowed their saliva. And said in unison, devilish training. These 4 words seemed to immediately trigger the two people's memories, causing their muscles to tense up like a conditioned reflex, and their thoughts instantly returned to daytime. Just after the two of them took the meridian expansion pill to expand their meridians, Suche immediately formulated a special training plan. The theme of this training plan is very simple, and its purpose can be summed up in 2 words, fatal. Compared with this special training plan, the previous 2 months of training were just warm-up exercises. Even though both of them are now at the 7th level of the first stage, they are still so tired that they roll their eyes when faced with the specially customized training plan. In other words, if the two of them had not already reached the 7th level of the first stage, they would have been ruined in less than an hour. What kind of devilish training is this? You should also pay attention to combining work and rest during your practice. Looking at his 2 powerless precious daughters, Jiang Tianyang's eyes were filled with heartache. Dad. Jiang Yueshi's eyes rolled around, and he rushed to Jiang Tianyang as if he had found his backbone. I want to take a break tomorrow and combine work and rest. Jiang Tianyang was heartbroken and was about to agree when he heard Jiang Lianyue say a devilish training? Teacher Suche made a special training plan for you? Yes. Jiang Yueli nodded. Did Teacher Suche formulate it? Jiang Tianyang was stunned, and his expression changed back and forth. Dad, you just said that we should pay attention to the combination of work and rest when practicing, right? Jiang Yueshi looked pitiful. Ahem. Jiang Tianyang silently took 2 steps back and said sternly, it is true that cultivation requires a combination of work and rest, but you are still young, and it is time to work hard. Follow your dreams and live up to your youth. Come on. Jiang Yueshi stopped laughing immediately. Jiang Yueli had an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yueli suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, Dad, I seemed to hear you guys talking about the meridian expanding pill just now when I was outside the door? Yes, you heard it right. Jiang Tianyang answered truthfully, isn't it that your teacher Suche needs the meridian expanding pill, so I wanted to buy a few for teacher Suche, but it's a pity. After a pause, Jiang Tianyang said with some regret, it's a pity that the production of this pulse expanding pill is too rare. Even your father can't buy it at the moment. But I have already made a reservation. When the pulse expanding pill arrives, you will personally give it to teacher Suche. Hearing this, big question marks flashed across Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's faces. Teacher Suche needs it? And it's very difficult to buy. Is there any misunderstanding here? It was obvious that teacher Suche threw the pills like he was throwing candy beans. So much so that both of them felt that such pills were very common. Is it this meridian expanding pill? The next moment, Jiang Yueli took out a pill from his pocket with a strange look on his face. When Jiang Tianyang saw the pill in Jiang Yueli's hand, his eyes widened instantly. He stepped forward, took the pill and examined it again and again, an expression of disbelief frozen on his face. Because he wanted to buy the pulse expanding pill, he looked up a lot of information and was not unfamiliar with the pulse expanding pill. The pill in front of me is exactly the same as the meridian expanding pill described on the internet. This is the meridian expanding pill? After confirming it many times, Jiang Tianyang's voice was full of disbelief. Jiang Lianyue also came over with a look of surprise, with a gleam in her eyes. This pill can expand the meridians, I think. Jiang Yueli nodded heavily. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tianyang could no longer suppress his curiosity. He stared at the meridian expansion pill with sharp eyes. Where did this pill come from? Jiang Yueli opened his mouth, but still answered truthfully, Teacher Suche gave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi also flipped his hand, and a meridian expansion pill also appeared in his hand. It was indeed given to me by Teacher Suche. I have it too. Chapter 90. That's right, Teacher Suche has reached the 9th level of the 3rd stage, Jiang Family Villa, living room. What? There's another one. Jiang Tianyang's pupils trembled slightly, and he immediately took the pill from Jiang Yueshi's hand as quickly as possible. Place the two pills side by side in the palm of your hand, exactly the same. All signs indicate that these two are genuine meridian expanding pills. Realizing this, Jiang Tianyang vaguely felt that something was wrong. It is clear that there is no pulse dilation pill available for sale in Pengcheng City or even in Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, so where did Suche get the pulse dilation pill? Also, why was the meridian expansion pill in Yueli and Yueshi's possession? Didn't Suche need it himself? All kinds of questions lingered in Jiang Tianyang's mind for a while, causing his brows to be deeply furrowed into a V shape. What exactly happened? Why did Teacher Suche give you the meridian expanding pill? Jiang Lianyue was the first to react, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She realized that she might have misunderstood. Maybe it's not Suche who needs the meridian expanding pill, but Julie and Yushi. Jiang Yueli replied, Teacher Suche said that taking the meridian expanding pill can make our cultivation speed faster, and he didn't say anything else. Yes, sister, you are right, that's right. Jiang Yueshi added, It is true. After hearing the two people's answers, Jiang Lianyue no longer had any doubts in her mind. It seems that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Suche asked about the meridian expanding pill entirely because of Yuli and Yushi. That's actually the case. After learning the truth, Jiang Tianyang not only did not relax at all, but his expression became even more complicated. 1 meridian expanding pill costs 2.5 million dasha coins, and 2 meridian expanding pills cost 5 million dasha coins. I just gave Suche a card worth 5 million dasha coins, and he spent it all on his daughter. What does this mean? This means Suche doesn't want to owe me a favor. I had misunderstood that Teacher Suche was a greedy person before. This was totally wrong. Jiang Tianyang, you are so confused. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianyang felt so guilty that he could not express it anymore. Dad, Aunt, is this meridian expansion pill very rare and precious? Why do you both have such expressions? After looking at the two of them carefully for several times, Jiang Yueli's eyes were full of curiosity. Jiang Lianyue explained, although the price is high, it is still acceptable. The retail price of a pulse expanding pill is 2.5 million great xia coins. The key is that this pulse expanding pill is a functional pill that is not available on the market. At least many people in our Jiang family have asked for it but have not been able to buy it. At this point, Jiang Lianyue glanced at the meridian expanding pills in the hands of the two people. So I am very curious, where did Teacher Suche get the meridian expanding pills in your hands? Hearing this, Jiang Yueshi pursed her lips and said, Aunt, are you guys mistaken? Jiang Lianyue expressed her confusion with a nasal tone. Maybe you got the name wrong? The meridian expanding pill shouldn't be that rare. Jiang Yueshi blinked his big eyes. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement, obviously sharing the same idea. What do you mean by that? Noticing Jiang Yueshi's expression, Jiang Lianyue keenly sensed that there was something else behind his words. This. Jiang Yueshi was still thinking with an embarrassed expression, but Jiang Yueli spoke first, because Teacher Suche gave us more than 2, there are 2 more already in our stomachs. Jiang Yueshi nodded rapidly, yes, that's right, and the teacher also said that after we finish eating, there is still. As soon as these words were spoken, the living room suddenly became quiet, the air was a little tense, and one could even clearly distinguish each other's breathing. Jiang Lianyue's pupils contracted violently as if encountering strong light, and the expression on her face was extremely wonderful for a moment. It turns out that Suche gave you Li and Yushi not 2 but 4. In other words, Suche alone managed to get 4 meridian expanding pills that the Jiang family couldn't buy even with their connections, and judging from the Yueshi dialect, these 4 meridian expanding pills are far from the limit. Suche can obviously get more. This is simply incredible. For a moment, even she began to doubt what Jiang Tianyang said. Her eyes fell quietly on Jiang Tianyang's face, and the scrutiny in Jiang Lianyue's eyes was very obvious. Seeing their aunt's reaction, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi realized at this moment that the meridian expanding pill in their hands seemed to be really extraordinary. Thinking about how they had swallowed Teacher Suche's 2.5 million like candy beans during the day, they felt as if the softest part of their hearts was instantly Hit when giving himself the elixir, Teacher Suche did not mention the value of the elixir at all. Teacher Suche, for a moment, both of them were filled with emotion. No, little sister, you don't even trust me, your brother. Zhang Tianyang naturally read the doubt in Zhang Lianyue's eyes, and his expression was a little depressed, not to mention that Zhang Lianyue doubted him, even he himself doubted himself. Zhang Tianyang couldn't even get a meridian expanding pill, but Suche easily got 4. Doesn't this mean that Suche has more connections than the Zhang family? After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Tianyang was already numb. Emotionally, I believe in you. Zhang Lianyue answered softly, but quickly added, but it doesn't make sense logically. Zhang Tianyang was silent for a moment. Although he didn't say anything, his thoughts were kind of exploding out. He thought he valued Suche enough. After all, he was planning to bring his younger sister together with Suche. Isn't that considered caring? But only today did I realize that I am younger, and Suche is obviously worthy of more attention from me. The retail price of one meridian expanding pill is 2.5 million, and 4 meridian expanding pills are a full 10 million great Xia coins. I gave Suche 5 million, but Suche gave 10 million to Yuli and Yushi in return. What kind of godly teacher can achieve this? At this moment, Zhang Tianyang had only one thought in his mind, that is to lock my little sister and Suche together tightly. Zhang Tianyang has already decided on this brother-in-law, and no one else can even think about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianyang naturally looked at Zhang Lianyue, and his lips moved. Little sister, I think Teacher Suche is a good person, what do you think? Zhang Lianyue had not expected Zhang Tianyang's words to be so wide-ranging, and nodded subconsciously. That's right. In her mind, Suche's image has been slowly growing. At first she was just curious about Suche, but after getting to know him, she gradually discovered that Suche was actually quite good, especially what happened today, which immediately made her like Suche even more. Ahem. Zhang Tianyang coughed lightly. I mean, is it possible for you to be together? Zhang Lianyue's pupils shrank into pinpoints in an instant, and a blush quickly rose on her neck. She immediately said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? How could it be possible for me to be with him? After saying that, he added, besides, he is only at the 3rd level, 8th level. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yueli called out softly, Aunt. Ha! Zhang Lianyue turned her head to look. Zhang Yueli's lips moved. Teacher Suche has reached the 3rd level, 9th level. Zhang Yueshi nodded. That's right. Chapter 91, Anxious, Really Anxious. Zhang Lianyue announces seclusion. Zhang family villa. I in the living room. Zhang Lianyue's expression was frozen on her face, like a petrified sculpture. Yueli, Yueshi, what kind of joke are you two playing? Within 1,000th of a second, Zhang Lianyue reacted and couldn't help shaking her head. She remembered very clearly that during the 2nd monthly test 2 days ago, Suche was clearly at the 3rd level, 8th level. You should know that after the 3rd stage and 7th level, the difficulty of each level increases geometrically. In just a few days, he broke through from the 8th level of the 3rd stage to the 9th level of the 3rd stage? This statement was a bit too outrageous. The key point is that I actually believed this kind of words just now. I really scared myself. Zhang Yueshi shook his head like a rattle. Aunt, I didn't lie. Teacher Suche is really at the 3rd level and 9th level. He told us so himself. Zhang Lianyue frowned, and her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened. There's no doubt about it. The aura that Teacher Suche exudes is similar to yours, little aunt. Zhang Yueli made the final decision. Buzz, seeing Zhang Yueli's serious expression, Zhang Lianyue's heart seemed to skip a few beats and she suddenly felt the blood rushing to her brain. Based on her understanding of Yuli and Yushi, she can confirm that they were not lying and what they said was true. This means that Suche really broke through to the 3rd level, 9th level in just a few days? Could it be? Could it be that Suche can really break through to the 4th level of transcendence faster than me? This thought popped up in her mind for no reason, and Zhang Lianyue suddenly felt dry mouth and her expression control was no longer effective. As a recognized genius in the Zhang family and even in Pengcheng, she has always left her peers far behind since she was a child. Although she never showed it in front of outsiders, she was always proud in her heart, and no one had ever been able to threaten her over the years. But today, at this moment, she suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis, an unprecedented sense of crisis. What? Level 3, 9th level? Suche has reached level 3, 9th level? Zhang Tianyang let out a strange cry, his eyes gradually widened, and his mouth slowly opened, vividly interpreting what shock meant. However, Jiang Tianyang's slightly exaggerated expression at this moment seemed very normal in Jiang Lianyue's eyes. Even if it were anyone else, they would probably have the same expression, because this is too unbelievable. Although due to qualifications or resources, the time it takes for each person to cultivate from the first level of the third stage to the ninth level of the third stage varies, but the same thing is that the time required to increase strength by each level will increase exponentially, which means that the improvement will be slower the higher you go, but Suche's cultivation level seemed to be improving at the opposite speed. The higher his cultivation level went, the faster it improved. During the first monthly test, it was still level 3, level 5, but during the second monthly test, it was already level 3, level 8. Breaking through 2 levels in 2 months was already outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that this was far from the limit. Only a few days after the monthly test, he broke through to the third level, 9th layer? At this rate of improvement, I'm afraid he will be able to break through to the fourth level of transcendence in the martial arts exam in a few months. Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi didn't say anything, just nodded. Level 3, level 9. Money is like dirt. It's easy to get the meridian expanding pill. Talent, potential, and personal charm are all maxed out. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang kept muttering something, and his facial expression changed rapidly. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Tianyang was startled. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Lianyue with burning eyes. Little sister, I feel that Teacher Suche is really suitable for you. You two are a perfect match. My parents passed away early. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. If you don't mind, I'll arrange the wedding on a good day. Having said this, Jiang Tianyang did not forget to look at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, and blinked twice. From now on, you don't have to call me teacher, just call me uncle. When these words were spoken, it was like dropping a bombshell into the calm lake. Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi were shaken so hard that they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and they fell all over the place. No, what does this have to do with anything? They're engaged before they've even started dating. They'll have a child by then, right? Jiang Lianyue looked at Jiang Tianyang with dull eyes. After a few seconds, her pupils regained focus and her inner emotions were like a turmoil. Jiang Tianyang. Are you crazy? Am I, Jiang Lianyue, so worried about not getting married? Jiang Tianyang immediately laughed twice. That's not the case. A golden scale cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. What I mean is that Teacher Suche is so outstanding. You should act as soon as possible, otherwise you will definitely regret it later. You. Jiang Lianyue gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Tianyang in front of her with a sense of disappointment. As his elbow was bent outward, however, Jiang Tianyang acted as if he didn't see it. With a look of frustration on his face, Jiang Lianyue was furious and immediately looked to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for help. Your father wants to marry off my aunt, can you agree? The only people in the family who can control Jiang Tianyang are these two little ancestors. Hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi subconsciously looked at each other, and saw a hint of hesitation and weirdness in each other's eyes. If it were in the past, the two of them would definitely stand on the side of their aunt without hesitation. When Jiang Tianyang was joking with Lu Bo and his sister-in-law, they both complained harshly that Lu Bo was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But this is a different time. If it were Teacher Suche, cough. Jiang Yueli coughed tactically. His expression was awkward. Well, that's the case, aunt, I think. Well, it is, Jiang Lianyue's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. Based on his understanding of Jiang Yueli, this expression on his face could be. Just when Jiang Lianyue was daydreaming, Jiang Yueli blurted out, if I want to marry Teacher Suche, it's not impossible. After the words fell, Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly and added, me too. The two sisters have surprisingly similar views on this matter. Pretty. Jiang Tianyang's eyes lit up instantly, and he gave his two precious daughters a thumbs up with a very proud expression. Yuli. You guys. Jiang Lianyue's pupils fluttered, and she stared blankly at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, her eyes full of disbelief. The expression gradually solidified, eyes wide open and mouth open, like a solidified puppet. She never expected that in just 3 months, Yueli and Yueshi would actually rebel. After a moment's silence, Jiang Lianyue turned around and walked towards the training room. Jiang Tianyang's eyebrows twitched. Little sister, where are you going? Are you still practicing it this time? Aunt. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi also shouted hurriedly, faced with several people shouting. Jiang Lianyue did not even turn her head. A few seconds later, a sentence came lightly, please ask for a leave for me. From today on, I will be in seclusion and strive to achieve the 4th level of transcendence. Chapter 92, all members of Class 18 of Senior 2 have made a breakthrough. Anxiously, Jiang Lianyue was really anxious. It's not about emotional issues that we are anxious about, but about cultivation issues, once upon a time. Actually, it was only 3 months ago, Suche was only at the 3rd level, first stage. In just over 3 months, Suche had already broken through to the 9th level of the 3rd stage? And she was still at the 9th level of the 3rd stage, although it is the 9th level of the 3rd stage that is about to break through to the 4th level of transcendence. It is still the 9th level of the 3rd stage. This made her feel an unprecedented pressure. Under multiple stimulations, Jiang Lianyue made a prompt decision to go into seclusion. I will not come out of seclusion until I become a 4th level transcendental person, and this news spread throughout Pengcheng No. 1 High School. For special abilities at the fastest speed. Of course, everyone in the school only knew that Jiang Lianyue was in seclusion, but they didn't know why Jiang Lianyue suddenly went into seclusion. What's more, they didn't know that Jiang Lianyue decided to go into seclusion because of Suche's stimulation. The only people in the school who knew the inside story were Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, but it was obvious that they would not tell the truth. Therefore, the heat of this matter quickly subsided. There is no shortage of new and interesting things on high school campuses. Within a few days, the teachers and students had completely forgotten about the incident. Pengcheng No. 1 High School for Special Abilities is still operating as usual. As usual, the first-year high school students spend their days enjoying life besides doing physical training, although students in the liberal arts class in the senior year of high school have to learn all kinds of knowledge every day. At least their bodies are not damaged. Only the high school students in the martial arts exam class were in great pain. They even had to time themselves when going to the toilet to poop. When the time was up, they had to run back to the classroom even if they had to cut off their time. In this way, time passed day by day. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The vast majority of teachers and students repeat the same work almost every day without any variation. The high school martial arts exam sprint class is in a 3-point and 1-line battle mode every day, and each one is like a part that is constantly being polished in order to prepare for the test. Martial arts exam, the passion of almost everyone has long faded, and all that is left is mechanical repetition. But this is not the case all the time. There are exceptions. For example, the atmosphere in Class 18 of Senior 2 is very good, and there is not a dull feeling at all. Whenever someone passed by the Grade 2, 18 classroom, they could hear Suche's passionate cheering from inside the classroom. Of course, in addition to Suche's encouragement, one could also vaguely hear screams of pain from time to time. Come on! Come on! Hold on! You can't do it with such a small weight? Women can't say no, you know? Take off your armor. Didn't you hear me? I told you to take off your training armor. Jiang Yueshi. It's you again. You thought I couldn't see you if you hid in a blind spot of the surveillance camera? Get up and keep practicing. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll double the amount of training. 16 whole days. It took you 16 whole days to fill just a dozen meridians. This speed is too slow. It's hopeless, it's really hopeless. One of you is the last in the class, and the other is the second to last. Don't you have any sense of crisis? In classroom 18, Suche's exclusive lounge. Suche was lying on the sofa, supervising the training of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi through video projection. Although his words were harsh, his face was smiling. It has been almost 2 weeks since the Jiang sisters took the second meridian expanding pill. If you count from the time I took the first pill, it has been almost a month. Within this month, the two have made significant progress. When the first meridian expanding pill had completely expanded the meridians, the person was not far from a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this that Suche postponed the time for the actual combat training in the Demon Cave at Jioding Mountain. If the Jiang sisters can break through to the 8th level of the first stage, it will be safer to go to the Demon Cave of Jioding Mountain. Although they are only operating on the periphery this time, it is better to be safe than sorry. Alright, take a 5-minute break and continue in 5 minutes. Noticing that the two men's bodies had reached their limits, Suche waved his hand and announced that they should take a break. Buzz, just at this moment, Suche's eyes flashed, and his gaze instantly locked onto a certain direction. Just now, he keenly sensed the ripples formed by the overflow of energy. Just as Suche was in doubt, a familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the personal disciple Yishuan Yue has broken through from the 8th level of the first stage to the 9th level of the first stage. Triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple, ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the return. Cultivation is being returned, almost at the same time. A surge of energy instantly filled Suche's body, making his entire body warm. Xiao Yi has made a breakthrough. Suche showed a hint of joy on his face. The value of the Tian Tao Tai is still rising, and it is said that it will break through within a month. The first stage, 9th level. This is the genuine first stage, 9th level, not to mention in Pengcheng. He is a rare genius even in the main base city. After a moment of joy, Suche's brows quickly wrinkled into a lump. It was not until this moment that he realized something was wrong. The 50 times of cultivation that Yi Xuanyue returned didn't even make any splash. It's like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. If you don't smash it, the taste will be gone and the previous feeling of raging violent energy suddenly disappeared, and my body didn't hurt at all. TSK. It seems like the 3rd level 9th level is really a hurdle. No wonder that old man Songjia has been stuck at the 3rd level 9th level for so many years. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Suche's eyes. According to a rough estimate, the energy required to break through from the 3rd level 9 to the 4th level transcendent is probably more than that required to break through from the 3rd level 1 to the 3rd level 9. Of course, if it were just a matter of energy, then 4th order transcendence would definitely not be so rare. The most important thing to become a 4th level transcendent is perception. Only when one's understanding and development of one's own supernatural powers reaches a certain level can one achieve a breakthrough, and this certain degree has stumped many people. It seems that in order to break through to the 4th level of transcendence, at least 3 people must be promoted to the 2nd level. Suche muttered to himself as he fell into deep thought. What are you two doing? Time's up, hurry up and teach them a lesson. Glancing across the video projection, Suche saw that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had not yet stood up, and was about to launch the encouragement of love, but he stopped talking halfway through, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes again. That if he was not mistaken, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi seemed to be about to make a breakthrough. TSK, there is something. Suche closed his eyes silently and said to himself, skip those red tapes, system, add some points. The next moment, Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Jiang Yueli has broken through from the 7th level of the first stage to the 8th level of the first stage. Triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple, Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 60-fold return. Cultivation is being returned. Ding detected that the cultivation level of the direct disciple Jiang Yueshi has broken through from the 7th level of the first stage to the 8th level of the first stage. Triggering the cultivation level return. Extracting the multiple, Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 60-fold return. Cultivation is being returned. Chapter 93 Breaking News, Zhang Lianyue is promoted to the 4th level extraordinary. It has been nearly a month since the 2nd monthly test, 28 days to be exact. All the students in Class 18 of Senior 2 finally achieved another breakthrough. Yi Xuanyue broke through to the 9th level of the first stage, and Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke through to the 8th level of the first stage. At this moment, the overall level of Class 18 of Grade 2 is enough to sweep all the high schools in Pengcheng. The scary thing is that this is far from the limit of Class 18 of Senior 2. There is no other reason. It's just that there are still 2 whole months left before the military examination. Of course, except Suche, no one else knew the news that all the members of Class 18 of Grade 2 had made a breakthrough. If the news gets out, the entire Class 18 of Senior 2 will have no hope of living in peace. On the 2nd day after all the students in Class 18 of Senior 2 achieved a breakthrough, a shocking news suddenly spread in the school. The news was like a bomb dropped into a well and quickly exploded in the school. The news is simple. Director Jiang Lianyue has been promoted to extraordinary level. Everyone knows that Jiang Lianyue is not far from a breakthrough to the extraordinary level and may do so at any time, but it is so difficult to break through to the extraordinary level. It is normal for this to be stuck for a year or 2. Therefore, Jiang Lianyue's breakthrough immediately caused a huge sensation. For a while, the whole school was filled with people discussing Jiang Lianyue.as. If offline discussions were not enough, online forums were almost completely dominated by this news. A 4th order extraordinary person, that is a 4th order extraordinary person. You should know that there are only 3 4th level extraordinary people in the entire Pengcheng No. 1 high school for special abilities, but now there is one more, after the names of the Principal Wu Daoan, Vice Principals Lei Ming and Son Yi. Jiang Lianyue must now be added. Director Jiang, newbie. You have achieved extraordinary success at such a young age. Your future is definitely limitless. You are worthy of being the recognized genius in Pengcheng. Why are you still calling him Director Jiang? Call him Principal Jiang. Principal Zhang's fourth order extraordinary cultivation is enough to be our principal. What Director Jiang? I think you're overthinking it. Don't you know that Director Zhang's goal has always been to get into the #1 supernatural university in Daxia? Director Zhang's admission rate has long been met, and the only thing missing is his cultivation. Now that he has finally made a breakthrough, he will definitely teach at the #1 supernatural university in Daxia. Yes. I almost forgot about this. But I heard that cultivation and admission rate are only the most basic requirements. If you want to truly enter the #1 supernatural university in Daxia, you still need to pass the review. This is not a big deal, okay? If Director Zhang Lianyue can't pass the review with her talent, then no one in Pengcheng will be able to pass. The discussion on the forum was very heated, with all the comments praising Zhang Lianyue. In the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school, Zhang Lianyue has always been an absolute genius and a role model in the eyes of her parents since she was a child. Although promotion still needs to be reviewed, almost everyone believes that Zhang Lianyue has taken half a step towards university. It is also the #1 supernatural university in Daxia. So fast, this is already the 4th level extraordinary. In the exclusive training room, Suche kept browsing the information on the school forum with a slightly strange expression on his face. Although he never said it explicitly, he was still thinking in his heart whether he could break through to the 4th level of transcendence faster than Zhang Lianyue. Now it seems that we are still a step behind.